The story is set against the backdrop of a post-apocalyptic Earth, where global civilization has crumbled. The United Government has categorized the survivors into 9 special zones, while the unregulated pending planning zone is rife with violence, hunger, and chaos. The 9th District, once a thriving hub, has transformed into humanity's last bastion of survival, yet it is plagued by gang warfare, warlord conflicts, drug trafficking, collusion between officials and businessmen, as well as racial tensions. The protagonist, Qin Yu, is an orphan who grew up in the pending planning zone that he infiltrates the 9th District under the guise of a grassroots police officer, having purchased his position. Utilizing the survival skills honed in the pending planning zone, he aligns himself with his superior, Officer Li, and forges friendships with Qi Lin, Zhu Wei, and Old Cat. Through his investigation of the Dirt Street drug bust, he exposes the drug black market and police corruption, dismantling the Bai family's power and establishing a drug trade empire, gradually rising from a junior officer to a captain and then to a director. Subsequently, he seeks to enhance his credentials in the 7th District while facilitating arms deals in the 8th District, where he meets Gu Yin and Lin Chengdong. He secures contracts for the 9th District's railway, contending with rivals from cross-district warlords and multinational conglomerates. Qin Yu collaborates with various factions to orchestrate cross-border offensives against drug lords, dismantling entrenched warlord powers and solidifying regional dominance during the battle for Chuanfu. Ultimately, Qin Yu allies with the forces from the Hu District to initiate the Dragon War, disbanding the triad of regional powers. By seizing control of energy hubs and food distribution rights, he compels the United Government to acknowledge his autonomous status, becoming the de facto ruler of the 9th District. Chapter 1, Prologue: The 7 Deadly Sins. The catastrophe. In the wake of an unforeseen disaster, the Earth lay in ruins, species mutated, food scarce, and living conditions dire. An era was utterly annihilated, and civilization lay in tatters. 300 kilometers to the left of the 9th District, in the anarchic pending planning zone, a nameless street bore witness to a 23-year-old youth, whose clothes hugged him tightly as he hurriedly walked with his head bowed. The street was dilapidated and unsightly, with the underground sewage system having collapsed long ago, and makeshift outdoor toilets emitted a foul stench, lining the fronts of dilapidated storefronts. The area was dimly lit, and clusters of people could occasionally be seen, predominantly women, with few men. The youth, named Qin Yu, stood at a height of 182 centimeters, with a robust physique. Today he found himself unemployed and was preparing to purchase an official resident identity for the 9th District, marking the initial step of his plan. Once handsome and well-groomed, he now appeared somewhat disheveled, with an unshaven face, hair matted together, and clothes stained with grease and grime, rendering him inconspicuous among the crowd. "Hey, young man," a crisp voice called out. A woman, dressed in a faded dress and wrapped in a coat, gently tugged at Qin Yu's arm. Not interested," he replied with a smirk, quickening his pace. "Wait," she grasped his arm again. 25? How about 25? "Not interested? There are others inside." Biting her red lip, the woman tightened her grip, pausing for a moment before softly adding, 2 bowls of rice will do, but it has to be measured in my bowl." Qin Yu frowned. "I said no, get lost." He looked at her coldly. "How many years has the world been like this? In such an environment, if you can't support yourself, what are you doing here?" The woman was taken aback. With a forceful shake of his arm, Qin Yu resumed his stride, clutching his clothes tightly. About half an hour later, the building where Qin Yu and his friend Xiao Shuang resided was in a state of disrepair, with numerous external walls collapsed, bordering on demolition. However, in this era, the concept of home was merely defined by your physical presence, irrespective of where you lived. Qin Yu chose this place because it lacked electricity and water supply, thus sparing him from any exorbitant living costs. Inside, the furnishings were sparse: bed, 2 battered cabinets, and no entertainment amenities, save for a tattered military magazine dated back to 2019. Upon entering, Qin Yu shed his filthy coat and retrieved a polished canvas bag from his pocket. Cautiously approaching the bed, he picked up a cracked bowl and began scooping out enticing white rice, calling out, "Xiao Shuang, is the food ready?" Thud, thud, thud. Just as Qin Yu was about to converse with Xiao Shuang, a deafening sound of footsteps erupted from downstairs. He paused momentarily, quickly concealing the bag and bowl in the cabinet, before striding towards the entrance, which was merely a decrepit wooden door. In less than 10 seconds, a group of children under the age of 10, accompanied by dozens of men and women, appeared in the stairwell. The stairs were outdoors, the cement cracked, and the iron railing rusted. With so many people rushing up in a flurry, The dilapidated building seemed to tremble under the pressure. Qin Yu immediately raised his hand, shouting, "Don't rush up like that, damn it. The stairs are going to collapse. Uncle, I'm hungry. Uncle, I want to eat." Children, each clutching a small bowl, stood on the stairs, their faces grimy as they looked at Qin Yu with innocent eyes. However, the adults behind them revealed the most basic human facade had been torn away. A burly man with a shaved head was the first to shout, "Hand over the food. If you don't, you won't get down. Enough of the nonsense. I saw you with food." The brawny man continued, "Hurry up. Well, just take half." "There's none." Qin Yu shook his head. "Go into his room," the brawny man bellowed. "Uncle, I just want something to eat. Give me food." The crowd surged forward, and the already precarious staircase swayed ominously, threatening to give way at any moment. Seeing the throng, Qin Yu's vision blurred with anger, but he lifted his right leg and pulled a knife from the grime on his pants, pointing it at the crowd, shouting, "Damn it! Are you all bullying me because I'm alone? Who here is afraid of dying? I have food. I'll break the knife and give it to you." The crowd hesitated momentarily, but the brawny man coldly retorted, "There are children in front. You'd better stab them first." "They'll be damned." Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. "Go inside and get the food," the brawny man commanded again, his voice deep and commanding. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the stairs surged forward, and the children quickly closed in, tugging at Qin Yu, pleading, "Uncle, give me something to eat. Uncle, I haven't eaten in days." "Get lost," Qin Yu shouted, brandishing the knife helplessly at the children. "Otherwise, they'll really stab someone. I will." Inside, Xiao Shuang, witnessing the conflict at the door, rushed forward to block Qin Yu, calling out to the crowd, "Let's not act rashly. Let's talk this through." The children, driven by hunger, feared nothing, clinging to Qin Yu, while the adults pressed forward from behind. Qin Yu, robust in stature, stepped forward to block the doorway, glaring fiercely and shouting, "I only live for myself. Don't push me." The crowd surged violently towards the entrance, ignoring Qin Yu's words. Qin Yu, being pulled by short children, found himself shoved aside but was reluctant to truly stab anyone, so he struggled, preparing to confront the approaching adults. "Uncle, just one bowl of rice will suffice." "Get lost." As a 10-year-old child tugged at him with all his might, Qin Yu suddenly jerked his arm, trying to break free. Unexpectedly, the child stumbled backward, colliding with the crowd and losing his balance, tumbling through the gap in the iron railing. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed below. Qin Yu and Xiao Zhuang were momentarily stunned, gasping as they stared at the iron railing, unsure of how to react. The crowd fell silent, and the staircase regained its stability. "That child, he fell," Xiao Zhuang exclaimed urgently. Dozens of individuals turned their heads to glance downstairs, their expressions blank, and within less than 2 seconds, they collectively shifted. Their gazes back. The mother of the child, after a moment of stupor, suddenly dashed downstairs with a cry. Qin Yu stood in shock. "Food. The child has fallen without food. They surely won't let him leave. They've taken him." The shouts reverberated, imposing and fierce. None of the others turned to check on the child who had fallen, instead continuing to crowd inwards. Xiao Zhuang stood at the entrance, his eyes wide as he faced the throng approaching. He understood all too well that if he did not shed some blood today, he would have to fight for his life. Thus, he licked his lips and shouted, "All right, you all are formidable, I concede. They'll fetch it for you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately grasped Xiao Zhuang's arm, whispering an urgent command, "Do not give them anything, not even a morsel." "That's nonsense." Xiao Zhuang, differing in opinion, insisted, "You are the only one armed. With so many people outside, do you really believe you can intimidate them? If you can't, we will undoubtedly be robbed. Can't you see?" Their eyes filled with fury. Qin Yu was rendered speechless by this remark. Xiao Zhuang adjusted his stance, glaring at the leading burly man, and bellowed, "The planned area has its own means of survival. Take the rice, but do not stir up trouble, just leave. We won't starve. Well, leave right away." The burly leader nodded in agreement. The crowd gazed greedily at the rice on the ground, their eyes glinting with avarice, yet none dared step forward to claim it. After a few seconds of silence, the burly leader removed a cloth bag tied to his waist, pouring the rice into it in one swift motion. "Get lost," Xiao Zhuang urged impatiently. The crowd remained stationary at the entrance, while the burly leader scrutinized the two men, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he secured the rice bag to his waist. Showing no intention of leaving immediately. "Do you not understand when I tell you to leave?" Xiao Zhuang frowned, attempting to drive them away once more. After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn it, if he can give us a bowl of rice, there must be at least a large bag left. Give us more. There are too many of us, and this isn't enough to fill our stomachs." "Hand over the rice." Otherwise, well, just rush in and take it. What's there to debate? The shouts and curses echoed throughout the six-story building, and this time, some in the crowd secretly brandished knives and weapons, their glances dark as they regarded Xiao Zhuang, their expressions devoid of gratitude. The burly leader spread his hands and spoke in a low voice. You see, these people are starving mad. I can't control them. Otherwise, why don't you take out the rice bag and well split it in half, you bastards? Xiao Zhuang, now agitated, drew a knife from his own pocket. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Am I afraid of you? We're starving to death anyway, why fear a knife or gun? The crowd showed no fear of Xiao Zhuang and pressed forward alongside the burly leader into the building. Xiao Zhuang was bewildered, standing frozen in place. Unsure of what to do, he wanted to act, but lacked the confidence to subdue the frenzied crowd yet. Not acting would clearly mean losing his possessions. Crack, crack. At that moment, Qin Yu pulled out a 20-centimeter-long, 3-chambered, rotating, large-caliber handgun from the cabinet, quickly chambering a round. Upon seeing the gun, the crowd instinctively halted. With a stoic expression, Qin Yu retrieved a large bag of rice from the cabinet and tossed it onto the floor, proclaiming, "All the food is here, those who wish to eat may come." Fourth, the crowd fell silent. Who are you trying to scare? The burly leader shouted, his eyes reddening. Without food, we might as well be dead. Are we afraid of your lousy gun? Qin Yu tilted his head to regard the man, left hand pointing at the bag of rice. He shouted, "The food is right here, stretch out your hand and take it. Come on." The burly leader hesitated for half a second before turning to shout, "There are so many of us, and he has only one gun. I don't believe he can kill us all." Without hesitation, the burly leader stepped forward, reaching for the bag of rice. Bang! The gun fired, the mechanism rotating. The burly leader was flung back half a meter, blood splattering the floor as a large hole was blasted through his chest. Holding the gun in his right hand, Qin Yu calmly declared, "Without food, you may starve to death in a few days. But the first one to reach for the food, I will shoot him dead." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, speechless. "I still have 2 bullets left, will you take it?" Qin Yu suddenly roared. The crowd recoiled 2 steps. Qin Yu stepped forward, bending down to unfasten the bag of rice tied around the burly leader's waist, softly calling out, "Xiao Zhuang, gather the things, we're leaving." With the gun in his right hand, Qin Yu commanded, "Form 2 lines and make way for me." The crowd remained motionless. Qin Yu raised the gun, pointing it at the nearest person, shouting, "Will you let me pass?" That person hesitated for half a second before stepping aside, prompting the others to follow suit and clear a path down the stairs. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu reached the ground floor, where he found the mother cradling her injured child, wailing uncontrollably. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu reached out, tossing the rice he had given to the burly leader, saying, "They will be coming down soon, hide the food." The mother was taken aback, but quickly accepted the bag of rice, responding, "Thank you, thank you. They'll bow to you with food, we won't have to die." Qin Yu led Xiao Zhuang away, swiftly disappearing into the night. At around 3 in the morning, amidst the boundless Gobi Desert, Qin Yu distributed the food he had collected to Xiao Zhuang, saying, "Having taken your share, let us part ways." Xiao Zhuang was bewildered, questioning, "Is it really necessary? Was it not just a difference of opinion between us?" Qin Yu waved his hand to interrupt. "Xiao Zhuang, when people do not share the same path, it is best not to congregate. It can bring harm to both you and me. I am heading to District 9, take care of yourself." With that, Qin Yu turned without a trace of reluctance and headed towards the first stop of his new life, District 9. Within the military camp on the left side of the planned area, a black man flashed a bright smile, fluently inquiring in Chinese, "Did they just fire a gun inside? Want to go take a look?" Chapter 2. Arriving in the north of Asia, Special Zone 9, SJ City. Qin Yu stood within the offices of the Municipal Police Department, specifically the precinct overseeing the Black District, and cheerfully inquired of a middle-aged man, "Is it time?" The man waved his hand dismissively and turned to enter the office on the left. Qin Yu adjusted his attire at the sound, stepping forward to follow him inside. The office was reasonably spacious, approximately 60 square meters, yet behind the desk sat only one individual. He appeared to be around 40, sporting a prominent mustache, with a face marked by pronounced jowls, giving him an intimidating appearance. The middle-aged man approached the desk, placing 2 stacks of documents before the mustachioed man, and spoke softly. "Director, this is the last one. Has the medical examination been completed?" The mustachioed man inquired, picking up the documents. "Yes," came the response. "Very well, you may leave now." After a brief exchange, the middle-aged man departed, while Qin Yu advanced a couple of steps, standing before the desk in silence, observing the mustachioed man as he reviewed the documents. Inside the office, the mustachioed man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the paperwork while softly reading aloud. "Qin Yu, age 22. Weight 75 kilograms, born in the year prior to the era, ancestral home in J City, H Province. Heh, that's not far from Songjiang now, is it? Before joining. He lived in the plan zone, parents missing, presumed dead, no relatives. Why does your record appear blank? I simply lack a history, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Surviving in the plan zone was challenging. I did whatever I could for food. How could I have a history? Heh, the mustachioed man chuckled. You could have at least fabricated a couple of entries before coming here. A blank record doesn't reflect well in the system. The mustachioed man fixed his gaze on the documents once more and asked, a blank record means you have not served. Do you have any experience with firearms? Qin Yu shook his head without hesitation. No. Any previous criminal offenses? None. The mustachioed man pondered for a moment, then slowly set down the documents and looked at Qin Yu with a friendly smile. In that lawless, unrestrained area of the plan zone, you managed to scrape together enough to buy a work and residency permit in Special Zone 9. You must have some experience. Not really, Qin Yu grinned. Just a bit of good fortune and some kind benefactors. The mustachioed man lifted a cup of water, appraising Qin Yu with a nod of approval. You seem quite spirited. Young man. Qin Yu smiled quietly, not responding. The mustachioed man set down his cup, folding his hands as he addressed Qin Yu with straightforward admonitions. The circumstances in Special Zone 9 are rather unique. Although it falls under the administrative hierarchy of the United Government, it possesses a high degree of autonomous rights, distinguishing it fundamentally from the 8 major districts. This area is a melting pot of ethnicities. Alongside our Asian community, there are also significant numbers of Black and Caucasian individuals, rendering the social environment quite complex. In certain regions, there indeed exist chaotic phenomena that we aspire to reform but cannot do so immediately. As a law enforcement officer, you must adapt to this environment from all angles. I understand, Qin Yu replied solemnly, nodding. Furthermore, regardless of your past experiences, while you are in my presence, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must behave accordingly. If you cause trouble or create issues, I will deal with you swiftly. The mustachioed man reminded him in a calm tone. Directorly, I am here to help alleviate your troubles, Qin Yu replied with a grin. Heh, the mustachioed man chuckled, tapping a few buttons on the touchscreen phone on the desk, then leaned closer to the recording microphone. A few seconds later, a male voice resonated. Hello, Director. This is the first criminal investigation team. Where's Yuan Ku? Director Li inquired. Team leader Yuan is out at the moment, came the response. We have a new recruit for you. Please come collect him. All right, thank you. With that, Director Li patted his mustache and pressed the hang-up button. Wait by the door. Someone will come to escort you shortly. You'll learn the specific rules once you arrive at the team. Director Li opened a bag, peered inside, and was taken aback upon discovering a diamond roughly the size of a soybean. You folks in the plan zone are quite resourceful. How did you manage to procure this? My goodness, I haven't seen one of these in years. Qin Yu chuckled softly, but did not respond. Director Li tossed the small bag into a drawer and locked it, then pointed at Qin Yu, adding, You may be young, but you certainly have an air of substance about you. That's about all I've got, Qin Yu said, feigning modesty as he scratched his head. Noticing that Director Li was lingering for lunch, he took the opportunity to engage him in further conversation. Do your best, and hopefully, by the end of the year, I'll be able to witness your progress, Director Li encouraged, patting Qin Yu on the arm. Certainly, Qin Yu nodded. All right, head to the team, Director Li instructed, gesturing at Qi Lin. Ensure Yuan Ku takes care of this young man. With that diamond, Qin Yu had garnered a little over 10 minutes of conversation with Director Li, receiving merely a promise of care in return. In the corridor, the portly Qi Lin walked alongside Qin Yu, engaging him in lively conversation. Where are you from, brother? The plan zone. Yu hails from that godforsaken place. Qi Lin paused, clearly taken aback. That must have been quite a challenge. A bit of luck, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Qi Lin nodded, choosing not to pry further. In these times, with scarcity of food and drink, survival was difficult, and everyone likely harbored their own untold secrets. As they walked briskly, Qi Lin began to explain the basic functions of the precinct. This department primarily handles criminal matters within a designated area, encompassing public safety and case investigations. Yet it does not engage in household registration, issuance of residence permits, or immigration procedures. In essence, it functions similarly to a district bureau from years past, albeit with less specialized delineation of responsibilities. For instance, the department Qin Yu was assigned to not only tackled major criminal cases but also managed basic public order. Around 2 in the afternoon, Qi Lin led Qin Yu to the communications department to procure an internal phone. However, upon glancing at the counter, Qin Yu noted that there was only one model available, and it appeared outdated with an unappealing price. "What brand is this? I've never heard of it," Qin Yu remarked, inspecting the phone before turning to Qi Lin. "Forget it. I'll wait until I settle in and buy one elsewhere. This place is too expensive." Qi Lin chuckled, glanced at the young man behind the counter, and leaned in closer to Qin Yu. "You might want to reconsider buying it here." "Why?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. "Well, the communications department is part of the precinct, but the phone sales counter is privately contracted. The owner is a friend of team leader Yuan. So all new recruits are expected to buy their phones here," Qi Lin explained, blinking innocently. "Since you're new, it's best not to stand out. Although this phone isn't the most durable, it doesn't require interfacing with the communications department system. Once your information is entered into the main system, you can simply input your name and badge number to use it." Having lived in the lawless plan zone for several years, Qin Yu was well aware of basic social niceties. Thus, when Qi Lin hinted at the situation, he refrained from insisting and reluctantly turned to the clerk. "All right, please get me one." "Thank you." Why the reluctance? Because Qin Yu was an exceptionally frugal person, loath to spend money even on the smallest items without a warranty. Yet, it was precisely this trait that enabled him to save money during critical times, ultimately allowing him to secure a job in Special Zone 9. After acquiring the phone, Qi Lin led him out of the precinct and across the street to a large household goods store. It was early August, and while the sky was clear, the air remained unseasonably cold, with sporadic traces of snow still visible on the streets. "Has it been snowing in the Special Zone for 3 years?" Qin Yu asked. "Yes, it has," Qi Lin confirmed. "Damn, it's unbearable." Qin Yu sighed as they continued their conversation, stepping into a large household goods store. As Qin Yu entered, he glanced around the space and brushed off the small splatters of mud from his legs, chuckling. "This place is quite spacious, yet it seems rather deserted. Feel free to browse. If you need anything, just pick it up." Qi Lin, taking a puff from his electronic cigarette, inquired, "Why aren't you picking anything?" He approached from behind the counter. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and asked, "Hey, are you a plant?" "What's wrong?" Qi Lin replied, "The prices here are at least 30% higher than outside, and much of the merchandise is counterfeit." I squeezed the comforter, and it felt like it was stuffed with steel wool. "It was quite painful, brother. The goods might not be great, but all the newcomers in our precinct are shopping here." "Why is that?" Qin Yu asked, puzzled. "Because the shop is run by Captain Yuan's cousin," Qi Lin whispered. "It's considered a designated procurement unit for the precinct. You're just being contrary. Even if Director Li dared to buy, Captain Yuan wouldn't dare to sell." Qi Lin explained while rolling his eyes. "Everyone who shops here is a rookie. After a couple of months, you won't need to buy from here anymore." "I won't buy anything at all. Isn't that just taking advantage of people?" Qin Yu retorted decisively. "Let's go. Take me to another place." Qi Lin was taken aback. "You've already spent so much. Do you really care about this little bit? Trust me, everyone buys from here. Don't try to be special. If I buy a phone, it gives Captain Yuan face." Qin Yu stepped outside. "Hey, Xiaoyu, listen to me. Are you getting a commission? Just trust me. You should buy something." At 4:30 in the afternoon, inside the room, 6 or 7 young men were gathered around a round table playing cards. The leader looked up upon hearing Qi Lin's voice and gestured for them to enter. As they stepped inside, Qin Yu surveyed the cramped space, which was less than 30 square meters but contained 6 bunk beds accommodating 12 beds in total, along with 2 shared metal lockers and an abundance of personal belongings. It appeared quite cluttered, yet relatively tidy, without any particularly unpleasant odors. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother San, the leader of our action team," Qi Lin stated diplomatically, highlighting the man's status. "Brother San has been here for 3 years and is exceptionally skilled, serving as Captain Yuan's right-hand man. Brother San, this is Qin Yu, our new brother." "Hello, Brother San." Qin Yu smiled and extended his hand. Brother San, sporting a buzz cut, glanced at Qin Yu while holding his cards, merely acknowledging him with a nod before asking, "Where are you from?" "From the planning district," Qin Yu replied truthfully. Brother San was momentarily taken aback. "Planning district? What do you do there?" "I help my boss deliver goods, mainly daily necessities." "On the road? That is not easy." "No, I just drive." "Ah, a driver," Brother San remarked, his surprise fading, replaced by a languid tone. "What connections got you into the precinct?" "A friend made a call. I entered the precinct at my own expense." "Good." Qi Lin chimed in. "You'll be in the bed over there." "All right." Qin Yu picked up his belongings from the security office and was about to head inside when Brother San called out, Wait a moment. He noticed the bag in Qin Yu's hand. Where did you buy those daily necessities? Qi Lin, didn't you tell the newcomer where to shop? Brother Sin asked. His expression flat as he continued playing cards, turning his back to Qi Lin. Qi Lin felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't want to expose Qin Yu for not listening to advice, as that would reflect poorly on him. But if he remained silent, he would unwittingly take the blame. After a brief pause, Qin Yu quickly interjected, Qi Lin told me to buy daily necessities across the street, but they were a bit pricey, and I didn't have much money left, so I bought them nearby. Oh. Qin Yu nodded and moved to the inner side, lowering his head to unpack his belongings. What is this? Qi Lin asked, startled by the sight of the cigarettes. In an era where even food was a challenge, tobacco was a luxury. Moreover, these were vintage brands from before the new era. Most smokers had never even seen them. Holding 2 boxes of cigarettes, Qi Lin exclaimed. How did you manage to get these in the planning district? Chinese cigarettes? I haven't seen these in years. Thanks, brother. Qi Lin accepted without hesitation. Tucking the cigarettes into his pocket, Qin Yu, unaware that he was being observed, paused momentarily before replying. A friend gifted them to me. Good stuff. We haven't seen anything like it, Brother San remarked with a cold smile. Qi Lin, momentarily stunned, immediately pulled out 2 boxes of Chinese cigarettes, bending slightly as he approached. We're all brothers. Let's share. Come on, one for each of us. Qin Yu offered a cigarette to Qi Lin out of gratitude for his company throughout the day, not feeling indebted to anyone in the room. However, now that Brother San had noticed, he considered his future living arrangements and didn't want to create tension. So he thought for a moment before retrieving another box of Chinese cigarettes from his bag. At the card table, Brother San pushed Qi Lin's arm aside. This cigarette is too good. I've never smoked it before, so I'm not used to it. Qi Lin stood frozen, taken aback. Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin, whose gaze was evasive, and suddenly understood. Brother San, how are the shifts arranged? It's a continuous rotation. Daytime in the precinct, nighttime on the streets, Brother San stated. Sipping from his cup. Is there overtime pay? Qin Yu asked again. Xiaoyu, just take the 3-day shift. I'll find someone to swap shifts and keep you company for 2 days. Qi Lin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the Chinese cigarettes in his hand before mustering the courage to interject. You're quite loyal, Xiao Qi, a young man sitting next to Brother San teased. We're all brothers. We help each other. Qi Lin smiled. Brother San set down his cup, pointing at Qi Lin. Once he receives his uniform, you tell him how the shifts work. Understood, Qi Lin replied with a nod. Brother San, I can't take this shift, Qin Yu suddenly stated. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room fell silent. Brother San licked his lips, tilting his head to look at Qin Yu. Newcomers can take shifts. Why can't you? I have a heart condition. I can't handle staying up late. That's fine. I'll prepare some quick-acting heart pills for you. Just take the 3-day shift. Brother San insisted. I said I can't, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Damn it. Brother San's expression darkened after being rebuffed twice by the newcomer. Do you think you're special? Everyone else can take shifts. Why can't you? Brother San, we're all brothers. What is this about? Qi Lin stepped forward to mediate. Pow. Brother San punched Qi Lin on the shoulder. What are you talking about? Who asked for your input? Who is your brother? Qi Lin, clutching his cigarette, stood there with his head down, torn between speaking up or leaving. Brother San led 4 others forward, glaring at Qin Yu. Next week, the whole week is your shift. Whenever you feel like your heart condition acts up, that's when your shift ends. Understood? Chapter 3, An Unexpected Confrontation in the Dormitory with Squinted Eyes. Qin Yu regarded the trio before him, succinctly expressing, I comprehend your words, yet this task is beyond my capabilities. He queried, do you have influential relatives in your department? The third member, grinning widely, seized Qin Yu by the collar, taunting, you just arrived and already want to stir things up. Is that wise? Do not touch me. Qin Yu retorted, Huh, are you a cactus? I shall touch you regardless. The robust figure of the third man lifted his right arm, delivering a swift punch aimed at Qin Yu's temple. In a deft maneuver, Qin Yu sidestepped, grasping the man's wrist, while his right leg executed a quick lateral kick. A resounding crash echoed as the third man was flung onto the bed, his head striking the iron railing with a thud. Beat him, he bellowed, clutching his head. Qin Yu bent low, reaching into the bed's depths, seizing the man's collar, and driving his knee forcefully into the man's temple. With a sharp impact, the man's head snapped back, hitting the wall with a dull thud. Pummel him to death. If trouble arises, I shall take the blame, he declared, prompting the others to surge forward. Qin Yu, however, nimbly extricated himself from the bed, retreating 2 steps, positioning himself against the corner between the windowsill and the bed. Slightly crouched, the third man rose, retrieving an extendable baton from the wall, approaching Qin Yu while muttering curses under his breath. "You little brat, thinking you can cause a ruckus upon your arrival." At that moment, the ajar door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a light green police uniform, her voice booming. "What is happening here?" Startled, the third man wiped the blood from his forehead and quickly replied, "Sister One, I heard the commotion from the hallway." "What is going on? Are you attempting murder?" The woman, appearing to be in her early 30s, was slightly shorter yet strikingly attractive. With a delicate oval face and large expressive eyes, exuding a youthful vitality. Casting a disdainful glance around the room, she reprimanded the third man. "Why are you so domineering? Did he offend you merely by arriving?" "Not at all. I assigned him a shift, and he refused, cursing at me instead," the third man explained, relinquishing the baton. "Understood." Sister Wen, he nodded in acquiescence. Disinterested in entering the dormitory, Sister Wen stood at the threshold, addressing Qin Yu. "You are the newcomer?" "Indeed." Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. "Why have you not collected your uniform?" she inquired, her expression stern. "Oh, I couldn't find it," he stammered. "Come with me for your uniform," she commanded, turning to leave. "All right," Qin Yu replied promptly, bending to retrieve his belongings as he called out to Qi Lin. "Would you accompany me?" Uncertain of how to face the third man, Qi Lin readily followed. Inside the dormitory, the third man sat up, rubbing the sizable lump on the back of his head, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the floor, muttering, "That bastard can throw a punch. He is quite ruthless." "Are you all right, Brother San?" The third man remained silent, pulling out his phone to dial a number. "Hello, are you in the office?" "Just checking. Is that Qin Yu who entered our records today connected to anyone influential?" "None." "Are you certain?" "Ah, understood." In the corridor, Sister One, hands clasped behind her back, queried Qin Yu, "Do you have connections?" Taken aback, he replied, "No." "Then be honest. The environment here is quite complex," she cautioned, her demeanor warm despite her stern words. "Avoid unnecessary conflicts and focus on your duties. It won't kill you." "Thank you, Sister Wen." Qin Yu nodded appreciatively. She said nothing further, leading him to the first floor storage, where she selected a standard police uniform, a tactical training outfit, a pair of handcuffs, and a baton before departing gracefully. "All right, I understand," Qin Yu smiled, adding, "If you are free this evening, let us dine together." "Yes, if I am free, I will seek you out," Qi Lin readily agreed. As night fell around 7 o'clock, having organized his belongings, Qin Yu noticed Qi Lin had yet to arrive. He decided to stroll outside, familiarizing himself with the surroundings while grabbing a bite to eat. Descending from his bed, he retrieved a waist pouch from beneath his pillow, fastening it around his waist as he stepped outside. Pardon me." Just as Qin Yu exited, he collided with a hurried Qi Lin. The two exchanged surprised glances, and Qi Lin quickly explained, "I was delayed by an impromptu meeting." "What are you up to? I thought you might not come." "I was about to explore and grab something to eat," Qin Yu greeted with a smile. "Let us go eat together then," Qi Lin suggested. "I have a friend who needs to discuss something today. Would you mind joining us?" "Not at all," Qin Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. "I have no objections." "Great." After a brief exchange, they descended the stairs together, where they encountered another young man in the lobby. Qi Lin's friend was named Li Fugue, nicknamed Old Cat. According to the elders within the police department, he had some connection with Officer Li, yet the two rarely interacted, leaving their relationship somewhat ambiguous. Old Cat, despite his somewhat rustic name, was quite handsome. If Qin Yu exuded a rugged, spirited charm, Old Cat possessed a roguish allure, reminiscent of the once popular Zhang Yishan. Upon their meeting, Qi Lin briefly introduced them. "This is Old Cat, a friend who looks out for me. And this is Qin Yu, the new intern in our squad. I heard you stirred things up with the third man right after arriving?" Old Cat inquired, a mischievous grin on his face. "Got a bit of a temper, huh?" "Not really. It was just a verbal dispute," Qin Yu understated, sensing Old Cat's straightforward demeanor. "I can't stand them either. It's all just nonsense," Old Cat scoffed. "The whole squad is full of troublemakers, always up to no good." Qin Yu felt a twinge of disbelief and glanced at Qi Lin, who scratched his head, explaining. "Old Cat speaks his mind. He says whatever comes to him." "Where are we eating?" Old Cat asked. "I'm new here, so I'm unsure of the good places," Qin Yu admitted. "You lead the way. Who's treating?" Old Cat questioned, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "I'll treat," Qin Yu chuckled. "Oh, you're treating." Old Cat waved his hand dismissively. "Let us go to Ergi's place." "Let us not. It's quite pricey," Qi Lin interjected. "Does it matter if it's your money?" Old Cat retorted, casting a sidelong glance. After deliberating on their destination, the trio walked approximately 2 kilometers along the road until they arrived at a restaurant called Little Tavern. Standing by the roadside, Qin Yu surveyed the establishment, unconsciously patting his waist pouch, feeling a pang of regret. "Let us go." Old Cat beckoned as he stepped up the stairs. Just then, a thunderous roar of an engine erupted from the roadside, followed by the screeching halt of an old, rugged SUV at the entrance. In this year, gasoline vehicles have become exceedingly rare modes of transportation, as the majority of the land has transformed into desolate wastelands, either frigid or plagued by lethal radiation. The extraction of oil has ceased, rendering it an exceedingly scarce resource, which explains the astonishment of the old cat. After the off-road vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, 4 men and a young woman disembarked, striding towards the restaurant. "Come on, let us go inside." Qin Yu, having seen a fair share of the world in the planned area, cast a fleeting glance at the gasoline vehicle before turning towards the restaurant's entrance. However, the old cat remained rooted in place, his gaze fixated on the young woman among the 4 men, and he exclaimed, "Stunning, beautiful." The young woman, with her captivating large eyes, glanced around before bowing her head and stating, "I need to use the restroom." "Don't cause any trouble, just hurry along," admonished a short middle-aged man, his voice stern and tinged with a hint of Japanese accent. Meanwhile, Qi Lin's phone buzzed twice in his pocket. He retrieved it, glanced at the message, and then cast a complex look towards Qin Yu, who was walking ahead. Chapter 4. The unreliable Li Fugui inside the restaurant. After Qin Yu and his companions took their seats, Old Cat ordered 3 dishes of Chinese cuisine, 2 meat dishes, and 1 vegetarian, along with a bottle of the cheapest half-kilogram white liquor. "Don't worry about saving money. Order a couple more dishes." Qin Yu feigned politeness. "Forget it. You just arrived and haven't received your salary yet. This is more than enough," Old Cat replied, his speech somewhat blunt but clearly well-meaning. Rubbing his somewhat cold and dry palms, he looked up at Qin Yu and asked, "I heard you came from the planned area?" "Yes," Qin Yu nodded. "It must be tough over there, right?" "Not really. People just fear change," Qin Yu smiled. "Once you adapt, it's the same anywhere." Indeed. Once the food and drinks arrived, Qin Yu raised his glass and declared, "Once we sit down, we are friends. Since I am new here, let us look out for each other in the future." With a chuckle, he added, "Cheers. Cheers. Cheers." The 3 raised their glasses and drank in unison. Old Cat rolled his eyes at the sound, teasingly holding a small piece of beef with his chopsticks. "You're too sly. Xiao Yu is treating. And you're asking for favors. How come you're so cunning?" Qi Lin, not feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "I'm just tight on money." "When have you not been tight?" Old Cat frowned while chewing. "By the way, regarding your matter, I inquired, but there are no vacancies in the civil service right now. If you want in, you'll need to pray for good fortune. But you don't have the money for that, so just wait a bit longer." Qin Yu was taken aback and curiously asked, "Why must it be the civil service?" "Oh, it's just that." Qin Yu showed no surprise. "For the peace and order here were a far cry from the planned area. I certainly can't compare to him." Qi Lin grinned, revealing his teeth. "I just want a stable job to support my mother and sister." Qi Lin lowered his head, silent. "Ah, with such a timid personality, your father named you Qi Lin. Meanwhile, I'm so exceptional, yet my mother calls me Li Fugui. Where's the justice in that?" Old Cat shook his head in lamentation. "All right, let us stop discussing these matters and talk about something else." Qin Yu interjected to change the subject. With that, Qi Lin refrained from bringing up the job transfer again. The 3 continued to drink and chat as time swiftly passed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qi Lin glanced at a new message on his phone and immediately said, "I have a family matter to attend to. I must leave. See you tomorrow." "Are you not going to drink a bit longer?" Qin Yu asked. "I can manage on my own. Take care." "No problem." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Lin hurriedly left with his phone, while Qin Yu and the unwilling Old Cat remained at the table to continue drinking. "Old Cat, being able to drink together means we're friends." Qin Yu spoke with a slight flush on his face, "So please give Qi Lin some face in the future." "Am I scolding him?" "I'm trying to motivate him." Old Cat passionately tapped the table, speaking directly, "If a person stays on their knees, they will never learn to stand, you understand?" Qin Yu nodded thoughtfully. "In the police force, he is my only friend, and I see him struggling." Old Cat shook his head in resignation. "Enough about him. I have some serious business to attend to." "What business?" Qin Yu was taken aback. "I observed the girl from earlier. She likely has no romantic involvement with those 4 men." Old Cat blinked, speaking in a hushed tone. "I think it's time to make a move." Qin Yu was bewildered. "Which girl?" "Come on, buddy, be cautious." Things are quite chaotic nowadays, Qin Yu cautioned. Relax, relax, I'm just going to give it a shot. Old Cat rubbed his hands together, mischievously standing up and striding towards the table near the window. Outside, Qi Lin stood by the roadside, taking a couple of deep puffs from his e-cigarette. After a long moment of hesitation, he pulled out his phone to call Qin Yu. However, he remembered that Qin Yu's new phone had not yet synced with the communication system, so he could only retrieve Old Cat's number. Inside the restaurant, Old Cat, adjusting his hairstyle, approached the table by the window and cheerfully asked the young woman, "Hello there, beautiful, are you dining out with family?" "Actually," she chuckled, "I'm the director of a TV station's star anchor program. We're holding auditions. Would you like to know more?" As soon as he finished speaking, a short middle-aged man across the table looked at his companion with a peculiar gaze and asked in Japanese, "Is it for delivery?" His companion glanced at Old Cat, frowning slightly. He is not speaking in code. While speaking, Old Cat had already pulled out his phone to offer it to the young woman. However, this phone was for personal use, not the one mandated by the police force. The young woman accepted the phone, bending down to input her number. Suddenly, the short middle-aged man stood up and grabbed her arm with a stern expression. "Give him back the phone. We're eating. But I'm quite interested." The young woman replied with a smile. Old Cat, glancing at the man, smiled brightly and said, "I really am from the TV station. Please don't be nervous. I mean no harm." The young woman hesitated for a moment before promptly returning the phone to Old Cat, saying with a smile, "Then forget it. Sorry about that." Seeing her compliance, Old Cat was initially overjoyed, but the presence of the unamused man soured his mood. He was about to argue further when the young woman insisted, "No, thank you." Old Cat was taken aback, staring at her for a couple of seconds before responding with a grin, "If that's the case, then I want to press further. Sorry for the disturbance." A minute later, Old Cat sat back down across from Qin Yu, his expression peculiar. "Did you get rejected?" Qin Yu asked while picking at his food. Old Cat blinked rapidly and kicked Qin Yu under the table with his foot. "Look down." Qin Yu was startled and glanced down, while Old Cat quietly said, "Check the screen." When Qin Yu looked, he saw the dialer screen displaying the number 959595. "What does that mean?" Qin Yu was puzzled. Old Cat rubbed his face in frustration. "Damn it, we've stumbled into something." "What do you mean?" At the table by the window, the short man glanced at his watch and whispered to his companion, "Was the person who just came in a coincidence or a probe?" "Hard to say," his companion replied, shaking his head. The short man, feeling uneasy, glanced at Old Cat and said, "Time us up. We're leaving." "Agreed," his companion nodded. Coldly addressing the young woman, "Don't cause any trouble. Come with us." Not far away, Old Cat, feeling anxious, rubbed his cheeks and quietly asked Qin Yu, "What should we do? Should we intervene?" Just then, a fully electric car pulled up at the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 5. The Reluctant Intervention of the Third Initially. Qin Yu held no interest in the 4 men and 1 woman, but upon Old Cat's remark, he discreetly cast a glance towards the window. The 4 men were uniformly clad in suede jackets and work pants, their feet shod in worn leather boots, their gazes sharp, and the exposed skin tinged with a hint of crimson. "They don't seem like locals," Qin Yu remarked, lowering his head to offer a quiet observation. "What gives you that impression?" Old Cat inquired, curiosity piqued. "They're dressed too heavily, and their skin shows frostbite," Qin Yu replied succinctly. "They appear to be from the planned district." "What do you mean by planned district?" "People who make a living on the edge." Qin Yu scratched his nose. Upon hearing this, Old Cat felt a twinge of unease. "So, are we foolishly trying to intervene? We wouldn't stand a chance against them, would we? Did you bring a sidearm?" Qin Yu asked. "Of course not. I came here to eat." Old Cat shook his head. "In that case, I suggest we hold off." Qin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Let's call the team." As the two exchanged hurried words, the 4 men had already risen with the woman, preparing to settle their bill and leave. "Damn it, they're about to leave," Old Cat said, his hand trembling as he lifted his glass, his nerves causing him to stutter. "Should we follow them?" "Who do you think you are, Neza? Do you have a fiery chariot?" Qin Yu replied, exasperated. "They drove here, and you plan to chase them on foot? Are you joking?" "I completely forgot," Qin Yu added, stealing a glance at the 4 men, his brow furrowing as he continued. "If those 4 really mean business, they are undoubtedly armed. Even if we jump out, we won't be able to stop them." Old Cat was genuinely anxious. For although he was part of the frontline investigation team, these individuals were of a caliber beyond his experience, and he had never participated in any large-scale operations. Nevertheless, he turned to Qin Yu and said, If we were ordinary folks, it would be one thing, but dressed like this, we can't just ignore them. Think of a way. We're unarmed, outnumbered, and it's too late to notify the team. I have no idea what to do, Qin Yu exclaimed in frustration. Unless a miracle happens. We're out of luck. Just then, the restaurant doors swung open, and 6 burly men entered. After scanning the room, the leader, the third, called out, Qin Yu. The third, clad in a light green police uniform, approached with 5 colleagues, his neck crooked and an electronic cigarette dangling from his mouth as he scolded. You just got here, and you're already dining out? Looks like you have something in your pocket, huh? Come out. I need to speak with you. Are you here to investigate? Qin Yu began, but before he could finish, Old Cat stepped forward, grabbing the man's arm and asking, What do you mean by investigate? The third looked bewildered. What do you mean? Didn't you follow me here? Yes. I heard he was here, Old Cat replied, growing increasingly confused. Then how many men did you bring? Are there still brothers outside? The third asked, becoming more perplexed. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you kidding me? I just bumped into you. Why are you hiding this from me? Old Cat exclaimed, slapping the third's arm and urgently asking, Are we apprehending them here or outside? No. It seems we're not discussing the same thing. The third pointed at Qin Yu. I came to find him. Old Cat paused, subtly gesturing towards the 4 men at the bar. Aren't we here to apprehend those individuals? Apprehend them? What's wrong with them? The third asked, his confusion deepening. How coincidental. Old Cat murmured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Those 4 have taken a girl hostage, and we were just discussing how to handle it when you arrived. Don't say anything else. Let us detain them here. We have enough manpower. The third, still bewildered, muttered, I came to find Qin Yu, not to deal with this. Isn't the restaurant in your team's jurisdiction? Why are we even talking about finding Qin Yu now? Old Cat whispered, just figure out how to apprehend them. I don't know what to do. I'm not prepared. The third lamented, glancing back at the 4 men. I don't even know what they're up to. As the third and his team entered, the 4 men noticed them immediately, seeing the police uniforms, along with Old Cat and Qin Yu. A flicker of apprehension crossed their faces. They exchanged glances and quickly positioned the girl between them, lowering their heads to make their exit. Stop dawdling. Let us get a plan together. Old Cat urged, his heart racing. The third, feeling defeated, took a step back. This was your encounter. How can I draw up a plan? You're the main force here. We're unarmed. Main force, my foot. The third exclaimed, perspiring heavily as he turned to his team. We can't just ignore this. Old Cat is an idiot. If we bail now, he'll report us. What should we do? Xiao Hu, notify the team. The rest of you, disperse a bit. The third instructed, lowering his head. Gua, go up and check their identification. If they don't have a residence permit, we need to see their entry permit for the planned district. And if they show any intention of violence, open fire. Me? You want me to check? The youth named Gua nearly cried. Let Old Cat do it. They're not in uniform. You go. Damn, this is just terrible. Gua cursed under his breath, reluctantly stepping forward to block the 4 men's path. Police of the black market, show me your residence permits. The 4 halted, their expressions blank as they regarded the group. The girl stood in the midst of them, sweat streaming down her temples, her fists clenched tightly. I'm talking to you. Show me your residence permits, Gua reiterated. We're from the planned district to make a purchase. The short middle-aged man replied quietly. We don't have a long-term residence permit. Show me your entry permit, Gua commanded, extending his hand. All right, the short man mumbled, reaching into his pocket. The third, experienced in such matters, instinctively took a step back, his right hand fanning a movement behind his back, intending to reach for his firearm. Just as the short man slipped his hand into his pocket, the girl suddenly screamed. Help me, they're kidnapping me. Don't move. Before the command even faded, the short man's companion flicked his sleeve, brandishing AT-34 military grenade, and shouted, pull the pin. And everyone dies if you move. In an instant, chaos erupted in the restaurant as diners ducked for cover. The short man yanked the girl back, his expression unwavering as he said, cover me. I'll exit through the back door. The third, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, placed his hand on his holster and shouted at the man with the grenade, calm down, brother. If that thing doesn't go off, it's one thing. If it does, that's a whole different story. Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Old Cat suddenly sprang into action, seizing a wine bottle from the table and smashing it against the man's wrist with a resounding crack. Whoosh. The middle-aged man staggered back, his expression fierce. And without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the grenade into the crowd. In a flash, Qin Yu lunged forward, grabbing Old Cat by the collar and retreating several steps. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded, creating a deep crater as countless bricks and debris flew into the air. 2 tables shattered, and 3 officers were struck down by shrapnel. The third, prone on the ground, shouted, "Take cover. Shoot the one with the grenade." Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out as the third attempted to rise, only to feel a sudden burst of blood erupt from his backside, collapsing back to the ground with a thud. Damn it, damn it. In a state of panic, the old third hastily reached for his rear, and upon discovering the profuse bleeding, he glared furiously and exclaimed, "How dare you? Old cat, have you truly lost your mind?" Chapter 6. The Three Kanzu. The king of hell dances. After the explosion, Qin Yu fell to the ground and shook his head, the scent of alcohol lingering on his breath as he asked Old Cat, "Are you all right?" "Thank goodness for Lao San and the others. Otherwise, we would have been finished." "You can't deny that they are indeed fierce warriors." Old Cat, still shaken, wiped the sweat from his brow. Seeing that Old Cat was unharmed, Qin Yu promptly pushed him aside and turned to scan the surroundings. He then called softly to a colleague nearby, "Hand me the gun." The colleague, hiding behind a wooden table, glanced at Qin Yu with a look of terror, clearly bewildered. "Give me the gun," Qin Yu shouted again. The weapon was an A2911 model, resembling the M1911, but modified with an increased magazine capacity of 9 rounds, designed specifically for frontline police forces. Although Qin Yu had never handled such a firearm before, having only seen it in magazines, he was familiar with the mechanics and feel of guns. He quickly checked the magazine and racked the slide, executing the movements with practiced efficiency. With the gun in hand, Qin Yu crouched and took a few steps to adjust his angle, using his left arm as a brace as he resolutely squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the middle-aged man who had just thrown a grenade fell to the ground, shot dead. Indeed, Qin Yu chose not to merely injure, but to eliminate the threat entirely. As all adversaries were armed and ruthless, any hesitation could lead to further casualties. After the 3 shots, Qin Yu did not look elsewhere, but immediately crouched down. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets came flying towards him, sending debris from the wall scattering. Qin Yu discerned their positions by sound, leaning forward and swiftly firing 2 shots outside. But his bullets missed. Moreover, the 2 assailants reacted quickly, displaying considerable skill. One provided cover, while the other kicked open a window and escaped. They avoided the door, uncertain if police were waiting outside, opting for the element of surprise through the window. Seeing them flee, Qin Yu chose not to pursue but instead ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. In the lobby, Lao San sat on the ground, clutching his backside, staring in astonishment at Qin Yu, who had decisively chosen to kill without hesitation, leaving him somewhat dazed. "Damn, did Xiaoqin really just do that?" Old Cat exclaimed, rising and shouting to Lao San and the others, "Chase after him. Help Xiaoqin. He is on his own." Lao San shot him a sideways glance, his frustration boiling over. He felt that his misfortune was directly linked to this Li Fugue. Every encounter with him seemed to bring trouble. On the 2nd floor, Qin Yu approached the back door and glanced down through the window. Seeing the short, middle-aged man dragging a girl across the street and disappearing into a dilapidated alleyway across the road. After considerable deliberation, Qin Yu cursed under his breath. "Damn it, no backup? I'm on my own now. I can either fight or flee." With a crash, Qin Yu flung open the window, the cold wind rushing in as he leaped down. Upon landing, he unleashed the speed his physique afforded him, crossing the road in under 3 seconds and positioning himself at the entrance of the alley, raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed. The short middle-aged man, hearing the shots, quickly pulled the girl into the shadows by the alley wall, his brow furrowed in concern. "Are you from the planning district?" Qin Yu called out. "No eyes on me. I've run into trouble," he replied honestly. "Can you raise your hands? I have tickets in my bag. Just say the word, and you can take them." The short middle-aged man licked his lips. Qin Yu blinked. "The pavement outside is cold. I understand. But I'm in this outfit, and I've run into trouble, so I can't just walk away. I don't want the tickets. Just leave the girl." The short middle-aged man hesitated. "I have a goldfish in my pocket. I'll take the girl, and you can have the tickets in it." "Fine. I'll leave the girl," the short man said, pushing the girl forward. "You walk slowly at first, then speed up in 3 seconds. If you disobey, I'll shoot you." Qin Yu licked his lips and peeked into the alley. "Come here." After a moment of hesitation, the girl stepped forward, and the sounds of footsteps in the alley grew chaotic. 3 seconds later, the girl quickened her pace. After a brief moment of indecision, Qin Yu stepped into the alley, waving his hand. "Hurry up." The girl looked up at Qin Yu, her eyes anxious as she shouted, "He has the tea left." Just then, The short, middle-aged man stepped out from the shadows, raising his hand towards the alley entrance. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire erupted in the night, causing the girl to cover her head with her hands and scream. A second later, a dull thud echoed in the alley as the short, middle-aged man collapsed. Qin Yu stood protectively in front of the girl, cautiously refraining from advancing into the alley. Instead, he raised his arm and unhesitatingly fired 2 more shots into the head of the assailant. Ah! The girl screamed, covering her ears. Qin Yu ignored her, stepping forward to kick the head of the downed assailant, then turned to inspect a graze on his shoulder, letting out a sigh of relief as he cursed. Damn it. That was close. Damn, did you kill him? A familiar voice called from the alley entrance. Qin Yu blinked and walked over to Lao San, glancing around before suddenly grabbing him and pulling him into the alley. What the hell are you doing? Lao San was taken aback. Are you looking to confront me? Qin Yu asked, his expression suddenly serious. Lao San froze, remembering he had come to the restaurant to confront Qin Yu. You wanted to talk to me about something, right? Let us discuss it here. Qin Yu squinted and inquired again. What do you mean? Lao San asked, confused. Qin Yu raised his gun, pressing it against Lao San's head. Have you ever been to the planning district? The army's food trucks pass through the 3 Kanzu, the king of hell dances, and they all have to disembark to pay respects. I single-handedly fought my way out of there and made it here. Do you think you can lecture me on the rules? Lao San was taken aback. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and he fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes wide in shock. After speaking, Qin Yu approached the girl, bending down to ask, What kind of trouble did you get into, sister? An hour and a half later, in the police hospital, Lao San lay on the operating table as he answered a call. Captain Yuan. Where are you? Yuan Ko's voice was cold. I'm at the hospital. Did you encounter a case at the restaurant? Yuan Ko asked again. Yes, Lao San replied, immediately boasting. We were on a routine patrol and ran into some fugitives from outside the district at Ergi's restaurant. I could tell something was off right away, so I approached for a check. Who would have thought they pulled guns? I knew this was a major case, so I brought my team and engaged. The main culprit and his accomplices were shot dead on the spot, but 2 managed to escape. No worries, the district has already dispatched forces to apprehend them. Captain Yuan. I overheard at the station that the main suspect is a notorious criminal named Matsushita, who has been on the system's radar for 4 years, with numerous homicides to his name. Don't you think it's quite impressive that we encountered him and managed to take him down, clearing a backlog of cases? You must put in a good word for me with the chief. Such a major criminal is elusive, and how many people could catch him? I've been a 2nd-level police officer for 2 years now. It's time for a promotion. Plus, this case was handled by our team, which brings glory to the entire precinct. Glory? Spare me. Why are you cursing? What the hell? I genuinely want to shoot you. Lao San was bewildered. Panasonic was brought in by my brother. The job was nearly complete, yet you still sought to play the hero. Yuan Ko seethed with anger, exclaiming, You are truly incompetent. No, Captain Yuan, please allow me to explain, the third one stammered, his words spilling forth in a flurry. I was just boasting earlier. Let me clarify the real situation. I intended to confront Qin Yu, but unexpectedly encountered that fool, old cat, who mentioned there was a case. Beep. Yuan Ko had already ended the call. Chapter 7. Climbing up with third brother in the police office building, within an interrogation room. Qin Yu twirled a pen in his right hand and gently inquired of the young lady before him. Are you feeling a bit better? The girl nervously brushed her hair, her eyes appearing somewhat dazed, and a look of lingering fright was evident on her face. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Observing her condition, Qin Yu rose and walked over to the water dispenser, filling a cup with warm water. He placed it on the table before her, saying, Drink some water. If you're feeling unwell, it would be wise to get checked at the hospital. Thank you, but there's no need for a hospital visit. I have no external injuries. The girl picked up the cup, politely thanked him, and took a deep breath. You may ask your questions. All right, then I shall begin. Qin Yu resumed his seat and opened the interrogation notebook to commence his record keeping. What is your name? Lin Yinlei. And your age? 20 years old. Gender? Lin Yinlei appeared somewhat perplexed. Can't you tell? There's a body camera recording. I must ask. Qin Yu explained with a smile. Female. Residence? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei hesitated noticeably. Fombei City. Ah, you hail from the capital of the special zone? Yes. And what brings you here? For work or a change of residence? Although Qin Yu had never conducted an interrogation before, the straightforward forms in his notebook were easy to understand. He was cautious to avoid any mistakes in his first inquiry. Thus he asked in detail. For work. Once her basic information was verified, Qin Yu prepared to ask about the case. You were kidnapped. Do you know the location of the incident? Are you aware of the perpetrators' identities? Are you inquiring? Li Si, with his hands behind his back, interjected. Yes. I'm currently confirming the basic details. Hello, Miss Lin. Li Si, after nodding at Qin Yu, extended his hand in a courteous greeting towards Lin Yinlei. I am the Chief Inspector, Li. Hello. Lin Yinlei nodded and shook his hand. Someone from the online broadcast is here to take you. You may leave now. After some deliberation, Li Si said with a smile, leave the case to us. The remaining 2 suspects will certainly not escape. Qin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity upon hearing this. Although Li Si had not been present in the room earlier, he seemed to know the girl's name and intended to release her without further questioning. Thus, Qin Yu scrutinized her a bit more closely. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall with a graceful figure. Despite the dirt on her face and her disheveled hair, her exquisite features were undeniable. Old Cat had remarked that Lin Yinlei bore resemblance to the once popular Jun Jihyun, yet Qin Yu found her even more captivating. Her eyes were larger and more expressive, and her figure more proportionate. Most notably, her skin was porcelain-like, radiant and translucent. In this day and age, how could a child from a family maintain such pristine care without any work? Clearly, Chief Li's sudden visit and his decision to let her go without even a basic inquiry held substantial reasoning. After a brief exchange with Chief Li, Lin Yinlei and the others descended the stairs together. 5 minutes later, downstairs, several middle-aged individuals exited a fully electric vehicle, exchanging pleasantries with Li Si before hastily escorting Lin Yinlei away. Qin Yu glanced at the pass displayed on the car's windshield and noted that it belonged to the publicity department of SJ City. What is going on? Qin Yu turned to Old Cat and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt reassured. A few minutes later, back in the office, Li Si patted Qin Yu on the shoulder and sighed. I said you have some quality, but I didn't expect such a swift response. It was merely coincidental. Qin Yu grinned. Qin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Alas, Chief Li leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette from the pack Qin Yu had given him, and continued with a somewhat regretful expression. If this were anyone else, they could leap from a third-level officer to a first-level one in a heartbeat. With that level of advancement, becoming a small team leader would pose no issue whatsoever. But for you, it's a bit challenging. You've just arrived, and your data has only been entered into the system for less than 24 hours. If I were to push you up, it might stir some gossip. Use your head when you talk to me. The usually composed Chief Li glanced awkwardly at Qin Yu before scolding Old Cat. Old Cat blinked, choosing to remain silent. Xiao Qin, the credit is yours. No one can take it from you. But the situation in the office is somewhat complex. You've only just arrived, and if I were to push you up, it would indeed create an unfavorable impression. Chief Li's expression was serious as he regarded Qin Yu. However, the days ahead are long. We shall take our time. Chief, you've already helped me immensely. I am grateful. Qin Yu smiled. It's no trouble at all. Thank you, Chief. In truth, Qin Yu felt quite pleased with this outcome and immediately saluted in gratitude. Very well, let us leave it at that. Li Si waved his hand. You two may go. Rest well, Chief. Let us go? Excuse me, Chief. I would like to inquire about the report regarding Third Brother S situation. Should we consider Captain Yuan's perspective? Chief Li pondered for a moment. I have heard a bit about his situation. This lad didn't go to the restaurant to arrest anyone. Here is the plan. Emphasize that aspect. The following noon. In the hospital. What is being set up there? Third Brother, lying in his hospital bed, asked a colleague. Upon hearing this, Third Brother was momentarily stunned. What about Qin Yu and Old Cat? I'm not sure about Old Cat, his colleague shook his head. But I heard that Chief Li has already promised Qin Yu that by the end of the year, he will definitely promote him to a second-level officer and apply for a personal third-class merit for him. Moreover, the office has already informed the team that he is to be made the deputy team leader. Third Brother's head buzzed as he exclaimed, Is there any justice left? Is there any fairness? Is this Qin Yu some sort of illegitimate child of Old Li? I put in the most effort, took the hardest hits. And when a bullet came flying, I thought we'd be meeting in the Martyr-S cemetery, yet the one who benefits in the end is a mere rookie. Why? Why does the department apply for personal third-class merit for him, while I only receive a collective third-class merit? Look at the bullet wound on my backside. If I hadn't dodged swiftly, that bullet would have gone straight through my intestine. In the end, the department only awarded me 5,000 as a bonus. What does that mean? I ask you, what does that mean? Enough. Third Brother, weary and frustrated, lay back on the bed and muttered. My mother always said I had bad luck. Third Brother was indignant. feeling that Qin Yu had usurped the credit that rightfully belonged to him. Yet, in reality, Qin Yu was somewhat wronged as well, for the greatest beneficiary of this affair was not him, but rather old Cat, whom Chief Li had not even mentioned. A first-level officer had directly transformed into a third-level team leader. Simultaneously, internal position adjustments had quietly placed him as the deputy leader of Team 3. And the application for personal third-class merit was approved within a day. This matter was not widely known within the department. Yet those who did hear of it speculated privately about the relationship between Old Cat and Chief Li, as well as Qin Yu. They lamented that no matter how hard one worked, they could not compete with those destined for good fortune. And those fortunate individuals could never rival those who controlled their own destiny. Chapter 8 Meeting Captain Yuan. Although Qin Yu had tasted some success in the Eradication case and received commendation from Director Li, his standing within the team remained unchanged. In fact, among the 45 members of Team 1, most colleagues treated him as if he were invisible, aside from Qi Lin, Old Cat, and a few marginalized colleagues who were somewhat friendly towards him. The core members of the team mostly faced him with indifference. Their treatment of Qin Yu stemmed from his offense against the third team leader, portraying him as a thorn in their side. And his abrupt acquisition of credit only fueled their jealousy. Despite feeling indifferent towards his colleagues' cold treatment, Qin Yu found it increasingly uncomfortable to stay in the dormitory. After all, living under the same roof while harboring disdain for one another would inevitably affect everyone's mood. The Ascension case had awarded Qin Yu a bonus of 3,000 yuan. An unexpected windfall that prompted him to decide to rent a place of his own, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. However, unfamiliar with the local housing market, he sought Old Cat's assistance in finding a suitable rental, one that was reasonably priced, had electricity, and was livable. Old Cat, recognizing Qin Yu's forthrightness and straightforward demeanor, readily agreed to help. The next day, as Qin Yu entered the office to hand over duties and officially commence work, a voice called out from outside. Qin Yu, Captain Yuan wants to see you in the cafeteria. With a chuckle, Qin Yu grabbed his coat and left the office. In the cafeteria, after inquiring with the staff, he spotted Captain Yuan seated by the window. Yuan stood approximately 178 or 179 centimeters tall, with a lean frame, fair skin, and strikingly handsome features. His almond-shaped eyes, slightly downturned at the inner corners and gently upturned at the outer edges, gave the impression of a perpetual smile, making a favorable first impression. Hello, you must be Captain Yuan. I am Qin Yu. I heard you were in Fengbei for a meeting. Have you settled in? Yuan gestured for Qin Yu to sit down. Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed, Qin Yu replied as he took a seat across from Yuan Ku. That's good to hear, Yuan Ku said, pouring Qin Yu a glass of water, his smile warm and inviting. I heard about the kidnapping case. You certainly brought honor to Team 1. It was a stroke of luck, to be honest. Qin Yu smiled sheepishly. This morning, I had a chat with Director Li. And he filled me in on your situation, Yuan Ku said, naturally steering the conversation towards the main topic. Typically, when a criminal like the one in Songxia is apprehended, the key investigators are recognized for their efforts, and everyone below the chief would receive a promotion. Director Li believes you should be promoted directly to group leader and elevated to a second-level officer. However, since you just arrived and this incident seems somewhat coincidental, we thought it best to wait a bit. No need to rush. We have plenty of time ahead of us. That's perfectly fine. If it's meant to be yours, I will certainly advocate for you, Yuan Ku assured him. As they exchanged pleasantries, the cafeteria staff brought out 2 plates of hot dishes and cold dishes, including beef and some rather expensive vegetables. This gesture made Qin Yu feel that Yuan Ku was quite generous, at least appearing to be a straightforward person. During work hours, we can't drink, so let us keep it simple, Yuan Ku said, refilling Qin Yu's glass. This is just fine. Don't let it get cold. Eat while it's hot, Qin Yu replied. As they began eating, Yuan Ku discreetly observed Qin Yu. He noted that this young man from the planned area exhibited no signs of nervousness, eating without haste, yet entirely at ease. Xiaoqin, you'll be assigned to Team 3, Yuan Ku said after a moment of silence. The former team leader was dismissed due to misconduct and corruption, leaving the position vacant. You'll step in as the acting team leader. Qin Yu was taken aback. Isn't that inappropriate? Director Li said I was to be the deputy leader. Then I must thank you, Captain Yuan, for your support, he added. Xiaoqin, this police department isn't my personal enterprise. But this team is built by all of us together. Without the dedication of my 40 or 50 brothers in Team 1, how could I possibly have conversations with Director Li? Yuan stated succinctly, his words imbued with camaraderie and righteousness. Now that you're here, you're part of my team. You support me, and I'll take care of you. It's only fair. We don't need to be overly formal. If you ever need anything, just let me know. What you deserve, I will strive to secure for you. We share the same pot of rice. Our roles may differ, but our essence remains the same. We all aim to thrive in this chaotic environment. Qin Yu had expected that offending the third team leader would label him a troublemaker in Yuan's eyes, leading to some subtle retribution. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Yuan's straightforwardness today, devoid of any bureaucratic pretense, which warmed his heart. Since you've said as much, allow me to raise a toast to you with water in place of wine, Qin Yu declared, not one to overlook a kindness. He lifted his glass and earnestly added, I will do my utmost to excel in Team 1. With that, they both drank heartily. After setting down their glasses, Yuan wiped his mouth and looked at Qin Yu. All right, we've exchanged pleasantries. Let us discuss work matters. Very well. What kind of case are we dealing with? Qin Yu inquired. It's a drug trafficking case, Yuan explained after taking a sip of water. Recently, a large quantity of smuggled drugs has emerged in our underbelly. Some are counterfeit, and others have come through unofficial channels. Initially, this issue went unregulated because where there is demand, there is a market. Currently, we are stretched thin with major cases, leaving no one to oversee this matter. However, 2 major pharmaceutical companies in Phone Bay have jointly pressured the government, claiming that this situation affects their market. You know that the more chaotic the times, the more vocal those in the business of saving lives become. The higher-ups, having no choice, have pushed down the pressure, leading our health department leaders to incessantly call our police department, which in turn presses Director Li. Since the primary areas of illicit drug proliferation are in the underbelly, Director Li is becoming increasingly frantic, stating in meetings that we have a 3-month deadline to clear out all drug dealers from this area. Are we genuinely expected to eradicate them? Or is this merely talk at meetings? Qin Yu asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Is Team 3 adequately staffed? Understood, Qin Yu acknowledged. He was acutely aware that once he donned the uniform, he would have to adhere to the orders of this establishment, a hard and fast rule, with no choice in the matter. You know well that the current crackdown on counterfeit drugs is unprecedented to safeguard the interests of pharmaceutical companies still engaged in research, as well as the welfare of numerous patients. Thus, selling smuggled drugs, regardless of authenticity, becomes a capital offense if the quantity exceeds 5 kilograms, Yuan warned. His brow furrowed. So, exercise caution in your work. The case must be solved, but the safety of your team members and yourself is paramount. I understand, Qin Yu replied, suddenly apprehensive. This could be troublesome. Haha, I'll take care of the bill. We need to get back to work. Yuan smiled at Qin Yu before heading to the cashier. Watching Yuan's retreating figure, Qin Yu whispered to himself, he certainly has a generous spirit. In the afternoon, glancing at his phone, Qin Yu realized he had some time to spare before work began, prompting him to step outside. After walking for approximately 15 minutes, he hurried to the entrance of number 88 Taobai Road. Not seeing Old Cat, he heard someone call out from behind, "Is it you, regardless of gender?" Chapter 9. At the entrance of courtyard number 88. With a smile, Qin Yu inquired, "Lin Yinlei, what brings you here?" "I'm here to view an apartment," Lin Yinlei replied, brushing her hair. "What about you?" "What a coincidence." Qin Yu paused, surprised. "I'm here to look at a place as well." "Huh." Lin Yinlei blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. "Don't you have a dorm as a police officer?" "Hee hee, there are too many people in the dormitory. I can't get accustomed to it. So I thought I'd rent a place." "Oh." Lin Yinlei nodded playfully, extending her hand gracefully. "Since it's such a coincidence, let's get acquainted. I don't even know your name." "My name is Qin Yu." "Thank you, Qin Yu." Lin Yinlei's desire to engage in conversation was primarily to express her gratitude. With a respectful demeanor, Lin Yinlei exclaimed, "Hey, salute to you, sir. Shall we go inside and take a look?" Qin Yu, though not impervious to the charm of attractive women, had previously refrained from pursuing any romantic interests due to his limited circumstances. Now that his situation had stabilized, he felt a twinge of desire to converse with lovely ladies. "Well, I should first see if the apartment suits me." "All right." After a brief exchange, Qin Yu stepped into courtyard number 88. However, before he could ask Lin Yinlei for her contact information, she had already departed with a female colleague. Inside the courtyard, Lao Mao sat on a stone stool, waving and calling out, "Qin Yu, over here." "I'm coming," Qin Yu replied as he hurried over. "I heard you talking at the entrance. Who were you with?" Lao Mao casually asked. "Did Qi Lin come as well?" "No. I just ran into that girl who was kidnapped the other day," We exchanged a few words. Lao Mao was taken aback for a moment. You met that girl? Where is she? Could you not sound so ravenous? She has already left, Qin Yu replied. What was she doing here? Lao Mao asked, intrigued. Who did she come with? What did she tell you? Did she rent a place in this courtyard? She seems to have rented one. Lao Mao furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before suddenly asking, Hey, do you need a roommate? I can cook. You really are something, Qin Yu retorted, speechless. She genuinely captivates me, bro, Lao Mao continued. How about we share a place? Living together could be beneficial. All right, let's check it out first. With that, the two stepped into the main living area. The apartment Lao Mao showed Qin Yu was approximately 30 square meters, furnished with some basic furniture. And the walls had been freshly painted. Overall, the environment appeared clean, albeit slightly pricey. The landlady was asking for $300 a month, payable every 6 months. This price was indeed steep, yet reasonable, considering courtyard number 88's prime location, adjacent to government institutions like the television station, broadcasting center, police department, and transportation department. This was also why Qin Yu and Lin Nianlei had crossed paths. Their workplaces were not far apart, and they would likely encounter each other again in the future. In the 9th Special District, the prevalent currency was the recently issued yuan, while the global currency was the alliance coin, issued by the United Government's affiliated institutions. The European Union had its own currency, the euro, but that is a tale for another time. The exchange rate was approximately 1 alliance coin to 6 yuan. Since the yuan had only recently been issued, its purchasing power was high, roughly 10 times that of the previous renminbi. Thus, 300 yuan equated to around 3,000 renminbi, with Qin Yu's monthly salary being only 500. Renting this apartment would leave him with little left over after covering his basic needs. This reflected the plight of the lower class in the 9th Special District, where living costs were escalating daily due to dwindling resources, an oversupply of labor, and a scarcity of job positions, resulting in low incomes. This was also why Qi Lin was so desperately striving for a promotion to a second-level officer. A higher title would naturally yield a better salary. Observing Qin Yu's interest in the apartment yet noting his hesitance about the 300 yuan rent, Lao Mao whispered, in the police department. Apart from timid individuals like Qi Lin who are solely focused on being sycophants, most people do not rely entirely on their salaries. I can see you are not one to shy away from the gray areas. You will likely find ways to supplement your income. Do you have any gray income? Qin Yu asked with a sidelong glance. Of course, who doesn't tea? What kind of gray income? Qin Yu was left speechless. Stop pondering. Just rent it. I could come over to stay occasionally, Lao Mao urged again. After mulling it over for a while, Qin Yu realized he might not find a better or cheaper place at the moment, especially since this courtyard was conveniently close to the police department. Hesitant, he finally responded. All right, I'll rent it for 6 months. Later that afternoon, in the office area of the third group, which was less than 50 square meters, 9 young officers stood in uniform, attentively awaiting instructions. Yuan Ku, grinning, addressed everyone. Let me say a few words. Although Qin Yu was new, he had notably eliminated the notorious bandit Matsushita and successfully cracked a kidnapping case. Therefore, after thorough deliberation, the department had temporarily appointed him as the leader of the third group. The crowd exchanged glances for a moment before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Qin Yu's personal third-class merit had already been reported to the department, and his rank would eventually be elevated. So, please do not entertain any other notions, Yuan Ku continued. As I mentioned before, as long as you prove your worth, you will advance in the first team. This applies to everyone. After finishing his speech, Yuan Ku gestured for Qin Yu to introduce himself. Stepping forward, clad in a neatly pressed light green uniform and shouldering 2 batons, Qin Yu saluted and declared, I am Qin Yu. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Among the crowd, Qi Lin stood there, gazing at Qin Yu with a sense of unspoken bitterness. All right, Qin Yu nodded. Thank you, team leader Yuan. Don't mention it, Yuan Ku replied as he gracefully departed. In the office area, Qin Yu looked around at his colleagues and casually pulled out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, which he usually refrained from smoking, and cheerfully said, I happened to encounter a fortunate event that led me to become the team leader, but my experience is undoubtedly less than yours. Therefore, I will rely on your assistance with the cases moving forward. Come on, relax, and have a smoke. Qin Yu's words were merely a courteous opening remark intended to foster camaraderie, but unexpectedly, a relatively older youth on the far left of the group reached out to take the cigarettes, skillfully tearing open the packaging as he remarked, Haha, brother, you've got good taste, managing to get your hands on roasted tobacco? Qin Yu was taken aback and responded with a smile, A good friend gifted them to me. The individual who spoke to Qin Yu was named Zhu Wei, a veteran of the third group who had been with the department for 4 to 5 years. Unfortunately, due to his blunt approach to handling matters, he had not been able to rise through the ranks. Had Qin Yu not arrived, Zhu Wei might have been nominated for the position of group leader, given his seniority and decent rapport with Yuan Ku. Zhu Wei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before passing the box to others. "Please, take a seat," Qin Yu invited. Just then, Zhu Wei playfully slapped Qin Yu on the arm and laughed. "This stuff is quite enjoyable. It really hits the spot. Brother, you handle things openly. No holding back, huh?" While the sentiment was fine, Zhu Wei's playful slap landed precisely on Qin Yu's injured arm, which had been grazed by a bullet during his confrontation with Matsushita and still had not fully healed. "Ouch!" Qin Yu winced in pain, furrowing his brow as he stepped back and turned to face Zhu Wei. "Hey, the leader has an injury." At this moment, Qi Lin had already altered his address for Qin Yu, inadvertently referring to him as team leader. "What is going on?" Zhu Wei asked, gazing at Qin Yu with curiosity. "Where are you injured?" Qin Yu cast a glance at Zhu Wei and replied with a smile. "A bullet grazed me while I was loosening my grip." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at Zhu Wei, choosing to remain silent, and simply gestured for the others to take their seats. Once all 10 members of Team 3 were settled, they began to engage in quiet conversation. During their initial dialogue, Qin Yu gathered a general understanding of Team 3's composition. Including himself, the team consisted of 10 individuals, 3 from Thailand, 1 from a non-Z nation, and 6 compatriots. However, due to the previous location of the 9th Special District in northeast China, Mandarin was the official language, and having resided there for a considerable time, they had all become quite fluent, albeit with a slight northeastern accent. After a brief exchange, they commenced their respective tasks, delving into the research on drug trafficking syndicates. "Where is he?" Qin Yu inquired. Furrowing his brow, he added, "He mentioned studying the case, and that there would be a meeting tonight. Why has he suddenly taken someone out on an errand? Is there a case at hand?" "No, it seems he has taken someone for personal matters. It's not even the end of the workday, and he leaves without so much as a word?" Qin Yu murmured expressionlessly. Qi Lin remained silent for a while. Not responding, Qin Yu frowned as he sat in his chair, gazing down at the desk phone, his fingers gently tapping the surface. What does Zhu Wei mean by this? Is he attempting to play a role? On the very first day of officially leading Team 3, Qin Yu was already faced with a test. Chapter 10. Wind on Dirt Street at 5:30 in the evening. Qin Yu sat in his chair and casually inquired, "Have you gone out?" After a brief silence, he nodded with a smile. "All right, let us discuss the case. Is everyone working late tonight?" Zhu Wei set down his water cup and sauntered over to Qin Yu's side, asking, "Do you have any cigarettes left?" "Give me one." "None left, just that one pack. It's all gone," Qin Yu replied. "Darn, you smoke pretty quickly. You guys should cherish these good things a bit more," Zhu Wei retorted, pulling out his electronic cigarette and taking a puff. "Are we working late tonight?" "Yes. Team leader Yuan has instructed us to expedite the investigation," Qin Yu confirmed. "Tonight, we'll put in some effort to get a feel for the drug dealer's methods." Qin Yu paused momentarily. "Will we really find anything if we go there?" Team leader Yuan mentioned that drug control in the special zone is quite stringent. "Are they really so bold as to sell here?" "Our 9th district is different from others," Qi Lin explained. "This area was developed later and is the only special zone with such a diverse mix of ethnic groups, making the situation more complex. Last year, during the chief executive election, there were military conflicts in Songjiang and Fongbei. It was quite chaotic." "Oh," Qin Yu nodded and then asked, "Is it feasible to conduct a sweep directly on the streets?" Qin Yu felt that Zhu Wei seemed a bit unreliable. He was somewhat reckless. Thus, he turned to Qi Lin and asked, "Do you think it's appropriate to investigate directly? I'm not familiar with the situation over there." Qi Lin scratched his head. "Ha." Zhu Wei chuckled, scoffing. "Qi Lin is quite the worker. Whenever there's an issue, he hides away. He avoids danger like the plague. So how would he know about the situation over there?" Though Zhu Wei's words were somewhat harsh, Qi Lin merely smiled and remained silent. "Xiao Qin, you just arrived. Trust my judgment. We'll head out tonight and gather some leads. The rest will be much easier," Zhu Wei declared, completely oblivious to his position. "Let us move around a bit. I'll go sign for a gun at the armory." The others, accustomed to following Zhu Wei's orders, all stood up. Qin Yu remained seated, his gaze fixed on Zhu Wei, offering no resistance, merely stating, "All right then, let us go see the situation." Zhu Wei hopped off the desk, playfully slapping Qin Yu's arm. "Brother, with 3 teams here, you've hit the jackpot. Our group ISN, team made up of those who shy away from trouble. You handle things transparently, and brother Zhu will surely support you. After being slapped, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and glanced down at his arm. Oh, I forgot. You have an injury. Zhu Wei paused, stepping closer. You all right? Qin Yu met his gaze. I'm fine. You go get your gun first. All right, I'll head out. Zhu Wei replied, turning to leave. Qin Yu watched Zhu Wei's retreating figure, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Group leader, Zhu Wei is different from the others. He harbors no ill intentions. He is usually carefree, loves to joke around, and doesn't he consider others' feelings. Qi Lin approached quietly, advising, don't take it to heart. You may have encountered individuals like Zhu Wei in life. They often make outrageous jokes regardless of your personality. Their carefree demeanor can be quite insensitive. And when you're about to get angry, they laugh it off, saying, we were just joking. Why so serious? And continue without changing their ways. In ordinary circles, you might choose to keep your distance from such individuals, but for Qin Yu, it was not an option. Zhu Wei was his colleague, and they needed to work closely together. Avoiding him was impossible. However, his reckless behavior and tendency to usurp authority could hinder Qin Yu's work. Moreover, the challenge was compounded by the fact that everyone in the third group was Zhu Wei's friend. Confronting him upon arrival could easily lead to internal conflict. What to do? As Qin Yu pondered this dilemma, Qi Lin observed quietly, curious to see when the newcomer would confront Zhu Wei and whether he could maintain his composure as the leader of the third group. At 8:30 in the evening, 2 police cars halted at the entrance of Dirt Street. Qin Yu and his team, dressed in plain clothes, disembarked and strolled leisurely into the street. Dirt Street was the most chaotic area of the black market district, teeming with thousands of residents who possessed residency rights but lacked stable employment. Along the roadsides, in front of each shop illuminated by pink lights, stood at least 7 or 8 women, beckoning passers-by with flirtatious gestures. In the dark alleys, one could often spot dazed drug addicts, their vacant eyes scanning the streets. These individuals lived in a state of uncertainty. Today they might steal, tomorrow they could rob, all in search of sustenance or a fix. Just as they begin to feel a semblance of happiness, a heavy snowfall could bury them in the cold alleys. Having encountered many such individuals in the designated planning area, Qin Yu felt somewhat numb, simply keeping his head down as he walked forward. After nearly a kilometer of walking, the group finally stopped in front of a shop lacking a sign. Zhu Wei scratched his nose and whispered, this place sells drugs. Looks like there aren't many people around. Qin Yu turned to scan the surroundings, quietly stating, I'm not very familiar with the situation here. If we make a move, can we take them away? Qi Lin considered for a moment before responding, we'll catch them in the act. We wait for someone to come buy drugs, then we go in. Standing on the roadside, Qin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering for a long time. He expressed his doubts. If they're bold enough to conduct an open business here, wouldn't they have some precautions? I'm concerned that we might scare them off. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei's expression turned impatient. I've already told you, this matter hasn't been addressed before. If you want to clean it up, you need an element of surprise. Once you've secretly gathered intel, they'll definitely catch wind of it, making it much harder to crack the case. Qin Yu indeed lacked experience in the 9th District and was no seasoned investigator, so after much deliberation, he turned to Lao He and asked, Zabi, do you think we can catch them? This sort of thing really hasn't been managed before, Lao He replied, somewhat cluelessly. But if we keep probing for too long, the information will definitely leak. There is no secrecy in the department. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yu decisively commanded, the police cars are too conspicuous. We can't drive them in. Lao He, Xiaolu, you two take the cars to the back street. Once we finish the operation, we'll leave immediately. Understood. The others dispersed to check their firearms and bulletproof vests. Qin Yu reiterated, as soon as someone enters the shop across the street, we charge in. Heh. You even came in a bulletproof vest? You must be really cautious, Zhu Wei teased, rolling his eyes. These drug dealers don't have much of a reputation. A few years ago, when I was on patrol, I used to beat them up. They're a cowardly bunch. Qin Yu shot Zhu Wei a glance and firmly advised, let us focus on the task at hand. Half an hour later, 2 young men escorted an elderly man, swaggering into the shop. Qin Yu concealed himself in the alley, radio in hand, asking, observe through the glass, see if they're there for drugs. After a brief wait, Qi Lin confirmed, yes. Everyone move, Qin Yu shouted. They've gone inside. As his words fell, 8 individuals charged from 3 directions to the entrance of the shop, swiftly tearing open the wooden door and storming inside. In the dimly lit hall, 2 young men and an elderly man stood by the counter, currently filling up packets of drugs, while a burly young man inside, puffing on an electronic cigarette, looked astonished at the sudden intrusion. Zhu Wei stepped forward, gun in hand, pointing at the burly young man. Police. Hands on your head and move to the side. In this chaotic environment, the bandit, confronted by the police officer, was capable of any extreme action. Thus, upon seeing the weapon, Zhu Wei seized the young man's collar with his left hand and, without hesitation, swung the butt of the gun towards his head. Thud, thud, thud. Zhu Wei struck the opponent 6 or 7 times, yet the young man continued to struggle. In a surge of urgency, he grasped the young man's hair and violently slammed his head against the corner of the counter. Blood streamed down from the robust young man's head as his eyes rolled back, and with a heavy thud, he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, intense footsteps echoed from above. A bald man clad in a military coat hurried down, his eyes wide with shock as he surveyed the scene inside. Grabbing the intercom, he shouted, "Damn it. The second store has been raided. Everyone come out." A brief silence followed, only to be shattered by a cacophony of footsteps outside. From the modest houses and buildings lining the street, dozens of individuals surged forth, armed with knives, steel pipes, chains, and guns, forming a formidable tide that blocked the entrance to the store. Qin Yu gazed at the throng outside, a wave of unease washing over him as he recalled the scenes of looting in the planned area, instinctively disengaging the safety on his weapon. Zhu Wei, through the glass, witnessed the unfolding chaos, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he swallowed hard. When did the ranks swell to this extent? He mused, feeling a sense of alarm at the burgeoning situation. Chapter 11. The streets of turmoil in the storefront. A bald man draped in a military coat stood on the wooden staircase, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the muscular young man whom Zhu Wei had just felt. In a low voice, he inquired, "Whose dog is loose to dare disturb my establishment?" With a mocking chuckle, the bald man continued, "Who among you is peddling counterfeit medicine?" Zhu Wei, gun in hand, pointed toward the counter and declared, "We witnessed these individuals engaged in a transaction upon our arrival." The bald man remained unmoved on the staircase, gesturing toward the crowd at the entrance, asked them who saw any drug dealing occurring here. As his words hung in the air, the 20 or so individuals at the door fell silent, advancing with weapons drawn, surrounding the 3 groups in the living room. Zhu Wei, feeling the weight of embarrassment, stood frozen at a loss for words, his courage waning in the face of the intimidating newcomers. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu stepped forward, ready to speak. Suddenly, the young man who had been struck by Zhu Wei sprang to his feet, clutching his bleeding head and cursing, "How dare you hit me here? Stay still," shouted a companion beside Qi Lin. "Still? How about I take you all on?" The muscular young man lunged forward, throwing a punch that landed squarely on Zhu Wei's head. "With a broken gun, you think you can intimidate me?" Zhu Wei staggered back several steps. "Do not retaliate. This constitutes an assault on law enforcement." The 3 groups, sensing solidarity, quickly surrounded the muscular young man as he roared and lunged at the crowd with a knife. Qi Lin, attempting to evade, was taken by surprise when the young man charged in his direction. As Zhu Wei stepped aside to avoid the blade, Qi Lin cursed, realizing too late that he could not escape, and instinctively arched his back to shield himself. Just as the knife was about to pierce Qi Lin, Qin Yu pushed through the throng, seizing the young man's wrist with one hand, catching the blade. Blood gushed forth, streaming onto the floor. Qi Lin, shaken, took 2 steps back, his astonished gaze fixed on Qin Yu. After a brief silence, the muscular young man, eyes wide with fury, shouted, "You can grip a knife with your bare hands. Are you invulnerable?" Without hesitation, he attempted to stab again. Qin Yu, with lightning speed, clasped the young man's wrist and called out to the man on the staircase, "Brother, we are not here to cause trouble. The department has received reports of counterfeit drug sales here. We had no choice but to investigate. However, upon entering, your brother brandished a gun, and my colleague had no option but to defend himself. Since there are no drugs being sold here, why are you assaulting us?" The bald man, puffing on an e-cigarette, asked with a smirk. Qin Yu paused for a moment, then replied, "Brother, it is precisely because of you that we have work. We all rely on each other. Life is not easy for anyone. It would be best if none of us made things difficult for the other, don't you think? What can you do if I make things difficult for you?" The muscular young man retorted fiercely. The bald man, exhaling a cloud of vapor, turned and spat on the ground, remaining silent. After a brief pause, Qin Yu, still smiling, addressed the bald man, "Brother, while we may not solve any cases on Turmoil Street, you still have to conduct business outside of it, right?" Upon hearing this, the bald man hesitated momentarily before stating, "Let them go." Just like that? So I was hit for nothing? The muscular young man shot back, glaring at Qin Yu and the others. If you wish to leave, strip off your shirts and frog jump out of Turmoil Street. Don't push your luck, shouted Guanqi, whose character was typically reserved. I'll make you listen to me. Qin Yu roared, glaring fiercely. Guanqi clenched his teeth and fell silent. On the staircase, the bald man asked softly, there are many in this line of work. Why are we the ones being scrutinized? He stood slowly, turning to ascend the stairs, and added, Turmoil Street is chaotic and unforgiving. It would be wise not to wander here unnecessarily. With so many outside, if each one strikes, where will the police find the culprits? With that, he vanished up the staircase. 5 minutes later, 8 officers, including Qin Yu, stood bare-chested in a line, frog hopping toward the outskirts of Turmoil Street. Dozens of young men, armed with various weapons, observed silently from the roadside. The windows of the buildings lining the street were flung open, with onlookers smoking or crossing their arms, apathetically watching as Qin Yu and the others awkwardly leaped forward. After an indeterminate time of silence, someone from the right shouted, damn it. We'll come back and finish you. Following this, numerous glass bottles, medicine containers, and debris rained down from above. Run, Qin Yu shouted, leading the chaotic retreat into the night. On the second floor of the storefront, the bald man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, frowning as he addressed the young man wrapping his head in bandages. Have the brothers dispersed? Yes, they've all left, the young man replied. Call a few brothers to help move the goods, the bald man instructed quietly. For the next few days, refrain from distributing products. Let things settle. The young man paused. Are you afraid, third uncle? No, those were clearly inexperienced officers. Do we still need to be wary of them? The prices of our medicines have skyrocketed. And how many impoverished patients in Turmoil Street rely on us for survival? If I shout, thousands will come to our aid. Why should we fear their judgment? Do as I say and don't complicate matters, the bald man replied tersely. Hurry and fetch a couple of brothers. The young man muttered under his breath. I'm becoming more timid the longer I do this, but ultimately yielded to his third uncle and went a summon help to move the goods. Outside the boundaries of Turmoil Street, Qin Yu first donned his clothing before retrieving a medical kit from the vehicle, hastily wrapping his injured hand. Nearby, Guanqi seethed. Damn it, law enforcement can't hold their own against thieves, and now we've been stripped of our shirts and frog hopped out. What a disgrace. If this gets back to the precinct, we'll be the laughingstock. We shouldn't have backed down. We should have kept our shirts on. What could they have done to us? Zhu Wei, in a moment of bravado, chided Qin Yu. You're far too timid. And Songyang, we wouldn't handle things this way. You're the team leader. In critical moments, you must take charge. Biting down on the bandage, Qin Yu raised his gaze to the others, announcing, gather around. I have something to discuss. What is it? Guanqi inquired. Come here. Qin Yu barked. The group exchanged glances, their spirits low and some displaying impatience as they approached him. They began checking their ammunition, retrieving bulletproof vests from the car. While Lao He and Xiao Lu continued to oversee the vehicle, Qin Yu, expressionless, directed them, and the others listened, bewildered. Minutes later, within the storefront, in the back door, Ma Lao was directing 3 brothers of the same age. The vehicle will take a while to arrive. Once you finish loading this room's goods, head to the third shop. There are still some items there. Where are the goods being moved to? Someone inquired. Just then, a sudden sound of footsteps emanated from the left side of the back door. Damn! With a resounding thud, Qin Yu's gaze turned steely as he raised his right leg and kicked Ma Lao squarely in the chest. Whoosh! Thud! Ma Lao was propelled half a meter away, crashing into 3 boxes of goods, leaving him momentarily dazed. Don't move. If you do, I will kill you. Guanqi aimed his gun directly at Ma Lao's head. With no hesitation, Qin Yu flung the door open and dashed into the storefront, heading straight for the second floor. On the second floor, the intercom crackled with static as a running drug dealer shouted from below. Third uncle, those people are back. Startled, third uncle stood up and instinctively reached for his gun. With a swift motion, Qin Yu chambered around as he entered the room, tilting his head to look at third uncle, and said, the terrain on Tuzha Street is too intricate. We've been trying to escape for ages without success. Brother, accompany us for a moment and point the way. Chapter 12. Just as I was about to cover the sky, my hand was broken. In the interior of the second floor, Qin Yu had no time to dally with his third uncle. He swiftly struck 2 blows to the adversary's head, and Zhu Wei promptly placed handcuffs on him. Let us go, hurry up. Qin Yu urged his third uncle, hastening down the stairs. No need to chase the small fry. Those captured should be taken away immediately. Do not waste any time. As he shouted, Qin Yu and Zhu Wei were already dragging their third uncle out of the storefront. Outside, Ma Lao Air, restrained like livestock, bit Qi Lin's palm and shouted frantically, "Damn it! Those police officers are back again." The street erupted into chaos, and the nearby drug dealers instantly emerged, brandishing their weapons. However, Qin Yu had made preparations before his arrival. Upon seeing Ma Lao Air shout, he swung the butt of his gun, striking Ma Lao Air's mouth with a resounding thud. Ouch! Ma Lao Air rolled on the ground in pain. Turning to spit out 2 front teeth, his lips split open, blood oozing from the wound. "Move to the side," Qin Yu commanded, striding across the back street and urging. "Stop dawdling. Just grab 5 kilograms of contraband. That's enough to ensure they receive a full sentence. Why are you carrying boxes? Are you foolish?" Only then did the dim-witted black man toss aside the box, grabbing 2 bags of antiviral medication and darting into the alley across the street. The street was teeming with people, dozens rushing toward them. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, yet they continued to surge forward. Crazed and returning fire. Damn it, these drug dealers are reckless. Stuck at the alley's entrance, seeing that his gunfire couldn't quell the chaos, Qin Yu immediately turned to flee. A few seconds later, as they navigated through the narrow alley, the screeching of tires pierced the air. "Get in the car!" shouted the black man and Xiao Lu, who were driving 2 vehicles. Qin Yu and his companions wasted no time, stuffing Ma Lao Air, their third uncle, and 2 accomplices into the police vehicle before leaping into the truck bed. In the Black District, police vehicles came in 2 types, 7-seat SUVs and 5-seat pickups with a cargo bed. Only high-ranking officials like Director Li had access to sedans, which were rarely seen on patrol due to the practicality and limited resources of the time. Fortunately, the structure of the police vehicles was quite functional, providing at least a truck bed for additional seating. Otherwise, they would have struggled to fit everyone inside. With everyone aboard, the black man slammed the gas pedal to the floor, racing towards the outskirts of Tuzha Street. As the 2 vehicles sped away, gunfire erupted almost continuously. The cars were riddled with bullets, and the 2 Thai brothers seated on the outer side suffered various degrees of gunshot wounds. "Damn it, no need to hold back. If anyone stands in our way, ram them," Qin Yu shouted from the truck bed. The black man, unable to lift his head to look ahead, kept his gaze low, repeatedly steering to knock over several individuals. Only then did the approaching crowd begin to gradually disperse. Just as he spoke, Qin Yu felt a sharp crack above his head, followed by a wave of pain. He frowned and glanced at the source but remained silent. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, within the police station's office, after stitching up his injured hand, Qin Yu walked into the interrogation room. Ma Lao Air lounged casually on the floor, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Yu. "You're in trouble now. It won't be 3 hours before bang." Qin Yu lifted his foot and brutally kicked Ma Lao Air in the head. Damn. Ma Lao Air's head hit the wall, and he immediately saw stars. 500 people are no good. Huh? Bang. Tuzha Street? You think you're the toughest? Bang. Damn you, the leader. Huh? Bang. 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 As Qin Yu berated him, he unleashed a torrent of kicks to Ma Lao Air's head until the latter collapsed, unconscious. Blood streaming from his nostrils, his body convulsing. The black man, not holding back, fetched a bucket of icy dirty water from the restroom and splashed it over Ma Lao Air's head. It took less than half a minute for Ma Lao Air's eyes to regain some spark. Qin Yu stepped on Ma Lao Air's calf, bending down to interrogate him. "You want to see frog jumps, do you?" At this moment, Ma Lao Air looked at Qin Yu with a hint of fear, no longer daring to speak defiantly. "Kneel," Qin Yu suddenly shouted. Ma Lao Air flinched, instinctively recoiling. "I said kneel." Qin Yu pointed to the floor, glaring fiercely. Ma Lao Air, bewildered, stammered. "Don't make it too humiliating, okay?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately raised his right leg. Thud. Before his foot could land on Ma Lao Air's head, he scrambled to kneel on the floor. "Kneel and frog jump. If I'm not satisfied, you can't stop. If you do, I'll kick you," Qin Yu said, gripping Ma Lao Air's hair, enunciating each word. "Do you understand?" 2 minutes later, gritting his teeth, Ma Lao Air began to frog jump across the room, muttering, "A wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Damn it, I concede." Outside the door, working late tonight? Qi Lin inquired. "No need. I'll just stay here for the night," Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. "I'll manage with whatever I can until morning." "All right." After a brief exchange, Qin Yu turned and headed to the washroom. In a certain entertainment venue in the Black District, Yuan Ku answered a phone call, his expression one of astonishment. "Is this true?" Qin Yu led a team to Tuzha Street to apprehend people, and he succeeded? Haha, this kid truly surprises me. Chapter 13. The heart of a fierce tiger observes the world the next day, at 8:30 in the morning. Yuan Ke sat in his private office and smiled at Qin Yu, saying, "Let us skip the pleasantries. Everyone involved in the case last night will receive a stipend of 300 yuan each, funded from the team's budget." Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then immediately gave a thumbs up. "That's commendable. Let us expedite the interrogation. I await the results." "All right," Yuan Ke nodded. "If there is nothing else, you may leave." "Wait a moment." Yuan Ke opened his small cabinet and pulled out a pair of new leather boots, asking, "What is your shoe size?" "Size 43. "Perfect. We were the same size." Yuan Ke placed the shoebox on the desk, saying, "A friend gifted these to me. I haven't worn them, so you can take them." But these are quite expensive." "What is a pair of shoes? Just take them." Yuan Ke waved his hand dismissively. Qin Yu glanced at the shoebox and suddenly realized that Yuan Ke's loyalty was not merely talk. As long as you delivered, he would secure every possible benefit for you. "Thank you, Captain Yuan." "Don't mention it. Go on," Yuan Ke chuckled. With that, Qin Yu took the shoebox and left. In the following 2 days, the brothers from Team 3 devoted all their energy to the interrogation work. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, Sanshu and Ma Lao were proving to be increasingly obstinate. Even though the two henchmen had already confessed, these two remained either feigning madness or refusing to speak entirely. On Thursday afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Zhu Wei exclaimed, "What is going on? No one is interrogating? Everyone is just lounging around?" "Yeah, we just took a little break," Qin Yu nodded. Zhu Wei, in a habitual gesture, playfully flicked Qin Yu's head. "Go sit over there." Qin Yu moved slightly, smiling. "Why do you always mess with me? Why do you keep flicking my head?" "What's wrong with flicking your head? You're almost officially promoted, feeling a bit cocky, are you?" Zhu Wei teased. "Why are you out drinking during work hours?" Qin Yu asked casually. "I mean, your body can handle it, but can your wallet? How expensive is a drink?" "I have many friends and social obligations. It's unavoidable." Zhu Wei replied, leaning back casually. "My family is pressuring me to marry, and they introduced me to a girl. I went to meet her and had a drink." "Ah." Qin Yu nodded, deliberately pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a lighter. "Damn it." Zhu Wei was taken aback, stretching his neck in admonition. "You said you were out of cigarettes. Why are you hiding them from your brother?" "There is just this one left," Qin Yu replied after taking a puff. "Stop picking on the leader. Those cigarettes are expensive. Why are you always mooching?" Guanqi chimed in jokingly to Zhu Wei and then laughed, extending his hand. "But I'm different. I had a breakthrough today, so you should give me one as a reward." If no one was willing to joke around, perhaps no one in the group would dare to provoke Qin Yu. But with Zhu Wei's exuberance, everyone felt free to speak without restraint, regardless of the occasion. "I really don't have any left." Qin Yu pushed Zhu Wei away. "Come on, stop being stingy. Just give me one," Zhu Wei insisted, grabbing Qin Yu's wrist. "Leader, don't be stingy. Share with everyone. Half a cigarette each is fine," Lao He chimed in, approaching. "I truly don't have any left." Qin Yu sat back in his chair, tilting away. "Let us take it from him," Zhu Wei exclaimed, breath reeking of alcohol, pressing down on Qin Yu's arms and yelling, "Come on, hold him down and get the cigarettes from his pocket. We'll share them all. This kid doesn't understand the rules, being so stingy right from the start." "Old Zhu, stop messing around. I really don't have any left," Qin Yu laughed, emphasizing his point. "Quickly, hold him down." Xiaolu grabbed his legs. Zhu Wei continued to rally his comrades. The atmosphere became lively, and all members of Team 3, except for Qi Lin and the two injured Tai brothers, rushed to Qin Yu's side, trying to seize the cigarettes. "Stop messing around. I genuinely have none." Qin Yu laughed, playfully pushing back against the crowd, while several burly guys joined Zhu Wei in their antics. "What is going on? It's like you've never smoked before." Qi Lin chuckled, getting up to fetch some water. "Damn it. I'll get you for this. Hurry up and hand them over." Zhu Wei pressed against Qin Yu's arm, reaching for his pants pocket. Just then, Qin Yu suddenly grabbed the police dagger from the desk, pinching the blade between his thumb and index finger, and swiftly thrust it down. With a thud, the blade plunged, and Zhu Wei froze in place. "Don't mess with me. I'll stab you again if you do." Qin Yu laughed, holding the dagger's point toward Zhu Wei's thigh and plunging it down again. With a thud, the second stab found its mark, causing Zhu Wei to stagger back 2 steps. The rest of the team, upon seeing blood, stood frozen, while Qi Lin stared at Qin Yu, wide-eyed in astonishment. "Holy hell! What is going on? Did you really stab him?" "I was just demonstrating." Qin Yu feigned surprise, then stood up, gripping the knife and leaning down to inspect Zhu Wei's wound, asking, "You all right?" Zhu Wei in pain. grew agitated, and pushed Qin Yu away. Are you out of your mind? Why are you playing around with a knife? Qin Yu looked up, still smiling, saying, I told you not to mess with me. I warned you, and you kept joking around. Look what happened. The room fell silent at his words. And when everyone glanced at Qin Yu, the playful expressions had vanished. Don't mess with me in the future, understood? Qin Yu chuckled, setting down the knife and helping Zhu Wei to his feet. Come on, let us go to the infirmary. Zhu Wei hesitated for a moment. But seeing Qin Yu's demeanor, he calmed down and followed him to the infirmary. After this small episode, no one in Team 3 dared to play excessive pranks on Qin Yu, including the ever-impulsive Zhu Wei. No one continued to treat him as a mere newcomer. At that moment, Qi Lin realized that perhaps individuals like Qin Yu could thrive in such a complex environment, bold, meticulous, socially aware, and worldly wise. After spending over a decade in the planning district, perhaps he was finally poised to soar. Once he separated from Zhu Wei at the infirmary, Qin Yu remembered that he had rented an apartment but had been too busy to visit. Thus, he called up Lao Mao and headed to number 88 courtyard. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on Tuzha Street, an elderly man around 60, leaning on a cane, remarked, Qin Yu? I hadn't heard of him before. I had someone investigate. P.S. knew. He caught Xiao Er and De Min right after arriving. He must have someone backing him. After contemplating for a while, the old man turned and instructed. Take some people to find out more about this Qin Yu. Chapter 14. A friendship that can be openly discussed in courtyard number 88. Within the confines of a house on the right, Qin Yu shouted hoarsely, Could you come over and lend a hand? Did I invite you here just for the scenery? If you're living here, can't you keep it a bit cleaner? Qin Yu fanned his nose with his hand. Help me sweep the floor. It's covered in dust. Seriously? You expect me, a vice captain, to clean for you? Brother, aren't you getting a bit too full of yourself? I'll treat you to dinner later. That is more like it. Old Cat was inherently lazy, often relying on others even for the simplest tasks in the dormitory. It was quite unprecedented for him to help Qin Yu with chores today. Stop looking. That's not your type. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Let us eat. All right, let us head to Second Sister's place. What is on the menu? Instant noodles, of course. Convenient. What? I help you move, and you only offer me this? Come on, you're being unreasonable. Fine, I'll throw in some sausage, and that is settled then. Qin Yu laughed, tossed out the quip, and strode away from his residence. There were 5 households in the small courtyard. The landlady resided within the iron gate of the inner courtyard and rarely ventured out. The remaining 4 households were occupied by Lin Yanlei and Qin Yu on either side of the main entrance. While the last 2 families lived in adjacent outbuildings without water or electricity, seldom seen. Brother, how can we sleep on a 1.5-meter bed? I'll hold you. Old Cat, too lazy even to clean up the remnants of his meal, flopped onto the bed, discarding his 2 foul-smelling shoes. Are you out of your mind? Qin Yu asked, feeling somewhat awkward. Are you here for Lin Yanlei, or for me? Hey, have you ever played around with a guy? Old Cat asked curiously while reclining on the bed. Qin Yu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I'm asking you a question. Have you? With no retort, Qin Yu simply washed up and climbed into bed. However, there was only 1 blanket, making the situation slightly awkward, especially with Old Cat's earlier words still echoing in his mind. Did they catch the drug dealer? Old Cat, facing Qin Yu with his eyes closed, began to drift off. Yeah, Qin Yu nodded. They apprehended the 2 ringleaders. Huh, that must have made Yuan Ku ecstatic, huh? Old Cat sneered. That bastard talks a big game about righteousness, yet he is up to no good. Qin Yu had heard Old Cat express such sentiments before. You seem to harbor some bias against the first team. It's complicated to explain in just a few words, but I must caution you. While you work, keep your personal life separate. Why don't you sleep in your clothes? Qin Yu interrupted. Do you sleep dressed? Old Cat replied, bewildered. No, I meant your pants. Oh, I can't stand that. Get dressed, damn it. Qin Yu scolded. Put on your pants. Seriously, why is there so much fuss just to sleep here? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Qin Yu shouted, exasperated. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Qin Yu called out. Just a moment. With no option to buy sleepwear, Qin Yu threw on a jacket and opened the door. Sorry to bother you, but I see you've already gone to bed. Lin Yanlei said, wrapped in a plush coat, her cheeks flushed from the cold. No worries. I have hot water left. Qin Yu smiled. Let me get it for you. Thank you. Lin Yanlei replied politely, not rushing into the room. As Qin Yu turned to fetch the water, he remarked, Your job seems exhausting. You're just getting off work this late? Just started, getting used to it. Lin Yanlei stretched her delicate neck. Oh, sitting all day has made my neck feel stiff. Yanlei, we're almost out of hot water. At that moment, Old Cat sat up abruptly from the bed, grabbing his underwear and shouting, "Wait here. I'll fetch some cold water from the storage well and heat it up for you." Outside the door, Lin Yinlei stared in astonishment as Old Cat donned his underwear from under the covers, her neck stiff as she glanced back at Qin Yu, bewildered, and stammered, "Oh, your partner is here too?" Qin Yu stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted. At the entrance of courtyard number 88, an electric scooter came to a halt, and the rider glanced at the front door, saying, "Xiaohu mentioned he has a colleague living here." "Two people?" the rider asked in response. "Yes. Let us wait a bit. We'll move once Qin Yu comes out." With that, the scooter silently glided down the street, disappearing into the night. Chapter 15. Old Master Ma. The following morning, Lin Yinlei hung the fried dough sticks on the door and called out, "Hey, just bought these, have some." "Oh dear. How embarrassing." Qin Yu, who was washing up, paused in surprise. "It's nothing, just neighbors helping each other," Lin Yinlei replied with a smile, wanting to express her gratitude for the hot water from the previous night. "I'm off to work now." "So early?" "Yes. I have an external task and need to go set up the equipment." Lin Yinlei waved cheerfully at Qin Yu. "See you tonight." "All right. Bye, girl." Lin Yinlei, shouldering her bag, turned to leave. Qin Yu stood there, puzzled for a moment. "Girl? Where did that come from? Does she think I'm some sort of zero?" 5 minutes later, Lin Yinlei waited at the door for her female colleague, chatting animatedly as they walked toward the office. "Let me tell you, that manly guy in our courtyard might be gay. Seriously, it's basically a sure thing. I saw it with my own eyes. Oh my gosh, what a pity." After enjoying the breakfast Lin Yinlei had brought, Qin Yu tidied up briefly and headed to the team. Due to the scarcity of resources and the relatively short existence of SJ City, public transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. There were no subways, buses were rare, and taxis were even more so. The average person had to rely on their legs or purchase an electric bike for commuting. However, the cost of charging an electric bike was quite high, making it accessible only to stable, well-off businessmen or small leaders in government institutions. Qin Yu was rather frugal and aimed to save money for other goals, hence he did not buy an electric bike. Apart from mandatory attendance, while the team's vehicle was available for use, the expenses had to be borne by him, so he could only walk to work. After about 5 minutes of walking, as Qin Yu was contemplating whether to check a store for electronic cigarettes, he found himself flanked by two burly men. Instinctively, he took a step back, placing his right hand on his waist as if to draw a gun, though he had left his service weapon behind. "We mean no harm, just want to talk," the leading man said, looking down. Qin Yu remained silent for a few seconds. "Who are you?" "You don't need to know me, just know this." The leading man lifted his shirt, revealing a firearm at his waist. With a cold expression, Qin Yu stood his ground without moving. "Can we have a word?" The man opened the safety on his gun. A few minutes later, in an alley, four middle-aged men stood flanking Qin Yu, while an older man remained seated in an electric off-road vehicle, not alighting. Qin Yu scrutinized the group, noting their plain attire, a thick leather coat and wool hats, and their faces appeared dirty and smeared with grease. In this setting, he was not particularly intimidated by those dressed in tailor-made suits who spoke softly and exuded an air of sophistication. Instead, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards these rough, unrefined individuals. A slight unease gripped Qin Yu as these men reminded him of the ruthless criminal Matsushita, who had been killed a few days prior. "Did you capture my heir and men?" the elder in the electric vehicle asked, arms crossed in his coat. The reason Qin Yu had refrained from confrontation earlier and complied with their request to follow was that he had surmised they were here regarding a case. He had made a limited number of enemies in Songyang, one being Lao San, but their disputes had not escalated to the point of violence. If these individuals were indeed here for the case, it was likely for business or to secure someone's release, which led Qin Yu to believe that confrontation was unnecessary. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Yes, I captured them. My surname is Ma. I'm Ma heiress uncle," the elder said, pulling out a roll of hand-rolled cigarettes and lighting one. Qin Yu blinked and his expression shifted to one of subservience. "Hello, Mr. Ma." The elder turned his gaze out the window, his voice gravelly. "Young man, have you just arrived in Songyang?" "Yes, I just came here for this job, which I paid for," Qin Yu replied candidly. Anyone in the department can lead me. You have some connections, becoming a team leader so soon?" "Mr." Ma took a puff of his cigarette. "No connections," Qin Yu said ruefully. "I was just lucky. I happened to solve a case, and the director was pleased enough to promote me." Mr. Ma exhaled smoke and after a prolonged silence said, "Young man, since you handled the case, consider doing me a favor and release my people." That's a bit difficult for me," Qin Yu said with a timid smile. I want to ask for it for free." As he spoke, Mr. Ma gestured to the burly man standing to Qin Yu's left, who produced 20,000 yuan in cash and handed it over. "Take it." This doesn't seem quite right." Qin Yu laughed nervously, trying to decline. "No need for payment. And there is also," the burly man said succinctly. "Which do you prefer?" Sweat began to beat on Qin Yu's forehead as anxiety surged within him. He sensed that if these men were displeased, they could easily resort to violence. "Little brother, you led the case. A simple gesture from you to produce some evidence can get my 2 family members released, can it?" Mr. Ma said with a smile. "In this age, some talk of feasting while others speak of survival, but I've yet to hear anyone mention principles. Being a police officer may not last long. But once the money is in hand, you can spend it whenever you wish. Damn it, how audacious." At that moment, the burly man on the right drew a Nepalese dagger, swinging it toward the back of Qin Yu's head with blinding speed. The sound of slicing air echoed as the blade descended rapidly. Chapter 16. A spring-like approach to handling affairs. Qin Yu raised his arm, leaning his body slightly to the left. With a thud, he pushed the burly man back 2 steps, remaining steadfast in his position. He immediately raised his hands and called out, "Brother, please don't make this difficult for me. The 9th Special Zone spans nearly 7 million square kilometers. And there are formidable figures everywhere. What am I, in the grand scheme of things? Why must you stoop to my level?" The burly man, still holding a knife, looked astonished. "You can actually hold your own? What can I do? I'm merely a lowly policeman." Qin Yu replied, a strained expression on his face, beads of sweat pouring down as he turned to the elderly man inside the car. "Uncle Ma, I truly cannot make any decisions regarding this case. Please, lend me a hand and let me off the hook, will you?" Old Ma furrowed his brow and glanced at Qin Yu, contemplating for a moment before shouting at the burly man, "Don't move him for now." The burly man, still gripping his knife, stepped back slightly. "Since you claim this matter is not your concern, then tell me, who is compelling you to solve this case?" Old Ma questioned with evident intent to press Qin Yu. Seeing the confusion among the crowd, Qin Yu quickly added, "Uncle Ma, if you can deliver this money to the higher-ups and persuade them to postpone this matter, I will promptly redo the evidence and release your family members without issue." "Huh, you're quite the charmer, knowing how to speak to people," Old Ma observed with a bemused smile. In response, Qin Yu clasped his hands together and nodded repeatedly. "I am but a humble policeman, struggling to survive. Do you think I would dare offend anyone?" After a few seconds of silence, the old man waved his hand. "Let him go." "Ma go," the burly man shouted, blocking Qin Yu's escape route with his knife. "Let him go," Old Ma reiterated, waving his hand once more. The 4 men exchanged cold glances with Qin Yu before finally parting the way. "Rest assured, Uncle Ma, while I may not be able to release your family, they are still in my custody, and I will ensure their well-being," Qin Yu assured, adding a touch of sincerity. Old Ma was taken aback but soon smiled. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Not a bother, not a bother," Qin Yu nodded before turning to leave. In the alley, the burly man stepped forward and remarked to Old Ma, "This kid is too soft. I believe he is speaking the truth. He cannot handle this matter." The burly man was taken aback by this assertion. "Someone soft would have wet their pants at this sight," he retorted. Old Ma, taking a drag from his cigarette, replied, "Do you not see? He is attempting to convey us a message." "What message?" the burly man asked, puzzled. "This matter is unrelated to him. The issue lies with Yuan Ku and Li Si." Old Ma murmured softly. "He is merely the one executing the tasks, unwilling to offend us on behalf of his superiors, which is why he hastily placed Yuan Ku and Fat Li at the forefront." "Ah, so you mean his relationship with Yuan Ku is not as close as we presumed?" the burly man inquired. "Yuan Ku promoting him could very well be. Then what about the underlings?" "There is little use in pursuing this, Qin Yu." The old man waved his hand. "Let us get in the car. We need to first understand why the authorities are sweeping through. That way, we will know how to handle matters regarding Shao'er and Damin." Upon exiting the alley, Qin Yu hurried to the police station. Old Ma's analysis was spot on. Qin Yu was determined not to take the blame for anyone. If Yuan Ku directed him to solve the case, he had no issue with that. However, once the case was resolved, a series of complications would arise, and it would be the captain who bore the brunt of the consequences. Qin Yu was in no position to shoulder such burdens, as maintaining his current state was already a challenge. Upon arriving at the police station, Qin Yu immediately sought out Yuan Ku and relayed the situation with Old Ma, eager to gauge his reaction. Yuan Ku's expression shifted to one of surprise as he gravely cautioned, "These individuals are not to be trifled with. You must prioritize your safety in the coming days." "Worry not. I will shoulder the pressure here. I have instructed my people to spread the word that I am the one enforcing the crackdown on the drug trafficking gang. So any troubles will land squarely on my shoulders. Hearing this, Qin Yu temporarily set aside his doubts about Yuan Ku. The latter's words bore no flaws, and he demonstrated loyalty reminiscent of a dependable leader. With the minor storm behind him, Qin Yu promptly made his way to the interrogation room, intensifying his efforts with Ma Er and Demin, aiming to secure confessions swiftly and follow the leads to apprehend larger fish. After 6 hours of relentless questioning, both Ma Er and Demin remained tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate. In desperation, Qin Yu resorted to extracting clues from the henchmen, albeit they possessed only peripheral knowledge. Inside the interrogation room, Qin Yu puffed on an e-cigarette, tilting his head as he addressed one of Ma Er's subordinates. Speak something useful. All I hear are trivial bits of information. How am I supposed to assist you? The henchman, head bowed, replied, Big brother, it's not that I refuse to talk. But since we were captured, all the goods and personnel must be hidden away. The information I knew before is now irrelevant. You may not be aware of how ruthless old He is. Qin Yu, growing impatient, stood up. Enough. I won't interrogate you further. Let old He give you a lesson. Big brother, please, don't do this. I can't take it anymore. Let me think a bit more, the henchman pleaded. Then you better think quickly. I haven't even eaten yet. Qin Yu bent down and sat back down. After a long moment of contemplation, the henchman suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I do have a lead. What is it? Qin Yu inquired eagerly. Before we got caught, I overheard Ma Er mentioning on the phone that a significant figure responsible for supplying goods would be arriving in Songjiang in the coming days, the henchman said, his eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Is that true? In a slum in Songjiang, a disheveled man whispered into his phone. Has the commotion died down? The goods are all stashed away. I must take action. After a lengthy contemplation, old Ma finally replied with a tone of resignation. Let us meet first to discuss. Chapter 17. The daily life of a sycophant. While Qin Yu was engrossed in his case, Qi Lin's mind was elsewhere. This pragmatic individual was pondering how he could ascend to the rank of second-level officer. Outside the office of the security division's first team, Qi Lin nervously knocked on the door, carrying 2 bags of gifts. Come in. A voice called from within. Qi Lin pushed the door open, revealing a middle-aged man of European descent, who looked up and inquired, Oh, Qi? Come in. Hello, Captain Ryan. I hope I'm not interrupting, Qi Lin greeted, flashing a wide grin, his demeanor somewhat obsequious. Seated at his desk, Ryan, a heavily built man with a thick coat of body hair, adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and said, Qi, I have a meeting soon, so if you have something to discuss, please be direct. He frowned as he scanned Qi Lin. Skip the formalities and get to the point. Well, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Yuan, and I was hoping you could assist me in getting promoted to second-level officer. You are aware that my qualifications and work performance meet the requirements for promotion. I lack only a recommendation, Qi Lin said, standing awkwardly beside the desk. I would greatly appreciate your help. Ryan, scribbling on a report without looking up, replied. There are only 10 slots available. You were originally on the list, but Sang Yong from the 4th team submitted his brother-in-law instead. Yuan Ke and I are powerless in this situation. You'll have to wait for the next promotion cycle. Qi Lin was taken aback. Captain Ryan, Sang Yong's brother-in-law has only been here for less than 5 months. That may be true, but his brother-in-law is Sang Yong, Ryan said with a resigned smile. Just be patient. Sometimes opportunities require a bit of friendship. Qi Lin clenched his fists, mustering the courage to continue. Captain Ryan, I truly need this second-level officer title. My mother is ill, and every month. Who doesn't want to advance without reason? Ryan replied flatly. But this promotion should be mine. I've waited nearly a year. Qi Lin protested. Ryan idly rummaged through a food bag, murmuring, beef jerky and steak are good things, Qi. How about this? I can send you 2 cases of red wine and 10,000 yuan in cash if you can speak to Director Li on my behalf to get me promoted to the office. Qi Lin was taken aback. After a long silence, he finally said, Then I'll wait a bit longer. You can keep the gifts. The steak is quite nice. With that, he turned and left. Ryan remained silent, returning to his work as Qi Lin exited. Don't you want it? It's been frozen for who knows how long. Even my dog won't eat it, Ryan said, straightening his attire as he walked away. In the laundry room, within the 3rd Group S office area, Qin Yu clapped his hands and announced, Old He, go fetch the guns and gear. No one leaves the office before 8 tonight. There may be an operation. Zhu Wei, still nursing an injury inflicted by Qin Yu, hesitantly asked, Captain, do I still need to go? We're short-handed. You'll drive, Qin Yu instructed without room for argument. All right. Zhu Wei conceded, nodding. As Qi Lin entered the room, he noticed the rare automatic rifles and asked, "What's going on? Who are we apprehending with such a show of force? You've even brought out the M464. One of the major players supplying the Ma family might have arrived in Songjiang." Qin Yu replied, glancing at his watch. "I've had someone tail a core member of the Ma family. It could yield results." Qin Yu paused, his expression tinged with frustration as he quietly asked, "Are you trying to avoid frontline capture duties again?" "Brother, we're short on manpower. If you're worried about potential trouble, you can drive, all right?" "Fine, then you go," Qi Lin said. "Captain, I apologize for the trouble. It's nothing. We're all in this together. Let us help each other out," Qin Yu said, giving Qi Lin a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "I'll call you before we move out." "Understood," Qi Lin replied, nodding. Later that night, around 7, in a dilapidated area of the city, an elderly man from the Ma family exited a vehicle. After surveying his surroundings, he wrapped his military coat tightly around himself and stepped into a foul-smelling alley. "Who are you looking for?" a man in the shadows inquired. "I'm looking for a Long," the old man responded, halting in his tracks. "Ma Ge." The other man smiled as he approached. "Yes inside, yes?" "Indeed," the young man said, lowering his head politely. "Ma Ge, please raise your arm. I need to conduct a routine check." The old man complied, lifting his arm as the young man meticulously searched him. Inside, a Long, unkempt and scruffy, sat on the bed, casually toying with a hand grenade. The other end of the conversation continued. Chapter 18. The lives of the people in Zone 9 inside the dormitory. Qin Yu lowered his head, meticulously cleaning his service pistol. With a slight tilt of his neck, he inquired of Lao He, "Brother, how did you come to Zone 9? Like most others, Lao He responded quietly, his gaze cast downward. "When the calamity struck, nations formed a united government and established 8 zones for refuge. But with such a vast global population, how could everyone possibly enter these 8 zones? With many people and scarce resources, viable living spaces became limited. Therefore, to gain access to these 8 zones, one had to await the United Government's random selection of permanent residency permits. Although it was termed a lottery, the majority of these tickets were claimed by the societal elite, leaving only a scant few, which were inflated to exorbitant prices. Towards the end, a single ticket was valued at nearly $10 million. My homeland, ravaged by war in Africa, made survival a challenge, let alone affording a ticket. At this juncture, the brother from Taiji chimed in softly, "We have all endured similar experiences." My father held on to a glimmer of hope. Having heard that Zone 7 and Zone 8 still had vacancies and were distributing permanent residency permits, he endeavored to reach Asia by any means. Yet what awaited us was a population overflow, rendering us unwelcome. With a smile, Lao He turned to Qin Yu and asked, "Do you know the origins of Zone 9? "I have heard some," Qin Yu nodded. "Since Zones 7 and 8 are within your nation's borders and were the last 2 areas with unfilled residency quotas, many hopeful individuals flocked here from across the globe, yearning for a chance. However, once Zones 7 and 8 reached capacity, over 10 million homeless individuals remained here, struggling to survive. Under the leadership of some, riots erupted in an attempt to breach other zones. Faced with this, the United Government, lacking the capacity and resources to support us, ultimately permitted the establishment of the 9th Special Zone. Thus, we gained self-governance. This is the history of Zone 9. It is a sliver of hope seized from the depths of society. Though chaotic, it feels like home. Now, if you were to send me to any of the other 8 zones, I might find it difficult to adapt." Lao He's optimism shone through, his bright smile radiating warmth. After a long silence, Qin Yu asked, "Do you have any family left?" "No one," Lao He replied, his gaze darkening slightly. "My mother and younger brother perished during the first military conflict in Zone 9. My father was among the first batch of officers here, and he too lost his life during a duty." Qin Yu paused, taken aback. "I'm sorry. It's nothing. I've long since moved past it." Lao He responded with another smile. "What about you? Do you have family? What brings you to the designated zone? I may have even less than you." Qin Yu hesitated before revealing his heart to his colleague. At that moment, a phone rang. "Hello?" Qin Yu answered the police phone. "The core of the Ma family has taken old Ma to the 3rd Ring Road. I've observed for some time and am 80% certain that they are meeting the contact," Xiaolu succinctly reported. "What about the number of individuals present? Is the contact there?" Qin Yu inquired, relying on his experience. Xiaolu furrowed his brow. "I didn't see him personally, but there are at least 2 to 4 individuals keeping watch at the alley entrance." "And old Ma?" He entered alone, leaving 3 individuals waiting outside. Any idea about their firepower? Qin Yu pressed further. Understood. Stay put. We'll be there shortly. After concluding the call, Qin Yu clapped his hands. Calling out to his colleagues, gather your gear. We're gearing up for action. Lao He was the first to respond, rising. All right. Lao He was unlike many of his compatriots. He was diligent and uncomplaining, unafraid of challenges, equally adept as an observer or an explosive technician, and proficient with firearms. He was one of the few formidable members of their trio. Meet downstairs, Qin Yu instructed before exiting the dormitory, promptly dialing Yuan Ku's number. Hello? Little Qin. Yuan replied. Team leader Yuan, I request personnel assistance, Qin Yu stated plainly. Have you stumbled upon a big catch? Yuan's eyes brightened. Not yet. We need to confirm. Qin Yu licked his lips. The opposition may possess significant firepower, with an initial estimate of around 10 individuals. How many do you need? At least 1 team. I'm struggling to gather 2 groups for you. Our personnel are tied up with ongoing cases, Yuan admitted, sensing the difficulty. If you don't provide me with personnel, I can't make an arrest, Qin Yu frowned. You are aware of the situation with Team 3. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan replied. I'll call the captain of Team 3 and see if they can assist. Wait for me downstairs. Old Cat's team? Qin Yu was taken aback. What's the matter? Is that a problem? Just do it. About 5 minutes later, Old Cat arrived with 20 personnel clad in light green tactical gear, wearing combat boots, shouldering foldable riot shields, and carrying 5 M464 rifles as they marched purposefully. Fast work. Qin Yu approached with a smile. Well, I heard you were leading the operation, so I decided to lend a hand. If it were anyone else's task, I would have certainly shied away, Old Cat grinned, revealing a favor owed to Qin Yu. This is all we have. The rest are tied up with cases. Thank you, Qin Yu acknowledged. Let us skip the pleasantries. We're here to assist. Just direct us. Old Cat waved dismissively. Understood. Team 3 acknowledged in unison as they boarded their vehicles. A few minutes later, for police patrol cars and a multifunctional tactical van sped towards the 3rd ring road. In a dim, damp room within an alley, a Long munched on braised beef. Tilting his head to inquire of Old Ma, can you resolve this matter or not? If it can't be resolved, I'll just pass the job to someone else. Old Ma replied. If it can, then wait a bit longer. I can only afford to wait a week at most. Long deliberated. We can't delay any further. If the warehouse gets raided, I'll be left with nothing to wear. I understand, Old Ma stood. I will resolve the issue within a week. Good. Long took a sip of white liquor and called out, Send off Brother Ma. Long scratched his eye, grinning broadly, as long as there's profit. It doesn't matter how much we earn. Old Ma pondered for a moment. Indeed, I'll take my leave now. Resolve the issue quickly. Understood. Old Ma pushed open the door and stepped out. 3 minutes later, Xiao Lu called Qin Yu. Captain, there's been a change. Old Ma has suddenly left. Qin Yu paused, then immediately asked, Are the people inside still there? They are. Chapter 19, a secure job, but at a cost seated in the lead vehicle. Qin Yu picked up the intercom and softly instructed, The target is still inside. We will proceed with the earlier plan for the apprehension. There are individuals in the alley, but refrain from firing. We are unfamiliar with the indoor environment. Received. Understood. Qin Yu exited the vehicle, checking his firearm secured at his waist. Just as he was about to proceed, Qi Lin sprinted up from behind. Hey, I finally caught up. Yes, just finished up, Qi Lin puffed, slightly out of breath. Without time for idle chatter, Qin Yu quickly commanded, Follow the original plan. You take Vehicle 2 and wait at the intersection of 3rd Ring Road and Folin Road. If the apprehension is successful, I will join you immediately. If Thunder arrives for backup, report right away. Understood. Qi Lin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, team leader, for always looking out for me. Let us not dwell on that. With little time for pleasantries, Qin Yu walked on while calling into the intercom, Old Cat. Prepare to approach the alley. We will charge from the front. Received. 3 minutes later, Old Cat, donned in a Kevlar helmet and light green tactical attire, bearing a steel plate body armor, led a 10-member team, crouching low as they approached the alley, waiting for orders. As they moved along the roadside, Qin Yu inquired via the intercom, Is there a high vantage point? No, just an external staircase. It should provide a view of the 2nd floor. Good. Your team will secure the 2nd floor for cover duties. Qin Yu instructed succinctly. Understood. Having finished his communication with his colleagues, Qin Yu arrived at the entrance of the alley. He turned his gaze to the empty street and clapped Old Cat on the shoulder. Old Black and I will go in. You all hold back for now. Okay, Old Cat nodded. Let us go, Old Black, Qin Yu called out. Old Black, dressed in plain clothes, followed Qin Yu into the alley. Side by side, as they strolled leisurely into the depths of the alley, Qin Yu casually asked, "Nervous?" Hee. Accustomed to it, Old Black chuckled. "Relax," Qin Yu said, playfully draping an arm around Old Black's neck, and jokingly exclaimed, "Take me somewhere fun." "You've had too much to drink," Old Black played along. As they staggered about for over 30 meters, Qin Yu suddenly spat, "Damn it, life is tough." The spit landed squarely on a burly man's shoulder. "You bastard." The burly man's companion stood, frowning, ready to curse. Initially, the burly man assumed Qin Yu was merely a drunkard, but as Qin Yu approached, he furrowed his brows and instinctively placed his hands behind his back. "I don't know." "Ugh." Qin Yu feigned a dry heave, his body lurching toward the burly man. "Damn it, you don't smell like alcohol." The burly man stood up, reaching for his firearm, while his companion instinctively moved towards the earpiece button. Bang! Qin Yu swiftly kicked out with his right foot. Thud! The burly man stumbled backward, colliding against the wall. Smack! Qin Yu seized the man's arm, forcefully yanking him to the left, causing the burly man to fall. Immediately, Qin Yu's knee crashed onto the man's head, his left hand pressing down on the firearm at the man's waist. He hissed, "Don't scream, or I'll kill you." "Go ahead." The burly man showed no fear, attempting to yell. With no other choice, Qin Yu released the man's arm and swiftly covered his mouth with his right hand. "Be still." The burly man, ferociously defiant, bit down on Qin Yu's hand, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, as Qin Yu engaged, Old Black had also pounced, employing police restraint techniques to take down another drug dealer. However, that individual proved equally vicious. Upon having his mouth covered, he immediately thrashed with wild determination. Thud, thud, thud. Old Cat received the signal and led the team into the alley. Upon reaching Qin Yu's side, they raised their firearms, delivering blows that rendered the two criminals unconscious. Blood streaming. "Break the door," Qin Yu shouted as he rose. Crash, crash. The crisp sound of Remington series shotguns being readied resonated. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, shattering the iron door. Old Cat waved, calling, "Tactical formation, advance." Hearing the call, Qin Yu, accompanied by 10 officers, rushed into the building but was immediately taken aback. The first-floor corridor was narrow and dimly lit, with a faint glimpse of a metal staircase at the far end. "Damn it, move quickly." They must not be on the first floor. Qin Yu quickly assessed the layout and commanded. Without hesitation, the officers advanced. 3 seconds later, at the top of the iron staircase leading to the second floor, 2 individuals raised automatic rifles, firing indiscriminately downward without a word. "Don't advance. Hold your fire." Qin Yu pressed himself against the staircase corner, dodging bullets, clenching his right fist. "Second team, do you have a shot? Clear to fire." 2 armed at the staircase. Bang, bang. With sniper support scarce, this operation lacked a dedicated sniper. Yet, experienced field officers maintained accuracy with automatic weapons at close range. The team positioned outside the staircase received the order and, through the glass, took down the assailants stationed at the second-floor entrance in 2 precise shots. The bodies tumbled down the staircase, prompting Qin Yu to signal, "Advance." With a rush, Qin Yu led the assault team up the staircase, reaching the second floor. The living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight seeping through, casting faint outlines within the room. After taking 3 or 4 cautious steps forward, Qin Yu whispered, "Where is everyone? Did the second team see anyone jump?" He furrowed his brow in confusion. Clang. At that moment, a slight noise emerged from the left side. Old Cat, who had just ascended, nervously exclaimed, Qin Yu, I struck gold. I stepped on a booby trap." Don't move. Don't move." Old Cat trembled. "It's not a wire. I stepped on a landmine." The team paused momentarily, then swiftly retreated, securing the living room entrance, wary of potential hidden adversaries within. Qin Yu quickly drew his flashlight and crouched, illuminating the area near the bathroom door where the trap was set, speaking tersely, "Old Cat, if you take a step back, your right leg will be clear. If not, lift your foot, and I'll shoot the mine out." "Can you aim well enough?" "Hard to say. Unclear if the mine has been tampered with." "Are you joking?" "It's uncertain." "What do you mean?" "If you can't aim, I'll be done for." Old Cat shouted, wide-eyed. "I can shoot it away. Your leg will be fine." Qin Yu replied with steady resolve, holding the flashlight firmly. "What's the plan? Give me a word." Old Cat fell silent for a moment, the usual mirth absent from his face. "Save the leg. On 3, you lift your leg." Qin Yu brandished his automatic rifle and commanded, "Everyone else, step back. 3, 2, One lift, Qin Yu shouted. Old cat, hearing the command, dared not hesitate, lifting his leg and retreating. Bang! Qin Yu swung the rifle like a golf club, striking the landmine beneath Old Cat's foot. Crash! The mine shattered the glass, propelling debris outside. Yet, moments later, an eerie silence enveloped the outdoors. Old Cat, somewhat dazed, crouched on the ground. Damn it, why didn't he explode? Just as he spoke, a clatter rang out. A member of the assault team, about to step forward, unintentionally brushed against a cabinet by the wall, producing an odd sound. The team froze. Damn it, this is real, Old Cat exclaimed, his face pale. Get down, shield up. Two officers, armed with bomb-proof shields, knelt down as they positioned their shields, only to witness a fierce blaze erupting before them. A thunderous explosion reverberated, and 3 officers, unable to evade the catastrophe, were struck down by a barrage of shrapnel, losing their lives in an instant, deprived even of the chance to call for help. Qin Yu lay flat on the floor indoors, his ears ringing as he shouted, "There must be no one left inside." They VE fled outside. Team 2. Keep a vigilant watch. Outside, Delay Zia Long, accompanied by only one comrade, sprinted through the courtyard, exclaiming, "Damn it. The dog has come sniffing for Old Ma's scent. This individual is utterly unprofessional. Is there any possibility he might betray us? Absolutely not. He still relies on me for his livelihood." Along waved his hand, instructing, "Call Xiao Pazi and have him come pick us up, quickly. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape." Chapter 20. The Ruthlessness of Lei Zi inside the second-floor room. Qin Yu had just shaken his head and risen from the ground when the voices of the second team crackled through his earpiece. 2 individuals have dashed out from the shanty in the slums, heading towards Fomlin Road. Our position is somewhat distant. It will be difficult to pursue. Are you certain there are only 2? Qin Yu inquired, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Affirmative, there are only 2. Everyone, take heed and move towards Fomlin Road, Qin Yu commanded through gritted teeth. If there are casualties, we must apprehend the main suspect. Otherwise, our efforts will have been in vain. Understood. Understood. In less than a minute, the team descended the stairs, with Qin Yu leading the charge, calling out, "Second team. Have you locked onto them? Report the location of the criminals. They have reached Fomlin Road and are continuing to advance, approaching the intersection with the Third Ring Road." The leader of the second team replied in a hushed tone. "Received," came Qi Lin's voice. "The suspects are heading in your direction," Qin Yu ordered rapidly. "There are 2 of them. If you can, intercept them while ensuring your own safety. We have sustained injuries. If we can delay them for even 10 seconds, we will be right behind you." Qi Lin paused, taken aback. "Did you hear me?" Qin Yu shouted again. "Maintain communication. We will be there shortly." As he spoke, Qin Yu dashed out of the alley and hopped into a police vehicle that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Lao He and 2 others from Lao Mao's team boarded another car, racing towards the intersection of the Third Ring Road, which was no more than 500 meters away. Inside the vehicle, Lao Mao shouted over the radio, "Qi Lin, have you seen anyone pass by?" At the intersection of the Third Ring Road, Qi Lin had already exited the vehicle, so tense that he had forgotten to bring the car's radio. His arm trembled as he drew his service weapon, crouching low near the front of the car, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Fomlin Road. Indeed, Qi Lin could hardly fathom that the reckless Lei Zi would be heading towards him. He felt anxious, recalling the explosion from above and the colleague who had fallen in confusion. He was terrified, hiding behind the car for what felt like an eternity, each second dragging on. Unlike the other officers, he harbored no thoughts of sacrificing himself for the greater good. Only a paralyzing fear consumed him. The cold wind swept through as Long led his companions, striding purposefully, brandishing a large-caliber shotgun and a pistol. Sweat beaded on Qi Lin's forehead as he focused on Long's direction. After a long moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and raised his gun, his voice quivering as he prepared to call out. In the dim light, Long turned to his partner and asked, "What did the shrimp say?" "They're already here." The partner panted, pointing ahead. "They came through the shanties." "Don't move. There's a police vehicle," Long noted as he turned and spotted Qi Lin's car at the intersection. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the police vehicle, sending sparks flying. Qi Lin hunched down, too frightened to expose himself. Inside the car, Lao Mao continued to yell over the radio, "Qi Lin, did you hear gunfire? Have you encountered them?" Qi Lin, sensing the commotion inside the vehicle, crawled to the passenger seat, reaching for the door. On the roadside, Long seized the opportunity provided by his colleague's cover and sprinted forward. He charged diagonally across the street, determined to break into the shanty area, now less than 30 meters away from Qi Lin. Qi Lin grasped the door handle, ready to pull it open, when he turned and saw Long attempting to slip into the alley. Cornered, he had no choice but to raise his weapon and shout a warning. At the street corner, Long was also mindful of the police car's position. So when he turned, he happened to come face to face with Qi Lin. The two froze for a moment, without a second thought. Long lifted his shotgun and fired at the car. With a deafening crash, the mechanical cover crumpled under the impact, while Qi Lin stood frozen, unable to respond. Just then, Lao Hei's vehicle barreled onto the scene, and he shouted over the radio, "Qi Lin, fire a shot, hold him off, he won't escape." Qi Lin remained motionless behind the police car, his eyes wide with fear as he stared at the street corner, his face pale. The car sped past Qi Lin's position. Bang, bang. Lao Hei leaned out the window and fired at Long's partner, who was reloading. The latter fell, blood erupting from his body as he collapsed onto the ground. Bang, bang. The large-caliber shotgun roared, shredding the electric bicycle's tire, which crashed into a wall beside a shop, half of it crumpling and emitting smoke. Lao Hei shook his head and threw open the car door, shouting, "There's only one of him. Go and apprehend him." Upon hearing this, everyone disembarked, guns in hand, rushing towards Long's location. Screech. The snowy street echoed with the sound of brakes as four burly men emerged from the vehicle, two armed with automatic rifles, and began firing towards Lao Hei's position. On the third ring road, Qin Yu, upon arriving at the firefight, immediately spotted those rushing towards Long. He grabbed the radio and shouted, "Lao Hei, retreat. They have backup." At this point, it was too late for Lao Hei to retreat. He had already exited the vehicle and advanced forward. As bullets flew, his immediate instinct was to seek shelter in the recess of the shop's entrance. Yet Long, enraged by the loss of his comrades, charged forward, shotgun in hand, shouting, "Damn it, are you still chasing them?" Bang! Lao Hei, pressed against the shop's glass door, dared not peek outside, firing blindly. But Long, audacious and ruthless, crept along the wall, pressing the shotgun against Lao Hei's head. Silence, a brief silence. "Don't move," shouted the two officers behind Lao Hei, weapons drawn in an effort to provide cover. Tat tat tat. Sweat trickled down Lao Hei's forehead as he stammered, please don't kill me." "Did I kill you for nothing? Huh? Did I kill you for nothing?" Long roared. Bang. The gun fired, and Lao Hei collapsed. "Chase me again, and I swear I'll send a bomb to your precinct every day." Long threatened, firing 3 shots into Lao Hei's body before being pulled away by his companion, tossing 2 grenades onto the road to buy time, and then vanishing into the night. Behind the police vehicle at the street corner, Qi Lin watched in horror as Lao Hei was shot, witnessing the explosions create 2 large craters in the pavement, his entire being frozen like a statue. The car came to a halt, and Qin Yu leaped out, eyes wide with disbelief, reaching for Lao Hei. "Brother, hold on. Hold on. Just let me go." "It's worse to live," Lao Hei rasped, grasping Qin Yu's wrist. "I have no family. I'm all alone. I raised 2 kids from my hometown in the new district. Please, give my compensation to them." Qin Yu clenched his fist, nodding resolutely. "I will definitely see to it." On the street, Lao Mao, eyes blazing, leaped out of the car and charged towards Qi Lin, demanding, "Give me your gun." Qi Lin, with vacant eyes, stared blankly at Lao Mao. "I said, give me your gun," Lao Mao shouted, seizing Qi Lin's service weapon, deftly ejecting the magazine and pausing. "Why yes, I'm sorry," Qi Lin stammered. Lao Mao, trembling with rage, pointed at the bullets in the magazine and yelled, "You didn't fire a single shot. Not one damn shot. Huh. If you had fired, would Lao Hei have died? Would Lazy have escaped? Damn it, you worthless fool." The 3 individuals who had just perished on the 2nd floor were all members of Lao Mao's team. While they were not particularly close friends, they were nonetheless colleagues with whom he had shared many days. In his fury, he kicked Qi Lin in the head, demanding, "Why didn't you fire? Are you afraid to die?" "I'm afraid I cannot assist with that." Chapter 21. The notorious Long in Songjiang 2 hours later. Within the office of the chief of police, Director Li slammed his hands on the table, his expression twisted in fury as he bellowed, "What in the world are you doing, Yuan Ku? This was supposed to be an organized operation. How could it have ended in such chaos? Look at the report. There were only a handful of bandits. Are your officers made of paper? How could we lose 4 men during an equipped assault? How am I supposed to report this to the precinct?" Yuan Ku lowered his head. "Director, I was preoccupied with another case. Let us not dwell on it. I'm willing to accept responsibility for this significant error." "Accept responsibility? Then step aside and let someone competent take over," Director Li retorted harshly. Yuan Ku suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with the director but remained silent. Damn it. Li paced the room in frustration, continuing his tirade. I've reviewed the report. This Qi Lin is not only incompetent, but he also raises suspicions. We must monitor him closely. He may be colluding with the criminals. Otherwise, why would he not fire a single shot? This must be thoroughly investigated. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I won't turn a blind eye. We'll see how things unfold. Director Li, agitated, moved to the window and stated, you will draft the report for the precinct, detailing everything about the aftermath. You will handle this personally and submit any required funds for my approval. Understood. Yuan Ke saluted. That night, at around midnight, Yuan Ke hosted a gathering at the Erji restaurant, where numerous renowned figures from the underworld gathered, at least 20 to 30 prominent gang leaders from various districts. In the second-floor hall, after raising 3 glasses and toast to the attendees, Yuan Ke remarked, I trust everyone has heard about our operation on the Third Ring Road tonight. The bandits killed 4 of our brothers, and the higher-ups are furious. They're practically tearing my clothes off in anger, with no outsiders present. Let me be frank, I intend to take down these drug dealers. I ask for your support, and I promise to make it up to you in the future. However, anyone who attempts to protect them or aid their escape will find themselves at odds with me and the police. Captain Yuan, what are you saying? If you speak up, who would dare refuse? One of the gang leaders responded, laughter echoing through the room. Come on, it's just a few drug dealers. We'll investigate and find them in no time. The assembled crowd listened to Yuan Ke's words without offense, many chiming in with agreement. Yuan Ke bowed and poured more wine, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. Hey, Old Ma, I need your help with something. Assist me in getting a few people out of the special district. The voice of Old Ma rang out. The burly man chuckled. Who are these people? I want to pry, but I can't help you with that. Is money an issue? Yuan Ke, eyes reddened, retorted. The chief of police treats us to dinner. Do you think I'm bluffing? The burly man lowered his voice. Old Ma, while I'm not afraid of him, I have no desire to offend someone from the authorities. You understand? Fine, consider this call as if it never happened. Goodbye. With that, the two ended the conversation. At 8:30 the next morning, a long-wanted notice was dispatched from the precinct to all 6 districts of SJ City. Upon receiving the directive, each substation promptly organized collaborative efforts for the apprehension. In an instant, Along, once an obscure name, became notorious in Songjiang, gaining a formidable reputation in the criminal underworld, as everyone was aware that the police had taken a personal interest in capturing him. Initially, when Qin Yu took over the case from Yuan Ke, he considered it a minor issue. However, as events spiraled out of control, he sensed an unsettling shift in the situation, feeling as if he were being propelled forward against his will. In the captain's office, Qin Yu furrowed his brow and told Yuan Ke, I underestimated the complexities of the arrest. I understand the challenges, Yuan Ke replied, waving his hand dismissively. You bear your responsibilities, but we also have our limitations. The leading drug dealer will fight to the death if captured, so our officers are in a different mindset. Some prioritize their salaries over catching criminals. Their motivations differ, and that creates an inherent challenge. Whether you face punishment or not depends on the case's resolution and how satisfied the higher-ups are with the outcome, Yuan Ke stated pragmatically. Things are still unfolding. Put in the effort, and I'll be watching closely. Qin Yu. Just then, a knock echoed through the office. Come in, Yuan Ke called out. The door opened, and a young officer in uniform saluted, reporting, the testimonies are in. The captured henchmen have stated they had no inside informants and received no warnings. Yuan Ke frowned and inquired, are you certain? Both henchmen provided identical accounts. They don't seem to be lying. Then lift the surveillance on Qi Lin. Yuan Ke decided after a moment of contemplation. The young officer hesitated before asking, what about his punishment? Noted. The young officer saluted and departed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu sighed inwardly, refraining from advocating for Qi Lin, knowing that survival in the frontline team was ultimately an individual struggle. A few minutes later, downstairs, Lin Yanlei, clad in a wool coat with an adorable pink scarf around her neck and her hair tousled, called out to the duty officer, I wish to file a report. Chapter 22. To live, I must strive with all my might in the stairwell of the 3rd floor, Qi Lin exclaimed, shaking the old cat's arm vigorously. Do not stop me. I need to confront Captain Yuan and inquire why I have been reassigned to logistics. As the two were embroiled in their argument, Qin Yu descended from the upper floor and inquired, what are you two doing? Both paused. Can you refrain from shouting here? Isn't it embarrassing? Qin Yu frowned at them and said, come on, let's step outside. I need to have a word with Qi Lin. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin was ultimately dragged away by Qin Yu and the old cat. Downstairs, Lin Yanlei blinked her beautiful eyes and stated, "I am a reporter from the network station. I discovered individuals selling overpriced smuggled drugs around Tuzha Street during an undercover investigation. When those thugs spotted us, they seized our camera. Do you know them?" "No." Receiving the information, she sat down and meticulously filled out a form before handing it to the officer, asking, "Is this sufficient? Can we apprehend them?" "That's not the issue. My camera is still with them, and they haven't left. You should go and catch them." Lin Yanlei sounded anxious. "What's with your attitude?" "They stole my camera, and they should still be there. Why are we not going now?" "You." Lin Yanlei's face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Forget it. I will find Qin Yu." "Is he here? You know him?" the officer asked, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I do." "Then please wait a moment." The officer's demeanor softened slightly as he grabbed the walkie-talkie and relayed a message. After a minute of waiting, the officer shook his head and said, "Qin Yu is not here. He has gone out. We cannot proceed now. I need to report this up the chain and follow protocol." "Unbelievable." Lin Yanlei muttered under her breath, grabbing her bag and turning to leave. In a nearby breakfast shop, Qi Lin stared vacantly at the multigrain steamed buns on the table. Completely motionless. "Don't get agitated. If logistics is where you need to be, then so be it," the old cat remarked, clearly displeased with Qi Lin's previous performance. As Qin Yu munched on his food, he attempted to offer some consolation to Qi Lin. Qi Lin's eyes reddened as he gazed down at his palm, murmuring, "It's unfair." The old cat, known for his short temper, immediately erupted. "What do you mean unfair? Are you saying it's unjust for you to be punished when your work is subpar? I've told you before, you are not cut out for frontline duties. Yet you cling to dreams of promotion. And now, what do we have? Not only have you jeopardized yourself, but you've also put your colleagues at risk. That fellow along could have been apprehended, and what will the higher-ups think today? Everyone involved in the case will be commended. But because you hesitated to fire your weapon, we are facing punishment, and old Hay was killed. Did you see his body? 3 gunshot wounds. His bulletproof vest was shredded." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. Qi Lin clenched his fists, staring at the old cat for several seconds before gritting his teeth and responding, "Fine. I admit I was wrong for not firing my weapon. You were indeed wrong. But have you never made a mistake? Haven't you?" Qi Lin suddenly countered. The old cat was momentarily at a loss for words. "But I have never made a fundamental error since the day I became an officer. Not once. I tread carefully and perform my duties with caution. Not only have I never erred in the past, but I have also worked hard to achieve the top 3 in the shooting competition to secure a few extra $100 as a level 2 officer. I even topped the precinct in shooting, correct?" Qin Yu was taken aback, completely unaware of Qi Lin's accolades in marksmanship. "When I brought honor to the precinct, there was no substantial reward. Yet, when I falter, I face consequences. Is that fair?" Qi Lin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he asked, "Is it difficult to become a level 2 officer?" "It's merely a matter of a single command from above. So why is it that I am overlooked? Why does no one advocate for me? Year after year, I receive nominations, yet I remain a runner-up, correct? Am I right, old cat?" The old cat had never encountered Qi Lin speaking to him in such a manner, leaving him somewhat bewildered. After finishing his remarks, Qi Lin stood up, staring blankly at Qin Yu and the old cat, saying, "You two eat. I am leaving." "Qi Lin," Qin Yu called out. The old cat frowned, continuing to sip his porridge. Qin Yu sat in a daze, lost in thought. After a long silence, the old cat lowered his head and asked, "Did I say something too harsh?" "Yes, a bit," Qin Yu nodded. "I genuinely worry for him." The old cat sighed. Snow began to fall from the sky as Qi Lin walked stiffly along the desolate streets, contemplating purchasing a bottle of alcohol to numb his frustrations. Only to remember that even the cheapest bottle would cost 25 yuan. He persevered, continuing towards home. In a certain building on Tuzha Street, Along inhaled a puff of smoke, frowning as he addressed Lao Mao. "When can I leave?" "Arrangements are being made. It will be soon, just a couple of days. Before I leave, I need to step out for a moment." "Stop talking nonsense. They are searching for you frantically outside," Lao Mao urged, his tone urgent. Chapter 23. Buying a person the next day, as Qin Yu entered the office, Old Cat approached him, inquiring, "What are you busy with?" "Before Old Hay passed away, he mentioned a few things to me, urging that I process his compensation to support the 2 children he left behind," Qin Yu replied while sipping water. "Ah, you didn't have to deal with the 3 from your side?" Qin Yu inquired proactively. "I'm handling it now, currently in contact with the families of the fallen comrades." Old Cat responded, lowering his head. "I dislike such occasions, so I didn't attend." Ah, Qin Yu nodded. Hey, do you have plans later? Old Cat suddenly asked. Qin Yu hesitated, still interrogating those two lackeys. Nothing of significant importance. Then come with me to Qi Lin's house, Old Cat suggested, feigning a nonchalant demeanor. He has been reassigned to logistics, and now without field allowances, his salary has decreased. I'm worried he might be in such despair that he considers drastic measures. Let us finish up at noon. I need to check in with Zhu Wei regarding the interrogations. Qin Yu glanced at the clock and replied, All right. I'll come to get you at noon. Sounds good. As the noon bell rang, Qin Yu hopped on Old Cat's electric motorcycle and headed to Qi Lin's residence. In this era, those who held positions as police officers were generally considered to be faring well, at least within the 9th district, where they were regarded as part of the middle-income populace. Despite the inherent dangers, it was a stable job with a fixed monthly salary. Nevertheless, Qi Lin's life was a struggle. His home was situated on the fringes of a slum, where most residents lacked stable employment. The younger individuals managed to scrape by with manual labor, but the elderly, sick, and disabled suffered terribly, as some were genuinely incapable of work. The Songjiang government lacked the resources to provide adequate relief, leading to dire situations where starvation was a grim reality. Crime rates were alarmingly high, with constant turnover and change in the population. Upon stepping into Qi Lin's modest courtyard, Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings. The yard was square-shaped, covering approximately 300 to 400 square meters, though most of it belonged to the landlord. They had only rented 2 low, narrow rooms at the entrance for Qi Lin. The 2 rooms faced each other, separated by a wall and an iron gate. A layout that might perplex the uninitiated but was understood by those aware of the landlord's concerns about tenant misconduct. Over time, as Qi Lin had resided there longer, the landlord likely recognized his character, leading to a relaxation of management, leaving the iron gate open as a sign of respect. Upon entering the courtyard, they spotted Qi Lin sitting on the steps, looking despondent. What are you doing? Old Cat asked as he approached. Qi Lin looked surprised and stood up. What brings you two here? Just checking to see if you're still alive, Old Cat stated, his bluntness evident. Come in, Qi Lin replied, adept at brushing aside awkwardness. He swiftly shifted the topic, inviting them into the house. Where's your mother? Old Cat inquired. My mom is lying down in the adjacent room. My sister is out doing odd jobs, Qi Lin smiled. Come in for some water. I want tea drink. Let us go see your mother, Old Cat insisted, carrying some food specifically for Qi Lin's mother. Qi Lin paused, shaking his head. Don't bother. What's wrong? Qin Yu asked. We had a quarrel, Qi Lin admitted. Damn it, Old Cat exclaimed. So you take it out on your mother? You're an adult. Can't you show some maturity? What suddenly made you want to get married? Old Cat's curiosity piqued. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Lin explained the situation. His mother suffered from liver disease, which had worsened over time due to lack of funds for proper treatment, leading to a syndrome where her vital organs were deteriorating rapidly. The elderly woman, lacking education and having faced numerous hardships, had but one wish before departing, for Qi Lin to marry, so she could see a successor before her time ran out. Deep down, Qi Lin understood that this desire stemmed from his mother wanting him to stop spending money on her and settle down with a wife. Inside the house, Qin Yu remained silent, uncertain of what advice to offer, while Old Cat pondered for a moment before speaking. If you're going to find a wife, you need to be prepared. Where do we find one on such short notice? She has already made arrangements with a matchmaker for the wife of that old dong next door. My mother wants me to spend money to marry someone. But you know my situation, just received punishment, my income has dropped, and I can't guarantee what my future in logistics will be like. Qi Lin's expression was one of distress. Old Cat, contemplating Qi Lin's words, suggested, buying one might be an option. Don't be ridiculous, Qi Lin waved his hand dismissively. What if my punishment is severe, and I can't stay as a police officer? What will I do then? Don't worry. I'll ensure you remain in the force, Old Cat asserted, lowering his gaze. Qi Lin was taken aback. Tell me the truth, does your mother really not have much time left? Old Cat asked quietly. Qi Lin fell silent for several seconds, letting out a deep sigh. It's not about healing. It's about maintaining her condition, which only means deterioration is just a matter of time. Then let us arrange for a wife. Old Cat declared resolutely. You need to marry. A grown man can't just run home every day without doing anything. Having someone to care for will allow you to focus on your work. But I don't have the money, Qi Lin protested. Wait here, Old Cat replied. Abruptly turning to Qin Yu, come with me for a moment. No need, Old Cat. Qi Lin stood up immediately. Old Cat pointed at Qi Lin, insisting, just wait here. 2 minutes later, outside, Old Cat, puffing on an electronic cigarette, looked down at Qin Yu and asked, do you have any money? Qin Yu blinked. I can lend him a maximum of 500. That's not enough. Old cat shook his head. Surprised, Qin Yu contemplated for a few seconds before responding. I only have 1,500 left. I can give you 1,300 and keep 200 for food. Thanks, brother. Old cat clapped Qin Yu on the arm. Hey, I want to ask something. Qin Yu inquired curiously. What if Qi Lin can't pay me back? How will you settle it? I'll sell silver into Tuzha Street to repay you, Qi Lin quipped. Damn it, I don't want to lend you money anymore, Qin Yu exclaimed in frustration. That's settled then, old cat chuckled, striding back into the house, calling out, Qi Lin, get in touch with someone. We've pooled together 3,005. The rest is up to you. Qi Lin stood in the shabby room, staring at the two in disbelief before bowing deeply. I assure you, I will repay this money. Indeed, Qi Lin did not wish to go against his mother's wishes, knowing that this might be her final desire. At 3 in the afternoon, Qi Lin, with a substantial sum of money tied around his waist, departed with Qin Yu, an old cat from the SJ City area, heading towards Beidai Living Village. The vehicle traversed the long-frozen Songjiang, its tires crunching on the thick white snow, finally halting on an unnamed dirt road. The three walked 3 kilometers to the entrance of Beidai Village and made a phone call. After waiting for about half an hour, a middle-aged woman in a military coat approached, her face flushed, asking, looking to buy someone? Follow me, she said, turning to lead the way. The trio followed her around a dilapidated housing area, entering a drafty dwelling. The woman opened an iron gate, pointing to a dozen individuals of various ethnicities seated on the floor, stating, we have all kinds, black, white, whatever you need, as long as the money is right. Everything is negotiable. Qin Yu stood at the door, pinching his nose. Qi Lin, go inside and choose. Are they all holders of residency permits? The old cat feigned understanding and inquired, brother, shall I introduce you to those with residency permits? The woman rolled her eyes. Isn't it more enticing to directly take jobs from the local street? Sister, you truly have a good grasp of the situation. The woman scoffed. Who doesn't he have a story these days? The old cat was left speechless. The woman patted Qi Lin's shoulder. Brother, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's business, after all, the customer comes first. Go in and choose. There's a flashlight here. It's too dark to see clearly, so shine it around. Qi Lin indeed felt a bit awkward, standing at the door with a hint of restraint. Bang. The old cat kicked Qi Lin into the room. Hurry up. It's almost dark. Qi Lin blinked, stepping into the interior. Meanwhile, a shadow stealthily glanced around before approaching Qi Lin's window, whispering, Qi Lin, are you home? The figure, beads of sweat forming on their forehead, scanned Qi Lin's room once more, and upon seeing no one, left with a furrowed brow. Chapter 24. Everything speaks in money. In the past, life was fraught with pressure, and many would often lament that love had become so cheap it could be purchased. This sentiment was once merely a sardonic commentary on societal conditions, but in today's era, it has tragically morphed into a stark reality. Whether this constitutes progress or regression remains uncertain. The women in charge procure their girls from designated planning zones, not through abduction or coercion, but rather these young women willingly choose to accompany them, seeking nothing more than a stable meal. Lacking residency rights in the 9th District, these girls can only secure legal standing through marriage or personal purchase. Otherwise, they face inevitable expulsion once their time limit expires. After wandering inside for over 10 minutes, Qi Lin emerged to inquire of the women, do those 2 compatriot girls have family? No, the woman replied without hesitation, shaking her head. Do you know what I do? Qi Lin asked, frowning again. The woman paused. Don't deceive me. Do they truly lack family? Qi Lin pressed further. After a moment's consideration, the woman exclaimed, oh, I almost forgot. Those 2 girls do have family, but they are in the designated planning zone. Then I don't want them. Qi Lin responded, shaking his head. It would be troublesome. Look for others then. What is the name of that Belarusian girl? Qi Lin asked thoughtfully. She has no problem with Chinese, right? She is from the nearby planning zone and speaks the local dialect better than I do, so it's no issue. Then I'll take her. Qi Lin nodded. How much? 8,000, the woman replied succinctly. Let us go, Qi Lin said, immediately stepping forward. Qin Yu and Lao Mao exchanged glances, surprised, but quickly followed. I'll take off 1,000, the woman called as she caught up, tugging at Qi Lin's arm. Brother, they lack residency rights, and bringing them in incurs costs. Please don't negotiate too harshly. 3,000, then forget it, she retorted. Why does he always want to leave? The lowest I can go is 6,800. I've been supporting them for over 2 months. Impossible. 4,500 is absolutely out of the question. At that price, you can only get someone like me. She waved her hand dismissively. You can go if you want. It's a minimum of 6,800. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin did not hesitate. He turned and left the small courtyard with Qin Yu and Lao Mao. After 3 rounds of bargaining, they finally reached an agreement with the woman, while the Belarusian girl, Bella, listened intently from within. Outside, Qin Yu assessed the disheveled Bella and asked Qi Lin with a smile, "Aren't you going to celebrate? Where would the funds come from?" Qi Lin replied, shaking his head, "Let us just find a few friends to have a meal." "What day?" "Tomorrow," Qi Lin pondered, adding, "I'll inform the team." "All right." Then it's settled. Lao Mao, weary from the day's exertions, turned to Bella and simply stated, "Although we met through monetary means, my brother is a good man. He will not mistreat you. Please take care of him." Bella remained silent, her head bowed as she fiddled with the ends of her hair, murmuring, "I understand." "Well, we'll take our leave now," Lao Mao said, giving Qi Lin a nod. "Hey." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lao Mao and Qin Yu watched as the man and woman, brought together by money, departed. On the weathered, frostbitten streets, Qi Lin walked somewhat awkwardly ahead, his heart racing. After an indeterminate time, Bella called out, "Could you slow down? My shoes are worn and hurt my feet." The girl halted, reaching out to grasp Qi Lin's clothing. I want to eat." That evening, Lao Mao, uncertain of where to venture next, did not suggest staying at Qin Yu's as usual and instead concocted an excuse to slip away. Around 9 o'clock, as Qin Yu settled onto his bed, he was abruptly startled by Lin Yinlei's furious voice. "What are you doing? Do you want me to call the police?" Taken aback by the commotion, Qin Yu quickly donned his coat and peered out the window. Lin Yinlei stood below, pointing at the entrance as 3 burly men in leather coats staggered inside. "Little girl, do you truly not understand the situation? Consider this your final warning. Do you still have the audacity?" The leading man, stroking his bald head, extended his hand. "Hand over the camera." "The camera isn't with me. If you continue to harass me, I will call the police." "You really think you're tough, don't you?" The leader laughed mockingly, gesturing toward Lin Yinlei. "The police? My friend Yuan Ku is a police officer. Go ahead and call. I'll be waiting for him, huh?" Lin Yinlei fell silent, taken aback. Meanwhile, just as Qin Yu was about to step outside to investigate, he froze upon hearing the name Yuan Ku, his brow furrowing deeply. At that moment, a 15-year-old boy burst from the inner courtyard, draped in a tattered cotton jacket, shouting, "What is going on? Why are you making noise at this hour?" Chapter 25, A Cry Against Injustice in Courtyard Number 88, as a small boy dashed out. A woman behind him seized the collar of his neck and yanked him back into the inner courtyard. "Quickly close the door and mind your own business," she urged. Within the courtyard, a burly man with a crooked neck cast a glance into the inner area and, with a smirk, addressed Lin Yinlei. "Did you see that? These days, people shy away from trouble. They think that shouting for help will summon assistance. What a delusion." Lin Yinlei retreated to the doorway, her bright eyes darting among the 3 muscular men as she pleaded, "Big brother, I truly don't have the camera with me. I've already turned it in. Please, don't make it difficult for me." The burly man stepped forward, gripping Lin Yinlei's dark hair tightly. "What nonsense are you spouting, little girl? If you're not sure whether it's in your possession, why should I believe you?" Gazing at the rugged features of the man before her and sensing his malicious intent, Lin Yinlei's heart raced. "I swear I don't have it." With a sudden loss of patience, the man slammed her head against the doorframe. "Damn it, I'm being generous here." Lin Yinlei was taken aback, momentarily dazed from the impact. "East, pull her inside. I'll find another way to talk to her," the leader commanded. "What are you doing? If you're going to be unreasonable, I'll show you what it means to endure the cold of winter." The man on the left stepped forward, tugging at Lin Yinlei and preparing to kick the door open. Just then, the door across the way swung open, and Qin Yu stepped out. "What is going on? Are you harassing a young girl?" Upon seeing Qin Yu, Lin Yinlei's face lit up with hope as she exclaimed, "Brother, save me." Qin Yu, whose nature was typically aloof, initially hesitated to intervene. However, the persistence of the men made it clear that matters might escalate. And given that Lin Yinlei might report the incident, he felt compelled to act, especially since he was a resident of this courtyard. He was also aware of Lin Yinlei's connections and wished to avoid further complications. "Officer." The burly man paused, taken aback. "Which precinct are you from?" Ignoring Qin Yu's presence, he turned back to Lin Yinlei, demanding, "Last time, I'll ask you again, are you going to give me the item or not?" "I already told you, it's the camera." Before she could finish, Qin Yu stepped forward and grasped the burly man's wrist. "Buddy, don't cause trouble in this courtyard." Qin Yu frowned. "Step aside." The burly man shook off his arm. What is your problem? Are you enforcing the law here? Go ahead, try to grab me. With a swift motion, Qin Yu seized the man's arm with his left hand and executed a sweeping kick with his right leg. The burly man fell to the ground with a thud. Call yourself a tiger? Are there any lions in this muddy street? Qin Yu muttered, then delivered 3 swift kicks to the man's head, sending him tumbling down the stairs. The other 2 burly men, pulling knives from their coats, showed no concern for Qin Yu's identity as they advanced on him. With a swift motion, Qin Yu disarmed the fallen man, swiftly chambering around and aiming at one of the attackers. You're pointing a knife at an officer. Do you think I want to shoot you? You're just bluffing. Bang. Lin Yanlei, terrified, crouched down, covering her head. The bullet grazed the cheek of the man with the knife, leaving him momentarily stunned. You called me a liar. Yet here you are, trembling, Qin Yu challenged, his eyes blazing. Stand still, and I'll shoot you right between the eyes. The 2 men froze, uncertain of Qin Yu's next move. On the ground, the burly man, now bloodied and dazed, shouted, East, call for backup. Thud, thud, thud. Qin Yu struck the man's head with the butt of his gun several times. 3 of you, and you think 1 gun is insufficient? You can't even stand your ground, yet you pretend to be tough. With blood streaming down his face and leaning against the doorframe, the man was utterly bewildered. Crouch down. Qin Yu ordered the other 2 men, who exchanged glances and begrudgingly obeyed. As Qin Yu's mind raced, he turned to Lin Yanlei and instructed, Go to my room and bring me the phone. Still crouched on the ground, Lin Yanlei hesitated to look up. Move it. Qin Yu kicked her lightly. If you can stir up trouble, you better learn to handle it. Get me the phone from the bedside. Holding the gun with one hand, Qin Yu dialed Zhu Wei's number with the other. I've apprehended 3 suspects. Send a vehicle to pick them up. Hearing this, the dazed man lifted his head and cursed. You little pup. Are you serious? Qin Yu raised the gun again, prepared to strike. The man instinctively recoiled, silencing himself as he awaited the arrival of the officers. Meanwhile, Qin Yu pulled Lin Yanlei aside and asked, Sister, why do you always attract trouble? What do they want with you? I filmed them doing something. Lin Yanlei blinked and replied, It's my job. What did you capture? Upon hearing her words, a sense of alarm washed over Qin Yu. Are they selling counterfeit drugs? Yes, I've been trailing them for several days. They stole my camera last time, Lin Yanlei nodded. These scoundrels lack humanity. Taking advantage of the crackdown on price gouging, they force impoverished individuals to sell organs to survive. Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation. Half an hour later, when Officer Zhu Wei arrived on the scene, he was taken aback to see the burly man. Oh, Tiger. What brings you here? Little Zhu Wei? Upon seeing a familiar face, the burly man perked up and exclaimed, I need to make a call. Qin Yu approached Zhu Wei and inquired, Do you know him? The audacity. If I don't strip you of that outfit today, I want to share your surname. The burly man, wiping the blood from his face, stepped aside to dial Yuan Ku's number. Chapter 26. The unfazed old eel in the courtyard of number 88. Shortly after the tiger finished his phone call at the entrance, Qin Yu's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID and recognizing Yuan Ku's number, he promptly made his way to his room's door and pressed the answer button. Hello, Captain Yuan. What brings you to call? Oh, come on. It's just a trivial matter, yet it has roused you, Qin Yu replied, the earlier aggression he displayed towards the tiger vanishing, replaced by a facade of ingratiation. Are the few individuals who came to my courtyard your acquaintances? I suppose they could be considered friends. Yuan Ku blinked, responding, They know my elder brother, and, upon hearing that you are a police officer, reached out to me. Well, this is quite the unexpected turn of events, Qin Yu spoke casually, as he had overheard the tiger's earlier remarks and was aware of the connection between the two. Why did you resort to violence then? Yuan Ku inquired, taken aback. The one who was tied up? Indeed. Qin Yu continued. This woman works at a streaming platform and lives in the same courtyard as I do. She was outside, crying and shouting. I felt compelled to intervene. As you know, she must have some connections. Otherwise, Director Li wouldn't have personally come to escort her away that day. He lowered his voice, explaining, Since I encountered her, I couldn't just ignore the situation. Otherwise, it could escalate into a major issue, and we might find ourselves in trouble. Initially, I intended to persuade your friends to leave, but they were a bit reckless and drew knives on me. I had no idea they were acquainted with you, and I had to defend myself. Do you know what her connections are? Yuan Ku asked, frowning. I have no idea. Qin Yu shook his head. However, the person who came to pick her up that day was a leader from the media, and Director Li personally came down to see her off. Oh, are you familiar with this woman? Without hesitation, Qin Yu boasted. We get along fairly well. I would consider her a friend. All right then, Yuan Ku replied. Just hold on a moment. Qin Yu, still on the phone, approached the tiger. Here's your call. The tiger paused for a moment, took the phone aside, and spoke to Yuan Ku for a few moments before hanging up with a somewhat gloomy expression. Huh, so you all know each other. You should have mentioned that earlier. I wouldn't have laid a hand on you, Qin Yu joked, looking at the tiger. After a prolonged silence, the tiger retorted, You better watch yourself, brat. This isn't over. He ground his teeth, tossed the phone back to Qin Yu, and waved him off. Nearby, Zhu Wei, who had been watching the entire incident in bewilderment, turned to Qin Yu and asked, How did you manage to smooth things over? What is your relationship with Captain Yuan? What do you mean by relationship? Qin Yu countered. Usually, Captain Yuan treats the tiger with respect. You turned the situation upside down and resolved it with a single phone call? I was certain you were going to get stripped of your clothes. Zhu Wei expressed his disbelief. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu leaned closer to Zhu Wei and whispered, I haven't mentioned this before, but the chief executive of the 9th Special District is my uncle. Come on. Not a word of truth from you. Zhu Wei rolled his eyes, deciding not to pursue further. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be on my way. At least you have some humanity, Zhu Wei chuckled. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. The two exchanged pleasantries before Zhu Wei turned and departed from number 88. At the entrance, Lin Yinlei brushed her hair back and approached Qin Yu. I apologize for troubling you again. Curiously, Qin Yu looked at Lin Yinlei. Are you testing my professional capabilities? Why is it that every time I encounter you, it's always trouble? Upon hearing this, Lin Yinlei pouted and sighed. I've been rather unlucky lately. By the way, why did they seek you out? Qin Yu suddenly asked. Lin Yinlei cast a glance at Qin Yu's attire and politely replied. It's cold outside. Let us discuss this indoors. Let us go. Qin Yu turned to survey the room, noting that it was arranged similarly to his own, albeit more meticulously kept, exuding a faint fragrance. Would you like something to drink? Besides water, do you have anything else? Qin Yu inquired. Oh, no. Then let us skip the pleasantries. Just get some water. Qin Yu settled into a chair. Lin Yinlei removed her coat and poured Qin Yu a cup of warm water from a thermos, softly explaining. I intended to do a special report on patients from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this drug trafficking gang. As I interacted with them, I realized they completely lack any moral boundaries and are exceedingly ruthless. As a media professional, I have a duty to voice the concerns of society. So I captured some photos of their activities, and that is when the trouble began. Holding the cup, Qin Yu bluntly asked, Is your family well off? Moderately. Why do you ask? Lin Yinlei looked startled. You seem like someone who has too much time on their hands. How absurd. Lin Yinlei couldn't help but retort. You work in law enforcement. How can you make such a tasteless remark? Huh, why do you look so naive? I was merely making small talk. Why are you getting all worked up? Qin Yu finished the water and stood up, addressing Lin Yinlei. Whatever you choose to do is your business. But as a concerned neighbor, I advise you to destroy those photos and pivot to a more positive topic. Your report won't change the situation in Songjiang. It may only provoke certain individuals. If media professionals can't provoke others, what value do they hold? Lin Yinlei stared at him with wide, earnest eyes, looking somewhat adorable. You really are quite naive. Get lost. You're the naive one. Lin Yinlei exclaimed, slightly exasperated. You've insulted me twice since you entered the room. Time to go. Qin Yu, uninterested in continuing the conversation, turned to leave. Don't forget to leave the cup. Qin Yu set the cup down, exited Lin Yinlei's room. But his expression had lost its playful demeanor. Lin Yinlei said that the tiger was also involved in drug trafficking. Could it merely be a coincidence that the tiger and Yuan Ku were acquainted? For the first time, Qin Yu felt that something was amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Inside the hospital, the tiger sat in the surgical consultation room, shouting into the phone at Yuan Ku. I just don't understand. Why are you covering for this clueless young punk who has no background? Chapter 27. The Wedding Feast. Are you aware of the woman's background? Yuan Ku inquired coldly. Tiger was taken aback by the question. I haven't heard anything about it. You don't even know who she is, yet you recklessly brought people over to meddle. Don't you think this is rather rash? Yuan Ku furrowed his brow. If you had encountered someone other than Qin Yu today, and something unfortunate happened to that young lady, do you even comprehend the consequences? My brother didn't ascertain her background when he initially kidnapped her, and look how miserably it ended for Songxia. Just imagine how it would be for you. I didn't think too much about it, Tiger replied. Moreover, the entire police department is cracking down on drug trafficking. A campaign we initiated. Are you trying to undermine me by getting involved with drugs now? Yuan Ku questioned in a hushed tone. Tiger scratched his head, wrapped in bandages. It's not that I wanted to deal with drugs now. It's just that the goods are piling up, and we've discarded a lot. Understood, Tiger nodded. And remember, Qin Yu is my man. He is working for me, so refrain from provoking him. In fact, you should cooperate with him if the need arises. Understood? Yuan Ku, knowing Tiger's vengeful nature, issued a stern warning. Xiaoke, I don't understand. You've been in the police force for quite some time, and you have plenty of capable individuals under you. Why do you insist on recruiting this reckless youth? Tiger bit down, irritated. Damn it. I've been in the underworld for so long, and no one has ever dared to point a gun at me, Tiger exclaimed. Hua, when will you grasp this truth? People exist beyond your comprehension, and there are those who are far more ruthless than you. You may think you're tough, yet even Song Xia fell to Qin Yu. What era are we in? It's a time when desperation drives people to seize military rations, and you never know which petty scavenger today might rise to prominence tomorrow. Thus, conflicts devoid of interest hardly qualify as conflicts. Do you understand? Tiger scoffed. Your words are quite sharp. You could plow a field with that tongue. Fine. I'll heed your advice and avoid him. That has settled then. Yuan Ku concluded, ending the call. The following evening, Qin Yu and Old Cat proceeded to Erji restaurant as previously arranged, for Qi Lin was hosting a banquet to celebrate his marriage. While it was termed a banquet, it was merely a gathering of friends for a meal and some merriment. Given Qi Lin's limited funds, a grand affair was simply out of reach. Upon arriving at the restaurant around 8 o'clock, Qin Yu scanned the second floor, noting familiar faces from the police department, along with some of Qi Lin's neighbors and his younger sister. Isn't Mom coming? Old Cat asked as he stood in the hall. She didn't due to her poor health, Qi Lin replied with a smile, introducing his visually impaired sister to Qin Yu. You haven't met yet. This is my sister, Qi Yu. Hello, brother Qin Yu. Qi Yu greeted, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, her delicate features bearing a certain spirited charm. However, her blindness was a tragic flaw on an otherwise beautiful visage. Hello, Qin Yu greeted the young girl before turning to the bride, Bella. You look stunning today. Bella, dressed in a simple red cheongsam, smiled and nodded at Qin Yu. Thank you. Old Cat, noticing Bella's radiant demeanor, teased, you seem to be flourishing. Get lost, Qi Lin retorted, waving his hand before inviting them. Come on, sit at the main table, make yourselves comfortable. Heeding the invitation, Qin Yu and Old Cat made their way to the main table, snacking on some light refreshments while awaiting the start of the banquet. After a brief interlude, Yuan Ku unexpectedly arrived on the second floor with Tiger in tow. Ah, Team Yuan. Enjoying the feast? The 30 or so attendees greeted Yuan Ku enthusiastically upon his entrance. Just taking a stroll, everyone sit down. Yuan Ku waved his hand in acknowledgement before settling down at Qin Yu's table. You lot are slacking off. Coming here for a wedding feast instead of attending to your duties, huh? Qin Yu grinned. I just finished an interrogation. Yuan Ku patted Qin Yu's thigh and turned to Tiger. Do you know each other? Of course. We met yesterday. Tiger pointed to the bandage on his head. Grinning at Qin Yu. Brother, your impression was incredibly profound. Seeing Tiger's attitude, Qin Yu extended his hand. My sincerest apologies. I had no idea you knew Team Yuan. Xiaoke mentioned there was some connection, so your intervention was quite helpful, Tiger said, shaking hands with Qin Yu. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, let's start anew. With Yuan Ku here, we're practically family. You'll come to know what kind of person I am. All right. Qin Yu nodded. Let us have a drink later. Absolutely. After exchanging pleasantries, Old Cat leaned closer to Qin Yu, frowning. How do you know this guy? Old Cat cast a disdainful glance at Tiger and whispered. Keep your distance from him. He's not a decent person. What happened? Last year, he had a conflict with a boss from our underworld and secretly ran over his wife. Killing her, Old Cat said darkly. The woman was 6 months pregnant. Her head was smashed in. Qin Yu was taken aback. Did he not face any consequences? Consequences? The boss had 2 children and was coerced into silence. In the end, it was deemed a traffic accident, and he paid some compensation to settle it. Old Cat's voice turned hoarse. He's a beast. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Tiger and chose to disengage from further conversation. Not long after Yuan Ku arrived, the banquet commenced, and the atmosphere grew lively as drinks were exchanged. Throughout the meal, Yuan Ku engaged Qin Yu in conversation. Brother, I don't find many people worthy of my attention, but you are one of them. In these times, having both courage and intelligence is invaluable. As long as you perform well, I will ensure you are well taken care of in the future. I understand, Captain, Qin Yu replied, his cheeks flushed. Wait a moment. Yuan Ku said, patting Qin Yu's arm. He then stood up and called out, everyone, quiet down. All eyes turned to Yuan Ku. Since we're all familiar faces, Let's raise a glass to celebrate Qi Lin, Yuan Ke declared, raising his cup with a smile. With Yuan Ke leading the toast. Everyone stood up to drink to Qi Lin. The newlyweds beamed with joy, pouring drinks and joining in the toast. In that moment, Qin Yu became the center of attention, as colleagues from the police department, whether known or unknown, began to toast him. Were it anyone else receiving such praise from Yuan Ke, they might become a bit arrogant. However, Qin Yu, being seasoned in the precinct, felt a twinge of apprehension. Recently, he had indeed gained some recognition. The case involving Songxia had been solved, and there were breakthroughs in the drug trafficking case, both of which centered around him. Thus, he felt it reasonable to receive this attention from the higher-ups, as leaders often favor capable subordinates. Yet, at that moment, he sensed that Yuan Ke's favor extended beyond mere appreciation, bordering on the peculiar, especially since they were not closely related. Was it not somewhat unusual for him to receive such treatment solely based on 2 cases? Qin Yu was filled with confusion. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were served, Yuan Ke glanced at his watch and softly beckoned Qin Yu. Come with me. All right. Qin Yu nodded, rising to follow Yuan Ke downstairs. Within the confines of the room, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, the mischievous and grinning Lao Hu beckoned to Qi Lin. I have a question for you. Qi Lin, a seasoned member of the group and acquainted with Lao Hu, responded courteously. What's on your mind, brother Hu? Lao Hu, his gaze fixated intently on the bride Bella, inquired with a breath reeking of liquor. Where did you find this woman? How much did you pay for her? His eyes gleamed with intrigue. For 1,005, Qi Lin replied. Goodness. You can possess a lifetime of a beauty for just 4,005. That is quite a bargain. Lao Hu remarked rather crudely. Qi Lin chuckled but chose not to engage further. Hey, tomorrow you should introduce me to the agent. I'd like to take a look as well. Qi Lin was momentarily taken aback. Brother Hu, don't you already have a wife? What's wrong with having more than one? Lao Hu retorted, revealing his yellowed teeth. Money idling is just a waste. Might as well spend it on something pleasurable. Agreed. Lao Hu nodded, appraising Bella. This woman is truly remarkable, fair-skinned and long-legged. Qi Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness and swiftly reached for the bottle. Come, brother, let me toast you with Bella. Certainly, he replied. Come here, dear. Let us raise a glass to Brother Hu. As Qi Lin poured the drinks, he called out, Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Qi Lin has had a hard life. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Hu, emboldened by drink, grasped Bella's arm and began to whisper to her conspiratorially. All right. Meanwhile, Qin Yu drove away, and after more than an hour had elapsed, a knock resounded at the window. Who's there? Come out. Came the low voice of a familiar figure from a few days prior. Qi Lin, startled, quickly donned his clothing and exited the room. Under the dim moonlight, the wanted man, Along, turned to survey his surroundings. Little brother, let us find a quieter spot to converse. Qi Lin, momentarily stunned, suddenly surged forward. His eyes ablaze. Have you lost your mind? You nearly got me killed. Chapter 28. A bowl of water noodles 5 minutes later. Bella had gone to her mother and sister's room to sleep, while Qi Lin led Along into his own chamber. Life was treating him well. He had even married a wife. Along turned his head to survey the room, boldly seating himself on the bed. Along's real name was Qi Long, Qi Lin's elder brother, yet they were entirely different in character. Qi Lin was more conservative, grounded in the present era, while Qi Long had always preferred to take risks, spending most of his time away from home. The last time Qi Long had left was 2 years ago, during which he had never contacted the family, leading Qi Lin to sometimes believe he had perished outside. Yet unexpectedly, during the recent capture, he encountered his elder brother once more. Although their relationship was not particularly harmonious, blood ties ran deep, and Qi Lin could never bring himself to fire upon his own brother in pursuit of merit. This matter was not to be disclosed to anyone, leaving Qi Lin brooding over his sorrow and harboring concerns for Qi Long's safety. Aren't you doing just fine? Qi Long scoffed. Rest assured. Even with 1,000 guns pointed at my head, I wouldn't betray you. Qi Long perpetually wore a devil-may-care attitude. Having tread carefully for several days with no one monitoring him at home, he believed that as long as he remained free, their relationship would remain undiscovered. When you entered the police department, you didn't even mention in your records that we are brothers, did you? I don't understand. There are plenty of legitimate ways to earn money. Why did you have to choose this path? Clenching his fists, Qi Lin exclaimed in confusion. Do you even realize that pharmaceutical companies are pressuring the police department and the entire judicial system of Songjiang is scrutinizing you, trying to uncover the source of your goods? Once you get caught, there will be no leniency. It will be the end. I know, Qi Long replied. Then why continue? Qi Lin retorted. Are you going to live like a coward, like you think I am? Am I a coward? Qi Long challenged. I may be timid outside, but at home, Qi Lin, agitated, felt the urge to strike. Hearing this, Qi Long furrowed his brow, lowered his head, and hoarsely interjected, yes, I admit it, when it comes to family. You are braver than I. Qi Lin fell silent. Damn it, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Give me a bite. Long chimed in with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Lin sighed deeply and exited the room. Inside the police department, Yuan Ku personally poured a glass of water for Qin Yu before settling onto the sofa. Did the captured drug dealer reveal Long's specific activities? Qin Yu shook his head. They confessed, but they all believe Long has fled, that he is no longer in Songjiang. These fools know the risks they face, so they wouldn't speak carelessly. Yuan Ku chuckled, crossing his legs. Nonetheless, I have some news. Qin Yu paused. You have a lead? Indeed. Yuan Ku turned slightly, speaking softly. I have a few contacts in society who rely on me, and I provide them with certain conveniences, so they hold me in high regard. The drug trafficking group is primarily led by the Ma family, and Long has a cooperative relationship with them. I understand, Qin Yu nodded. There's a fellow named Claude who deals in firearms. Our relationship is decent. He called me earlier while we were dining, saying someone wanted to use his smuggling route to send someone outside District 9. Yuan Ku spoke nonchalantly. I asked him to inquire further, and he informed me that the person seeking his assistance has strong ties with Old Ma and is secretly in contact with him. Qin Yu was taken aback. The person being sent could be Long. There's an 80% chance it is, Yuan Ku confirmed. If they were simply sending someone inconsequential, Old Ma would have contacted Claude directly. There would be no need for a middleman. Do you understand? That makes sense. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. What's wrong? Yuan Ku inquired. After a lengthy pause, a smile crept onto Qin Yu's face as he asked, Captain Yuan, there's something I've been quite puzzled about. Go ahead. I'm a bit flabbergasted as to why you would bestow such a fortunate opportunity upon me, Qin Yu queried directly. With such a crucial lead, why not let someone else handle it? Or take the credit for yourself? Yuan Ku studied Qin Yu intently for several seconds before suddenly rising, pointing at his cheek. Because this year, I intend to elevate you. Qin Yu looked perplexed. Why, Captain Yuan? By the end of the year, I will be promoted to deputy chief. And I need to establish my own team. I can easily discern who is capable and who is not within the department. Yuan Ku strolled around the room, radiating confidence as he spoke softly. I plan to promote 3 captains, including you and a few others. You still don't get it, do you? Yuan Ku approached the sofa, patting Qin Yu's shoulder with a grin. The reason I'm promoting you is that you are new. Without any connections, your slate is clean. And I can trust your capabilities. Qin Yu took a moment to process this. Captain Yuan, I understand now. I will take charge of Long's case. If you handle it well, I'll ensure you make a significant leap by the end of the year, directly becoming the captain of the first team. Yuan Ku stood, lifting his glass. Work hard, Qin Yu. My ship is the most stable in the department. Thank you, Captain Yuan. Qin Yu stood to salute, though his mind raced with other thoughts. At Qi Lin's home, Qi Long sat beside a worn wooden table, slurping a bowl of plain noodles without sauce. He grimaced. Is this what you eat every day? Better than eating dirt, Qi Lin retorted, his head bowed as he smoked. Sighing, Qi Long finished his noodles in silence, wiped his mouth, and asked, Is Mom asleep? She fell asleep long ago. I'll take a look out the window. Qi Long rose and walked outside, with Qi Lin hesitating before following him. Outside the adjacent room, Qi Long stood by the window, pressing his cheek against the cold glass, his gaze sweeping over their mother sleeping on the bed. Qi Lin stood behind him, silently smoking. How's Mom's health? Qi Long asked, his voice trembling. Not too good. Qi Lin replied, shaking his head. Qi Long fell silent for several seconds. Such is fate. It's a damned fate. Even knowing Yama is of no use. Can't you say something more uplifting? Qi Lin snapped. Keep your voice down. She might hear. Qi Long quickly wiped his eyes, turning to pull a small package from his pocket. Qi Lin froze. Here's 10,000 yuan. Take it, Qi Long said gently. What the hell? You've made this much money? Qi Lin exclaimed. You've barely started in the drug trade. Otherwise, I would have sent money home long ago. This is my savings. Use 8,000 for Mom's care. Whether she lives or dies is her affair, but as her children, we must do what we can. The remaining money is for your daily expenses. Qi Long's tone was calm. If I manage to escape this ordeal, I promise to send more money in the future. Qi Lin hesitated, looking at his brother. This is my responsibility. You need not think otherwise. Qi Long forcibly pressed the money into his brother's hand, lighting a cigarette. Little brother, this time I leave. It's uncertain whether we will meet again. Just take care of the family. In some matters, you are better than I. With that, the two fell into a silence that lasted nearly a minute. Qi Long glanced back at the room before decisively turning to leave. Holding a small bag, Qi Lin stood frozen in place for a moment before exclaiming, "Can you even manage to leave? If not, I will assist you and find a way to send you out." Tears welled up in Qi Lin's eyes. If one day you find yourself utterly helpless, and life becomes unbearable, there is a contact in the bag. Reach out to him, and he will be able to help you. Qi Long waved his hand at his brother, signaling him to depart. In the deep of night, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Inside, Qi Lin sat in a chair, lost in thought as he inhaled a cigarette, his heart heavy with concern. Despite their contrasting personalities, the brothers shared the same blood. And what seemed like a cold relationship was, in truth, imbued with unspoken familial love. He fervently wished for his elder brother to overcome this difficult juncture. Unaware that following their encounter, a tempest capable of altering the fates of many was about to unfold. Half a month later, Qin Yu received a call from Yuan Ku, who informed him that Claude had received the message. Tomorrow night, old Ma would arrange for someone to escort along out of the country, and the imminent threat of life and death was upon them. Chapter 29. The Gears of Fate. At 7 in the evening, a group of 5 team leaders, including Qin Yu, sat in the office, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yuan Ku strode in with purpose, prompting everyone to rise. Suong, the leader of the 4th group, hailed from Myanmar, with a dark complexion and a slightly shorter stature, yet exuding an air of competence, his physique brimming with muscle. Claude had engaged in 3 rounds of negotiation before the other party finally admitted that the person to be sent away was a Long. The terms had been settled, with Claude charging 15,000 as a transportation fee, ensuring a Long would be delivered to the designated area. Yuan Ku took a sip of water and remarked, "Is old Ma still not showing up? Is he personally negotiating with Claude? This old fellow is as cunning as a monkey. He must be acutely aware that the entire judicial system of Songjiang is intent on apprehending a Long. He wouldn't make an appearance unless he was thoroughly confident in the plan." Suong chuckled. "I believe he understands that Claude's position is rather precarious. However, there is no turning back now. If a Long doesn't leave, he will inevitably be captured. To protect his supply channel, old Ma has no choice but to take this risk. Tomorrow evening, then?" Yuan Ku pondered for a moment before frowning and inquiring, "Do you have a detailed capture plan?" Silence enveloped the room as everyone contemplated the feasibility of the plan. "Yuan team, may I speak?" Qin Yu suddenly interjected. Yuan Ku smiled. "There are no outsiders here. Feel free to share your thoughts." "Brother Ongsu, I focus on the matter at hand rather than the individuals involved. I simply wish to offer a suggestion for a successful capture." Qin Yu turned to Ongsu, smiling as he explained, "It's no problem. This case is primarily yours to oversee. We are here to assist you, with you at the core of our efforts," Ongsu acknowledged. Understanding Yuan Ku's intention to support Qin Yu, nodding, Qin Yu spoke clearly and logically to the group. "I do not recommend waiting until a Long is outside the special zone to act. There are 2 significant reasons for this. First, I have personal experience from the designated area and am familiar with the specifics of the situation there. Outside the special zone, vast stretches of nuclear radiation zones, endless sandy terrain, and other complex landscapes prevail. Moreover, we have witnessed the brutality of a Long and his associates on the 3rd Ring Road. Since these individuals have infiltrated from abroad, they possess superior knowledge of the external environment compared to our internal officers. Thus, attempting to capture them there introduces too many uncontrollable variables, such as whether they have arranged for external transportation or what kind of weapons they may possess. Information we lack. Secondly, should the capture fail and individuals escape, they would be free as birds, and we would be utterly incapable of conducting operations in the designated area. Furthermore, I heard from Ongsu that the connections Claude has made are with the station military, an entity with whom our judicial system maintains a tenuous relationship. We cannot inform them in advance that we intend to set a trap for the capture. If the military catches wind of our plan, our efforts would be in vain. Conversely, if we do not notify them and execute a sudden capture, it could easily escalate into a conflict between the military and the police." In response, Qin Yu declared, "My plan is as follows. After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yuan Ku rose to make a decision. We will proceed according to Qin Yu's capture plan." "Indeed. Absolutely." Qin Yu nodded with a smile. On the following evening at 9:30, Qin Yu, armed with equipment necessary for his case. Headed directly to the logistics department at the back of the compound. To his surprise, he encountered Qi Lin upon entering. "You're on the night shift?" Qin Yu inquired with a smile. Qi Lin sprang up from his chair, responding nonchalantly, "Damn it, I don't know what's happened. Ever since I got married, I've had a stroke of luck. For over a week now, I've been scheduled for extra shifts and have been staying here at night. The land can be tilled anytime, but opportunities to earn money are finite." Qi Lin grinned. "I'm just trying to put in some extra hours to pay off what I owe you, an old cat." "No rush on my end," Qin Yu replied. "A debt is a debt. It doesn't sit well with me either. Especially now that there's an extra mouth to feed at home." Qi Lin sighed wearily before changing the subject. "What brings you to logistics?" "I have a task. Picking up equipment," Qin Yu replied. "What kind of task?" Qi Lin asked casually. "Qin team, hurry up. They're calling for roll call over there." At that moment, Zhu Wei rushed in, calling out. "Fine. Give me the list. Let me take a look." Qi Lin responded. "You go get it. I'll tell you." Qin Yu said, pulling out the list and reading aloud. 1 set of steel plate bomb-proof suits, 3 sets of window-breaking batons, tactical gear. Qi Lin stepped towards the shelves in the warehouse, taking the equipment as Qin Yu spoke, while Zhu Wei called in 2 others to quickly carry the items out. 5 minutes later, Qin Yu smiled. "Once I'm done here, I'll come find you for a late-night snack." "Sounds good," Qi Lin nodded. As Qin Yu briskly exited the logistics warehouse, Qi Lin's expression turned pale, his heart racing. What kind of operation requires steel plate bomb-proof suits? Qin Yu hadn't been involved in any other cases recently, so this likely meant they were targeting drug dealers. Feeling uneasy, Qi Lin pondered for a while before swiftly picking up his phone, stepping out of the recording area, and dialing a familiar number within the team. "Hello? Old Zhang. What are you busy with? Just hanging out in logistics?" Qi Lin inquired cheerfully. "Got a task," came the reply. "What task at this hour? Even you on your day off?" Qi Lin casually probed. "Cooperating with the station troops to catch arms dealers." "Ah." Qi Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. "What time will it wrap up? Come over and watch the live stream together." "Sure." With that, they ended the call. Qi Lin stood behind his desk, murmuring softly. It's been half a month. They should have made their move by now. At the assembly point in the compound, Yuan Ku instructed Qin Yu to collect everyone's phones before stating, "Let me reiterate the mission. This time we are not cooperating with the military but are instead targeting drug dealers. To ensure utmost secrecy, everyone must surrender their communication devices. Even the walkie-talkies will be distributed uniformly, and all must communicate on the designated frequency. If I catch anyone switching frequencies, they will be dealt with for dereliction of duty." After 2 minutes of mobilization, over 40 individuals received their equipment and swiftly departed the police compound under the leadership of their group leaders. Half an hour later, at an intersection on New Era Avenue in Songnan District, Along led 4 of his brothers, clad in suede coats, glancing around before settling into the passenger seat of a hybrid pickup truck, while the others squeezed into the back seat. "Aren't we supposed to follow the military line? Why are you the only one?" Along asked. "Do you think you're the mayor?" The driver rolled his eyes. "What makes you think the military would come here to pick you up?" Along tapped his nose. "Come on, buddy, did you eat gunpowder? What is the deal with the pay? Damn it, my wife is about to give birth. I have to work overtime to take you guys. You couldn't pick another day?" The driver grumbled, pulling away from the roadside. Along glanced at him, then pulled out a half-eaten black bread wrapped in a bag, remaining silent as he chewed. In the back seat, Xiao Patzi had his right hand in his pocket, tightly gripping a military-grade hand grenade. His thumb poised on the safety ring, ready to act. After approximately 15 minutes, they crossed nearly 1.5 kilometers of icy river surface, reaching the outskirts of Songnan District. Here, human presence was sparse. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, with only a few small shops flickering dim lights. "How much longer until we exit the city walls?" Along asked. "Soon," the driver replied, pressing the accelerator as the vehicle traversed a dirt slope by the riverbank, causing the truck to jolt violently. "What is going on?" Along furrowed his brow. The driver promptly engaged the handbrake. "The front left tire seems to be flat." "Are you kidding me?" Along asked with a stern expression. "You're doing this job without checking the vehicle first?" Understanding the harsh weather conditions, Along suppressed his frustration and said, "Get out and check if the tire is punctured or what." With a sullen expression, the driver exited the vehicle, bent over to examine the left front tire, then climbed back in, stating, "The tire froze for too long, and I was driving too fast. Thermal expansion and contraction caused it to crack a bit." "What now?" Xiao Patzi asked, frowning. "No worries. There's a tire repair shop up ahead. I'll have them heat it up and patch it, the driver replied, glancing at his watch. We still have time. It won't delay us. Got it. Xiao Potzi nodded. The truck continued along the riverside road, driving approximately 2 more kilometers under the condition of the underinflated front tire before stopping in front of a dimly lit repair shop. On the road's edges, Zhu Wei held a walkie-talkie, whispering, "All teams, attention, Lao Li is on the lookout." In the snow-covered shell across from the repair shop, Qin Yu, clad in a heavy steel plate bomb-proof suit, quietly instructed, "Once they exit the vehicle, we move. I'll take point." No sooner had he finished speaking than a long swung open the car door, leaping out from the passenger seat and scanning the surroundings. "Lights off!" Qin Yu suddenly shouted. In an instant, the repair shop went dark. Before he could finish his command, along saw Qin Yu, resembling a bear in his protective gear, charging at him recklessly. With a snap, Xiao Potzi's safety ring fell off as he shouted, "Damn it, grab your weapons, let us fight." Chapter 30. The deadly double attack. After removing the safety ring, the shrimp did not immediately throw the grenade, for a man is equipped with legs. Any motion of his arm would undoubtedly cause the officers to scatter in fear. Once the grenade detonated, they would swiftly regroup for a second encirclement. Thus, the throwing would yield minimal effect. He gripped the pin of the grenade tightly with his right hand and charged madly toward the area where the officers were most concentrated. In that moment of his charge, the officers appeared bewildered, unsure whether the shrimp had merely lifted the pin or was actively holding it. In their haste, they retreated. "Scatter! He has a grenade!" The officers hastily cleared a path, while the shrimp, with a menacing visage, roared, "Rush out!" Angsa fired 4 shots at him, but the shrimp, moving rapidly and clad in a bulletproof vest, felt only the faintest sting as the bullets struck his chest, producing but a wisp of smoke. "He.S. wearing a vest," Angsa shouted, witnessing the shrimp endure the 4 shots and close in to within 5 steps of the driver. "Brother, let us go?" Without hesitation, the shrimp raised the pin, and the grenade emitted a menacing sound. He had pulled the pin. Angsa turned and fled. At that moment, Aaron and the others had already drawn their weapons, turning to charge outward while simultaneously firing. Seeing the encirclement break due to the shrimp's intimidation, Qin Yu experienced a moment of clarity, without a second thought. He halted and pivoted, donning a thick steel plate bomb-proof suit, and lunged toward the shrimp, deliberately leaning close to his waist. Thud. The two collapsed to the ground. And in a reflexive motion, Qin Yu pressed down on the shrimp's head. Boom. The explosion echoed through the quiet night, a shattered arm soaring into the sky. As the blood-soaked visage of Qin Yu was instantly stained by crimson from the blast. "Captain! Captain!" Zhu Wei shouted in alarm. "Stay calm. Follow the plan." Qin Yu shook his head, carelessly wiping the blood off his face shield with his left hand. Looking down, he saw the shrimp had lost consciousness, his right arm mangled, white bone exposed, blood gushing forth. "Damn it!" Aaron, witnessing the shrimp fall, bellowed and fired in the left direction. With a sudden surge, Qin Yu rose and charged forward. Bang! A volley of bullets struck Qin Yu, impacting his head and legs, creating sparks. Noticing that the bullets failed to penetrate Qin Yu's attire, Aaron hurriedly stepped back, lowering himself to change the magazine. Bang! Qin Yu executed a powerful double lunge, leveraging his weight and the bulk of his clothing, crashing into Aaron's chin. With a crunch, Aaron staggered backward. Qin Yu then bent low, tightly gripping Aaron's calves, and with a powerful thrust of his core, sent Aaron soaring a height greater than half his own before crashing to the ground. Don't move, don't move. Once the threat of the grenade was neutralized, the officers no longer hesitated. More than 40 of them surged forward, wielding riot shields to subdue the remaining criminal. In under 10 seconds, the conflict was resolved. Hold him down, hold him down. Zhu Wei pointed at the fallen Aaron, shouting. 7 or 8 officers rushed in, forgoing the handcuffs, and directly shackled Aaron with a heavy 70-pound shackle. After sitting in the snow for nearly a minute, Qin Yu finally removed his helmet and spat on the ground. Damn it, thank goodness for the steel armor. Otherwise, even the best bulletproof vest would have failed me today. Are you all right? Angsa rushed over to inquire. I'm fine. My position was advantageous. The grenade detonated in front of me. Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, deliberately remarking to Angsu and the others. You all say that team leader Yuan favors me. I risk my life for his achievements. Can he possibly overlook that? If he doesn't, he promote me. You all will be pleased, right? Absolutely. Angsu immediately nodded, giving a thumbs up. Without your double lunge today, the outcome could have been dire. At 11:30 at night, Qin Yu stood by the corridor, speaking on the phone. Zhu Wei, you must urge the doctors to find a way to save the one who held the grenade. Yes. The more people involved, the stronger the evidence chain. I'm just about to grab a bite. I'll start the interrogation soon. All right, that's it for now. Turning at the sound, Qin Yu asked, coming for dinner? Yeah, there's not much to do. Just came to grab some food. Qi Lin replied, looking relaxed. How did it go? Smoothly? Yes, we've got everyone contained. Is everyone okay? That's good. Qi Lin grinned, casually asking, hey, I heard you were working with the garrison for the capture? Why didn't I see any troops come over? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Who told you that? Isn't that so? I heard some people in the office chatting about it. Qi Lin replied, also confused. Clang. A sharp sound echoed as Qi Lin's lunchbox fell to the ground, leaving him standing there, pale-faced. What's wrong? Qin Yu furrowed his brow, questioning. Qi Lin was dazed, his ears ringing. Qin Yu patted Qi Lin's arm. Hey, what's up? Right, the clues that team leader Yuan gathered. That's what we acted on. Qin Yu nodded, inquiring. You seem a bit off. Is everything all right? Nothing. I just remembered old He. Didn't he die at his hands? Qi Lin forced a smile. I was a bit frightened when I ran into him that day. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Qi Lin bent to pick up his lunchbox. You should go eat. Aren't you eating too? Let us go together. Oh, I'll eat first. Okay. Qi Lin replied, taking his lunchbox and turning to leave. In the corridor, Qin Yu watched his retreating figure with curiosity, wholly unconvinced by Qi Lin's words, yet unable to comprehend the source of his peculiar behavior. Captain, time for dinner. Guan Shi called from the entrance of the cafeteria. Coming. Qin Yu ceased his thoughts and walked over. 2 minutes later, in the logistics warehouse, Qi Lin closed the door and, with a thud, collapsed onto the ground. Gripping his hair and shouting, damn it, weren't we supposed to coordinate with the garrison? Has it been over half a month? Why haven't they left? How could this happen? Chapter 31. Upon exiting, I shall ensure someone looks after you. After hastily consuming a morsel in the cafeteria, Qin Yu promptly made his way to the interrogation room. Simultaneously, Yuan Ku had already picked up Director Li and was en route to the police station. Inside the dimly lit interrogation room, a Long lounged nonchalantly on the iron chair, toying with the handcuffs in his hands. Shall we warm up a bit? Qin Yu took a sip of water, nonchalantly affixing his work badge to his chest. My name is Qin Yu, the team leader of the third group in the Criminal Investigation Department, directly responsible for your case. Along squinted at Qin Yu. I know you. You know me? Qin Yu was taken aback. How come I wasn't aware of that? Buddy, the crux of your case does not hinge on who you know, but rather on the value of your testimony, which will directly determine the outcome. Qin Yu shifted the topic, speaking pragmatically. Among those apprehended, you are the most significant. If you fail to divulge the identities of more important figures, you will surely be pinned as the principal offender. At that point, even if you claim to be related to the mayor, no one will come to your aid. Along chuckled, glancing at Qin Yu. Come. Pull up a chair and sit beside me. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Aren't we supposed to be discussing things? Then come closer and let's chat. Along gestured with the clanking handcuffs, beckoning Qin Yu. All right, then let us converse. Without hesitation, Qin Yu pulled a chair beside Along, bent down, and said, let us begin. Actually, even if I hadn't met you through that friend, I would still know your name. Along smiled. Aren't you Qin Yu? Qin Yu frowned for a couple of seconds. Old Ma told you, didn't he? No. Along raised his hand, pointing at Qin Yu with a teasing expression. It's the drug dealers on my line who all know your illustrious name. They chatter about you incessantly in my ear. They chatter about me? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Do you know what they say? Along grinned. What? Haha. They're always discussing how to eliminate you swiftly. Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Along glanced at the camera, lowered his voice further, and patted Qin Yu's arm with the back of his hand. Brother, you don't genuinely believe that Yuan Ku assigned you this case for your advancement, simply because he likes and admires you, do you? Qin Yu scoffed. Well, sitting here, I can still be scrutinized, right? You're truly as naive as a child. Along shook his head, continuing. Within the team, Yuan Ku has numerous loyal supporters. Which one of them isn't more qualified than you? So why did he assign you such a high-stakes case? Are you two related by blood or something? Then what do you think is the reason he insists I handle this case? Qin Yu inquired. Because you are tenacious, you possess a hunger for success. And if you want to establish yourself here, you must strive tirelessly for achievements. Because you're new and have no connections. You can carry out your work without owing favors to anyone. Along smiled. Why the sudden focus on us drug dealers? And why is Yuan Ku fixated on the Ma family line? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu fell silent once more. Recently, there is another group of drug dealers quietly increasing their supply, selling at prices double ours. Have you heard about that? Along pressed on. Startled, Qin Yu immediately recalled Lin Yanlei's recent ordeal and the broad-minded tiger. Brother, in this day and age, there is no such thing as unconditional love. From your perspective, he treats you exceptionally well, but from another angle, you're merely a blind gun. Along tilted his head, scrutinizing Qin Yu. Throughout history, what fate has befallen those who wield guns? Are you aware? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu raised his thumb in agreement. Your insinuations are well-founded and compelling. Well, how you feel right now, only you know best. Along lowered his head, softly adding, the reason I can share this with you isn't out of mere affection. It's because you helped my friend. Qin Yu absorbed only half of Along's words, for he already suspected that Yuan Ku's support for him within the police station was not without reason. Nevertheless, he understood that whether Yuan Ku aimed to exploit his ambition or his anonymity in Songjiang, it was inconsequential. Qin Yu was not a child. He recognized that lacking a background or a support system meant that in order to survive in this chaotic environment, he had to be willing to risk everything when necessary. However, what Qin Yu did not anticipate was the profound depths of the drug trade, where, while he sought to dismantle the Ma family's operation, another faction was clandestinely distributing drugs, potentially linked to Yuan Ku. If Along spoke the truth, the situation was far more complex than he had initially thought. I am not one to lie about impending doom, Along said quietly. I don't know much about your background, but I've heard you came from the planning district. It's been a tough journey for us to get to this point. So don't let your name go down in history while building someone else's empire. Qin Yu turned to Along and suddenly asked, previously, you and the Ma family nearly monopolized the underground drug market in Songyang, but I don't understand why your prices were set so low. What was your intention? To win global sympathy? At this juncture, fabricating lies held no merit. Qin Yu observed Along's previously malevolent expression and found he was not as despicable as he initially thought. As their conversation reached an impasse, Qin Yu felt a whirlwind of confusion. Despite his caution, he still failed to grasp the intricacies of Songjiang's situation. Clang. Just as the two fell silent, the door of the interrogation room was suddenly pushed open. Qi Lin stood at the entrance, a broad smile on his face, inquiring, are you in the midst of an interrogation? Upon hearing Qi Lin's voice, Along immediately looked up, his previously carefree demeanor replaced with astonishment. Ah. Qin Yu nodded and rose, responding, there has been significant loss. I'll have someone prepare an invoice for you shortly. All right, Qi Lin replied, turning to Along and scolding, you son of a dog have finally been caught. Along was stunned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Am I being transferred to heavy surveillance? Qi Lin inquired of Qin Yu. Yes, once the interrogation is complete, Qin Yu affirmed. Damn it. I almost got caught because of you. Qi Lin chuckled, pointing at Along in jest. Don't worry, once you exit this door, I'll arrange for someone to look after you. Qin Yu found this remark somewhat peculiar. Along took a moment to collect himself before retorting with defiance. You think you're something? I may have been apprehended, but my brothers might not all be in here. If you mess things up, who will take care of your family? Just wait and see, Qi Lin sneered, then turned to Qin Yu, saying, you take care of him. I'll take my leave. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixed on Qi Lin. All right, I'll accompany you and prepare an invoice along the way. Ah, then let us go. Qi Lin replied nonchalantly, stepping aside. The two exited the interrogation room, for armed officers promptly took up their posts at the door, locking it behind them. In the narrow corridor, Qi Lin, hands behind his back, remarked with a smile, just have someone prepare an invoice for me. You're a team leader now. Isn't this something you can delegate? Are you here to scout? Qin Yu suddenly turned and asked sharply. Qi Lin froze, his face stiffening as he retorted, what? Scout? Why would I know him? Do you know Along? Qin Yu inquired with a stern expression. That's absurd. How could I possibly know him? Aaron claimed to know me through a mutual friend. However, my close acquaintances at the precinct are limited to you and Old Cat. The others can merely be considered colleagues. Qin Yu scrutinized Qi Lin, stating that his reaction at the cafeteria was amiss. Just moments ago, in the room, your conversation with Aaron was rather excessive. Have you become obsessed with solving this case? Qi Lin smiled silently, perplexed. What are you implying? You wish to save him. Yet your presence in the interrogation room is not for mere paperwork. You intend to stake a claim, correct? Xiaoyu, I believe you. Before he could finish his thought, Qin Yu abruptly reached for Qi Lin's waist. The latter instinctively dodged, his complexion paling as he confronted Qin Yu. What on earth are you doing? You've locked your gun in the cabinet during duty. Why is it now in the holster? Qin Yu seized Qi Lin's arm, lowering his voice to a harsh whisper. Are you out of your mind? He's as good as dead, and if you entertain any other thoughts, you will meet the same fate. Qi Lin, his expression tinged with panic, glanced around before meeting Qin Yu's gaze. His eyes reddened. If you consider me a friend, then pretend you know nothing, all right? I wouldn't bother if it were anyone else. You've just married, do you understand? What is your relationship with Aaron that leads you down this path? Qin Yu, now agitated, pulled Qi Lin into the stairwell. I don't wish to pry into your secrets, but let me make it clear, even if you combine forces with everyone, there is no way to take him from here. Once the action begins, death is certain. Inside the interrogation room, do not rush. Once you leave this door, I will arrange for someone to look after you inside. What does that mean? The implication was quite clear. Qi Lin was seeking a means to save himself. Yet, he lacked any formidable connections to resolve this matter. What could he possibly do? The answer was becoming painfully evident. Would he act once he stepped out that door? Aaron's mind raced with the thought. Damn it, this fool wouldn't he truly go through with it? Would he? In the precinct's hall, hurried footsteps echoed as Yuan Ku and directorly entered through the main door. What is the matter? Yuan Ku inquired. A very critical situation. Ongsu gasped, speaking in a hushed tone to Yuan Ku and directorly. By chance, I stumbled upon an unexpected piece of information regarding Aaron before his departure. He had contacted one of our officers. Chapter 32, The Fall of the Great Bandit in the Stairwell. Qi Lin pushed against Qin Yu's chest, his tone urgent as he growled. Can you please just ignore this? Pretend you didn't see anything and let me go. Qi Lin, you should know what kind of person I am. Not everyone is worth me taking such risks for. Qin Yu, with a serious expression, jabbed a finger into Qi Lin's chest. Calm down. Along is someone the police department is specifically looking for. Think about it. Do you really believe you can just take him from the officer? If something goes wrong, what about your mother? What about your sister? What about your new wife? Are you ready to throw your life away for this? After a brief silence, Qi Lin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, spoke rapidly. There is still a chance. Along won't be at the police station for long. He'll likely be transferred by tomorrow morning. I have connections and can find out his transfer route. I have an identity that will make it easier to act when the time comes. You don't need to worry about it. I just don't understand. What is your connection to Along that makes you willing to take such a risk? Qin Yu questioned, bewildered. Are you in some sort of under-the-table deal with him? Or did you take his money? Do you know why didn't he pull the trigger that day? Qi Lin snapped back. He is my biological brother. Do you understand? My brother. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. You're afraid to even get close to criminals during missions. How do you think you can rescue him from the transport team? You're underestimating the situation. I don't want to risk my life. But do I have any other choice? If I don't intervene, I'll have to witness his death. Qin Yu fell silent. Just stay out of it. Qi Lin lowered his head and stepped toward the exit of the stairwell. Suddenly, the electronic bell rang through the corridor, followed by a shout from the monitoring room. Brothers at the entrance of room 3 quickly open the door and check. Along is acting strangely. At this, both Qin Yu and Qi Lin froze in place. In the lobby, Yuan Ku heard the announcement from the monitoring room and, after a brief pause, immediately commanded, Go check on Along, hurry. In the corridor, the footsteps grew chaotic as the remaining officers rushed out, hastening towards the interrogation room. At the entrance, for-duty officers unlocked the iron door, only to see Along frantically smashing his left cheek against the iron plate in front of the chair. What are you doing? Stop fooling around. The leading officer rushed in and reached out to intervene. Bam, bam, bam. Along slammed his left cheek against the iron plate again, his skin already torn, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth and nose. The leading officer rushed over, grabbing Along by the hair and pulling him back. Quick. Hold him down. Along, with a slightly deranged smile, looked up at the officer and said, It's too late. As his words fell, Yuan Ku and others nearly collided with Qin Yu and Qi Lin as they dashed to the entrance. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin, with red eyes, moved to charge into the room. Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's arm, shaking his head gravely. Yuan Ku rushed into the room, approaching Along. He immediately waved his hand, shouting, Open his mouth quickly. The 4 officers held Along's head down, forcefully prying open his bloodied mouth. Yuan Ku, eyes wide with anxiety, was no longer afraid of Along biting his fingers. He plunged his hand into Along's mouth and fished around until he pulled out a false tooth. Gagging, Along expelled a mouthful of blood. Yuan Ku glanced at the false tooth, his gaze blank as he stepped back. The tooth was hollow in the middle, with thin black plastic stuck to the edges, looking quite repulsive in Yuan Ku's hand. What is this? Director Li barged in, demanding an explanation. Director Li was momentarily stunned. On the iron chair, Along suddenly shook his head violently, breaking free from the officer's grasp, still wearing a maniacal grin. From the moment I entered this line of work, I knew how I would die. There's a little pill in my false tooth, it's poison. And I crushed it. Damn it. Yuan Ku erupted, kicking Along in the chest and shouting, "Quick, get him on the chair and send him to the hospital." Along grinned at Yuan Ku. "You guys are impressive. Us mud-legged folks can't compete with you. But Yuan Ku, I want to say something. Some things are done by humans, but heaven is watching. I can't believe the life-saving drugs are under your control. Damn it. Even if I die, I'll curse you. You'll never have peace." Everyone fell silent at his words. Along numbly twisted his neck. His eyes fixed on the door, hoarsely calling out, "Brothers in the other interrogation rooms, don't be afraid. I haven't said anything. I want to confess. You all have nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Qi Lin clenched his fists and moved to leave, knowing Along was speaking to him. Qin Yu pulled Qi Lin back, whispering, "Did you understand what he said? If he dies now, it's because he doesn't want you to act foolishly. Don't move." Uffed. On the iron chair, Along leaned forward and suddenly spat out blood, his body convulsing violently. Seeing this, Yuan Ku abandoned the idea of taking him to the hospital and, clutching the false tooth, leaned down to Along's ear, saying, "Did you think you were being discreet? You really think that if you die, it's all over?" Along turned his head numbly. "Huh, you've had contact with someone from our police department. Haven't you?" He asked just outside the door. "Isn't?" Yuan Ku asked with a smile. Along, upon hearing this, coughed up more blood, glaring at Yuan Ku as he shouted, "Damn you." Chapter 33. Kneel and plead for life within 2 minutes of ingesting the poison. Along lost control of his bowels and collapsed against the iron chair, breathing his last. Director Li stood in the center of the interrogation room, his expression dark as he berated Yuan Ku. "The man is already in the interrogation room. How can you still let him ascend? You, as the captain, have truly failed in your duties. Tomorrow, when the police station comes for him, you will explain this." Yuan Ku was momentarily at a loss for words. "A bunch of useless drunks," Li spat, striding out of the interrogation room. At the doorway, Qi Lin stood frozen, gazing at his brother's lifeless body slumped in the iron chair, his legs weak and his mind clouded. Half an hour later, Along's corpse was covered with a white cloth and carried away, while Yuan Ku entered another interrogation room, dismissing unrelated individuals to speak privately with a brother of the shrimp scoundrel. "Did you say that Along met with our inspector before he left?" Yuan Ku retrieved an electronic cigarette from a drawer and casually tossed it over. Yes, the lackey nodded vigorously. "The shrimp scoundrel dared to set off the alarm and die with us. How could he have such a cowardly brother like you?" Yuan Ku asked bluntly. "Just met him. Tell me how Along encountered that person before leaving," Yuan Ku inquired softly. In response, Yuan Ku pulled out a photograph and tossed it to the lackey, asking, "Is this the person who met Along?" "Yes, it was on the day of his wedding. There were many people at the restaurant, so we couldn't tell who Along was looking for. But that evening, when Along went to that courtyard, I realized he was looking for the one who got married, so it was twice." The lackey explained in detail. Yuan Ku licked his lips. "Do you know what their relationship was?" "No, Along never mentioned it, and no one asked." The lackey shook his head. 20 minutes later, Yuan Ku left the interrogation room and immediately instructed Ong Su, "Have the police forensic team go to the morgue and extract Along's DNA for comparison." "With whom?" Ong Su questioned. "Who else do you think?" Yuan Ku retorted. Ong Su paused. "Captain, do you suspect that Along is related to him?" Ong Su understood immediately. In the logistics warehouse, Qi Lin sat in a daze, lost in thought. "Brother, each person's path is a choice of their own, and they must bear the consequences." Qin Yu leaned against the table, gently advising, "I know you are hurting, but look at me. At least you have a reason to be sad about your situation. I don't even know how I lost my loved ones. You've lost your brother, but you still have your mother, sister, and wife. What do I have?" "I have nothing." Qi Lin remained silent, not uttering a word. Hearing this, Qi Lin numbly raised his head. "Yes, the dead are dead, and the living must continue living." Suddenly, the door to the logistics warehouse swung open, and two of Ong Su's subordinates entered, expressionless, and informed Qi Lin, "Captain Yuan is looking for you. He wants you to come with us." "What is this about?" Qin Yu asked on behalf of Qi Lin. Qin Yu appeared puzzled, and to prevent suspicion, Qi Lin quickly composed himself and stood up. "What case could possibly bring me in?" You'll find out when you get there. After exchanging a few words, the three left, while Qin Yu lingered at the door, a sense of foreboding rising within him. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. Slowly, dawn broke, then darkness fell again. After waiting for over 10 hours without seeing Qi Lin return, Qin Yu grew restless, recalling Lin Yinlei and Ah Long's previous words. A wave of unease quietly spread through Qin Yu's heart. The drug trafficking case seemed far more complex than it appeared on the surface. After careful consideration, Qin Yu rose, took his work badge, and stealthily left the office, driving the vehicle of the 3rd Unit towards Songjiang Prison No. 3. Meanwhile, Yuan Ku entered his office and looked up at Qi Lin, who had been under soft detention for hours. Let us go. Come with me. You'll find out when you get there, Yuan Ku added tersely, turning to leave. Suppressing his inner sorrow, Qi Lin hesitated briefly before quickly following Yuan Ku. Half an hour later, Yuan Ku drove Qi Lin to the police hospital, where, guided by the staff, they entered the morgue. Qi Lin glanced around and stammered, "Captain Yuan, why have you brought me here?" Yuan Ku lit a cigarette, casually walked to the morgue's inner side, and pulled open a drawer containing a corpse. Qi Lin looked up and immediately saw Ah Long's lifeless body, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple. "Do you recognize him?" Yuan Ku asked impassively. Qi Lin clenched his fists, forcing a smile. "Captain, what do you mean? I don't understand." Yuan Ku scratched his nose, retrieved 2 folded A4 sheets from his coat pocket, and approached Qi Lin. "An expedited DNA comparison has confirmed that your Y chromosomes are identical, meaning Ah Long is your biological brother." Qi Lin's mind buzzed, and his expression shifted to one of panic. "That day during the arrest, you didn't fire your weapon to protect him, didn't you?" Yuan Ku's tone was steady. "This is a misunderstanding. You've got it wrong," Qi Lin stammered. "Qi Lin, we both know that this DNA test would yield the same result 1,000 times over," Yuan Ku replied, sitting on the morgue's gurney. "The facts are laid bare. What is the point of arguing? If this report ends up on the desk of higher-ups combined with the fact that you did not follow instructions during the last arrest, do you understand the consequences you will face?" Yuan Ku fixed his gaze on Qi Lin. "You will be labeled as an accomplice, accused of negligence and concealment among other charges. The repercussions will not merely involve losing your job. You could face a decade or more behind bars." Slowly, Qi Lin raised his head, staring blankly for a long moment before suddenly kneeling before Yuan Ku, clutching his pants and pleading. "Captain, Ah Long is indeed my biological brother. But we lost contact long ago. That day's arrest was purely coincidental. I had no idea I was apprehending him." Yuan Ku regarded Qi Lin in silence. "Captain, I truly cannot afford to lose my job or go to prison. I have family to support. Please, I beg you, help me out of this situation." Tears streamed down Qi Lin's face. Yuan Ku took a drag from his cigarette and patted Qi Lin's shoulder. "Everyone has emotions, after spending so much time together. How could I not know who you are? Qi Lin, I genuinely believe you are innocent in this case, but the higher-ups will not see it that way. They need a plausible explanation, especially after the last incident where 4 officers lost their lives during the arrest. When your DNA report emerges, what do you think will happen? An insider led to the failure of the operation, and all blame will fall on you. Can you bear that?" Qi Lin stood there, stunned. "I want to help you, but my influence is limited," Yuan Ku said, picking up the DNA report and contemplating for a long time. "However, there may still be a way." "What way?" "Your brother was a middleman delivering goods for the Ma family. He is gone now, but if you can find the supplier behind your brother, uncover this line. I will dare to protect you in front of Director Li and the police upper management. With this accomplishment, you will be safe." Yuan Ku lowered his head and said to Qi Lin, "By that time, a single phrase could suppress your DNA report." Qi Lin pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling what Ah Long had told him before leaving that day. "If one day you find it unbearable to live, there is a contact in your bag. You may reach out to him. You must not deceive me. That would only bring harm upon yourself. Do not let anyone follow you. I fear my mother may overthink it, as her health is fragile." Meanwhile, Qin Yu was interrogating Ma Lao at the 3rd Detention Center in Songjiang. "Damn it." Ma Lao, clad in prison garb, nonchalantly cursed. "Still alive, are we?" Qin Yu tilted his head, scrutinizing him. "Do you truly wish for my demise?" After a moment of silence, Qin Yu leaned forward and inquired, "Besides your group, there is another faction selling drugs on the black market, and their prices are twice as high. Are you aware of this?" Ma Lao paused, taken aback. "Are you pulling my leg? Shouldn't you be more informed about this than I am? Your relentless pursuit of us only suggests you aim to clear the path for those above. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression grew intricate. If I were to claim ignorance of this matter, would you believe me? Ma Lao remained stunned at his words. Chapter 34. A Cruel Life. A single blow to the spine in the narrow alley. Qi Lin sat in the car, turning to the middle-aged driver and saying, "Brother, please don't come in with me. I'll be out as soon as I retrieve my belongings." He stepped out of the car and walked approximately 200 meters before turning to enter his small courtyard. He reached for the door of the detached house he shared with Bella, only to find it locked from the inside. "Open the door," Qi Lin called out. "Hurry up." His tone was urgent. With no time to explain, he stepped into the house, demanding, "Where did you put the black bag I gave you that day?" Bella paused, confused. "What black bag?" On that day, when Along had given Qi Lin money, he had been engulfed in sorrow from their parting. His mind far from the money or the bag. Moreover, Along's words had been vague. Qi Lin had assumed he was merely hinting that if he ever found himself in trouble, he could use the contact information in the bag to seek help. Thus, he had not associated the contact with any suppliers and had casually handed the bag over to Bella for safekeeping along with his living expenses. Bella, slightly flustered, ran her fingers through her hair. "That bag was quite old. I took the money out, but I can't remember where I put the bag." "What the hell can you do?" Qi Lin nearly shouted at Bella, a tone he had never used with her before, but his urgency was palpable. "Think. Where did you put it? I'll help you look for it. Just relax. I'll try to remember where I put it." Bella was in a state of panic, rummaging through the cabinet by the window. "That thing is important. It cannot be lost." Qi Lin felt restless, unable to sit still, and began searching the house as well. Bella, crouched in front of the cabinet, caught a glimpse of Qi Lin standing next to it, and, in a moment of desperation, fabricated a lie. "Oh, I remember now. I took that bag shopping and got it dirty, so I threw it away." Seeing Qi Lin yank open the cabinet, she froze, her eyes widening in shock. Qi Lin sensed something was amiss with her expression and turned to look into the cabinet, his entire being going rigid. Inside stood a pale figure holding 2 pieces of clothing, blinking innocently at him. "You." Bella stood up, trembling uncontrollably. Qi Lin's fist clenched instantly, a surge of anger erupting within him, releasing all the grievances he had endured lately. He charged at Bella, kicking her in the abdomen and shouting, "How dare you? While I'm out risking my life, you're here with someone else." The pale figure stepped out from the cabinet, revealing himself to be none other than Hu Tiger, who had coincidentally attended Qi Lin's wedding. In a fit of rage, Qi Lin grabbed Bella by the hair, pinning her against the cabinet, completely losing his rationality as he struck her. Bang! Bang! Qi Lin's eyes filled with tears as he kicked and shouted, "I provide for you, give you a place to live, help you establish a proper identity in Songyang, and you betray me? What have I done to deserve this? Just a few days together. And you're already with him? Hey, that's enough. What the hell are you doing?" Hu Tiger yelled. Hearing his words, Qi Lin's blood boiled, and he spun around, charging to the door, flinging it open and grabbing a snow shovel left outside. "Oh, feeling brave now, are we? Gonna use that?" Hu Tiger sneered, standing up and putting on his jacket, stepping toward the door to confront him. "What are you planning, huh? You think you can take me out? I'll kill you." Qi Lin yelled, raising the shovel to strike at Hu Tiger's head. At that moment, the iron gate creaked open, and his blind sister, holding a white cane and wearing a coat, stood outside, saying, "What's all the noise? Mom woke up and is worried, so I came to check. Come on. We're adults here. Why are you still acting like a hot-headed kid?" Hu Tiger gripped Qi Lin's wrist, smiling. "Calm down. Just put that down, and let us talk." Qi Lin turned his gaze filled with hatred toward Hu Tiger, while his sister remained standing quietly, not entering or yelling, simply observing. Hu Tiger closed the door and tilted his head, looking at Qi Lin. "You bought her, right? For 1,500? Qi Lin clenched his teeth, his lips twitching but remaining silent. "All right then." Hu Tiger pulled out a thick wallet from his pocket, counting out 8,000 without hesitation and tossing the cash onto the nearby cabinet. "Here's 8,000. Take it, and I'll take Bella away. You saw how well we get along, haha." Qi Lin's expression darkened, his body trembling. He glanced at Bella, his voice shaking as he asked, "Just because I have some burdens, you think you can bully me like this?" As his words fell, Hu Tiger turned to leave. Qi Lin stood there dazed, then turned to Bella and said, "I earn a living for you, and yet you strip me of my last shred of dignity." Bella responded, "We're just trying to survive. What does love matter? I'll sleep with you, do your laundry, cook for you, and handle your chores if you support me. But Hu Tiger offers me something better. I want to go with him." In the past, when the world wasn't so chaotic, people spoke to each other with respect. But now, in this disorder, people have become more ruthless. The essence remains the same, That's all. Get out. Qi Lin shouted. I shut, pointing toward the door. Bella picked up her coat, casually running her fingers through her hair, and calmly walked out, saying, in just over 20 days, you've made 3,500 more. You're not losing out. Get the hell out. Qi Lin roared, fist clenched. Bella pushed the door open and left. I'm going with you. Of course. You must come with me. Who would choose to be with a dog? Who Tiger led Bella out of the courtyard. Inside the house, Qi Lin slumped onto the floor, his head spinning as he stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling as though he had lost his very soul. He was not like Lao Mao. Nor was he a privileged officer. He had never experienced special treatment from others. He wasn't like Qin Yu, carefree and unburdened. And thus his back was always been in the police station. Yet, before today, he had remained optimistic and proactive, supporting his mother and sister by any means necessary. But today, life had once again shattered all his aspirations, cruelly striking him down like a madman. His brother lay dead, his woman had betrayed him. And serious cases loomed over him. The only opportunity to turn things around, the black bag, had been discarded. In the past, Qi Lin had always instinctively retreated when faced with problems, but now he found himself at the edge of a cliff, with no option but to plunge into the abyss. Injustice, resentment, and discontent surged within him. With a creak, the door opened, and his sister stood outside in the frigid air with her white cane. Brother. She's not a good woman. There's nothing to be sad about. Qi Lin turned to his sister, his foggy eyes gradually clearing. Am I living like a dog just to die like one? What's wrong? Don't ask, just pack. Qi Lin decided he would fight back. With that thought, he lowered his head and deftly dialed Lao Mao's number. Chapter 35, A Life or Death Escape in the Residential Area Along the Border of Songjiang. Lao Mao stood beside a car, connecting a call to Qi Lin. What's the matter? Are you at the precinct? Upon hearing that Lao Mao seemed unaware of the situation at the precinct, Qi Lin refrained from elaborating, and instead, he bit his lip in desperation, pleading, I am in a serious predicament and require your assistance. What happened? What the hell is going on? Lao Mao was somewhat bewildered. For Qi Lin had never approached him in such a manner before. Lao Mao, you must not disclose my call to anyone. I want to tell a soul. Lao Mao seldom made promises lightly, but he had never gone back on his word regarding matters of significance. Mother and little sister will soon head to the North Station. Qi Lin instructed in a hushed tone. Once you have them, keep them in the car. I will call you once I'm done. After a moment of silence, Lao Mao suddenly inquired, Can Lao Li resolve your troubles? If so, I will call him immediately. Upon hearing this, Qi Lin's eyes reddened. His lips trembled for a long while before he hoarsely replied, He cannot help. Thank you. Thank you for what? Contact me if you need anything. All right. What is up? Deputy? A colleague called from a short distance. Home, Lao Mao responded. Qi Lin stepped behind the wardrobe, bending down to reach into the crevice between the cabinet and the wall, eventually pulling out a round oilcloth bundle after a prolonged search. Approaching the table, Qi Lin unwrapped the bundle, revealing a large-caliber P202 handgun. This firearm was acquired by Qi Lin 3 years prior from an arms dealer for $400. Intended for practice during his off-duty hours, the ammunition available at the precinct was limited, and he lacked the funds for special approvals for gifts. So he resorted to this means to prepare for a good performance and aim for a promotion to second-level officer. In truth, Qi Lin had indeed achieved first place in shooting at the precinct and ranked among the top 3 in the police station, yet he only received a modest cash reward. With the reimbursement for the gun, while the promotion slots were allocated to those who seldom used firearms. Having skillfully checked the weapon, Qi Lin loaded 2 magazines before tucking the gun into his inner pocket and striding purposefully toward the door. The small room contained only the simplest of furniture, a stark reminder of all that Qi Lin had fought for, yet it seemed he could carry nothing away now. Numerous certificates and trophies adorned the cabinet, accolades for his shooting achievements. Ironically, he had never fired a shot during a significant case. Qi Lin gazed deeply at the room for a while before turning to leave. Passing through the iron gate and over the wall, he arrived at his mother's room. How is the packing going? Son, what trouble have you gotten into? Why the sudden need to leave? The elderly woman, sitting on the bed, asked with a trembling voice. Mom, it's a long story. But don't worry. I've contacted my brother, and we will leave tonight to find him, Qi Lin said, uttering a kind lie out of necessity. With a sigh, the old woman murmured, wiping the corner of her eyes, It's all my fault for being muddled. Everything was fine, and now we must leave because of her, right? Qi Lin looked at his mother, suppressing his inner turmoil, before turning to his younger sister at the door and crouching down to ask, Little sister, after I leave in 5 minutes, take Mom to the North Station. Okay. Though the young girl was blind, she remained surprisingly calm, nodding her head without a hint of emotion. Remember Lao Mao's voice. When he arrives, get into his car. I will come to pick you up in no more than 2 hours, Qi Lin reiterated. He was taken aback. I've already lost one brother. I don't want to lose another. You go. I'll wait for you, Qi Lin replied, rising and striding out of the house. The burly driver glanced at Qi Lin and frowned, asking, what took so long? Didn't you hear? Qi Lin asked expressionlessly. It's fine, let us go. What about your things? The driver inquired. On me, Qi Lin replied flatly. We're going to find team leader Yuan. All right. The driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing from the alley beside Qi Lin's home. In a darkened street of a certain block, Qin Yu had just exited Songjiang prison and had been waiting here for over half an hour when someone knocked on his car window. He looked up to see the burly driver outside, then stepped out of the vehicle. Hands up, the driver said expressionlessly. Qin Yu hesitated, furrowing his brow as he opened his arms. The driver carefully searched him, confirming he was unarmed before whispering, follow me. 2 minutes later, the two entered a dimly lit room on the ground floor of a nearby building, where they found Lao Mao sitting in a chair. What do you want? Lao Mao asked, ominously toying with a handgun. After a brief hesitation, Qin Yu pulled out his e-cigarette and took a puff before saying, the cases of Malar and Demin can be handled. Lao Mao was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. Haha. Is Yuan sending you to play tricks on me? After a few seconds, Malar's voice chimed in. Uncle, we can discuss matters with this person. Lao Mao froze at the sound of his nephew's voice. He stared blankly at Qin Yu, thoroughly perplexed by his intentions. I've said my piece. I'm leaving, Qin Yu declared, turning to exit. Wait, Lao Mao called out. What is the point of this? What do you mean? He asked directly. Qin Yu pondered for a moment before succinctly responding, because I don't want to look like a fool. Offending all the drug dealers and impoverished brothers while the money ends up in someone else's pocket. If you're wise, consider today as if I were never here. And we can part ways amicably. With that, Qin Yu pushed the door and left. The car sped along, soon arriving near the precinct, where the driver turned to glance at Qi Lin before dialing Yuan Ke's number. Hello? Yuan Ke's voice came through. He got the goods. We'll be there shortly. All right. With that, the two ended the call. Meanwhile, Yuan Ke sat in his office, sending a text to his elder brother. The supply channel is en route. In the vehicle, Qi Lin suddenly drew the handgun from his pocket and pressed it against the driver's head. I want to give this a try, he said, his lips twitching. Drive straight ahead. What the hell? The driver in the passenger seat exclaimed, about to curse. Don't force my hand. I have no way out. Qi Lin interrupted, his eyes reddening. Keep me alive, and you both will live too. The two fell silent. Drive ahead, Qi Lin insisted, gripping the gun tightly. You'll go where I say. Approximately 15 minutes later, the SUV halted on an uninhabited road about 5 kilometers from the city. Stop, Qi Lin commanded, gun in hand. The tires screeched on the slick, icy surface as the vehicle skidded out of control, crashing into a ditch on the left. You're playing tricks, Qi Lin yelled, reeling from the impact as he struck the driver's head with the gun. The driver shielded his head and calmly replied, You're not in a hurry anymore? How about we help you push the car out? Qi Lin turned to look out the window and, seeing the car lodged deep, gritted his teeth and pushed the door open, aiming the gun at the two inside. Weapons and phones, throw them out. The two exchanged glances and without further ado, reached for their phones and guns, tossing them out of the window. Qi Lin discharged 2 shots, shattering the tires on the right side. He bent down to re-enter the vehicle, meticulously searching the two individuals before gritting his teeth and declaring, Do not pursue me any further. If you do, we shall all perish together. Having said this, Qi Lin seized their firearms and mobile phones and swiftly took flight. Damn it. The burly man, watching Qi Lin's departure, clenched his fists and struck the steering wheel, lamenting, after a lifetime of playing the hawk, I've been pecked in the eye by a mere sparrow. Beside him, the middle-aged passenger in the front seat lowered his head to open the glove compartment, retrieving a leather envelope. What the hell are you panicking about? The 2 phones for the transaction are right here. Hurry, open them, the driver exclaimed, his eyes suddenly alight with urgency. On the highway, a police vehicle was racing when suddenly a muffled thud resonated from its undercarriage, followed by violent shaking of the car as the engine was abruptly extinguished. Old cat, his head colliding with the steering wheel, cursed, What kind of terrible road is this? At the North Station, the younger sister positioned their mother at the entrance of a wind-sheltered underpass, her frail figure standing by the roadside, patiently awaiting old cat's arrival. Chapter 36. Time and Fate in the Vast Wilderness. The old cat flung open the car door and leapt out, turning to survey the vehicle, only to find the rear right wheel deeply entrenched in a layer of snow. Damn it, why does trouble always strike when I'm in a hurry? He muttered, swiftly retrieving a flashlight from inside the car. Bending down to examine the state of the rear wheel, he saw that the tire was wedged between clumps of frozen earth, completely unable to reach the solid ground beneath. After scrutinizing the situation while lying on the ground, the old cat dashed to the trunk, grasped the spare tire with his bare hands, and tugged vigorously. After several attempts, he finally managed to release it. However, due to the biting cold and the accumulation of snow, the spare tire was firmly frozen in place. Left with no other option, the old cat pressed his entire weight onto the spare, shaking it with all his might. With a series of creaks and groans, his face flushed with effort, he finally dislodged the spare with a resounding thud. Yet, as the triangular hook connecting the wheel hub and the chain sliced into his thigh, blood gushed forth, staining the snow beneath him. "Bah, Holy Mary, Lord Jesus, grant me mercy and let me escape," he mumbled desperately, shifting into gear and gently pressing the accelerator to place the tire atop the spare. "Go," he suddenly yelled, flooring the gas pedal. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle lurched forward, barely freeing itself from the snowdrift. At the outskirts of the city, Qi Lin, panting heavily, came to a halt and promptly dialed the old cat's number. "Hello, have you arrived?" Qi Lin asked, his face pale with urgency. "Hurry. Make your way to the North Station as swiftly as possible." "Understood. I'm on my way. Call me if anything arises." "All right." With that, they concluded their call, and Qi Lin continued his rapid journey toward the North Station. 20 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in front of the North Station. The old cat, blood streaming down his leg, stumbled out, clutching the car keys and scanning the square. Qi Yu, Qi Yu." After searching for 2 minutes without spotting his sister, he began to shout. At the entrance of the underground passage, an elderly woman, trembling, ascended the steps and called out in the direction of the old cat. "Child, over here." The old cat was taken aback. "I haven't seen her. I can't move. She told me to wait below." The old woman, her expression fraught with worry, urged, "You must search for her." In the left foreground of the square, there was a small food stall. The old cat rushed over and, in a hurried tone, inquired, "Brother, have you seen a little girl waiting here?" "About 13 or 14 years old." The shopkeeper, peering out from the kiosk, replied, "Yes. I saw her. 2 cars came and took her away." The old cat's heart sank at those words. "When did this happen?" "About 5 minutes ago." "Did you hear what they said?" "No, for men got out and dragged her away." "Damn it, why didn't you intervene?" The old cat snapped in frustration. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes. "How was I to know what they were up to? If I had intervened, would it have been any of my business? Now, please move aside. You're interrupting my business." With his heart heavy, the old cat felt a chill of despair wash over him. In the city, as Qi Lin attempted to flag down a passing car, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello?" Qi Lin halted, breathless as he answered the call. Instantly, he recognized the voice of the tiger. "Trying to lure me away, are we?" The tiger scoffed. "Do you really think you can escape? Come to Tuzha Street. Your sister and I are waiting for you." Qi Lin stood frozen, caught off guard. "You have 2 hours, if you don't bring what I need. I might just resort to inhumane actions," the tiger said nonchalantly. In the police chief's office, Yuan Ke spoke into his phone. "The primary goal is to secure the supplier's contact information. We cannot allow the tiger to act recklessly." "I just don't understand." He within the police chief's jurisdiction, how can you let him have a chance to escape? How long have we been holding on to this? There is still no result? A middle-aged voice on the other end sounded impatient. "The goods are piling up. If we don't eliminate the competition, I can't proceed with confidence. This old Li is rather oblivious. I'll make sure he doesn't last long." No. You keep saying no." Yuan Ke shouted in frustration. He is the highest authority in the police. There is no absolute conflict of interest. Why are you targeting him? Are you out of your mind? Forget about that young officer. I'll have the tiger handle it. You just need to go pick up the clues later. After a moment of silence, the call ended. On the darkened road, Qi Lin, his eyes reddened, dialed the old cat's number. "I've arrived, but I haven't found my sister. The food stall owner told me 2 cars took her." The old cat spoke urgently, eager to explain the situation. "She's been abducted." Qi Lin's icy voice interrupted. The old cat stood frozen in place. "I need you to help me with something." "What do you need?" The old cat immediately inquired. "I need you to look into Yuan Ke's situation. Can you investigate?" Qi Lin spoke clearly, his head bowed. Upon hearing this, The old cat's eyes widened in shock. What the hell are you planning? What does this investigation mean? There's a cliff ahead, and countless people are pushing me from behind. I accept my fate. I want to jump and see if I can die. Qi Lin clenched his fists. Consider me a friend. Help me just this once. Calm down, for heaven's sake. In the late hours of the night, around 11. In a standalone building at 75 Century Avenue in the Dark District, a portly man sat with two friends, enjoying hot pot in the second-floor hall. Downstairs, a figure pushed open the glass door, snow and frost clinging to their form. Chapter 37, A Night of Loss. Qi Lin transforms into a Qilin in a two-story independent building. A rotund man savored hot pot while sipping on an exquisite bottle of high-end white liquor. He turned to his companions beside him and remarked, "Once we eliminate the supplier, the Ma family will be left without resources and they will perish instantly. At that point, the entire underground pharmaceutical market in Songjiang will belong to us. As per our usual arrangement, our Yuan family will remain in the shadows. You will handle the procurement, distribution, and collection. We will take 70%, and the remainder will be shared among all. Is there still a legitimate supply of pharmaceuticals after the Ma family is gone?" "This is simply competition," interjected the middle-aged man on the left, wiping his mouth. "Huh, legitimate supply? The very channels we collaborate with are legitimate," the rotund man said, taking a sip of his liquor with a grin. "The pharmaceutical companies have already agreed to raise prices by 30%, which means we will be the most affordable option. Without options, how can those pill-popping wretches bear to part with their money?" "Ah, that settles it then," the frail man on the right chuckled, raising his glass. "Here's to the swift demise of the Ma family. Cheers." The trio laughed as they slowly lifted their glasses. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a young man, dusted with snowflakes, ascended the stairs from below. The rotund man glanced up at the staircase, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you?" The three paused, lowering their glasses. Qi Lin stepped forward, casting a glance at the hot pot on the table, and smiled as he took a seat in the vacant chair. "What a fine feast." The rotund man remained silent for a few seconds, then picked up a cigarette, cursing, "This Saka is becoming increasingly reckless. Playing mahjong downstairs without realizing someone has entered the building." After speaking, he flicked open a lighter with a snap. Puff. Qi Lin placed his hands in his pockets and extinguished the flame. The rotund man hesitated for a moment, then turned to Qi Lin, cocking his head. "I didn't know you before, but I've heard of you today. I can't quite grasp what someone like you is doing in this building." "Are you Yuan Ku's older brother?" Qi Lin inquired. The rotund man discarded the cigarette in his mouth. "I'm his uncle, Yuan Wei." A flicker of disappointment crossed Qi Lin's eyes. "I thought I had found the root of the matter." "Huh, damn it." Yuan Wei scoffed, gesturing towards the stairs. "Do you intend to imprison me? Do you know where this is? If I shout, 10 armed men will rush up here. Do you believe that?" Qi Lin paused for a moment, his gaze fixated on Yuan Wei. "You have brothers, don't you?" "Ha ha, young brother." The middle-aged man on the left chuckled, ruffling Qi Lin's hair. "If the Yuan family had no brothers, could they have established themselves on the dark streets? Just hand over the goods and stop this charade. Do you realize how many livelihoods are tied to the pharmaceutical line?" Qi Lin turned, drew his gun, and pressed it against the middle-aged man's forehead. His expression emotionless as he stated, "My family has already been destroyed. You still dare to provoke me?" Bang! The gun fired, and the man collapsed, blood splattering across the table. The bubbling hot pot mingled with the fresh blood, creating a vivid and grotesque tableau. Yuan Wei and another man stood frozen in shock as the middle-aged man fell to the ground, convulsing briefly before becoming still, holding the gun. Qi Lin tilted his body to face the rotund man. "Didn't you say you have brothers? Call them all here." Yuan Wei's lips twitched as he wiped the blood from his face, turning to shout, "Get upstairs, there are intruders." In truth, there was no need to shout. Upon hearing the gunfire, 6 or 7 individuals rushed out from the game room below, armed and anxious as they ascended to the second floor. "What is going on?" "Wei-go?" the lead young man exclaimed, eyes wide with alarm. "Just them?" Qi Lin raised his glass of liquor, downing it in one gulp as he moved toward the door. "Kill him." Yuan Wei sprang to his feet, yelling. At the staircase, amidst the chaos, 6 or 7 individuals raised 4 guns in alarm. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire shattered the night. Qi Lin stood his ground, unwavering as he pulled the trigger first. For seconds later, 4 men lay dead at the entrance, while Qi Lin had been shot in the left side of his abdomen. The room was thick with the stench of blood, with the remaining 2 or 3 men trembling as they clutched their guns. The bodies on the floor had all been struck in vital areas, writhing only briefly before succumbing to stillness. Yuan Wei and his companion stood by the table, dumbfounded. Can you handle this? Qi Lin, pale-faced, gazed at the staircase. Damn it, do you choose life or a livelihood? A furious shout sent the henchmen retreating 2 steps. Qi Lin advanced, ready to charge down, but they turned and scrambled away in panic. Yuan Wei looked at Qi Lin, his earlier composure evaporating. Qi Lin held his gun in one hand, while the other pressed against his wound, twisting for a moment before extracting a deformed bullet, which he tossed onto the hot pot table with a thud as he calmly asked Yuan Wei, "Do you still have brothers?" Yuan Wei fell silent. "If not, make a call and have Tiger bring my sister over in 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. As Qi Lin spoke, he lifted the blood-soaked liquor bottle with his left hand, guzzling 3 large swigs while cursing, "Damn, it turns out beating someone isn't any harder than shooting at a target." In that moment, Qi Lin's eyes held no resentment or gloom, only a fierce and numbed intensity. A minute later, Tiger pulled up in a car, phone in hand, declaring, "Qi Lin, that fool went to the game room. Your uncle is stuck there and can't get out. Did you call?" "Yes, I've sent men over," came the reply. "Did you say something stupid that pressed him too hard?" Yuan Ke queried anxiously. "Damn it, hurry up. I'm going too." Yuan Ke didn't have time to argue. Hanging up and bolting from the office. On the road, 3 cars followed Tiger's lead, racing towards the nearby independent 3rd floor. Inside the building, Qi Lin's complexion was flushed as he replaced his magazine, turning to the man beside Yuan Wei and asking, "Do you know who I am?" The man was momentarily taken aback. "Listen well, my name is Qi Lin." Bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the gun fired, and the middle-aged man's chest erupted with blood as he fell to the ground in shock. Yuan Wei turned to survey the blood-stained 2nd-floor hall. The fallen henchman and friends, suddenly feeling his stomach churn. He bent over, retching violently as he expelled the hot pot he had just consumed. In less than 10 minutes, 4 cars screeched to a halt outside the independent 3rd floor. Tiger flung open the car door, pulling out a folding micro-C and shouting, "Everyone inside. I'm going to skin him alive." With a flurry, nearly 20 men poured out of the 4 vehicles, rushing into the building. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, Tiger's phone rang, and he glanced at the caller ID, replying, "Don't rush, I'm on my way. Just wait for me. I'm not inside," came Qi Lin's voice. Tiger froze at the sound. "Have everyone in your vicinity enter the building, go to the 3rd floor, and stand by the window," Qi Lin instructed calmly. "Damn you. If these people don't get upstairs in 30 seconds, I'll send Yuan Wei to the afterlife. Don't you care for your sister?" Tiger started towards the car. "Death is certain either way. What do I have to fear?" Qi Lin whispered, "Go ahead. Shoot my sister. I'll be able to see her. If she dies, I'll leave with Yuan Wei." Tiger halted in his tracks upon hearing this. 20 seconds left. Qi Lin urged unhurriedly. The Tiger, clutching a phone, suddenly turned and shouted, "All of you, go to the 3rd floor. Now, immediately." Stunned for a moment, the crowd swiftly armed themselves and rushed toward the upper floor. Across the street, Qi Lin, observing the enemy's forces rush into the building, pulled Yuan Wei along as he stepped out. "Tiger!" Yuan Wei cried, his legs trembling. On the roadside, Qi Lin gripped Yuan Wei by the neck. The gun barrel pointed downward, commanding, "Come here." After a brief hesitation, Tiger stepped forward, yanked open the car door, and reached out to grab Qi Yu. Bang! The gun fired. "Ah!" Yuan Wei cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, shot in the abdomen. "Tiger, don't move, don't act rashly. He has killed 6 or 7 upstairs." Tiger's forehead bulged with veins, and after a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and pushed the car door shut. "Come here," Qi Lin called again. After another brief pause, Tiger, gritting his teeth, stepped into the middle of the road, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Qi Lin, I concede. Is that enough? I'll go with you if you let Wei Ge go. I'll take you out of Songjiang. Is that all right?" Qi Lin gazed at him in silence. "Why did you take Wei Ge hostage? Isn't it just to negotiate? We don't need to resort to violence, do we?" Tiger's eyes darted anxiously as he continued forward. Suddenly, the gunfire erupted again. Tiger, standing a good 7 or 8 meters away from Qi Lin, was shot in the wrist, causing his gun to fall to the ground. "Damn it!" Tiger yelled, turning to reach for his weapon. "Move again? If you do, I'll kill you," Qi Lin shouted, his voice low. Tiger froze, fist clenched, bellowing, "What the hell do you want? Are you willing to risk your life, to abandon your mother and sister? What good will come of this for you? Damn it, you lunatic." Bang, bang. Qi Lin fired twice at Tiger, who staggered and fell, blood spilling across the snow-covered road. You might as well plead with the king of hell, begging him not to give Qi Lin any chance. If I survive, if fate allows me to rise again, I swear to bury the Yuan family's graves throughout the 3 miles north of Songjiang. Qi Lin shouted in despair, his left hand drawing a second gun, squeezing the trigger to the limit. Smoke filled the street, and after the gunfire ceased, Yuan Wei lay lifeless, surrounded by blood and smoke. Qi Lin turned and dashed to the car, shifting gears and speeding away. 10 minutes later, on the road, Qi Yu, unseen, lowered her head, tears streaming down her face. Her voice trembling. Brother, Mom and I should have died long ago. We're the ones dragging you down. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Sister, if you lose me, you will lose everything. Qi Lin's vision blurred as blood streamed from his abdomen, his face turned pale, and his head thudded against the steering wheel. The car lost control and crashed into a nearby alley. Qi Yu shook her head awake, struggling to find Qi Lin's body, calling out, Brother, what's wrong? Speak to me. Call someone. I have a friend who can help you and Mom. With closed eyes, Qi Lin whispered with his last strength. Moments later, the phone connected. Hello? An old cat's voice answered. Chapter 38. Breaking the sky. Less than 10 minutes after the tragic incident, Yuan Ku arrived at the entrance of the 2-story villa, where he witnessed the lifeless bodies of Yuan Wei and the tiger, alongside the blood that had frozen into clots. At the entrance, dozens of individuals stood with heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. Yuan Ku clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he shouted at the crowd. Does Qi Lin possess 3 heads and 6 arms? He is but one man, and yet you have allowed this situation to unfold. Worthless, all of you. Yuan Ku had completely lost his usual composure, pointing and yelling. Get the hell out. You are not worthy of a meal. All of you leave. On the street, Old Cat, covered in blood, shouted angrily, damn it. You are simply a fool. In the past, you would take 800 slaps without a peep. But now, with a surge of blood, you disregard everything? I'm not your father. I'm not here to solve all your problems. I might not be able to handle this. When I came here, I was prepared to die, Qi Lin said weakly, tears streaming down his closed eyes. Old Cat, if life offered me even a glimmer of hope, I would not resort to this, but it has given me nothing. After a prolonged silence, Old Cat suddenly slammed the steering wheel, exclaiming, How did it come to this? In the back seat, Qi Yu, unable to see Old Cat, continuously pleaded, Brother Cat, please help my elder brother, I beg you. Sighing heavily, Old Cat gritted his teeth and immediately took out his phone, dialing a number from memory. Seconds later, the call connected. Hello? Cat brother. Where are you? Old Cat asked directly. At the card game. What's up? Came the response. One of my brothers has been shot. I need him sent to you. Can you manage it? Old Cat inquired plainly. After a long pause, the other party replied, Your friend is in trouble. Do I need to take care of him? Cat brother, who is this injured person? I'm asking you if you can do it. Old Cat furrowed his brow. If you can, then fine. If not, just say so. I won't pressure you. It's a gunshot wound to the abdomen. We need a doctor. Money is not an issue, Old Cat added. All right. I'll take care of it. And I won't cause any trouble. Don't worry, Cat brother. I'll be waiting for you at the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fu Yuan Road. Hurry up. Understood. In the police precinct, Qin Yu, who had been awaiting news, saw Zhu Wei rush in from outside and immediately waved, Over here. Zhu Wei glanced at Qin Yu and hurried over, panting heavily. Qin Yu turned to scan the surroundings, pushed open the stairwell door, and pulled Zhu Wei inside, asking, Have you clarified the situation? Absolutely clear. Zhu Wei swallowed hard and looked up at Qin Yu, responding, It's Qi Lin. What happened to him? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. Taking a while to continue, Are you certain Qi Lin did this? Could it be anyone else who could kill 6 or 7 people? Zhu Wei questioned, still in disbelief. Absolutely certain. Lao wouldn't joke about this, and he's heading that way too. Damn it. Now Qi Lin is truly activated, Qin Yu murmured, his expression blank. I know him well. He is usually too timid to even attempt an arrest, yet he suddenly did something so significant. Zhu Wei, puzzled, raised his brow and asked, Should we head to Century Avenue? After all, there's a shadow of Team Yuan here. Why is that? Qin Yu frowned. Do you understand what is going on here? Zhu Wei shook his head. If you don't understand, let us observe first. Don't rush in. After contemplating, Zhu Wei nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Around 4 in the morning, after a brief rest in the dormitory, Qin Yu received a call from Old Cat. Hello? Qin Yu sat up immediately upon answering. Don't make a noise. Come out. I'm in the alley behind the unit. Old Cat's voice was low. After a moment of consideration, Qin Yu replied, "All right. I'll be down immediately." "Okay." As they ended the call, Qin Yu grabbed his jacket and hurriedly left the third Group S dormitory. Meanwhile, in the Dahuang Palace Entertainment City on Tuzha Street, a man dressed in slacks and a white shirt sat calmly on a sofa, sipping tea. This man was Yuan Ke's elder brother, Yuan Hua. At 48 years old, Yuan Hua had a plump figure yet exuded a calm demeanor, with fair skin. With an expressionless face, Yuan Hua rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, slowly retrieved his cigarette case, and disregarded his talking companions. Footsteps echoed from downstairs as Zaka, who had narrowly escaped from the two-story villa, rushed in with a panicked expression, kneeling and exclaiming, "Brother Hua, I didn't handle the situation well." Zaka quickly rose and, taking small steps, approached Yuan Hua, bowing as he said, "Brother Hua, please ask. What use do I have for you?" Yuan Hua asked, looking up. Zaka froze in place. "You are useless, yet you still spend my money and consume my resources. What do we do about that?" Yuan Hua pressed further. Zaka's complexion turned pale. Suddenly, Yuan Hua pulled out a gun from under the table and pulled the trigger at Zaka's heart. Blood splattered, and Zaka fell lifeless to the ground. Yuan Hua flicked the blood off his white shirt, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he shouted to those in the room. "Qi Lin has two issues. One is the supply chain, and the other is face. My uncle is dead. You all better take care of this." With that, Yuan Hua stood up and departed, while the unfortunate Zaka was dragged downstairs. The blood-stained floor restored to cleanliness within a minute. Behind the police precinct, Qin Yu encountered Old Cat. Chapter 39. Will you forever remain a lone wolf? In the alley, Qin Yu pressed his lips together and frowned at the Old Cat, inquiring, "Is Qi Lin with you?" "Yes," the Old Cat nodded. "He was shot. I just called a doctor to attend to him." "What exactly happened?" Qin Yu pressed further. After a moment of contemplation, the Old Cat carefully elucidated the situation he understood to Qin Yu. Once finished, Qin Yu lowered his head, turning in a circle before asking, "With things escalating to this level, do you really think you can hide him?" The Old Cat was momentarily taken aback. "I don't think you can hide him. Regardless of the reasons, Yuan Ke will continue to pursue him," Qin Yu added, looking down. The Old Cat retrieved an electronic cigarette and took a deep drag, stating, "I urgently sought you out to ask for your assistance regarding Qi Lin." Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. "Speak. I want to find a way to ensure Qi Lin's safety, to help him, his mother, and younger sister leave Songjiang. Please assist me in contacting some friends outside the planning area to arrange a refuge for them," the Old Cat stated plainly. "Whether he can get out depends on fate. But I must do what needs to be done." The Old Cat fell silent. This is not merely a case of gun violence. There are numerous conflicts of interest and hidden motives at play, which you surely understand. If I help him and get caught in the crossfire, who will help me if I run into trouble? Qin Yu asked calmly. The Old Cat took another drag from his cigarette. "Old Cat, I managed to acquire residency and work in Songjiang after years of hard work in the planning area. You have Director Li backing you, but I do not." Qin Yu looked at the Old Cat candidly. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with this." The Old Cat raised his head to look at Qin Yu and suddenly smiled, saying, "I know you are ambitious and have your own plans, so I can understand your choice." Qin Yu remained silent. "Xiaoyu, do you know why Qi Lin has reached this point?" The Old Cat asked softly. Qin Yu was startled. "In many ways, you and he are quite similar. You both know what you want and remain calm and purposeful in your actions, believing you can discern the pros and cons at critical moments. However, one of you is too rigid, while the other is too soft, creating a stark contrast." The Old Cat mused, exhaling the vapor from his electronic cigarette. "But I want to tell you that living too coldly and lacking passion does not guarantee success. Qi Lin is a living example of that. Moreover, traversing life's journey without a single trustworthy friend, I doubt he can go far. Today, I came to seek you out as a friend, thinking we had formed a bond, so I was unreserved. I apologize for my impulsiveness." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, but remained silent. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he watched the Old Cat's silhouette and suddenly called out, "You know full well that Director Li has been avoiding the drug trafficking issue. Getting involved could easily lead to your downfall." With that, the Old Cat got into his vehicle and departed. Before the incident, the Old Cat would often scold Qi Lin as if he were his own child. To outsiders, it appeared that Qi Lin was merely a sycophant in the Old Cat's presence, not an equal friend. However, when Qi Lin found himself in trouble, all those who could evade the situation did so, leaving only the Old Cat, who had often looked down upon him, ready to lend a hand. Some disdain was genuine, but the bond of friendship was also real. The Old Cat was that kind of person, Regardless of how well one was doing, it did not guarantee a connection. Yet if he considered someone a friend, he would certainly extend his hand in times of need. In the planning area, Qin Yu had learned to trust no one, having witnessed the darker aspects of human nature. For a morsel of food or a job, there were many who would betray their wives and children, having seen enough. He gradually became cold-hearted. This was a manifestation of his self-protective instincts, and perhaps he did not even realize that despite his inner strength, he had lost some of the warmth that should be inherent to humanity. Life's journey is long and solitary. Can one truly traverse it alone? The old cat's status and connections within the police force were clearly superior to Qin Yu's, and yet he dared to protect Qi Lin. Was it not a sign of small-mindedness for Qin Yu, a demon from the planning area, to worry excessively about his own minor status? The relationship between Qi Lin and Qin Yu had not reached the depths of life and death camaraderie. Yet, how do such bonds form? Lost in thought, Qin Yu halted his steps, the old cat's image flashing in his mind once more. He could scold Qi Lin daily, appearing cynical and unreliable, yet when it mattered most, he was willing to tread the path for the sake of friendship. Was such a person not worth forging a deeper connection with? Qin Yu hesitated, wavering, but ultimately pulled out his cell phone. Damn it. Even the wisest can be swayed by the foolish. Qin Yu sighed and promptly dialed a number. After a few dozen seconds, the call connected. Hello? Let us discuss the drug trafficking issue. Qin Yu turned and exited through the back door of the office, quickening his pace toward the other side of the road. In a standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan Ko locked the door and stood at the window with his phone, stating, Qi Lin has no friends, just the old cat. The man on the other end of the line, with a furrowed brow, remarked, that makes things difficult for me to investigate. You just focus on uncovering Qi Lin's whereabouts. I'll handle the matters above. Yuan Ko snapped, his eyes reddened. He must not be allowed to escape. We must secure our channels. Understood. In a warehouse on Fuyuan Road, the doctor, having finished cleaning Qi Lin's wounds, was about to leave when the old cat held him at gunpoint, binding him. You can't leave yet. Once my friend is out, I will let you go. You will be compensated fairly. How can you lack credibility? The doctor cursed. You're so crude. This is utterly uncouth. Stop whining, or I might just lose my temper. The old cat retorted, dragging the doctor into a locked room before turning to his friend who was assisting him. Can we find a way to get Qi Lin out? He killed Yuan Hua's uncle. The situation outside is chaotic. It will be difficult to smuggle him out, his friend said, his face pale. The old cat scratched his head. Do you think we could reach out to someone in the station troops for assistance? Hard to say, his friend replied, shaking his head. On a rickety wooden bed. Qi Lin coughed violently, exclaiming, just forget about me. Get my mother and sister out. Shut up. The old cat snapped irritably. In the standalone building on Century Avenue, Old 3 limped downstairs and shouted to the 20 or so people standing inside. The boss has spoken. Put everything aside and scatter our people. We must locate Qi Lin within 12 hours. Chapter 40. The cat brother who even the director must activate the following day, early in the morning. The gun incident on the second floor of a standalone building on Century Avenue had officially been taken over by the police chief of the Black Street. However, given the gravity of the situation, Director Li surprisingly did not make an appearance, instead offering a pretext of attending a meeting in Feng Bay to excuse his absence. Ultimately, the highest-ranking official responsible for the case was merely a deputy director nearing retirement within the police chief's office. Consequently, the captain of the second investigation team felt rather perplexed. He could not discern the intentions of his superiors, leaving him only to dawdle and delay, entirely failing to pursue the clues further. At 9:30 in the morning, Old Cat's phone rang. Hello? Director Li's voice resonated. Have you found out? Old Cat inquired, looking down. No, he replied resolutely. Are you out of your mind? Director Li retorted, exasperated. In a drug trafficking case, I've distanced myself completely, and yet you foolishly involve yourself? Do you comprehend the vast profits stemming from the supply channels in Qi Lin's hands? How many eyes are watching this matter internally and externally? What influence can a mere deputy captain like you wield? Old Li, I am myself, and you are you. My actions are my own and do not concern you. There is no need for you to worry. Even if it all comes crashing down, I will bear the brunt alone without affecting you at all, Old Cat replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Nonsense. Director Li exploded. How dare you say such a thing? Without me, what would you be as a deputy captain? What could you possibly accomplish within the police chief's office? Stop spouting nonsense, are you daft? Old Li, you've become too complacent lately. Yuan Ko is leveraging his brother's connections to forge relationships within the police chief's office. Is it merely to become a small team leader? Is that plausible? Yuan Ke seeks to elevate his status within the police chief's office. Do you think you can remain unaffected? In your position, there is no possibility of being unscathed. Old Cat remarked, seemingly bemused yet vehemently asserting, don't hesitate in your choices. I'll activate you as well. Activate you? You must be joking. Beep. Mid-sentence. Old Cat abruptly ended the call. Subsequently, Director Li attempted to reach him twice more, but Old Cat did not answer. In the car, Director Li furrowed his brow for a moment before promptly dialing Qin Yu's number. Hello? Little Qin. Hello, Director Li. Qin Yu replied. Old Cat seems to be veering off course. You've been on good terms with him recently, so please give him a call. Director. I've just reached a consensus with Old Cat on some matters and was about to call you. Qin Yu began to ramble. Upon hearing this, Director Li was incensed. Sitting up straight. Can't you young folks be a bit more composed? Old Cat is someone who gets riled up easily even without alcohol. And you've reached a consensus with him? No, Director Li. Just let me explain. Qin Yu tentatively interrupted. Speak. I just made contact with someone from the Yuan family. Qin Yu said quietly, lowering his head to share his thoughts. Inside the standalone building on Century Avenue, Yuan Ku stood by the window, phone in hand. With his left hand in his pocket. Old Li is hiding today. He didn't even show up at the police chief's office. What do you think that means? Yuan Hua inquired. Old Li is quite shrewd in this matter. Yuan Hua replied with a grim expression. Since they are giving us space, we should expedite the resolution of this issue. Rest assured, Qi Lin will not escape. Thus, the two brothers ended their conversation. Just as Yuan Ku was about to exit, the third brother entered. How is it? Yuan Ku asked, frowning. He is with Qi Lin, Yuan Ku deduced. You're aware of Old Cat's relationship with Director Li. The third brother cautioned softly. We are somewhat constrained in dealing with him. This lad lacks sense. Yuan Ku deliberated for a moment before instructing. First, find someone. As long as you ascertain the location, you can bypass Old Cat directly, avoiding any interactions with him. Understood, the third brother nodded. At 6:30 in the evening, in a fast food restaurant within the red light district of Tuzha Street, a scruffy-looking youth turned and spat, saying, I visited Black Doctor's place. His assistant informed me that this fellow took medical equipment and drugs for treating gunshot wounds when he left. And, after checking the call records, the last person to contact Black Doctor was a fellow named Wu Long, a minor player in the card game scene. The scruffy youth chuckled. Yes, right here on Tuzha Street. Our brother has already located him, and he has left his house all day. Confirm again. I'll lead a team to Tuzha Street immediately. All right. An hour later, on a street lined with icicles, over 20 vehicles were parked. Yuan Ku and the third brother sat in their car, waiting for nearly 10 minutes when the scruffy youth hurried over, nodding and bowing as he stood by the window. They are inside. How many? At least 3 or 4, the scruffy youth replied quietly. Our brother saw them from the window, but couldn't make out the details. The third brother opened the car door and gestured, get out. Together, Yuan Ku also exited the vehicle. The third brother paused and quickly reminded him, in this situation, it may not be suitable for you to show your face. Meanwhile, in a warehouse on the Black Street, an elderly man sat on a dilapidated wooden chair, sipping tea. We can start organizing the carts, notify those who dine with us. It has been quiet for too long. Let us stir up some commotion tonight. Chapter 41. Confronting Yuan Ku at the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fuyuan Road. Yuan Ku and Lao San led dozens of men to the entrance of a warehouse. Lao San shouted to the henchman behind him, wait. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Ku waved his hand to stop him, saying, Old Cat is a stubborn one. Forcing the issue could provoke unnecessary trouble. Lao San, make a call to the team. Upon hearing Yuan Ku's instructions, Lao San stepped aside with his phone. While the others surrounded the warehouse tightly. Old Cat was no fool. He had been vigilant outside and soon noticed Yuan Ku and his men. Inside, a friend helping with the concealment spoke anxiously to Old Cat. The VE found us. What should we do? On a dilapidated wooden bed, Qi Lin clutched his abdomen. Forcing himself to sit up straight, his face pale as he shouted to Old Cat, Brother, you've already done enough for me. I want to be a burden to you. Just protect my sister and my mother, and I'll go out myself. Now that we've come this far, what nonsense are you talking? Old Cat retorted impatiently. Stay put. I'll deal with Yuan Ku outside. Old Cat, Qi Lin cried in tears. I owe you too much. How will I repay you in the future? Qi Lin stood frozen at the sound of his voice. None of you go out. Old Cat tossed over his shoulder as he stepped outside alone. 2 minutes later, the iron door of the warehouse was pushed open, and Old Cat, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, glanced down at Yuan Ku and the others on the steps. saying, if you detectives worked with this efficiency, Songjiang would have been clear as day long ago. At this moment, Old Cat realized that lying was futile and decided to admit the truth. Fine, if you're honest, I'll be honest too. Yuan Ke looked at Old Cat and plainly said, Qi Lin's situation is quite complex. There are authorities involved. Yuan Ke furrowed his brow as he looked at Old Cat, remaining silent for a long time before asking, Do you know whose face I'm putting on the line by talking to you like this? Old Cat, have you lost your mind? Lao San scolded darkly. You're making trouble for Old Li. Old Cat erupted in anger, jumping up like a shrew, shouting, Can you tell me who the hell you are? We are having a conversation with people of influence. What right do you have to act tough? Do you believe I could easily make your life miserable if I wanted to? Faced with Old Cat's ferocity, Lao San was momentarily silenced. I can't take him away. I have no way to explain myself, Yuan Ke said impatiently. If Qi Lin has that item, let him come out and tell me himself. That's impossible, Old Cat replied defiantly. I've already shown Old Li enough respect. What are you going to do about it? Kill me? Old Cat asked coldly. As he finished speaking, dozens of men surged forward, reaching for Old Cat to drag him down the steps. Damn it. Old Cat, his temper flaring, pulled out his badge and shouted, Come on. Let us see who dares to touch me. I am a third-level police officer appointed by the special zone. Touch me, and you'll be challenging the judicial system. Hesitation spread among the crowd, all eyes turning to Yuan Ke. You want to play this game with me? Yuan Ke's smile turned grim as he turned to Lao San and said, Let them in. Lao San pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Seconds later, several police vehicles arrived at Fuyuan Road and parked along the roadside. Zhu Wei, Guanxi, and nearly the entire team of officers disembarked. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Wei led the group up the steps, displaying his badge as he said, Old Cat, don't make this difficult for me. I'm just trying to make a living. Old Cat paused, his face turning ashen as he shouted, Stay out of matters that don't concern you. Zhu Wei, with resolve, stepped forward and grabbed Old Cat, saying, Without Old Li's protection, I'm sorry, Old Cat. Pull Old Cat down. Guanxi shouted from the side. Go in and make arrests. Old Cat was overwhelmed by the sheer number of people, easily dragged down the steps. Yet, he glared at Yuan Ke, shouting, If you dare to touch Qi Lin today, I swear I'll do nothing but watch you from now on. You want to deal on the dark streets? Let us see if I can stop you from selling even a single box. Zhu Wei tugged at Old Cat's collar, whispering fiercely, Shut up. You can't protect him. Get the hell away from me. Old Cat was frantic, grappling against 7 or 8 men. On the steps, Guanxi drew his gun and waved, Charge in. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Qin Yu, leading 3 middle-aged men and an elderly man, rushed over from the side street, panting, Whoa, there are so many people here. I'm here to join the fun. Qin Yu halted, grinning as he pointed at Zhu Wei and shouted, Let go of Old Cat. Zhu Wei froze. Guanxi, stand at the door and don't move. Qin Yu called to the team on the steps. Zhu Wei and Guanxi, hearing Qin Yu's orders, stood awkwardly in place, momentarily lost and unsure of what to do. Yuan Ke shot a dark glance at Qin Yu, demanding, What are you waiting for? I told you to make arrests. Guanxi, gritting his teeth, yanked the door, preparing to enter. Qin Yu stepped up the stairs, pointing at all the members of Team 3 and shouting, I told you not to move. Can't you hear me? Zhu Wei and Guanxi stood frozen again. Qin Yu's expression suddenly turned serious as he stepped forward and grasped Zhu Wei's wrist, asking, Who is the team leader? Do you know? Qin Yu fixed his gaze on Zhu Wei, leaning closer to his ear, and asked again, Are you going to follow me and Old Cat, or stick with Yuan Ke? Who hasn't he let you become team leader for years? Choose wisely. Zhu Wei lifted his head at the sound of his voice. Let go. Qin Yu pointed at Zhu Wei's chest, repeating his command. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Wei looked up at Old Cat, then at Qin Yu. And recalling directly, he immediately released his grip. Yuan Ke stood dumbfounded, staring at Zhu Wei. Didn't you hear what I said? Report, Captain. According to the hierarchy and police regulations, I must prioritize the orders of my direct superior. Zhu Wei saluted and shouted. The members of Team 3 were momentarily stunned. Eyes fixed on Zhu Wei, and slowly raised their arms in salute, collectively declaring, We must prioritize the orders of our direct superior. Chapter 42. The 3 families gather at Dirt Street. Prior to his arrival, Yuan Ke had indeed contemplated the possibility of encountering some complications with the Old Cat. Yet he had not anticipated that Qin Yu would also become entangled in the situation, particularly given that he had come alongside Old Man Ma and others. What did this imply? It suggested that Qin Yu's presence was not aligned with his interests. Yuan Ke felt perplexed and infuriated, for he believed that although he had exploited Qin Yu, he had nevertheless provided the latter with an opportunity, only to find that this brat had taken a stand against him at a critical moment. Qin Yu, what act are you putting on? Recently, Yuan Ke had faced a series of unfortunate events. Not only had he experienced a death in the family, but he had also yet to secure vital supply channels. Consequently, he had shed his earlier amiable and gallant demeanor, leaving only impatience and indifference. Captain Yuan, can we speak privately? Qin Yu inquired with a smile. What is there to discuss? I must take this person with me, Yuan Ke replied irritably, waving his hand dismissively. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu motioned to Old Cat to remain calm and gently addressed Yuan Ke. Captain, Qi Lin has already suffered enough. We should show some mercy. Do you believe your words carry any weight? Yuan Ke asked coldly. Already struggling to contain his anger, Yuan Ke's temper flared at the perceived threat in Qin Yu's words. In a sudden outburst, he raised his arm and struck Qin Yu across the face. A sharp crack echoed through the crowd as Qin Yu received a resounding slap. Understand your position. Without my say-so, do you truly think you can act as the group leader? Yuan Ke bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. I'll declare this now. Even if Old Li were here today, I would still take Qi Lin away. Anyone unrelated, get lost. As his words fell, silence enveloped the area. Moments later, the street began to tremble as numerous figures emerged from the cage-like buildings, filthy alleys, and storefronts lining the street. Yuan Ke looked towards the throng, jabbing a finger into Qin Yu's chest with a sardonic smile. Ah, so you have backing now, do you? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of men adorned with white cloth armbands, wielding weapons, converged under the dim light. A burly man in a leather jacket, leading the group, spat, Yuan Ke, whether you and your brother consent or not, today I will deal with you. Seeing the surging mass, the dozens of men with Yuan Ke's side wore grave expressions. At the foot of the steps, Old Man Ma took out a pack of cigarettes and called out. Anyone in Dirt Street who wants to continue accessing medicine, come help out. I'm going all in today. As long as the Ma family can hold their ground here, I'll sell medicine at zero profit for 3 months. As his words echoed, the narrow sides of Dirt Street erupted with the thunderous sound of footsteps. Yes, various teams, political connections, and large corporations were all vying for interests, but the sick and impoverished residents here suffered due to their greed, losing access to affordable medication. Thus, upon hearing Old Man Ma's call, they spontaneously surged forth. Old San, witnessing the scene, promptly retreated 2 steps and shouted into his walkie-talkie, all brothers in Dirt Street, come out immediately, quickly, to the Fuyuan intersection. Yuan Ke cast a cursory glance at the men summoned by the Ma family, and, with a derisive tilt of his head towards Qin Yu, sneered, you may protect Qi Lin in Dirt Street, but can he remain here forever? Meanwhile, in the dark district on Century Avenue, 8 rugged men, each shouldering a bag and wearing woolen gloves, approached 2 vacant buildings devoid of any human presence. This place was quite far from the center of SJ City, adjacent to a cemetery and a designated garbage disposal site, rendering the area desolate. Here it is. Let us go in, the leader of the group instructed after surveying the surroundings. Are we certain this is the right place? Yes. The tiger had instructed someone to pick up the drugs here, the leader confirmed. Check it out, prepare to get to work. 5 minutes later, in the central area of the empty building, 6 or 7 young men were seated, engaged in a game of cards. The windows on either side of the room were intentionally boarded up, allowing no light to escape, creating an illusion of abandonment. The room was filled with swirling smoke, and one young man on the left, holding cards, asked while puffing on an electronic cigarette, everyone's been called to Dirt Street. Shouldn't we go take a look? Understood. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered and then went out. What the hell? Why did the lights go out? Is the motor broken again? Tiago, go check with a flashlight. Bang. Without warning, a dull thud echoed from the door, followed by rapid footsteps approaching. Someone is coming. Grab your things, shouted the young man seated at the table. Tat tat tat. Before the card players could react, gunfire erupted at the door, a torrential downpour of bullets flooding into the room. Cries of agony erupted as 3 individuals were immediately slain. At the entrance, the leading assailant switched on his flashlight and gestured for his companions to remain still. That's enough. We need 2 with some weight. Inside the police station, Director Li sat at his desk, absent-mindedly toying with a teacup, his brow furrowed. On the side sofa, the senator responsible for political affairs casually crossed his legs and inquired, Isn't it a bit premature to make a choice now? Do I wish to? It's Old Cat who is forcing my hand. Director Li sighed and cursed. But perhaps it's for the best. Yuan Hua has attempted to court me on multiple occasions, and I never expressed a stance. That, in itself, constitutes a form of attitude. The situation in Dirt Street has already escalated. I can no longer rein it in. Let us wait for the call. He lifted his cup to take a sip of tea. In the Grand Palace, after finishing a phone call, Yuan Hua scowled and cursed. That oblivious old man Ma really thinks he holds sway in Dirt Street. You all go over. There's no need to hold back. Is old cat being this obstinate because of Director Li's stance? A middle-aged man on the left inquired, his brow furrowed. If that's the case, the situation becomes rather complicated. Yuan Hua waved his hand dismissively. I give him face because he is the director. Without it, he is nothing. Tonight, I will have Qi Lin. Chapter 43. Clash of the behind-the-scenes giants on the rugged streets. The Ma and Yuan families had already formed their ranks, facing off with nearly 1,000 people. The glint of weapons cast a chilling aura, instantly suffocating the atmosphere. In the center of the crowd, Yuan Ke, with a crooked neck, glared at old Ma and demanded, after feasting for 2 days, do you truly believe you have the upper hand? I shall ask you one last time. Will you step aside? The road is completely blocked. How can I make way? Old Ma remained unfazed, slowly turning to the people behind him, questioning, with our supply of medicine severed, how do you intend to survive? Can you afford the Yuan family's medicine? He shouted at the impoverished residents in the street. We cannot afford it. Then what shall we do? Wait for death. Wait for what? Without medicine, we shall all perish. Let us confront them. In an instant, hundreds erupted in synchronized shouts as Ma's men brandished their weapons and advanced forward. You handle this. As the words left his lips, the Yuan family members waiting by the roadside began to open their trunks, pulling out their weapons. Judging by their attire, they seemed slightly better off. Clearly part of a more stable socio-economic class. Clear out everyone at the entrance, shouted the third brother. A surge of over 100 people rushed towards the storefront where Qi Lin was hiding. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, plunging the crowd into silence. Qin Yu raised his gun and called out, Yuan team, the situation isn't resolved yet. Why are you leaving? Qin Yu, do you genuinely fail to grasp the situation? Yuan Ke pointed at his chest, his voice deliberate and forceful. Do you have any idea how much profit the drug trade generates in a single district on the black market? Do you have the clout to stir trouble? Ding ding ding. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Ke's phone began to ring. Answer it, Qin Yu suggested with a smile. After a brief hesitation, Yuan Ke retrieved his phone, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu as he answered, Hello? Hee, the goods and people in your warehouse are in my possession. A stranger's voice echoed. Yuan Ke stood frozen in disbelief. You may discuss it. Call me once you're finished. With that, the caller hung up. Yuan Ke, still dazed, clutched his phone, his expression shifting from confusion to contemplation as he looked at Qin Yu. Qin Yu produced an electronic cigarette from his pocket, took a couple of puffs, and softly remarked, Yuan team, I'll reiterate, one must show mercy when possible. You allied with the Ma family to clear out my warehouse. Yuan Ke clenched his fists, his voice low. That's not right. Yuan Ke's eyes bore into Qin Yu as he continued. Without support from above, you wouldn't dare to act so recklessly. You have someone backing you, don't you? Qin Yu met his gaze, remaining silent. Boldly? After a moment's thought, Yuan Ke pointed at Qin Yu's chest and asked, Is it him? As long as you don't harm Qi Lin, nothing will happen to your warehouse or your men. I've already paved a way for you. Why do you side with Old Li instead? Yuan Ke glared fiercely, demanding, Do you think he is formidable? Let me tell you. The people he has in the police department don't compare to mine. Inside the precinct, I may call him director, but outside. You know what I refer to him as? I know you have someone behind you, Qin Yu nodded. It's not easy to break into this world. Songjiang is complex. With your foundation, one misstep could shatter you to pieces. Indeed, I comprehend that, Qin Yu replied, squinting. If I hadn't been cautious and discussed matters with old Ma beforehand, the drug trade would have collapsed, and I might have ended up dead on some street. Yuan Ke fell silent. Let us speak plainly. You've supported me, and I've aided you in return. The past is behind us. Today we must address Qi Lin. The smile vanished from Qin Yu's face as he stared intently at Yuan Ke, stating deliberately, I ask you, can you raise your hand today? Impossible. Impossible, is it? Then let us proceed. Qin Yu's gaze turned icy, fixating on Yuan Ke as he shouted, You can arrest Qi Lin right now. I assure you. I want to intervene. 6 hours later, if you kill him, I'll bring evidence of your drug dealings and testimonies from those arrested. And I will promptly dismantle the Yuan family's operations. You know the value of the goods and the people involved. How dare you? Try it. Yuan Ke raised his hand, ready to strike Qin Yu. In a swift motion, Qin Yu extended his right hand, gripping Yuan Ke's throat with fingers like iron claws. Glaring fiercely as he cursed, "I am not Qi Lin. You'll only realize resistance when it's too late. I spared you earlier, but now I want tea." Slap. With that, Qin Yu delivered a sharp blow to Yuan Ke's face. "How dare you?" The third brother hesitated for a moment before drawing his gun. Aiming it at Qin Yu's head, Qin Yu turned to face the third brother, commanding, "Mind your place. You have no say here." With a flourish, 3 men behind Old Ma drew their guns. In the police precinct, Director Li, after receiving a call, stood by the window and dialed Yuan Hua's number. "Ah. Li Director, long time no see." Yuan Hua's boisterous voice rang through the phone. "Release that child from Rugged Street. Consider it a favor to me." Director Li stated directly. "I want to inquire about profits," he continued, brow furrowed. "Tonight, I simply wish to ensure that child remains unharmed." "Yes, hehehe." Yuan Hua inhaled sharply, chuckling in response. "This is not an easy matter. It's beyond my control. The goods and people in your warehouse are with Old Ma." Li Director laid the cards on the table. "If anything happens to those children on Rugged Street tonight, you should weigh the potential losses. If those goods are gone and people are arrested, your troubles will be considerable." Yuan Hua stood in stunned silence. Moments later, Yuan Ke answered his elder brother's call. "Hello? Speak." Chapter 44. I departed, burdened with resentment in the early hours of dawn. Atop the Grand Palace, Yuan Hua sat on the sofa, his chin resting on one hand. His expression devoid of emotion as he surveyed the assembled gang leaders from the underworld on either side, remaining silent. After a prolonged silence, a bald man, crossing his legs, furrowed his brow and spoke first. "This matter has not been handled well, and it brings us no honor. Now, sitting together to ponder the reasons for our failure is akin to striking ourselves in the face. It serves no purpose. The small fry in our domain fight for their daily bread, but we fight for our dignity. Regardless of whether Qi Lin is willing to surrender the supply channels. We must eliminate him, not for any other reason, but to slap old Li's face into just old Ma's mindset. Allow me to handle this." The bald man rose, his gaze dark, declaring, "No matter the cost, I cannot allow Qi Lin to leave Songjiang. If we cannot act openly, we shall do so covertly. Enough of this." Yuan Hua interjected, frowning and gesturing dismissively. The others fell silent once more. Yuan Hua lifted his teacup, casting a cold glance at the crowd, stating, "The goods and people in the warehouse have been taken by the Ma family, and their audacity in doing so certainly implies old Li's tacit approval. You hold the tail in their grasp, yet you still shout?" The bald man touched his head, refraining from retorting. "I still cannot fully fathom why old Li is opposing me in this matter. However, the Ma family's audacity to confront me today undoubtedly revolves around the supply channels Qi Lin possesses." Yuan Hua stood, clasping his hands behind his back, and continued, "As long as we maintain a faade of civility, everything can be negotiated, but once that veil is torn. Do you think the esteemed police chief and the Ma family, who have risen in prominence these past 2 years, would forego their dignity? It has become evident that those across from us will fiercely protect Qi Lin. Should you dare to take action? The goods and people now in the hands of the Ma family will be delivered to the police chief by dawn. By then, we will lose our money, our people, and be mired in considerable trouble." The crowd, upon hearing this, could not help but nod in agreement. "Moreover, even if you contemplate seeking out Qi Lin, do you believe he would remain unguarded? A beggar can find friends in a territory over time, let alone old Li, who has served as police chief in Songyang for so many years." Yuan Hua sighed. "It is futile to search for Qi Lin. We must first arrange a grand funeral for my uncle." Hearing the term grand, the bald man immediately cautioned, "De Hua, we ought to handle your uncle's affairs discreetly. If we make a spectacle of it, will it not invite ridicule from outsiders? It is only those lacking confidence who fear gossip." Yuan Hua, without room for debate, commanded, "We shall make it grand," sending him and the tiger off in splendid fashion. "Very well." The lean man nodded. "That will be all. Disperse," Yuan Hua declared, turning to stride toward the exit. The others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, murmuring in hushed tones of discontent. Yuan Ke, who had been present, remained silent throughout. But after his brother's departure, he followed. Yuan Hua turned, his expression impassive, and asked, "What do you wish to say?" "I merely wish to express that this loss has been severe, with even my uncle gone. We must learn from this experience. Failure cannot be rendered meaningless," Yuan Ke passionately asserted. "It is time to establish rules and to cleanse our ranks." Hua scrutinized his brother for a long moment before abruptly pointing at his chest and saying, "You must understand. Your elder brother did not carve out this territory with a band of elite scholars. The people who follow us are those who once struggled to secure their meals. And to this day, they remain your brother's most steadfast support. If you implement rules and purge them, when the Ma family arrives, who will confront them? You or I? What I mean to say is," Hua interrupted, "your thoughts remain theoretical and are ill-suited for our circumstances." With that, he departed. Yuan Ku, feeling the heat of indignation, shouted after him, "Brother, the 9th District will not remain chaotic forever. In 5, 10, or 20 years, it will inevitably evolve into a structured system with a stable social environment. If you do not adapt, you will be dragged down by these very people." 2 days later, 3 military trucks slowly exited the 9th District, halting at the edge of a desolate expanse. 10 minutes later, a grimy half-truck approached, flashing its headlights at the road. Before long, Qi Lin, accompanied by his younger sister Qin Yu and their ailing mother, alighted from the vehicle, bidding farewell to the soldiers who had seen them off. As they boarded the half-truck, snowflakes drifted down from the sky, blanketing the frozen earth that had lain dormant for 3 to 4 years, presenting a scene of unbroken white. With bandages wrapped around his abdomen, Qi Lin reclined in the back seat of the half-truck, staring blankly at the 9th District, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had striven there, once smiling in acquiescence to this wretched era. He had lost his dignity there, toiling like a dog, under the impression he had gained much. Yet as he departed today, he did not even bring along a complete quilt, only the heavy burden of human connections and 2 dependents in need of his support. Everything was gone. Years of effort had vanished overnight. Unable to comprehend the significance of his past kneeling, Qi Lin resolved to move forward, standing tall from now on. Chapter 45. After adversity. This precious friendship in the police chief's office. Director Li stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back and softly inquired, "Has that fellow left?" "He's already gone," Old Cat nodded in response. "I hesitated to step into the director's position, primarily because I wished to remain uninvolved in specific relationships and matters." Director Li, exhibiting a hint of fatigue, remarked, "Yet this time, I've still made my stance clear. It's hard to remain an outsider." At the desk, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy upon hearing Director Li's words. As the latter's demeanor had shifted from formal to candid, this change signified that Director Li no longer perceived Qin Yu as just an ordinary group leader within the police department, but had begun to regard him as one of his own. Such a transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lay in Qin Yu finally having an organization to support him, establishing connections that would grant him opportunities in his work that others could not attain. However, the drawbacks were glaring. He had irreparably offended the Yuan family, which could lead to retribution and suppression in future endeavors. Director Li's current outlook was evidently pessimistic, indicating that the Yuan family's influence was far more complex than it appeared. Director Li furrowed his brow and took a seat beside his chair, quietly asking, "Does Qi Lin have any procurement channels for Along?" Old Li took a sip of tea and stated with unwavering authority, "My connections require a tangible benefit to be effective. If the supply channels are severed and the Ma family lacks the capability that the Yuan family possesses, why should I exert influence behind the scenes?" "Understood," Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You must exercise caution," Old Li pointed at Qin Yu, cautioning. "With the Tiger and Yuan Wei gone, your involvement in this matter is substantial, so be wary of retaliation." Old Cat sighed from the side, pouring himself a cup of hot water, blowing on it as he shook his head. What has become of people nowadays? It's understandable for the impoverished to act out of desperation, given the harshness of life. But those in power, which of them is starving? Why are they all so driven by profit? Is there not a single individual among them who can sit in their position and do something meaningful? After a moment of contemplation, Old Li turned to Old Cat and inquired, "Do you recall my speech at the appointment meeting when I first became director?" Old Cat paused in surprise. "I was the first to declare that I would resolve the chaos on Tuzha Street in 2 years and restore basic order to the black streets within 5 years. At that time, many within the department mocked me, but I paid them no mind. Now that the time has come, do you see that I have accomplished what I set out to do?" Old Li sighed. The jests of the past have indeed become the punchline of today. Both Old Cat and Qin Yu were rendered speechless by this revelation. Listening to Old Li, Qin Yu suddenly perceived the middle-aged man as filled with stories, embodying wisdom and ambition that evoked his respect. He also recognized that Old Cat bore a resemblance to Director Li in certain aspects. Both sought to carve out their identities in these tumultuous times, even if they occasionally found themselves making compromises. Enough of this rambling. It serves no purpose, Director Li sighed. Then firmly instructed the two younger men before him. In any case, you must tread carefully and avoid causing trouble. Understood, they both nodded affirmatively. Oh, by the way, Director Li rose and looked at Qin Yu. Since you've chosen your side, you must possess the acumen that comes with it. You need to swiftly transform Team 3 into your own. In the future, I will seek an opportunity to promote Team 3, addressing the issue of upward mobility. But you must present me with compelling reasons for your elevation. Yes. Qin Yu saluted in response. Now, you two may leave. Director Li waved his hand dismissively. An hour and a half later, on Tuzha Street, Old Cat squatted by the curb and looked up at Qin Yu, asking, "Do you regret siding with me? Having made my choice, what use is regret?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes. You weren't planning to get involved, so why the change of heart? Old Cat inquired with a grin. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu slowly crouched beside the road and replied, I don't wish to lose you as a friend. Especially when you're willing to stand by Qi Lin. Little you, let us walk this road together from now on, Old Cat grinned, patting Qin Yu's shoulder. I know a fortune teller who told me that some people possess unique traits, and you are undoubtedly one of those exceptional individuals, someone worth risking everything for. Go to hell. You fool, Qin Yu exclaimed, playfully locking his arm around Old Cat's neck. Do you believe I would actually harm you? Cut it out. Call me Dad. That's too far. I'm ready to fight you. Old Cat feigned indignation, reaching for Qin Yu's eyes. Tell me, is your close relationship with Qi Lin due to his weakness? Qin Yu asked, baring his teeth. You're a real piece of work, Old Cat retorted, as Qin Yu playfully thumped him. Under the dim light, two young men, brought together by a shared event, jested and frolicked, marking the moment they truly stepped into each other as hearts, entangling their lives in the years to come, supporting one another along the way. After some playful banter, Old Mao approached from across the street, lowering his head to shout, What are you two up to? Qin Yu smiled and looked up. You're here? When will you be able to arrange for Damin and my little heir to come together? Meanwhile, on the other side, the funeral for Yuan Wei and the tiger had been successfully held on Century Avenue, with many prominent figures from Songjiang attending to pay their respects. It was at this juncture that the real clash began to unfold fiercely on this land. Chapter 46, The Double Pit of the Black Street on the Gravelly Streets. Old Cat rose and casually extended his hand, saying, Brother Ma, give me a stick of cigarette. Who are you calling brother? I am likely older than your father. Old Ma responded, somewhat speechless. In this world of brotherhood, it is customary to address one another with respect. Old Cat flashed a toothy grin. Stop being stingy. Just give me one. Rolling his eyes, Old Ma pulled out a pack of loose tobacco from his pocket and asked, When can you get them in and shower out? Old Cat snatched the unwrapped cigarette pack with a playful smile. We're on the same side now. How could I not help you? Just hand over the smoke. Don't be stingy. You interact with many people when you're in the trade. We hardly get to enjoy even a few sticks of loose tobacco this year. Old Cat brazenly stuffed the entire pack into his pocket. Thanks, big brother. Get lost. Old Ma retorted, dismissing him as he turned to the more reliable Qin Yu, inquiring, when can the people be released? Qin Yu blinked. It's unrealistic to expect both of them to be released. Old Ma furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Kid, aren't you going back on your word? When you sought me out, we made it clear that I would help, but you needed to facilitate Damin and Xiao'er's release. Now why are you saying otherwise? Uncle Ma, we are all straightforward people. I'll be frank with you. Qin Yu said earnestly, you want to protect Qi Lin, so you can later find his brother's supply channels. That's not wrong, is it? If Qi Lin has no ties with Along. Even if I were to kneel before you, you wouldn't dare confront Yuan Ku in the gravelly streets. Old Ma fell silent at this revelation. In this matter, you've actually benefited quite a bit. You couldn't converse with Old Li before, but after this incident, we've established ourselves as allies, haven't we? Qin Yu added with a smile, we're all adults here. Let us not play useless mind games. You know better than anyone how things stand with my heir and Damin. 5 kilograms of drugs is enough for a death sentence. Yet on the day I apprehended them, I seized at least 100 kilograms of contraband, didn't I? You know this case initially passed through Yuan Ku's hands. Now that we're at odds, do you really expect me to negotiate their release from him? Old Ma's expression grew tense as he reached for the cigarette pack, only to realize Old Cat had already taken it. Here, I have an e-cigarette, Old Cat said with a smirk, pulling out his use device. Get lost, Old Ma exclaimed. Turning back to Qin Yu, so what can you actually accomplish regarding this matter? Is there no other way? None at all, Qin Yu shook his head. And you need to decide quickly, as we've already severed ties with Yuan Ku. If this issue solidifies in his favor, it will be difficult to navigate later. What sort of person is Old Ma? A seasoned veteran capable of stirring up chaos in the complex landscape of the gravelly streets. Thus, he is not one for indecision. After Qin Yu clarified the situation, Old Ma pondered for less than 2 minutes before decisively stating, "Let us get Xiao Air out." "All right," Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "I will interrogate them shortly and extract what I can." "How long will the men be sentenced?" Old Ma asked again. "Will he survive this?" "Unlikely. The 5-kilogram minimum is already exceeded, making it hard to argue for a lesser sentence," Qin Yu replied. "No, he must live. That's non-negotiable," Old Ma insisted. Qin Yu scratched his nose and continued, "If that's the case, it may require some financial investment." Old Ma was taken aback. "What sort of investment? Why are you acting surprised now? You must be willing to invest in saving your life, right?" Old Cat interjected. Old Ma crossed his arms and shot a sideways glance at the two. "Are you trying to play me?" He ground his teeth, calmly asking, "What sort of investment are we talking about?" "I think 30,000 should suffice to ensure his safety," Old Cat suggested, turning to Qin Yu. "What do you think?" "I believe 25,000 would be adequate." "Will that amount suffice?" Qin Yu responded with a frown. "Oh dear, this is becoming quite embarrassing," Qin Yu said, glancing awkwardly at Old Ma, about to speak again. "Enough." Old Ma barked. "Stop the theatrics, we're all from the same place. So quit pretending to be something you're not." The two fell silent at his command. "I'll cover 30,000, Old Ma stated plainly. "What direction can we take this case?" Qin Yu deliberated for a moment before responding, "Illegal possession. Since our first attempt to apprehend them failed, we didn't secure any evidence on site. During the second attempt, we only intercepted the goods without catching them in the act. As long as the man maintains that he was merely hiding the drugs, we should be fine." "How long will the men be sentenced?" Old Ma inquired once more. "Approximately 15 years, Qin Yu replied. "When conversing with someone of your standing, it's wise to be prepared." Old Cat chimed in. "I just realized, despite your youth, you both seem to be quite deep in this." Old Ma ground his teeth. The two exchanged smiles, but did not respond. "All right, this matter is settled. Tomorrow, I will arrange for the money to be delivered to you." Old Ma's agreement stemmed from the understanding that the money was essential. Without it, how could he expect protection from the authorities in the future? This also served to forge new connections. "Uncle Ma, lay low for a while, as Old Li advised," Qin Yu cautioned. "Understood," Old Ma nodded before departing. Half an hour later, "How shall we divide the 30,000? Qin Yu asked. "I wish to share some with the team," he softly suggested. "Zhu Wei stood by me the other day, and everyone has put in significant effort due to the drug case. Then let us allocate 15,000 to Old Li. We'll split 5,000. And the rest goes to the team." Old Cat didn't linger over the money, as he was particularly in need of it. "Agreed." Qin Yu nodded with a grin. "I feel that had we asked for 50,000, he would have agreed." Old Cat lamented, "I was too timid." "Aha." Qin Yu laughed heartily. At a grand courtyard on Century Avenue, a throng of people gathered, floral wreaths adorned the area, and white banners fluttered in the breeze, creating a solemn atmosphere. "Brother Hua." "Boss." "Oh, De Hua has arrived." "Hua, my friend, why do you look so troubled?" Upon entering, Yuan Hua was greeted by various acquaintances, each addressing him with different titles, revealing the depth of his influence in this place. Nodding and exchanging pleasantries along the way, he finally stepped into the main hall. "Guests, please light incense. Family, express your gratitude." The person in charge called out from within as Yuan Wei's wife stepped forward to present the scarce sandalwood incense. After bowing, Yuan Hua personally placed incense before the portraits of Yuan Wei and Lao Hu. "De Hua, what shall I do from here on?" cried the young aunt, collapsing to the ground in sorrow. Yuan Hua turned and helped her up, saying, "After the funeral, move into my home. I will care for you and the children." "De Hua, my Wei died unjustly. Revenge will be served," Yuan Hua reassured her, patting her shoulder. "Control yourself. There are outsiders present." The young aunt nodded through gritted teeth. Yuan Hua scanned the room and called softly to the core members, "Let us convene on the second floor." 10 minutes later, seated on a wooden chair, Yuan Hua addressed the crowd succinctly. "We will not be able to retrieve the supply channels held by Qi Lin in the short term. In order to prevent the Ma family from establishing a foothold in this channel and continuing to encroach upon our territory, we must first enliven Tuzha Street." The crowd nodded in agreement. "It is not the magnitude of the endeavor that concerns us, but rather the absence of results." Yuan Hua raised a finger and declared, "Within a month, we must dismantle the Ma family's faction and clear Tuzha Street." Old Ma has undoubtedly forged connections with Director Li. Should we not consider the implications of official intervention? Inquired the lean man with a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hua replied, "Leave the official pressures to me. You all are responsible for the matters on the ground." Understanding his directive, the crowd nodded. With a mere utterance from the leader, the entire underworld began to stir with a sense of urgency. Chapter 47. The Beauty, the Gay Man, and dinner the following evening. Lin Yinlei turned around and crisply exclaimed, "Get lost, you dead gay man." "Heh, did you finish work early today?" Qin Yu retorted with a sidelong glance. "What are you so concerned about, little girl?" "Indeed. You are quite right. You two are simply a trivial matter." "How vulgar." Lin Yinlei's teasing caused Qin Yu's face to flush. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Lin Yinlei stretched lazily and, with a radiant smile, asked, "Hey, big brother, since I helped you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal?" That evening, the Ma family managed to locate Yuan Hua's hidden warehouse on Century Avenue, thanks to Lin Yinlei's efforts. She had previously had a conflict with the tiger, and it was Qin Yu who came to her aid. The reliable information that Qin Yu provided to the Ma family was due to the photographs Lin Yinlei had taken. Thus, she had indeed rendered Qin Yu a significant service. "What do you want to eat?" Qin Yu inquired. Upon hearing her response, Qin Yu was taken aback. "You want to eat Japanese cuisine?" There are hardly any decent Japanese restaurants in Songjiang, and a plate of salmon would cost me several months' wages. What a ridiculous notion. If you dare to insult me again, are you getting too familiar with me, sister? Shall I take you somewhere else? What is it? Come on. You'll find out once we get there. Qin Yu set down his cup and picked up his luggage. Lin Yinlei, curious, furrowed her brows and asked, "Why are you carrying so much? Are you not staying here?" "Not exactly. It's for safety." Qin Yu, disinterested in explaining, pulled Lin Yinlei out the door, shouting, "Let's go." The striking pair walked down the dilapidated street for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at a narrow alley beside the police station. Lin Yinlei blew warm air into her hands. Her cheeks flushed from the cold, and looked up at the storefront, saying, "This place doesn't even have a sign. Are you really going to bring me here? We value the sentiment over the cost." "What nonsense! You miser!" Lin Yinlei exclaimed brightly as Qin Yu approached the entrance, lifted the heavy cotton curtain, and called out, "Come in." This restaurant, introduced to Qin Yu by Zhu Wei, specialized in boiled riverfish noodles, a quintessential delicacy of Songjiang. There was a large river to the north of Songjiang that froze over, winding hundreds of miles, with no end in sight beyond the 9th district. Some industrious fishermen often drilled holes in the ice and fished with nets. While most regions had long been devoid of life, Songjiang had suffered relatively little damage. And the environment was not as harsh as outside the districts. Otherwise, the 9th district would not have been rebuilt here. At this noodle shop, with only this dish on the menu, Qin Yu and Lin Yinlei had barely settled in when the owner placed a large iron pot on their table, using a charcoal stove to keep it warm, as gas was too costly for such a small establishment. Lin Yinlei, brushing her hair back, gazed into the pot filled with river fish and handmade noodles sprinkled with red pepper. Inhaling the fragrant steam, she smiled brightly. "It looks quite appetizing." "This pot costs nearly 200 yuan. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "It's not cheap. I'm already bleeding money." All right, I know you're stingy. No need to keep reminding me." Lin Yinlei picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of fish, chewing with a delighted expression. It's really delicious." "Not only delicious, but also a good value." Starved, Qin Yu filled his bowl with noodles and began to devour them hungrily. "Why do you eat like a starving ghost? Aren't you afraid of burning your mouth?" Lin Yinlei frowned and murmured, "Isn't it better to be a bit more composed? I'm a gay man. I have no interest in you, so why pretend?" Qin Yu teased deliberately. Lin Yinlei smirked. "Do you like me? Otherwise, why did you help me deal with that tiger? I have a fondness for your chest hair, which is over 2 meters long. Get lost. I'm just kind-hearted, which is why I helped you," Qin Yu added insincerely. Hee. Lin Yinlei looked at Qin Yu with a smile. "Don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me. I can be your sister or teach you how to woo your lover." Disinterested in banter, Qin Yu looked up and asked her, "There's something I'm quite curious about." "What is it? Is there a connection between your kidnappers and the Yuan family?" Qin Yu suddenly inquired. Lin Yinlei froze for a moment. "How did you know?" "I found out later that Matsushita had ties with them. Logically, Yuan Hua is doing well, so why would he resort to kidnapping you? Just for a little money?" Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. Lin Yinlei hesitated at this, her delicate face reflecting uncertainty. "Forget it. If I can't say it, I want tea." Seeing her reluctance to discuss, Qin Yu quickly changed the subject. "Oh, I see." He nodded and asked, "But if he asked your uncle for help, why kidnap you? Doesn't he your uncle have children?" Because I was about to come to Songyang for a position, and I grew up at my uncle's home. So I'm no different from his children, Lin Yanlei replied with a smile. My uncle's other children have a certain social standing. Perhaps Yuan Hua wouldn't dare to touch them and decided to pick on me, the soft target. I understand now. Hey, enough about me. Let us talk about you. Lin Yanlei removed her coat and, her cheeks flushed, looked at Qin Yu and asked, Did you come to the 9th district alone? What about your family? Upon hearing this question, Qin Yu's brow furrowed. What's wrong? Lin Yanlei sensed something was off and tentatively asked again. I have no family. I was abandoned during the riots before the 9th district was established. Some say my parents died, while others say they ran away with my brother. Qin Yu's gaze dimmed. Whatever the case, after so many years, I've almost forgotten them. Lin Yanlei stared blankly for a moment, her eyes wide. I'm sorry, I thought. Don't worry. I'm used to it. Qin Yu waved his hand dismissively. As the conversation fell into silence, both began to focus on their meals. Approximately 20 minutes later, after Qin Yu paid the bill, he and Lin Yanlei exited the small restaurant once more. Outside, it was cold, and snowflakes began to fall lightly. Lin Yanlei shivered uncontrollably, repeatedly puffing warm air into her hands. Do women always have to be so foolish? Why wear so little on a day like this? Aren't you afraid of freezing to death? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and, from his bag, pulled out a thick, worn pair of sheepskin gloves, saying, Put these on. Lin Yanlei reached out for the gloves, turning to look at the tall Qin Yu. You're quite considerate. Huh? You think a pair of old gloves could win my affection? Dream on. Lin Yanlei spat playfully, then gleefully donned the gloves, exclaiming, Wow, they're really warm. Qin Yu said nothing further and walked at a steady pace ahead. Wearing the gloves, Lin Yanlei touched the icicles on the windowsills of nearby houses and suddenly shouted, You big fool. What? Qin Yu turned around. Cheer up. The past is unchangeable, but we live in this era. We must believe tomorrow will be bright. Lin Yanlei optimistically advised, standing in the icy alley. At least at this moment, you have a beautiful woman accompanying you on your walk. What more could you ask for? Qin Yu paused, then smiled and replied, Thank you, beauty. Stop flirting, or I'll call your lover. Deep in the earthy alley, several young men dining with old Ma stood quietly in front of a storefront, whispering among themselves. In the distance, a bald white Russian, accompanied by 4 young men, swaggered toward them. Are there any women here? Shouted the Belarusian man, belching loudly. The young man by the roadside glanced over at him and asked, How many of you are there? Are you blind? Can't you count? Retorted one of the Belarusian's companions, launching into an insult. Who are you cursing at? With that, the Belarusian delivered a powerful punch that sent the young man staggering back 3 steps before crashing to the ground. Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on us, exclaimed the young man's companion as he helped him up, glaring fiercely and demanding, Are you looking for trouble? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of 30 to 40 individuals rushed out from a nearby shadowy alley, brandishing steel pipes and machetes. The premeditated clash was set to commence that very night. Chapter 48. The revenge approaches on the way to number 88 courtyard. As Qin Yu was engaging in a heartfelt conversation with Lin Yanlei, his phone abruptly rang from his pocket. Hello, Zhu Wei. All right. Yes, you should hurry. Without further ado, Qin Yu turned and dashed towards the direction of the police station, leaving little time for more pleasantries. Within the case handling area of the police station's first team, the acting deputy captain, Lao San, summoned all members of the first team for a meeting, deliberately omitting the third group. Standing beside the work desk, Lao San held a teacup, casually addressing the gathered individuals. The commotion over at Tuzha Street has escalated significantly. Those drug dealers have gone berserk, not caring whether you're on the payroll or not. So, when you arrive, assess the situation wisely, don't rush in blindly. Understood. Got it. Dozens of people listened to Lao San's words, appearing nonchalant, yet their minds were as clear as day. The troublemakers at Tuzha Street were undoubtedly from the Yuan family, implying Lao San was subtly advising everyone to let things slide when necessary. After a few more instructions, Lao San set down his teacup and called out, Get your riot gear and drive in. Switch all radios to our team's designated frequency. I'll call for you if needed. As the crowd nodded in agreement and hurriedly dispersed, Qin Yu was acutely aware that the turmoil at Tuzha Street was spearheaded by the Yuan and Ma families. He intended to call Lao Mao to discuss a resolution. Just as he was about to dial, his phone rang again. Hello? Qin Yu quickly pressed the answer key. Captain, everyone is gathered for the meeting in the first team. But Lao San didn't notify us at all. Zhu Wei's voice was hurried. Should we follow the first team for tonight's operation? After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yu replied. Drive the third group's vehicle towards my place. Pick me up first. All right, Zhu Wei nodded. Tell our brothers not to panic. It's better that Lao Sin didn't call us. It saves me the trouble of watching out for their antics during the operation. Remember, even if Yuan Ku and his crew are looking for revenge, I will stand in front of you first. Qin Yu understood that Zhu Wei and the brothers from the third group stood by him that day at Tuzha Street, not only because they valued him, but also because they recognized the backing he had from Li Si. This was why he reassured Zhu Wei, feeling a strong camaraderie with the third group, as they were his true foundation rather than mere members of the first team. This was also why, after tricking Lao Mao out of 30,000 yuan, he immediately thought of sharing it with them. In the current environment, relationships between people were quite pragmatic. If one wished for help, they must ensure the other party was well fed and cared for. All right, I understand, Captain. I'll head over now. I'm halfway there. You should hurry. You can see me by the roadside. Okay, Zhu Wei replied before promptly ending the call. As Qin Yu glanced down at his phone while briskly walking along the frigid street, he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind. This instinct was a natural reaction developed from his years spent in the planning district. He promptly turned to look back. On the roadside, a man wearing a knitted hat and a filthy leather coat was hastily walking ahead, his head bowed. Behind him, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder and clearer. At that moment, the two were roughly 10 meters apart, and as Qin Yu stared at the man, he noticed two others approaching from across the road. An ominous premonition surged within him. Suddenly, the man in the knitted hat drew a gun. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu leaned to the side, shouldering forward, and crashed through the shattered glass of a storefront, bursting into the interior like a cannonball amidst a shower of glass shards. Inside the shop, 3 or 4 unremarkable women, engrossed in quiet conversation on the sofa, were startled by the explosive noise and saw Qin Yu stumbling into view. Ah! The women screamed in unison, scrambling to the stairs in their cheap high heels or slippers, clutching their heads. Qin Yu did not pause as he entered. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings before he bolted up the stairs. Outside, 3 armed men stood on the street, pulling their triggers. The sound of gunfire erupted, and a cloud of blood burst forth from Qin Yu's body as he staggered up the staircase. Get in there and finish him. The man in the knitted hat commanded coldly. Beside him, 2 burly men rushed into the shop, kicking open the door with their weapons drawn. In the second-floor corridor, Qin Yu glanced at the sealed rooms on either side. With no windows in sight, he hastily kicked open a door. Once inside, he surveyed the environment, leaped nearly a meter high, and yanked a dilapidated cabinet down with all his might. With a loud crash, the cabinet fell sideways, and he gritted his teeth, using his shoulder to push it against the door, barricading himself inside. Breathing heavily, Qin Yu pressed his body against the cabinet, feeling around with his right hand before discovering he had been shot in the right hip, the sensation of numbness creeping into his lower body. Without time to ponder, he immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Zhu Wei's number. Hello? In the corridor, 3 armed men were already charging up. At Tuzha Street, due to the provocations of the White Russian men, a brawl involving hundreds had escalated into a full-blown conflict. The Ma family's members showed no signs of backing down. Even in the absence of a single word from Lao Mao, the lower-tier lackeys, who had seen little business lately, spontaneously organized a self-defense counterattack fueled by their vested interests. A multitude of marginal figures, reliant on the drug trade, brandished weapons and inferior firearms, brazenly opened fire on Tuzha Street. Chapter 49. This chaotic era at the entrance of the room on the second floor, 3 armed men hurriedly arrived. A man in a woolen hat raised his leg and kicked the door lock 3 times. The door only shifted slightly, with the lock becoming dented and deformed. He pressed against it. The burly White Russian on the left, his beard frosted, spoke fiercely, "Step aside." The other 2 men quickly moved to the side. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the wooden door was punctured in the center with 7 or 8 bullet holes. With a loud crash, another burly White Russian kicked the door directly at the center of the gun holes, shattering it and creating a large opening. Inside, Qin Yu was separated from the door by a cabinet, and with the door now broken, it was too late for him to approach it. 3 guns were thrust through the gaping hole. Damn it! Qin Yu's eyes burned with rage as he gripped the edge of the cabinet and, gritting his teeth, stood up. He tilted the cabinet and charged towards the hole. A rapid volley of gunfire echoed in the corridor, bullets striking the cabinet and filling the air with the acrid scent of gunpowder. On the wooden floor, Qin Yu stepped on his own pools of blood, using his shoulder to prop up the cabinet once more to block the door. Damn it! The man in the woolen hat cursed, turning to shout, "Do we have any explosives?" "No," the White Russian man shook his head. "Then break it down." At this moment, the three men had lost their line of fire, and the thickness of the cabinet, about half a meter, though hollow inside, was reinforced by two thick wooden panels. Thus, while some bullets could penetrate the cabinet, others merely lodged in the back panels. Having saved for so many years in the planned area to reach this point, Qin Yu was determined not to perish so carelessly. He exerted all his strength, leveraging his tall stature and exceptional qualities, desperately holding up the cabinet in a bid for survival. After 3 to 4 minutes of relentless pounding, silence fell, and Qin Yu gradually felt his strength waning. Coupled with the significant blood loss from his gunshot wound, a violent dizziness overcame him. Yet, even in such a state, he continued to brace against the cabinet, shaking his head vigorously to keep himself alert. Downstairs, the man in the woolen hat had just retrieved a fire axe from inside when he saw two vehicles speeding towards them. With a screech, the police SUVs skidded to a halt by the roadside. "Damn it!" The man in the woolen hat cursed and immediately shouted that kid called for backup. "We need to go." The two White Russian men dashed out of the storefront towards the SUVs and decisively pulled their triggers. Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang. "Hello? We've encountered them downstairs," came Zhu Wei's voice. "Don't panic. We'll be up shortly." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's tense nerves finally relaxed. At the intersection of Tuzha Street and Fuyuan Road, dozens of police vehicles were halted and 300 officers clad in tactical gear, wearing bulletproof vests and wielding riot shields, surged forward en masse. Following orders, the teams began to disperse the unruly crowd. The deputy chief, sweating profusely, shouted through his walkie-talkie, "Mind the scale of enforcement. We must avoid escalating the situation and intensifying conflicts. I repeat, focus on dispersing." After a series of shouts, the 300 officers, shields in hand, advanced into Tuzha Street. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated through the icy chaos, but less than 50 meters into their advance, they were met with utter disbelief. Gunfire erupted chaotically. Makeshift incendiary bottles were hurled, and at least 1,000 people were embroiled in the melee in the narrow street. Glass shattered along the sides, flames flickered at many doorways, and weapons such as knives and clubs were scattered everywhere. The injured either fled in panic or lay moaning on the ground, the scene resembling a town ravaged by upheaval. Second team, advance. Third team, advance. Security team, advance. After repeated calls through their designated channels, the officers pushed forward once more. "Drop your weapons, get down on the ground. Cover your heads. Don't move, or we will fire." As the officers approached the brawl, they began shouting commands, but the bloodied factions, consumed by rage, paid them no heed. Simultaneously, many lower-class residents covertly aiding the Mao family tossed their homemade incendiaries from the building above. Boom. It ignited. Shields up. Objects are being thrown from above. With only 300 officers and strict orders to avoid escalating tensions, they found themselves hampered, unable to resort to lethal force against the rioters. As they entered Tuzha Street, they were quickly scattered by incendiary bottles and the chaotic crowd. As a few officers from the third team approached to subdue a burly man wielding a weapon, a group of men with white cloths tied around their arms suddenly surged from an alley, opening fire without hesitation, killing a young officer who had been facing away from them. Deep into Tuzha Street, a man from Yuanhua Company responsible for pharmaceutical sales led 7 or 8 others, brutally beating a middle-aged man in his 40s to death in the filthy alley. At the entrance of a warehouse, old Ma threw down his military coat. His eyes reddened with rage as he shouted, "Damn it. They really want to exterminate us, don't they? Then let us all go down together. Listen up. Anyone who still wants to eat off the drug line, grab your things and head to the Grand Palace. This time, we must stand our ground. Otherwise, we all must leave. To hell with it. Let us go to the Grand Palace." Over 100 low-level henchmen who relied on the drug trade immediately echoed him, shouting in agreement. At the intersection of Fuyuan Road, less than 10 minutes after 300 officers had rushed into Tuzha Street, they were forced to retreat in disarray, suffering dozens of injuries and 3 fatalities. By the vehicles, the deputy chief's face was grim as he dialed old Li's number. "What is the situation?" "It's worse than we imagined. The teams were pushed back as soon as they entered," the deputy chief gasped. "I suggest we call the precinct. We find it exceedingly difficult to restore order." On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuanhua was playing mahjong with 3 company bosses. "This situation has escalated too much. Won't it be difficult to resolve?" the bald, burly man asked with a frown. "The precinct has called several times, and their tone seems quite serious. In the precinct office, Old Li personally called Old Ma, but the latter did not answer. This infuriated Director Li, who slammed the table and shouted, "Call the military. I refuse to believe a group of drug dealers can act with impunity. According to protocol, we should first consult the precinct," the political advisor gently reminded. The advisor paused. "Right. Call Mateo in the military and tell him that I, Old Li, request troops to come and quell the brawl." Director Li urged urgently, "Make it quick. We cannot allow this situation to escalate further." "I'll go right away," the advisor nodded and left. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, now barely conscious, was rescued by Zhu Wei and immediately transported to the hospital. Chapter 50. The Price of Recklessness. Director Li possesses an extensive understanding of the underbelly of the city and the overall environment of Songjiang. Though he often presents himself as low-key and prefers a moderate approach to avoid unnecessary troubles, his sensitivity to political maneuvering surpasses that of many others. When the brawl in Tuzha Street escalated into a collective incident, Director Li's decision to request the military's assistance for suppression proved to be the most prudent course of action. Given Yuan Hua's solid connections within the police department, had Li opted to report the situation to them first, the upper echelons might have delayed intervention for 2 hours, allowing the chaos in Tuzha Street to worsen significantly, potentially leaving Li to shoulder an enormous blame, as the area falls under his jurisdiction. The military officer Mateo, having some personal rapport with Li, responded promptly upon receiving the call, dispatching 2 battalions within half an hour. Unlike the police officers, these soldiers were seasoned veterans of numerous military conflicts and riots, thus they approached the situation with decisiveness and firmness. As thousands of armed soldiers, accompanied by armored vehicles, stormed into Tuzha Street, the dynamics shifted dramatically. No matter how fierce, wealthy, or ruthless the drug trafficking gangs were, they found themselves unable to contend against the armed forces of the political machinery. Witnessing the soldiers' readiness to use their weapons, the gang members scattered instantly. Even the originally bold Lao Mao was swiftly whisked away by his subordinates. The remaining events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. Given the magnitude of the disturbance, the authorities could not afford to neglect punitive measures. They needed to demonstrate accountability to the public. Consequently, the soldiers began systematically organizing and executing large-scale arrests of the instigators. In no time, Tuzha Street was devoid of individuals daring to confront the police, leaving only the remnants of drug traffickers fleeing in all directions. On the second floor of Century Avenue, Yuan Hua was preparing to inquire about the situation in Tuzha Street when an anxious aide burst in, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, the military has suddenly rolled into the street without warning and has opened fire. The 2 families have dispersed, but many of our brothers have been apprehended. Dozens have been arrested at the Guangfui-Yuan intersection." The arrival of the military left Yuan Hua momentarily stunned. Furrowing his brow, he pushed aside the mahjong tiles, lit a cigarette, and hoarsely remarked, "Old Li has concealed quite a few cards. I had no idea he had such connections with the military." "Understood," the aide nodded and added, "Furthermore, 3 outsiders confronted Qin Yu, but he managed to take refuge in a meat shop and refused to come out. After a while, several of Qin Yu's officers arrived. Although the plan failed, Qin Yu likely sustained some injuries." "Got it. You may go," Yuan Hua instructed the aide before moving to the window to make a call to his contacts within the police department. Seconds later, the call connected. "What on earth have you done to create such a commotion? This cannot continue. The pressure on the police will be immense." The other party fell silent. "Director Wu, my men have been detained. We can hold off on any operations for now. I will cooperate with whatever the higher-ups decide, but this time, we need to make Old Ma feel the repercussions." Yuan Hua's gaze darkened. "Since the situation has escalated so dramatically, we must strike decisively." "Very well," Wu agreed. The Ma family, particularly in the realm of Tuzha Street, wielded considerable influence and a larger workforce than the Yuan family. However, following this violent altercation, they found themselves utterly defeated. Why was that? Because Yuan Hua's vested interests had advanced to a level where they could engage in dialogue with the upper echelons, while Old Ma remained on the periphery. The Ma family had established their drug trade on Tuzha Street, offering prices significantly lower, by at least 70%, than those set by hospitals and sanctioned drug distribution points. This pricing strategy allowed them to gain a foothold and a favorable reputation in a short time. Those who could not afford medication, vulnerable individuals affected by environmental calamities, held them in high regard and were willing to assist in critical moments. Yet, such goodwill crumbled in the face of political dynamics. At times, The sentiments of 10,000 individuals may hold less weight than a mere utterance from a person in a position of power at a banquet. The police, as Wu mentioned during a closed-door meeting the next day, conduct a thorough investigation into the Ma family's drug trafficking operations. The higher-ups of various departments could only strictly implement the leadership's directives, resulting in a frenzied crackdown on the Ma family's members, who were merely forced to retaliate the previous night, while Yuan Hua's associates were all imprisoned. Those higher-ups who had managed to evade capture continued to move freely in public spaces. But could the Ma family do the same? They could not. After their reckless actions, they were left to flee in disarray, attempting to evade the impending crackdown. In less than 12 hours, the Ma family's senior members responsible for drug distribution were swept up by police from various districts in Songjiang, coupled with the dozens arrested the previous night. Their organization was dismantled with alarming speed. On the following evening, Old Ma made a concise phone call to Old Cat, stating, regarding the matters of Damon and Shower, "Please exert some effort. I cannot make an appearance at this time." Old Ma inquired about Old Li's stance. "He is well-meaning but powerless in this situation." Old Cat replied with a furrowed brow, "Your actions have caused quite a stir, and he has faced considerable negative repercussions." "Understood." Old Ma replied without further pressing Old Li for assistance, his tone remaining unembellished. "I accept my fate. Let it be for now." With that, the two concluded their conversation. Later that evening, at 9 o'clock, Director Li, having spent the day in meetings, sat in his car and wearily asked, "Where's Qin Yu?" "In the hospital." "Let us go see him," Director Li said, breathing heavily. "I need to have a word with him." Chapter 51. Complete collapse inside the hospital. Qin Yu, still recovering from the effects of anesthesia, lay on the bed, his pallid complexion revealing his weakness. With a deep sigh, he remarked, "Damn. Yuan Hua truly knows how to pick on the weak." Old Li wouldn't dare take action against him, fearing it would provoke Old Li even further. So he vents all his frustrations on me, trying to finish me off. What is the point of lamenting over what has been done? Qin Yu touched the bandage on his backside, gritting his teeth in frustration. "If I can't fight back, I might as well be cautious." "Thank you, Zhu Wei, Guanqi, for saving my life." Qin Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Let us not dwell on that," Guanqi interjected, flashing a grin as he waved his hand. "Just focus on your recovery." As they conversed, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Old Li walked in. "Director Li." The group stood, greeting him with respect. Old Li scanned the room and gestured for everyone to leave, saying, "Old Mao, stay behind. The rest of you can step out for a moment." "Understood. You all can go," Guanqi replied. As Qin Yu attempted to sit up, supported by the bed, Old Li urged him to lie back down, patting his shoulder before taking a seat on the chair Old Mao had brought. He frowned and remarked, "The situation is not looking good. It must have been quite a difficult day for you." "More than just difficult," Old Li replied, lighting a cigarette with a grave expression. "Last night, over 30 bodies were pulled from Tuzha Street, with hundreds injured. Media outlets are swarming like flies outside the police station, ready to cover the aftermath. If it weren't for the police department fearing a scandal, I suspect even the media from Fongbei would be reporting on this." Both Old Mao and Qin Yu felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. Fortunately, the military arrived quickly. Otherwise, if the conflict escalated into a brawl involving thousands or a riot surpassing 10,000, I would undoubtedly be ousted today, or even face prosecution for accountability, Old Li continued, his voice hoarse as he took a drag from his cigarette. "Tomorrow, I plan to visit Fongbei to see my former mentor." Qin Yu listened quietly, refraining from interruption. "But a mentor is a mentor, and relationships are relationships. If I want someone from above to speak on my behalf against Yuan Hua and his faction, I must present them with the potential for profit," Old Li added steadily. "The amount I take doesn't matter. The key is convincing those in power that there is something to gain from this incident." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu inquired cautiously. "With the Ma family dismantled, they have little power left in the underworld. However, if I don't help them regain their footing, how can I satisfy the interests of the upper echelons? If I were to finance it myself, do I possess that kind of capital?" Old Li looked at Qin Yu and said, "Thus, the crux of the matter lies with the Ma family. Only if they can revitalize their drug supply can we contend with Yuan Hua on equal footing. With profits, relationships will naturally follow." "I understand your point," Qin Yu nodded. "The supply channels for the Ma family have been severed," Old Mao interjected after a moment as contemplation, a frown creasing his brow. "With a long dead, they cannot obtain goods anymore. Even if they manage to regroup, there's no business to conduct." "That's exactly my point." Old Li's gaze remained fixed on Qin Yu. Find a way to contact Qi Lin. No matter what. We must locate Along's former supply channels. Once we have a source, the Mao family can resume business, generating significant profits. This will enable me to engage with those in power, who would then be inclined to assist. Indeed, the supply is the core of the situation, Qin Yu concurred. Yuan Hua's actions against the Mao family stem from their ability to procure high-quality drugs at a low cost. Precisely, Li agreed. However, Qi Lin mentioned to me that Along did leave him a contact, but he couldn't find it at the time. Qin Yu, feeling a surge of frustration, said, "You now realize the gravity of the situation, don't you?" Qin Yu paused, recalling that night when they were protecting Qi Lin on Tuzha Street, which had forced him to declare his stance. Not only did it offend Yuan Hua, but also the vested interests behind him. Therefore, if we cannot solidify upper-level connections through the drug trade to oppose Yuan Hua's faction, retaliation is inevitable. Li's expression was grave as he stated, "Whether I remain a director or not, your survival in District 9 may very well be at stake." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instantly comprehended Li's implication. If the drug supply line remained severed, not only would Li struggle to safeguard himself, but Qin Yu could also find himself in mortal danger. I must be candid with you. We must reconnect with Along's supply line. If not, you should consider leaving District 9 as soon as possible. Li advised in a hushed tone. Yuan Hua's desire for revenge will not discriminate based on your status as a police officer. I understand, Director, Qin Yu replied. Furthermore, Old Ma must remain hidden. The police department has completed the evidence chain, and his arrest warrant is already on my desk, Li reiterated. After a moment of contemplation, Old Mao asked, "What about Ma La and Demin? I had promised Old Ma that I would take care of this. At this juncture, how could we possibly orchestrate their release?" "Let us wait," Li replied curtly before turning to leave. In the disinfectant scented hospital room, Qin Yu gazed at the ceiling, a sense of melancholy and unease washing over him as he sighed. I thought the planning district was complex. But it turns out that the real predatory environment is right here in the seemingly safe District 9. I somewhat regret dragging you into this, Old Mao admitted. Feeling quite unsettled, Qin Yu licked his lips and said, "My nature is such that once something is done, I do not dwell on regrets. Please refrain from mentioning it daily. It irks me." Li won't he allow you to go? Qin Yu chuckled. As he looked at Old Mao, a smile broke across his face. In the planning district, Qi Lin, leaning on a crutch, entered a dilapidated room and looked up to see his mother sorting through a bundle. "Mom, what are you doing?" "Just tidying up some clothes," the elderly woman replied, sitting on the cold bed as she pulled a black leather bag from the bundle. Qi Lin stared at the bag in surprise, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Mom, what is this bag?" Chapter 52. Embarking on the journey. Fortunately, the gunshot that struck Qin Yu did not injure his pelvis. Nevertheless, he remained bedridden for over 20 days before he fully recovered. The Yuan family refrained from further disturbances and instead discreetly organized channels to release the substantial stockpile of medicines that had accumulated. Following his being wanted, Old Ma vanished along with the remaining core members. However, the outward calm did little to assuage the concerns of Li Si and Qin Yu. They understood well that the Yuan family's current restraint was merely a tactical retreat, a way to save face with the police. The deaths of Yuan Wei and the Tiger, along with the costs incurred while clearing the Ma family's influence in the region, created irreconcilable conflicts. Retaliation from Yuan Hua was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, once Qin Yu healed, he promptly reported to the police headquarters and engaged in a discussion with Li Si. Inside the office, "Has Qi Lin been contacted?" Li Si inquired urgently. Qin Yu shook his head. He left in such haste that he likely wouldn't dare use the phone he had at the precinct. So I haven't been able to locate him. Isn't the designated accommodation in the planning area arranged by you? Li asked, curiosity piqued. Couldn't you just call your friend to reach him? It's imperative we do so promptly, Li said in a hushed tone. I've finished discussing matters with the teacher. As long as we can establish a supply chain, the rest can be negotiated. I can leave. But how do I explain my absence at the precinct? Qin Yu probed cautiously. Li chuckled softly. I've already made arrangements. Internally, we'll say you've gone to Phone Bay for training for 2 weeks. The reason being your recent killing of Matsushita, which warrants your promotion to Level 2 officer and formal appointment as team leader. Thus the precinct has approved your training as per protocol. Should I submit a report to the team? No need. I've handled the paperwork. You just need to spread the word within your group that you're leaving. Understood. Qin Yu nodded. Xiaoyu, you're well aware of the gravity of this situation, Li sighed, his brow furrowed as he reminded him. Whether I can remain in this position, and whether you can stand your ground in Songyang hinges on this moment. All right, I will, Old Li affirmed, nodding at him. Half an hour later, Qin Yu arrived at the oft-ignored third group of the first team, summoning Guanqi, Zhu Wei, and the Taiji brothers for a brief meeting. Guanqi scratched his nose, chuckling. We weren't exactly pivotal figures in the first team anyway. Old Zhu has tried several times to become the group leader, but Yuan Ku has consistently overlooked him. So, for us minor players, since the upward mobility is limited, we might as well stick with those we feel comfortable with. Indeed, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. The lines have already been drawn. There's no point in lamenting. Frankly, if Old Li can no longer hold on, I'll just leave the precinct. I refuse to believe that if I stand up to Yuan Ku on that day in Tuzha Street, he would send 2 men to eliminate a mere minor character like me. Don't worry, group leader. We're seasoned veterans of the precinct and know how to navigate these waters, Guanqi reassured him. Just focus on handling your own affairs. At that moment, they all understood that Qin Yu's leave was certainly not for training in Foam Bay. It was undoubtedly a special arrangement from Old Li, hence their encouragement. All right, let us wish me safe travels. Qin Yu grinned, extending his palm. Everyone exchanged glances before placing their hands on Qin Yu's back, collectively exclaiming, safe travels. In the afternoon, on the street leading to number 88 courtyard, Qin Yu turned to Old Cat and asked, Did you inform Old Li that you're joining me in the planning area? Oh, I forgot. Old Cat replied, slightly ill, sniffing repeatedly, appearing rather dazed. Get a grip. Old Cat spat dismissively, pulling out his phone to call Old Li. Moments later, hello? I want to accompany Qin Yu to the planning area. Old Cat got straight to the point. Director Li was momentarily taken aback, processing for several seconds before exclaiming in bewilderment. What in the world are you going with Qin Yu to the planning area for? To have fun, Old Cat replied nonchalantly. I'm not seeking your approval. I'm merely notifying you. I'll have the leave slip sent to you shortly. Don't raise your voice at me. I have a short temper, and if you irritate me, I might just take drastic measures. Old Cat had begun to speak nonsensically. By all means, do us all a favor and perish right now. Old Li seethed, shaking with anger. You're always so reckless. Do you even comprehend what you're getting into? Enough. I'm not arguing with you anymore. Who is arguing? Old Cat retorted. Shall you going alone is risky. If he encounters trouble, I can offer him some strategic advice. Upon hearing this, Old Li froze. No longer scolding him. Call if you need anything, Old Cat concluded, abruptly hanging up. On the way, Qin Yu cast a cheerful glance at Old Cat. On the surface, it seems you harbor some resentment towards Old Li, yet in reality, you care for him. Care. I'm merely concerned that once he has gone, I want to be able to act freely in the precinct, Old Cat replied, casting a sideways glance. Let us hurry. Stop dawdling. As they walked, Qin Yu glanced at Lin Yanlei's room, noticing the door was tightly shut, indicating she was not home. What are you staring at my wife's house for? Old Cat asked, narrowing his eyes. Have some self-respect. Lin Yanlei told me she'd only agree to be your mother, Qin Yu retorted. Get lost, Old Cat quipped. Tell me the truth. Are you somewhat smitten with Lei Lei? Quit prattling, Qin Yu urged, quickening his pace. At 8:30 in the evening, a military vehicle loaded with supplies carried Old Cat and Qin Yu away, heading towards the chaotic planning area, which was even more disorderly than Tuzha Street. Chapter 53. On the road as they exited Zone 9, the Old Cat instantly sensed the temperature outside had plummeted once more. He sat within the confines of the truck bed, draped in 3 or 4 military overcoats, and lifted the cotton curtain to peer outside, remarking, It must be over -40 degrees, right? By the way, did you also arrive by vehicle? The Old Cat casually inquired. Truly a soldier, he mused silently. After traversing the icy roads for approximately 5 hours, the vehicle finally halted at a modest military supply station. The 2 men disembarked, settled their dues, and embarked on the road again in a nearly defunct gasoline off-road vehicle. Given the harsh environment, electric or hybrid vehicles proved too unstable for such frigid temperatures. The gasoline-powered off-roader, arranged through Director Li's connections, though on the verge of being retired, had not been inexpensive. Thankfully, it provided warmth and retained a commendable off-road capability, making it quite resilient. Along the journey, the Old Cat, like an inquisitive child, surveyed the snow-laden landscape. His expression filled with curiosity as he pointed to several large iron frames in the distance, asking, What are those for? Marker towers, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. You can't see it now, but there's a metal mesh beneath the tower. Marker for what? Nuclear fallout, Qin Yu explained in a flat tone. After the disaster, the government constructed numerous defensive structures, but ultimately they all failed. Many of those buildings housed nuclear facilities. When the catastrophe struck, they exploded, leaving vast areas contaminated. The towers serve as a warning to those in the vicinity not to venture into those zones. Sigh, they did their part, the old cat sighed. Qin Yu, driving along, idly asked, what exactly is your relationship with Old Li? The old cat was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter, can't you say? Qin Yu chuckled. Then I shall refrain from asking. There's nothing I can't say, the old cat replied, pulling out an e-cigarette and turning to Qin Yu. Old Li is my uncle. He joined the police force after my father. In a certain incident, my father died in his stead, so my feelings towards him are somewhat conflicted. It would be a lie to say I don't harbor resentment, yet Old Li has treated me exceptionally well over the years. I constantly force myself to forget the past. But as a son, I cannot simply erase it. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. You have it better than I do. At least you have a relative who cares for you, someone you can resent. I have no one. The old cat took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. Do you understand what transpired between your father and Old Li? Qin Yu inquired again. From what I've heard, Old Li made a mistake, and my father took the fall and was executed. Has Old Li ever explained it to you? Never. He never brings it up. When I was younger, I often feigned anger to steer the conversation in that direction, but he would never engage. The old cat gazed blankly out the window. Perhaps it brings him discomfort to remember. Old cat, the kindness that Li has shown you is well known within the police force. The past is the past. Clinging to it will only serve to deepen the rift between you and Old Li, offering little in terms of resolution, Qin Yu gently advised. How many brothers in this world intentionally harm their own kin? Besides, the information you have is second-hand. The truth may be entirely different from what you believe, correct? Yes. The old cat hesitated before nodding. All right, let us discuss something cheerful. Qin Yu grinned, changing the subject. When are you planning to get married? To Lei Lei? The old cat seemed to perk up at the mention of matters of the heart. Could you have a little decorum? I've already said no, Qin Yu retorted. Ready to hurl an insult when suddenly, a group of a dozen individuals clad in thick cotton clothing burst forth from a cluster of dilapidated buildings ahead. Prompting him to shout, Old cat, grab your gun quickly. What is going on? The old cat straightened in his seat. Ahead, a line of people blocked the road. Qin Yu did not drive closer but halted the vehicle 20 meters away. What do you want? He called through the wind and snow. Brother, we're starving. Can you spare some food? Two men emerged from the crowd. Can't you see this is a military vehicle? We have no food, now scram. Qin Yu shouted. If you don't have food, then give us some gasoline, clothes, or money. The two men persisted, advancing further, observing their frostbitten forms. Along with children and the elderly among them, the old cat's heart softened. Let us give them something. Qin Yu, now starkly different from his demeanor in Zone 9, barked in a cold tone. I'll say it once more. Get lost. How brazen. If you don't give us anything, we won't leave. The two men halted at Qin Yu's words. In response, Qin Yu shifted gears, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and drove directly toward the crowd. What the hell? The old cat exclaimed, grabbing Qin Yu's arm. If they don't want anything, then just let it be. Don't run them over. The crowd scattered as the vehicle bore down on them. Without pausing to explain, Qin Yu grabbed his firearm and fired into the center of the throng. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, causing the crowd to disperse once more. Qin Yu deftly maneuvered the vehicle into the deep snow, pressing the accelerator hard as he sought out the slick, hard-packed areas to gain speed. Moments later, a group of 20 to 30 people emerged from the crumbling buildings, firing at them as they fled across the open field. Fortunately, Qin Yu reacted swiftly and evaded capture. The old cat sat in the vehicle, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he watched the rear, still shaken. Damn it. Those people weren't just begging. They were trying to rob us. If I had parked closer, they would have stripped us bare and left us to freeze. The people in this area are no longer human, Qin Yu replied impassively. We're in a military vehicle, and they dare to rob us? Do you know what this place is called? Qin Yu turned to ask. I don't know. The old cat shook his head. This place is called Sankanzi. 3 years ago, 10 military grain trucks from the Fongbei Special Zone passed through here and were completely plundered. The military commander was furious and dispatched 3 battalions. Over 1,000 men to quell the bandits. Yet, within a day, nearly all of them were wiped out, with only about 300 managing to escape. Qin Yu pointed out the road they had just traversed. If you were to take a shovel and dig into the snow, you might unearth a body. The old cat sat in stunned silence for a moment before suddenly asking, Have you ever robbed grain in Sankanzi? Chapter 54. This is my fate listening to the old cat's words. Qin Yu chuckled lightly in response, I have never resorted to theft. My reputation is what I rely on in this area. The old cat, upon hearing this, also let out a somewhat neurotic laugh. The two exchanged glances for a while before Qin Yu sighed and added, I'm human too. I need to eat. The old cat paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. After driving for several more hours, they arrived at the planning area near the south, where the temperature was slightly higher and not as frigid as in the north. The place where Qi Lin was hiding was called Feng'an. Situated in a plain with the mountains at its back, away from the main roads, many people frequently organized hunts in the mountains, both for personal consumption and to trade for some cash in the special economic zone. As a result, the environment and security were somewhat better than in St. Kanzi. Though Qin Yu had not spent much time around Feng'an, he had a friend who resided there and held a certain status, which was why he arranged for Qi Lin to stay there. The car came to a halt in front of a modest dwelling made of wooden planks and mud. The old cat and Qin Yu stepped out of the vehicle. Is this place even fit for humans? The old cat gazed at the crooked house and the barren land surrounding it, shaking his head in disbelief. In comparison, District 9 feels like paradise. Now I finally understand why you could settle in Songyang so quickly. If you can survive here, you can thrive anywhere. Be careful when you meet Qi Lin. Don't speak out of turn. He's already in a low mood, and your rambling might upset him further, Qin Yu cautioned. You just have to stir things up. The old cat replied with a resigned smile as he headed towards the house. Creak. The door swung open, and upon hearing the sound of the car, Qi Lin emerged. Momentarily stunned at the sight of the two, the old cat stepped forward and slapped Qi Lin on the head, exclaiming, Hey, little brother, did you miss me? What are you two doing here? Qi Lin stammered, surprised. We came to see you because we couldn't get in touch. So here we are. The old cat replied casually as he stepped into the house. Mom, Xiaoyu. His sister, Qi Yu, emerged from the inner room, politely greeting, Cat brother. Wow, sister. You've grown. You're all chubby and cute. The old cat had a knack for banter, his words flowing freely. Old cat, is that you? Their mother called from the warmth of the Kong, a traditional heated bed. The old cat handed a large bag of food to Qi Yu, smiling. All of this is for you. There's more food and new clothes in the car. I'll get them for you shortly. Thank you, brother, Qi Yu beamed, accepting the heavy bag and guiding the old cat into the inner room with her cane. Seated on the cool bed, Qi Lin gestured for Qin Yu to take a seat and said with a smile, I'll get you some water. No need. Really, Qin Yu waved his hand. Just sit down. Qi Lin complied and sat beside him. Is your injury better? Qin Yu inquired straightforwardly. All healed, Qi Lin replied, testing his limbs and expressing gratitude. Thanks to your friend John. Without him, I might have perished here. There are no medical supplies. But he arranged for someone to deliver them and secured this room for me. That's good to hear, Qin Yu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qi Lin leaned in and quietly asked, after I left, did the Yuan family stir up trouble? Yes, the situation is quite dire, Qin Yu nodded. A lot has happened recently. The old cat and I came here out of desperation to inquire about things from you. What happened? Upon hearing Qin Yu's detailed explanation, Qi Lin stared blankly at the ground, lost in thought. What's wrong? Noticing Qi Lin's unusual demeanor, Qin Yu pressed further. After a prolonged silence, Qi Lin suddenly stood up, bent down, and pulled out a black leather bag from beneath the bed, remaining wordless. Qin Yu was taken aback. What does this mean? Open the bag and see. Qi Lin tossed it to Qin Yu. Upon opening the bag, Qin Yu glanced inside and retrieved a notebook. He listened in disbelief. But I never expected that when my mother, sister, and I escaped here, I would find this bag with my mother. Qi Lin turned his head and smiled. This bag wasn't discarded by Bella. My mother, being meticulous, used it to store her belongings. When I told her and my sister that we had to flee that night, she packed a lot of luggage, including this bag. Qin Yu fell silent, contemplating. What is fate? This is fate, my fate. Qi Lin's eyes revealed a flicker of intensity as he spoke, his voice dripping with irony and coldness. When I desperately searched for this bag, I thought it was lost. But after I killed someone, lost my job, was injured, and fled here, it appeared right before me. Do you think heaven is kind to me? Huh. Qin Yu observed Qi Lin, feeling that although he looked the same on the outside, there was an inexplicable transformation within him. I looked at the notebook. There's only one page filled with writing, a contact number, Qi Lin said, turning to Qin Yu. But here, I can't make any calls. Your arrival is timely. Let us find my brother's friend and re-establish the supply channels. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked cautiously. I used to look down on my elder brother, thinking he was irresponsible and only lived for himself, Qi Lin said with a smile, his words clear. But now, I intend to walk the same path as him. The work he did before is now mine to take on. Chapter 55. A glimmer of hope and desperation after dining. The three brothers made their way to Qi Lin's room. The old cat firmly closed the door and retrieved a worn-out phone from his pocket. This device operated on a virtual card from a small local provider in Phone Bay. Handing the phone to Qi Lin, the old cat instructed, "Use this to contact your brother's friend." Understood. Qi Lin accepted the phone and, glancing at the contact information in his notebook, decisively dialed the number. Moments later, he shook his head. "It's unreachable. It shows the line is off." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu, with a grim expression, analyzed. "It's possible that your brother's friend has heard the rumors from Songjiang and knows something has happened to your brother, hence the number is no longer in use." Goodness. If that is the case, we're finished. The old cat cursed, visibly anxious. "Shaolin, send a text to this number," Qin Yu commanded, pulling out an electronic cigarette. "Be direct. Inform him that a Long has fallen, but you are his younger brother and can no longer stay in Zone 9, which is why you are reaching out." "Will that not cause him to panic?" Qi Lin frowned, questioning. "There's no point in lying," Qin Yu insisted. "With such a commotion in Songyang, your brother's friend must have caught wind of it. Thus, being honest will convey sincerity." "All right." Qi Lin ceased his objections, bowed his head, and composed a text, which he sent to the number. The old cat, hearing this, clasped his hands together and sighed, murmuring, "May the Buddha open his eyes. If we can successfully receive a call from a Long's friend, I would willingly sacrifice my life." Inside the modest dwelling, the usually carefree old cat now bore a troubled expression as he paced the room. "I fear this may be hopeless. If he were still using this phone." A text sent 2 days ago would have prompted a response. "Indeed," Qi Lin replied, sitting on the bed, his brow furrowed. "The lack of response likely indicates the number is no longer in use." Qin Yu remained silent. The trio succumbed to a collective silence, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Suddenly, the phone rang, a sharp, unexpected sound that jolted them. Energized, Qin Yu immediately turned to the old cat. "Is it yours?" "Damn it, quickly let Qi Lin answer," Qin Yu urged, excitement coursing through him. Qi Lin, his face lighting up, reached for the phone and exclaimed, "I knew it. Heaven has treated me harshly, but surely it must leave a path to survival." With that, he pressed the answer button. "Hello?" came a deep male voice on the other end. Qi Lin switched to speaker mode. "Is this a Long's friend?" "Don't overthink it. I am a Long's brother," Qi Lin hurriedly added, fearing the call would be cut off. "I've only used this number once and haven't contacted anyone else, so I know who you are." "How can you prove you are a Long's brother?" the other man inquired cautiously. "My name is Qi Lin. I have an elderly mother and a younger sister at home. My brother Long left 2 years ago and has not contacted us since." Qi Lin detailed his brother's situation. "He has a scar on his right shoulder, and when he eats, he often rests one foot on the stool. Before he left, he gave me your contact information, instructing me to reach out in times of desperation. I am indeed at my wit's end," Qi Lin continued. "Long is dead, and his associates have been captured." The other man responded cautiously. "I might also be in Songjiang soon. I truly have no capacity to assist others. You must fend for yourself." "Brother, please wait," Qi Lin, sensing the imminent end of the call, exclaimed. "I am not seeking refuge. I wish to discuss business." "What business?" "Business that my brother previously conducted with you." The other man paused for a moment, then coldly laughed. "Ha, your brother mentioned you. In this line of work, your temperament is unsuitable." After a lengthy silence, the man asked, "In the drug trade, courage is the bare minimum, but to succeed, one must have connections. Are the Ma family's connections viable?" Qi Lin quickly countered. "I can still utilize his contacts." "Have you secured a deal?" "Yes, I can contact old man Ma immediately. Just securing a deal with the Ma family is not enough." The man shook his head. "The nephew of the Black Street police chief is currently with me. At this moment." Qi Lin demonstrated the perceptive skills honed during his time within the police department, articulating his words with precision. "With them, is our weight sufficient?" "Good." With that, the two concluded the call. In the south, within the planned area of Jiangzhou, less than 300 kilometers from the 7th zone of the Asian map, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut dialed a number. After several seconds, he spoke steadily. "Hello? Boss, Long's younger brother has contacted me." Chapter 56. An appointment in Jiangzhou. On the other end of the line, the boss hesitated slightly. "Why did he contact you all of a sudden?" "Konggu, are you familiar with Qi Long's family situation?" the boss suddenly inquired. The boss fell silent. "Do you think I should meet him?" After a brief pause, Konggu tentatively suggested, "The market in Songjiang has been dismantled, and we've lost a crucial shipping channel. In less than 2 months, my inventory has also piled up considerably. So I believe it would be prudent to reach out to him. If he truly possesses the capability to resolve this matter, it would save us the trouble of re-establishing our presence in Songjiang later on. It's a bit risky, the boss gently shook his head. What if Qi Long's brother has already fallen under the control of the Yuan family? If he deliberately leads you into a trap, how would you respond? I'm not afraid of Yuan Huan Songjiang, but I am wary of the pharmaceutical company backing him. We have been producing drugs clandestinely, disrupting their market across various regions. So the Yuan family, along with the pharmaceutical company and numerous individuals who have been compensated, would be eager to track us down and eliminate us. That shouldn't be the case, right? Konggu frowned deeply. I've made inquiries about the situation in Songjiang. Qi Long's brother, Qi Lin, is the one who killed Yuan Hua's uncle and a high-ranking official, which forced him to flee from the 9th district. It's not easy to resolve such enmity. Does Qi Lin have any family left? The boss asked. Yes, he has an elderly mother and a younger sister. If those two are already under Yuan Hua's control, could Qi Lin collaborate with them? The boss further probed. Konggu fell silent upon hearing this. We do not have a comprehensive understanding of the situation in Songjiang. If Qi Lin is currently under control, the moment you make your appearance, you will undoubtedly be monitored. They need not act immediately, as long as they trace your line. They can locate us. The boss spoke with utmost caution. If we are exposed, given our current state, we would certainly face annihilation in the face of the pharmaceutical companies and their political connections. Upon hearing these words, Konggu felt a twinge of hesitation. As long as we can continue producing drugs, there will be an unceasing market in this era. Currently, we still appear quite feeble compared to several officially recognized pharmaceutical companies. So we must exercise extreme caution, first seek survival, then pursue development. The boss advised softly, I do not recommend taking the risk of contacting Qi Lin. It would be best for you to remain hidden and temporarily abandon the Songjiang line. At this moment, Konggu was torn between two thoughts. First, his relationship with Qi Long was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, Qi Long would not have entrusted his contact information to his brother upon sensing impending danger. Thus, Konggu was inclined to lend Qi Lin a helping hand. Second, Konggu had assumed the role of overseeing regional markets within this clandestine drug production team. The Songjiang territory had always been his domain, and if he were to lose it, he would not only incur substantial financial losses, but also face a decline in his status within the team. After careful deliberation, Konggu gritted his teeth and insisted, I believe Qi Lin will pose no threat, for I have heard that Old Li from the black market indeed had a falling out with Yuan Ku. Moreover, it took considerable effort for us to establish our foothold in Songjiang. I genuinely do not wish to relinquish it so easily. So what are you suggesting? I wish to make contact with Qi Lin, Konggu replied firmly. But rest assured, if I sense any malice on his part, I will cease all involvement to protect the company. Half an hour later, Qi Lin answered the ringing phone. Hello? We can meet, Konggu stated directly. 3 days from now, I will be at the Zhejiang living area in the planned district of Jiangzhou. There is an entertainment venue called the Platinum Palace. You must arrive by 8 in the evening. Qi Lin was taken aback. Jiangzhou? That's quite far from here. I'm afraid I won't make it in 3 days. All right. I understand, Konggu concluded, promptly hanging up the phone. Inside the room, Qin Yu looked at Qi Lin, urgency evident in his tone. So, what did he say? He agreed to meet, but in Jiangzhou, and he requires us to arrive within 3 days, Qi Lin replied, frowning. The time frame is a bit tight. Holding his phone, Qi Lin turned to the two men and declared, regardless of whether they have laid a feast or set a trap, I will definitely go. Otherwise, I will never have a chance to turn my fortunes around. Qin Yu turned to Lao Mao and said, Fu Guwei, you have connections. You can opt out. Time waits for no one. Since we've all decided to go, let us not hesitate. Qin Yu nodded and instructed, make arrangements for your mother and sister. We will set off tonight. Understood, Qi Lin affirmed. That evening, Qin Yu contacted his friend John, through whom he arranged for Qi Lin's mother and sister to stay temporarily with another family, paying them a fair sum for their meals. Once everything was settled, the three men purchased 4 barrels of gasoline at an inflated price from a fuel vendor before driving to the planned district of Jiangzhou. On this journey, none of the three had the option to retreat. Each of their lives and fortunes rested upon their ability to connect with the drug suppliers. In a time of chaos, with the 9th district fragmented and turmoil rampant, the three brothers, united in their dire circumstances, truly embarked on their journey from this day forward. Chapter 57. A swift 3-day journey to Qi Lin's residence lies approximately 1,800 kilometers from Jiangzhou. In former times, This distance could be traversed in a mere 20 hours by car. However, the current environment has deteriorated drastically. Regions ravaged by disaster have become unrecognizable. After departing from the northern territories, Qi Lin encountered vast expanses of desert in the central plains, and the once mighty riverbed, now desiccated, lay barren. A stark reminder of the lifeblood it once provided to countless souls. The living conditions in Asia are presently categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier encompasses desolate areas, severely affected by calamities. Some lands are parched and cracked, with no water sources for hundreds of miles. Others endure relentless cold, their terrain frozen for vast stretches. While some regions have devolved into vast oceans. Prior to the catastrophe, the government had employed extensive technological measures to combat the disasters. Yet these efforts ultimately faltered against the might of nature. Consequently, these remnants of engineering, ravaged by overwhelming disasters, have left behind numerous hidden perils, such as radioactive materials and chemical pollutants, rendering these locales uninhabitable for the time being. Perhaps it will take decades for them to gradually recover. The second tier consists of areas awaiting planning. While conditions are harsh, the populace has managed to adapt. However, due to geographical constraints and limited resources across the 9 major districts, these regions cannot yet evolve into officially sanctioned zones under the protection of a unified government, where social environments are stable and living conditions relatively comfortable. The first tier comprises legitimate living areas established by the united government, divided into 4 zones in Asia. For in the Euro-African Union, plus an additional special 9th district. Our Chinese compatriots possess 2 major districts, Zones 7 and 8, wielding significant influence within the united government. When disaster struck, the world witnessed the sheer force of 1 billion people, their collective fury and miraculous resilience. Jiangzhou, a region pending development, is situated near Zone 7 and boasts a somewhat improved geographical environment compared to the northern territories, with several thriving urban centers. For instance, as mentioned by Brother Kong, the Jian living area is noteworthy, and the entire Jiangzhou has come to be referred to as the quasi-10th district. 2 years prior, the united government contemplated establishing a new city here, yet limited resources and the complexities of managing a large populace led to the initiative's abandonment. After nearly 3 days of arduous travel, Qin Yu, Qi Lin, and Old Cat finally arrived in Jian. Their journey, marked by numerous trials and tribulations, was particularly taxing due to the cross-regional nature of their trek. Old Cat later acknowledged that had it not been for Qin Yu's presence and his wealth of experience in this area, both he and Qi Lin might have faltered along the way, as some challenges cannot merely be resolved through determination. Upon their arrival in Jian, the trio quickly consumed a warm meal and rested for a few hours before hastily making their way to the Buckingham Palace entertainment complex as night fell. In this era, entertainment venues have lost the grandeur and scale of previous establishments such as nightclubs and KTVs. When one struggles to secure a meal, the allure of extravagant revelry fades into insignificance. The Buckingham Palace consists of 3 floors, housing over 20 private rooms, a dozen guest accommodations, and a relaxation area akin to a lounge. Today, few patrons visit this venue purely for leisure. The majority are there for business engagements and serious discussions. Given the scarcity of resources, the cost of consumption has naturally escalated. Following Brother Kang's instructions, Qi Lin reserved a private room on the 2nd floor. The service attendant promptly ushered in a group of striking young women. "Is this all the drinks you have?" the attendant inquired politely. "Yes," Qi Lin nodded in response. "Then please, choose your companions," the attendant grinned, adding, "We have all types here, skilled in various arts of entertainment." However, Qin Yu and his companions were focused on serious matters, their minds far removed from such distractions, and they politely declined, stating, "Let's wait a moment. Our guests have yet to arrive." Noticing Old Cat's engagement, one young woman approached, exclaiming, "We have women of every complexion. Competition is fierce and without effort. I want to earn a living." Old Cat, catching her eye, leaned closer to Qin Yu and whispered, "In places like this, it's best not to draw too much attention. Perhaps we could have a few of them sit with us until the main guests arrive, right? After all, you'll need to keep things lively." Considering Old Cat's reasoning, Qin Yu acquiesced, nodding, "Let's keep 3 then. What should we call you, young lady?" Old Cat turned to the girl. "Coco," she responded, momentarily taken aback. "What's wrong? Don't you have any friends here?" Old Cat teased. With that, 2 of the young women approached, settling beside Qi Lin and Qin Yu. The attendant bowed respectfully, saying, "Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen." After some small talk, the remaining attendants departed. Bored, Old Cat gazed at Coco's long legs, unconsciously reaching out to touch them, remarking, "You have quite the elasticity." "Brother, you're rather bold," she replied. "Not bold, just a bit flavorful," he retorted. Hearing this, Qi Lin felt a twinge of discomfort and shifted closer to Qin Yu, thinking, he truly has a big heart. Coco casually crossed her legs, instinctively removing Old Cat's hand from her thigh, commenting, "Your hands are rather nice." Old Cat raised his index and middle fingers, teasing, "Is it these two? They look quite elegant, don't they?" Coco appeared bewildered, seemingly unaccustomed to such audacious banter. "Brother, you are excessively lewd." Meanwhile, downstairs, a middle-aged man with a crew cut entered the lobby alone. The attendant promptly approached, asking, "Sir, are you alone or meeting friends? Do you have a reservation?" "My surname is Kong. I have booked a suite on the 3rd floor for a meeting." The man surveyed his surroundings. "Very well, please follow me," the attendant gestured, smiling as he led the way. Chapter 58. The trench coat and the ponytail under the arrangement of his subordinate, Brother Kong entered the luxurious 3-tiered suite. After a brief glance around, he bent down to sit on the bed and took out his phone to send a text message. "Boss, I have arrived and am ready to make contact with them." Only after receiving permission did Brother Kong dial Qi Lin's number. "Hello? This is Brother Kong." Qi Lin, having learned the other's name through several encounters, replied, "We have already reached Buckingham Palace. Where are you?" "Okay. After their conversation concluded, Brother Kong stepped to the door of the room, peering through the peephole to observe the suite 09 diagonally opposite. In the 2nd floor private room, before the conversation could finish, Qin Yu immediately pinched Old Cat's wrist and looked up at the 3 young women, saying, "You all can leave now." Old Cat fell silent at the sound. Coco paused momentarily before quickly addressing the other 2 women. "Let us step out first and allow the boss to discuss matters." Once Coco and the others departed, Qin Yu, sitting on the sofa, turned serious and remarked, "We rushed in here without a clue about who they are. It's wise to be cautious. We should guard against the treacherous rather than the honorable." Upon hearing him, the 2 drew out the firearms they had acquired alongside their military gear and off-road vehicles, carefully inspecting them before retrieving their personal bags to distribute spare magazines. With a sudden creak, the private room door swung open and Coco stood frozen, staring at the 3 men fiddling with their weapons. Qin Yu turned to the door, his eyes cold as he questioned, "Who the hell let you in?" I left my handbag on the sofa." "Gentlemen, please continue. I will retrieve it shortly." Coco hastily closed the door behind her. Once the 3 were adequately prepared, they swiftly exited the private room, heading towards the 3rd floor. Upstairs, Brother Kang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and was about to answer when he heard hurried footsteps outside the door. In the corridor, a young man clad in a long lambskin trench coat, military green tapered marten pants, and filthy leather boots, with his hands tucked into his sleeves and a ponytail trailing behind, strolled leisurely towards Suite 09, accompanied by 4 companions. Just as he spoke, his companions quickened their pace toward the direction of the 2nd floor staircase. From the 2nd floor platform came a shout. "Brown, I've entrusted you with all my capital. What are you trying to convey with your current actions?" "Dear Wu, please don't act like a gambler. I'm not a deity. I cannot guarantee profits for everyone." "Nonsense. You've led me to ruin." As the shouting continued from the 2nd floor platform, a man close to the left side of the corridor turned to the trench coat man and asked, "Are we still in?" Upon hearing this, both men hastened their steps. On the 2nd floor platform, 3 middle-aged men were embroiled in a chaotic scuffle with 3 Caucasians, shouting and cursing amidst a cloud of alcohol fumes. The narrow staircase leading to the 3rd floor became blocked by the ruckus, trapping Qin Yu and his companions below. Seeing the inebriated individuals bickering endlessly, Qin Yu pushed through the crowd, addressing one of the Caucasian men, "Make way. Do you know how expensive my suit is? You filthy wretch? Get lost." The Caucasian retorted arrogantly. Old Cat stepped forward, revealing his firearm, and delivered a swift slap to the man's face with his left hand. "You're in our territory. Don't you understand the concept of discretion? Get out of here." Upon noticing Old Cat's weapon, the Caucasian was instantly taken aback. Qin Yu shoved through the throng, forcing Old Cat and Qi Lin to ascend. In less than 10 seconds, the 3 reached the 3rd floor corridor. Just as they were about to follow the directional signs to Suite 09 when they suddenly heard a loud bang from the left side, followed by the sound of a door being kicked in. Qin Yu turned his head. Bang! Then the unmistakable sound of gunfire echoed throughout Buckingham Palace. Qin Yu reacted swiftly, scanning the signs and realizing the gunfire originated from Suite 09. Simultaneously, in the depths of the corridor, Brother Kong gazed at the trench-coat man with alarm. "You bastards." The trench-coat man pulled his right hand from his sleeve, grinning as he playfully patted Brother Kong's cheek. "Do I excite you?" "You. Don't shout. If you do, I'll kill you." The trench-coat man mockingly pointed at Brother Kong and then waved his hand. "Let us go." The shots had been fired. One of his companions, pointing at Brother Kong, warned the trench-coat man, "This establishment has ties to his boss." The trench-coat man casually brushed his ponytail and, without a trace of panic, exclaimed, "It's too troublesome to exit through the front. Let us jump out the window." Upon hearing this, the group swiftly moved towards the window. In the corridor, after a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu broke into a sprint, swiftly turning 2 corners. Just in time to witness Brother Kong being dragged towards the window. Old Cat, standing slightly behind, raised his gaze to the scene at the windowsill, his mind racing as he shouted, "Brother Kong." Having called out, Old Cat pulled Qin Yu, and they took cover behind the corner of the corridor. Bang! As the words left his mouth, the trench-coat man yanked Brother Kong and leapt downwards. Below, a cacophony of urgent footsteps thundered loudly. "Damn it!" Qin Yu cursed. Scratching his head, what kind of situation is this? Why does every endeavor we undertake meet with obstacles? We must save Brother Kong, or our efforts will be in vain. Qi Lin shouted, his eyes ablaze with determination as he rushed towards the window. Chapter 59, The Kidnapped Intermediary, Additional Update 1. Qin Yu, Old Cat, and Qi Lin hurried from the corridor to the window, peering down to discover a landing on the 2nd floor. It was here that the ponytailed man and his accomplices had leaped down, subsequently descending the stairs beside the landing. Qin Yu stood at the window, looking up and forward. Spotting the ponytailed man, who was now holding Kongo hostage, rushing across the street towards an alley. Kongo had just called for help, indicating that he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Qi Lin, with urgency in his voice, urged the others, "We must rescue him, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain." Qin Yu grasped Qi Lin's intent, realizing there was no time for further hesitation. He turned to Old Cat and declared, "You go get the car, Qi Lin, and I will follow closely." "Be careful," Old Cat advised. "Once you have the car, call me." Qin Yu instructed as he climbed onto the windowsill and called out to Qi Lin, "Let us go." The two leapt down from the windowsill, while Old Cat swiftly made his way to the stairs leading down to the 2nd floor. After turning 2 corners, Old Cat was about to descend when he heard hurried footsteps below. He then spotted 7 or 8 young men clad in uniforms from the Buckingham Palace, armed and charging up. Their eyes met, and Old Cat, reacting swiftly, anxiously shouted down the corridor, "You guys are just in time. Someone fired a gun, and they kidnapped a person and jumped out the window." "How many of them?" the lead thug asked, frowning, seeing that Old Cat was alone and unarmed. The group dismissed their concerns and rushed towards the window. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Old Cat muttered as he dashed downstairs, "Damn, things have escalated unexpectedly." Behind Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu dashed down the steps of the landing and was about to cross the street when Qi Lin abruptly pulled him back. "It seems they haven't noticed anyone trailing behind. Let us not rush in. We should approach stealthily before making our move." After a brief exchange, they quickly crossed the street and entered the alley. Given that the district's power supply was already dreadful, most residential areas plunged into darkness after 10 in the evening, let alone these unkempt alleyways. Thus, as Qin Yu and Qi Lin walked slowly through the alley, they could only make out distant silhouettes, but fortunately, their pursuers struggled to spot them as they maintained a safe distance. The alley was somewhat narrow and elongated, with guns clutched in their hands. Qin Yu and Qi Lin followed for approximately 200 meters, turning 2 corners before reaching the end. At the alley's mouth, a dilapidated off-road pickup truck idled by the roadside. The ponytailed man, with a gun pressed against Kong Ji's head, had just arrived beside the vehicle when a young man in a black leather jacket approached him, whispering something. Due to the distance, Qin Yu and Qi Lin could not discern the conversation, but they sensed that the group was likely preparing to withdraw. "Shall we charge in and snatch him?" Qi Lin asked, brow furrowed. Qin Yu, illuminated by the vehicle's headlights, observed the ponytailed man and his crew, shaking his head in response. "I don't think these guys are ordinary. They wear leather jackets and combat boots, suggesting they've been in rough areas. Besides, we only have these 2 short guns. We can't predict what they might pull from their pockets in close quarters." Qin Yu paused, contemplating. "Even if they could pull out mortars, I would still confront them." Qi Lin, feeling resolute, moved forward with his gun drawn, declaring, "I'll fire first." At the roadside, the young man in the black leather jacket nodded respectfully, saying, "No need for pleasantries, Brother Xiong. If something arises, just give me a call. There are too many eyes here. I'll take my leave. In the alley, Qin Yu and Qi Lin flanked each other, eyes fixated on the ponytailed man, poised to pull the trigger at any moment. 15 meters. 10 meters. As the distance closed, Qin Yu glanced at Qi Lin and whispered, "A direct confrontation won't work. I'll take out the two beside him, and you grab the leader." "Understood," Qi Lin replied, crouching in preparation to dash forward. Just then, a sudden ringing pierced the air. 2 minutes earlier, Old Cat had burst out of the chaotic Buckingham Palace, swiftly crossing the street to hop into a car. Once inside, Old Cat turned the ignition, ready to shift gears and head to the entertainment venue's rear. Suddenly, rapid footsteps approached, and a stunning young woman floated over from behind the car, pulling open the passenger door. Old Cat turned in surprise, momentarily frozen. With a charming smile, the girl entered the passenger seat, enveloped in a fragrant aura, and casually closed the door, saying, "Hey there. Tonight I'm going with you." "Oh, you remember my name?" Coco replied with a grin. Old Cat, not in the mood for idle chit-chat, frowned and urged, "Get out quickly. I'm busy tonight." "What's the rush?" Coco asked, inching closer to Old Cat. "I said get out." Old Cat shouted urgently. "I have matters to attend to." "Planning to slip away after a successful job?" Coco retorted, fixing her gaze on Old Cat. Old Cat was taken aback. "What do you mean?" After a moment of confusion, Old Cat instinctively reached for his waist. Nearby, 3 men in suits silently encircled the car from behind. They made no move and bore no weapons, merely standing expressionlessly beside the driver's window, coldly observing Old Cat. "Don't move, or there will be consequences," Coco warned, lightly tapping Old Cat's chest with her delicate finger. "Go ahead and call your friend." "Who exactly are you?" Old Cat asked, astonished. Coco, with her bright eyes sparkling, reached into Old Cat's pocket to retrieve his phone, stating, "I'm the boss." Old Cat stood in stunned silence. Holding the phone, Coco commanded clearly, "If you wish to survive in Jiangzhou, unlock your phone immediately and call your friend." Chapter 60. The Sudden Burden on the Street. 2 young men forcefully shoved Brother Kong into a car, while 2 others brandished shotguns, racking the bolts with a resounding click. A man clad in a black leather jacket, visibly anxious, turned to Brother Xiao and inquired, "No one will see me, right? That would be troublesome. Should anyone witness, eliminate him," Brother Xiao replied, gesturing dismissively to the armed duo. Following his instructions, the 2 men spread out, shotguns at the ready, as they advanced into a narrow alley. Brother Xiao trailed behind, his pace unhurried. The silence of the alley was pierced by the dull thud of footsteps, as the 2 armed youths ventured several meters and before glancing to their left, they noticed a wooden door at the back of a building ajar, with a faint light spilling out. Brother Xiao, licking his lips, approached and signaled his companions to remain still. He peered inside, then abruptly pulled the door handle. As the door swung open, a waft of cooking oil hit him. Brother Xiao, his expression impassive, glanced inside and discovered a small restaurant's kitchen where a Western chef was busy frying something. After scrutinizing the chef, he hesitated momentarily before nodding. Wrong place. With no signs of anomaly, he shut the door and led his companions away. Just as they departed, the storage room door swung open, revealing Qi Lin, who aimed his gun at another chef, menacingly warning, "Prepare your dishes well. Do not let yourself die on your own stove." "Yes, yes." The chef by the stove nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, at the front entrance, Qin Yu, tucking his gun away, urged Qi Lin to hurry. On the street, Brother Xiao settled into the car and turned to the young man in the black jacket, saying that was merely a restaurant's kitchen. "It seems someone from the establishment stepped out to make a call. All is well." "Oh, that's a relief." The young man exhaled, visibly relieved. "Make any necessary calls." Brother Xiao remarked casually before shutting the car door and commanding, "Let us go." The driver shifted into gear and accelerated away. After the vehicle vanished from sight, the young man excitedly retrieved the money Brother Xiao had just given him, counting it while spitting on his thumb for good measure. At the front entrance, Qin Yu strode briskly, stating, "These individuals have an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't operate so efficiently." "That guy in the black jacket?" Qi Lin's head spun rapidly. "Someone from the restaurant?" "Absolutely. He just received cash," Qin Yu affirmed. "What do you mean?" Seconds later, as the call connected, Qin Yu erupted, "Tiger, is that you? Knowing we were working, you still called recklessly, nearly getting us killed. Why are you so agitated?" "Your friend is currently in no position to take calls," came the voice of Kiki. Qin Yu paused, momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" "I am Brother Kong's employer," Kiki replied tersely. "We met briefly in the private room." "Right, what do you mean?" Qin Yu was bewildered. After a moment's realization, he insisted, "You have unfairly placed the blame on us. You know whether you're responsible or not," Qi retorted sharply. "Nonsense. Brother Kong isn't with us. He was taken by someone else," Qin Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. We haven't even had a chance to see him." Frustration boiled within him as he struggled to defend himself. "I don't care if you're from the Yuan family or some underling of a pharmaceutical company. If anything happens to Brother Kong, I assure you, you won't even know where to bury this guy tomorrow. You can't return him and dare not show your face? Do you really think I'm just a mere hostess?" Qi scoffed. "Then let us not discuss this further. Tomorrow, I will inform you where to burn paper for your friend." "Wait." Qin Yu felt sweat bead on his forehead. "Give me a moment. I can prove we had nothing to do with this." Qi paused, considering for a moment before glancing at her watch. "Before dawn, if you haven't called back, we need not communicate again." With that, Qin Yu heard the busy signal on the line. Damn it. Qi Lin, hearing this, kicked over a nearby garbage bin in frustration. Why is everything going so wrong? Not a single thing goes smoothly. In the street, Qi sat cross-legged in her vehicle, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "Boss, anyone bold enough to seize Brother Kong on our turf must be reckless," the driver, his expression stern, remarked. "Now that they have succeeded, they likely won't care for their accomplices, putting Brother Kong in peril. There's more to this situation," Qi said, her brows lightly furrowed. "Investigate whether Brother Kong has recently crossed anyone." "What do you mean?" the driver asked, puzzled. "Less questioning, more action," Qi instructed, her face devoid of emotion as she gazed at him. "Understood. I'll make the call immediately," the driver nodded vigorously. Chapter 61. Before Dawn. Additional Update 3. On the street diagonally opposite Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu observed the throngs of customers hastily departing following the gunfire. He spoke rapidly to Qi Lin. "I need to go in for a moment. You wait here. Let us go together." "No need." Qin Yu removed his coat, preparing to wear it inside out. "It's chaotic in there. Even if we encounter him, it won't be wise to act. I'll gather some information and be right back. Then I'll wait nearby. If anything goes awry, you shoot, and I'll back you up." "All right." After donning his coat inside out, Qin Yu cast a quick glance around before striding across the street. Upon hearing a noise, Qin Yu turned to see a man on the road engrossed in a phone call. He wore a thick down jacket and sported a short haircut that made him appear unfamiliar. Yet, through his trousers, build, and mannerisms, Qin Yu deduced that this was indeed the same individual who had spoken to the man in the ponytail earlier. Qi Lin, having a background as a police officer, recognized him too. Qin Yu paused, turned around, and said to Qi Lin, "This saves us some trouble. No need to go in. I'll handle this." Qi Lin acknowledged with a nod and quickly advanced toward the man in the black jacket. After hanging up, the man prepared to cross the street towards the store's entrance. "Hey, buddy," Qi Lin called out, catching up and tapping the man's shoulder from behind. The man froze in surprise. Moments later, on the dimly lit and foul-smelling street, the man in the black jacket was on the ground, bloodied and clutching his head, pleading, "Stop hitting me, please." Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Where is he? Where is he? Big brother, you must have the wrong person." Qi Lin, hearing this, kicked the man in the head and demanded, "Where's Kong Gu?" "I don't know him." The young man whimpered, shielding his head with his arms. Qin Yu seized the man's collar and, gritting his teeth, cursed at the alley entrance. "By the car, did you take the money? Damn it, still lying? Do you believe I want to shove a whole nest of rats down your throat?" The young man, hearing this, blurted out, "You're the ones who rang in the alley? Now you understand," Qin Yu said, striking the man's head with his fist. "Where is he? Where is Kong Gu?" "Brother, I'm just the messenger." With his patience exhausted, Qin Yu pushed the young man away, lifting his right leg in a swift motion to kick the man's left knee. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed sharply. "Ah!" The young man's agonized scream reverberated through the alley as he knelt, clutching his knee. "Stop. I'll tell you. The one who has been kidnapping is Xiao Gu. He is from the no man's land, Lazy. He works for the Li family in Jiazhou. I don't know why they targeted Kong Gu. He might have been taken to Jinshan North." "Speak accurately," Qi Lin shouted, hands on his hips. Yes. Kong Gu was taken to Jinshan North. I'm sure of it. I heard them talking." The young man, no longer daring to dispute, pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice tinged with tears. In a certain warehouse on Zhongxing Street in Jinshan, Lao Mao sat on the edge of a chair, a grin plastered across his face as he said to Qi, "Sister, it was all a misunderstanding. We came to do business, not to kidnap. Honestly, I'm a policeman, a decent person. How could I possibly do Lazy's dirty work?" Are you decent? Kiki removed the hair tie from her wrist and let her flowing hair fall. You certainly weren't in that state in the private room. At that moment, I was a bit indecent, but I never regarded you as a service worker. Before he could finish, Kiki grasped Lao Mao's chin and leaned in to say, don't try to sweet-talk me to buy time. I'm not. Tell me the truth. Were you after Kongo? Who killed along is of no importance. What matters is who can ensure Qi Lin lives better. Kiki said coldly. And the Yuan family has the means to ensure his continued well-being. Lao Mao fell silent, understanding the implications. Understood, boss. The driver nodded and left. After Kiki finished speaking, she ascended the stairs. Lao Mao watched her retreating figure, an inexplicable chill creeping into his heart. In these times, even a 5-foot-tall man struggles to survive. A frail woman who can rise to the forefront and become a boss speaks volumes. At the very least, she is not one to show mercy or hesitation. On the road, Qin Yu pulled the young man closer and whispered, how far is Jianshan north from here? Qi Lin furrowed his brow and asked, what do they intend to do with Kongo? I'm not certain. The young man shook his head. I don't inquire about such matters. Asking too much doesn't benefit me. Hearing this, Qi Lin's heart sank. 10 kilometers is too far, and we don't have a vehicle. By the time we walk there, it might be too late. Qin Yu glanced at his watch. We need to find a way to get there quickly. Qi Lin scanned the streets, hesitating for a moment before walking up to a restaurant and calling out, is the owner around? What is it? The owner inquired from behind the counter. Is that motorcycle for sale? Qin Yu entered the establishment, pulling out 1,000 yuan from his pocket. Is it for sale? The owner hesitated, then grinned, at another 1,000, and it's yours, haha. Smack. Qin Yu slammed his gun on the table. The money's gone. Will this suffice for 1,000? The owner recoiled in shock. Minutes later, with the cold wind howling, Qi Lin, Qin Yu, and the young man rode joyfully on a small motorcycle, heading straight for Jianshan North. Chapter 62, The Stylish Brother Xiao, Additional Update 4, In the Dead of Night. Within a building on a certain street in Jianshanbai, Brother Xiao sat alone at the dining table, leisurely savoring exquisite dishes while sipping strong liquor. After about 10 minutes, the door to the second-floor living room was yanked open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s entered, leading a robust middle-aged man. These two were core members of the Li family from Jiangzhou. The young man, Li Tong, was the son of the family's second-in-command, and the middle-aged man following him was his uncle, Dong Qing. The Li family initially made its fortune by trading permanent residency permits in the 7th district, later branching into a trading company. However, they secretly dealt in scarce resources such as firearms, food, cotton, and crude oil. Over the past 7 to 8 years, this family had grown exponentially, akin to a snowball, achieving a qualitative accumulation of capital. Unfortunately, this prosperity came at the expense of the impoverished locals, as inflated prices meant someone had to bear the cost, and the Li family's objective was clear. They aimed to profit from the poor. In recent years, the social environment in the 7th district had gradually stabilized, with various beneficial policies being implemented and population growth slowing down compared to previous years. Consequently, resources such as grain and cotton were no longer in urgent demand. Observing the unfavorable trend in their industry, the Li family swiftly shifted their focus to the pharmaceutical sector, and their conflict with Brother Kong arose from interest in this new line of business. Upon entering the room, Li Tong warmly inquired of Brother Xiao, "How's the food? Is it to your liking?" Brother Xiao merely glanced at Li Tong, showing no intention of getting up to greet him. "I eat anything as long as it fills me," he replied dismissively. "Ha ha, you flatter me," Brother Xiao said, setting down his chopsticks to pick up a cigarette. Li Tong poured himself a glass of liquor, grinning as he leaned forward. "Honestly, Brother Xiao, I hold you in high regard. Why not stay with us? We could prosper together and enjoy a better life." "Thank you for your kind offer," Brother Xiao replied, lighting his cigarette and fixing his gaze on Li Tong. "But my heart is not in this place. So let us part ways amicably." Dongqing interjected, "Think it over again. It's far more comfortable to have a stable job in one place than to live recklessly outside. If you stay, I'll personally speak to my brother-in-law and ensure you receive at least 300,000 in dividends each year. It's not about the money. I intend to go to the 9th district." Brother Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "What a pity," Li Tong sighed, raising his glass without pressing further. "Brother Xiao, if you wish to leave, I shall not keep you. Should you require anything in the future, just let me know. I'm the kind of person who honors our dealings." "Agreed." Brother Xiao crossed his legs, clinking glasses with Li Tong before downing his drink. "Uncle, give Brother Xiao his money," Li Tong called out as he set down his glass. Dongqing nodded and stepped into the inner room. less than 3 minutes later. He returned with 10 bundles of cash, placing them on the table. Brother Xiao was taken aback. I thought we agreed on 50,000? The remaining 50,000 is my personal contribution for your travel expenses, Li Tong replied with a smile. Don't be modest, just take it. Brother Xiao was momentarily stunned. Brotherly, you are being too formal. Different personalities, that's all, Brother Xiao said, tucking the money away and habitually sliding his hands into his sleeves. I shall take my leave now. I'll see you out, Li Tong offered. No need. I remember the way down the stairs, haha. Brother Xiao chuckled, turning to leave with an air of nonchalance. Exchanging glances, Li Tong and Dong Cheng shook their heads in resignation. If only he stayed, he could accomplish great things. Li Tong lamented. These wild ones are not easily tamed, Dong Cheng consoled softly. Moreover, they are accustomed to working without rules. If they suddenly join us, it could cause trouble. Well, it's better this way. Has anything been uncovered regarding Kong? Li Tong shifted the topic. That bastard snatched our significant order in Fengbei, Li Tong said, his tone darkening. Now that the information has been leaked, you can handle the rest. Understood, Dong Cheng replied as he stood. You eat for a while. I'll go check things out now. All right, Li Tong nodded. 7 to 8 minutes later, in the basement, Dong Cheng, accompanied by 2 lackeys, glared at the bloodied Kong. Parading him, look at you, coward. I warned you to join us, but you refused. Now, your life is at stake. Kong, dazed, lifted his head, cursing through gritted teeth. I accept my fate, but after you finish with me, you must watch out for my boss. Your boss? The girl named Kiki? Dong Cheng chuckled, teasingly. Haha, I'll remember that. I'll find an opportunity to keep an eye on her. Get lost. Kong glared defiantly. Dong Cheng, tilting his head, laughed and called out. Get to work. Just then, the phone rang, startling everyone. Dong Cheng answered. Hello? Is this Brother Cheng? This is Shaowen from the Platinum Han Palace. Which Shaowen? You've forgotten me? I was the one who relayed the message to Brother Xiao, which led to your capturing Kong, the young man in a black jacket hurriedly reminded him. Ah, I remember now. Dong Cheng motioned for his men to hold off on Kong for a moment and stepped outside to inquire, what is going on? Why the sudden call? After Kang's incident, the higher-ups are anxious. They seem to know you are involved. That woman has somehow gotten wind of it and is heading towards Jianshanbai, the young man warned. They have a considerable number of people with them and are intent on a confrontation. My advice is to lay low for now. Is this information reliable? Dong Cheng asked. Absolutely. All right, I understand. Dong Cheng nodded. Thank you, Shaowen. You're welcome, Brother Cheng. Goodbye. They concluded the call. Across the street in an unoccupied yard, Qin Yu paced anxiously, watching the road intently. Prepare yourselves. This is going to be serious. Qi Lin frowned, questioning, will this strategy work? If they succeed, there is no need for a desperate fight. Qin Yu asserted confidently, they will definitely emerge. Trust me. Chapter 63, Confrontation with the Li family of Jiangzhou. Less than 10 minutes after the call was made, people began to emerge from the entrance across the street. 2 drivers walked towards the back of the courtyard to retrieve their vehicles. Qi Lin squinted and observed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he remarked. There are quite a few people. Let us do it. Qin Yu nodded, drawing his firearm. On the opposite side of the road, Li Tong stepped out, frowning as he asked Dong Cheng, is the information reliable? The call was made by an insider who relayed messages to the boss, so it should be trustworthy. Dong Cheng replied, his brow furrowed. They must know we're behind this, and they're bound to be furious. Dependable, Dong Cheng chuckled as he pulled out his phone. At the street's edge, 2 cars had come to a halt. Surrounding Li Tong and Dong Cheng were 6 individuals, one of whom had already sprinted ahead, preparing to open a car door. From a vantage point in the courtyard across, Qin Yu surveyed the crowd before turning to say, do you see? The young man in the middle and the one on the phone are the leaders. Indeed, Qi Lin nodded in agreement, but I don't see Brother Kong. As he spoke, 2 more individuals burst out of the building carrying a large black bag, which they proceeded to stow in the trunk of a car. Is there a person inside that bag? Qin Yu's eyes lit up as he urged, quick, get in the car. Qi Lin, hearing this, hopped onto the motorcycle's rear seat, his right arm casually holding the gun. Let us go. With a roar, the motorcycle's engine erupted, akin to an arrow released from a bow, speeding out of the courtyard towards the parked cars. However, the vehicle moved too swiftly, and the gunfire erupted just as quickly. Bang! Qi Lin, seated on the back, fired first, aiming directly at the crowd. Over there, Dong Cheng shouted, pulling Li Tong, who had just reached the car side. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the motorcycle collided heavily with Li Tong's waist, sending him flying forward to crash against the car door. Qin Yu braked sharply, landing on his feet, and seized Li Tong by the collar. Qi Lin dismounted the motorcycle, pointing his gun at Dong Cheng, shouting, "Everyone, don't move. Back off." The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily dazed, instinctively drawing their weapons. Li Tong, struck by the motorcycle, felt a sharp pain in his lower back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he leaned against the car door, his expression contorted with agony. Qin Yu, having dismounted, held Li Tong in front of him as a shield, while brandishing a green fuse from his pocket, shouting, "I have a detonator on me. If anyone takes a step forward, I'll blow us all up." Seeing the fuse, several individuals instinctively retreated, dispersing their formation. "Are they coming for Shao Kong?" "Yes," Qin Yu affirmed. "If Shao Kong walks with us, there won't be an explosion, and lives won't have to be sacrificed." Qi Lin, keeping his gun trained on Dong Cheng, shouted to the crowd, "Can't you understand plain words? Back off. Raise your hands." Suddenly, Li Tong, leaning against the car, laughed ominously, locking his gaze on Qin Yu. "Brother, you really have to take the blame for this." Qin Yu paused, taken aback by the remark. "You're late. Shao Kong is gone," Li Tong added, feigning calmness. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Yu. He tightened his grip on Li Tong, hesitating briefly before retreating to the rear of the car, where he slowly opened the trunk. Inside, the black bag exuded a strong metallic scent of blood. Qin Yu swallowed hard, pulling back the bag's opening. Brother Kong lay inside, his face unrecognizable, 2 gaping wounds in his throat, still oozing blood. Qi Lin, holding Dong Cheng at gunpoint, sensed Qin Yu's silence and stammered, "How is everyone?" "Damn it." Qi Lin's composure shattered, as a rush of pent-up anger and resentment flooded his mind. At the rear of the car, Li Tong, hands raised and smiling, advised, "Brother, look. There is no one left. You two probably can't wash your hands clean of this. Why don't you put down your guns? And we can have a little chat?" Bang. Qin Yu, hearing this, pressed Li Tong's head down violently against the car door, shouting, "Chat? My brother has been taken. Whose life is more important, a brother's or your own?" Li Tong tilted his head to look at Qin Yu. "I have so many people here. If it comes to a fight, can you two really make it out alive?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu fixed a sharp gaze on Li Tong. "Since Brother Kong is gone, I'm afraid I can only take you with me to clear our names." As his words fell, the scattered lackeys turned to look at Dong Cheng. "You're truly terrifying," Dong Cheng said, tilting his head at Qin Yu, suddenly raising his arm and pointing, enunciating each word. "I've been playing in this planning district for years and never let anyone catch me. Come on, pull the fuse, and let us see who dies first." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's left hand involuntarily trembled. The 3 brothers had come to Jiangzhou, with their guns and cars supplied by the military. How could they procure rare explosives and detonators on their own? The green fuse was yanked from the motorcycle, one end tied to Qin Yu's waistband. In reality, he had nothing on him. He was merely attempting to intimidate. However, with the ruthlessly family of Jiangzhou around, they would not easily be fooled. What to do? If the fuse was pulled, it would surely not detonate. But if it didn't, how could they suppress the Li family's underlings who thrived on violence? Chapter 64. The Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 1. Qin Yu felt the veins on his forehead throb, his left hand gripping the fake fuse, momentarily rendered immobile. His thunderous display was mere pretense, and the opposing party was not intimidated in the slightest. What was to be done? "I told you to sit down and discuss this properly. We could even become friends. Yet, you have made the atmosphere so awkward. How can I extricate myself now?" Li Tong leaned against the car, grinning as he beckoned. "Come on, kneel down and toss that wretched gun away, and we can still talk." In a fit of rage, Qin Yu seized Li Tong by the hair, forcefully banging his head against the car 3 times. Unconsciously, his right hand reached for his pocket, ready to draw his gun and engage in a brutal confrontation. "You talk too much," Qi Lin suddenly bellowed. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Dong Cheng pointed at Qi Lin's head. "Ask yourself, if the gun goes off, can you escape? If I can't escape, I'll be buried in Jiangzhou. What will it matter?" Qi Lin shouted back, his face mere inches from Dong Cheng's, then abruptly pressing his left hand down on Dong Cheng's head. The gun barrel aimed downward as he cursed. "Damn it, who are you to threaten me? The last one who tried is already dead." Bang, bang. The bright flashes of gunfire erupted, bullets instantly piercing through Dong Cheng's skull. Everyone present was stunned. The previously confident Li Tong gaped in shock as he witnessed his own uncle collapse into a pool of blood. "Xiao Yu, get in the car." Qi Lin released Dong Cheng's lifeless head and stepped forward. "Kill him," Li Tong screamed, utterly losing his composure. In an instant, chaos erupted as gunfire rang out. Qi Lin stood resolute by the roadside, refusing to dodge as he opened fire on the nearest two men. In a close-range exchange, Qi Lin, with his superior marksmanship and commanding presence, quickly felled one opponent, while two fresh bursts of pain ignited in his chest, a bullet having found its mark in his shoulder. Bang! Li Tong screamed as he fell to one knee, blood pouring from his right leg. Come on. I'm right here. Shoot me, and I'll take him down with me. Anyone who flinches is a coward. Qin Yu's gaze turned crimson as he pressed Li Tong's head down with his left hand, his right hand brandishing a gun aimed squarely at Li Tong's chest. Who dares? Step forward. Nearby, 5 or 6 henchmen scattered, panic-stricken as they stared at Dong Cheng's corpse and the injured Li Tong. Forget about me. Kill him. Li Tong held like a madman. As his words fell, the street erupted in gunfire once more. A bullet shattered Li Tong's right knee, causing him to writhe in agony before losing consciousness. Is that it? Then let's go? Qin Yu tugged at Li Tong's collar. We're leaving, Qi Lin. Drive? 10 seconds later, Qi Lin started the car. After Qin Yu fired 3 shots into the crowd, the two of them fled in disarray. On the road, Li Tong lay unconscious in the back seat, his thigh gushing blood. Qi Lin drove silently, his gaze fixed vacantly on the windshield. Qin Yu took a couple of deep puffs from his e-cigarette before swiftly removing his jacket and tearing at the inner lining. Take off your vest. Your shoulder is injured. Injured? Qi Lin had not even realized he had been shot. Keep driving. Don't move. I'll take care of it. Qin Yu reached over to unbutton Qi Lin's shirt. The car traveled through the tranquil and darkened streets, one brother driving while the other tended to his wounds. Both lost in silence. After a long while, as they left Jianshan North, Qin Yu offered his e-cigarette to Qi Lin, his voice hoarse. You've changed so much since the past. What do you mean? Qin Yu inquired. For someone like me, without connections or a background, burdened by a host of responsibilities, the only advantage I have in this era is the potential to exchange my worthless life for someone else's prosperous existence. Qi Lin turned his head, his gaze blank as he regarded Qin Yu. In life? The things we might gain by retreating 100 steps are nothing compared to the hard-fought rewards we seize by pressing forward, teeth gritted and eyes aflame, like a wolf. For me, Qi Lin died in Songyang. From now on, every day is a gain. Qi Lin concluded with a smile, suddenly slamming on the accelerator. As the clock approached 3 in the morning, at the entrance of Buckingham Palace, Qin Yu flung open the car door and leaned down to Qi Lin. You're injured. I'll handle the rest. Qi Lin pressed down on a shoulder wound. Be careful. Don't worry, Qin Yu replied, tossing the words over his shoulder as he strode toward the main entrance. Minutes later, in the grand hall of Buckingham Palace. Sir, may I ask who you are? I'm here to see your boss, Qin Yu smiled, leaning against the bar. I have some business to discuss. Do you have an appointment? No. Just tell him I'm from District 9. Understood. Please wait a moment. The attendant nodded. A short while later, Qin Yu was escorted into the top-floor office by 3 henchmen. Qin Yu swaggered in, sitting beside a middle-aged man. Call that Coco, and tell him you found out who captured Brother Kong. The middle-aged man was taken aback by this statement. Who exactly are you? Smack. Qin Yu delivered a sharp slap across the man's face. I said to make the call. Damn it. The middle-aged man cursed, and the 3 young men beside the sofa moved to retaliate. Qin Yu leisurely raised his arm, pointing at the middle-aged man. If you touch me, Brother Kong will be dead in an instant. Chapter 65. The Twin Stars Shine Over Jiangzhou, Part 2. A middle-aged man observed Qin Yu with a cold gaze for a while before lowering his head to retrieve his phone. Around 4 in the morning, the call was disconnected. Just as Kiki was about to lead her companions up the stairs, Qin Yu pulled the boss out through the inner door, casually draping his arm around her neck. Beauty, we meet again? He remarked playfully. Indeed, Kiki replied, her expression surprised as she glanced at Qin Yu. The call was made at my behest. Qin Yu pointed to the boss and continued, do not hold it against him. I coerced him with Brother Kang's influence. What do you intend to do? Kiki inquired coolly, her demeanor calm despite the circumstances. Discuss matters on your turf. Yet I feel a lack of certainty. Shall we find another place to communicate? Qin Yu asked with a cheeky grin. Kiki pondered for a moment. What if I refuse? Then Brother Kong will be lost. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. If Kong is lost, so too is your friend, Kiki countered. I still possess leverage, Qin Yu whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Kiki's ear. I have a young man from the Li family of Jiangzhou in my custody. Kiki was taken aback. I captured him under your banner. Qin Yu smiled. Would you like to meet him? Your claims are unsubstantiated. It is difficult for me to believe, Kiki stated. At that moment, Qin Yu raised his arm and waved towards a distant vehicle. Qi Lin lowered the window, revealing Li Tong's head. Kiki glanced towards the car, and upon seeing Li Tong, her surprise momentarily faded. Very well, he is worth my accompanying you. Let us proceed, Qin Yu said. Do not take advantage of me. I will not be subdued easily. Kiki asserted, pointing at Qin Yu's arm. That is not permissible. I must ensure your protection, Qin Yu replied, pressing a gun against Kiki's waist. Kiki hesitated for a moment, then turned to her companions and instructed, bring out the young man who captured me. I will call when needed. Boss. You cannot go with him. The driver interjected. Kiki calmly waved him off. It is fine, even if we cannot reach an agreement. Those two strong men would not dare to harm a mere girl. Qin Yu scoffed. Do not claim to be merely a girl. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. Let us move. Kiki smiled. Half an hour later, in an unknown desolate area of Jiangzhou, the car came to a halt. Kiki followed Qin Yu out of the vehicle, teasingly observing. You are quite clever. You knew to use Lao Mao to draw me out? Our familiarity with the situation here is minimal, Qin Yu grumbled, rubbing his palms together. I arrived only to find myself in a predicament. I must tread carefully. Qin Yu turned to survey the surroundings, then walked to the rear of the car and opened the trunk. A strong scent of blood wafted out, prompting Kiki to wrinkle her brow slightly. Qin Yu pulled back a black bag and murmured, We did our best, but he still perished. Kiki glanced at Brother Kang's corpse, her eyes growing cold. You see, I refrained from directly calling you to meet, fearing you might misinterpret my intentions. Qin Yu quickly clarified upon noticing Kiki's expression. His death has no bearing on us. Please elaborate, Kiki replied, unafraid of Brother Kang's lifeless body as she stepped to the side of the trunk and covered his head with the bag. Qin Yu organized his thoughts and, standing beside the vehicle, clearly articulated the events leading up to this point. Upon hearing his account, Kiki's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Brother Kong was captured by Li Tong? That cannot be. Qin Yu shook his head. I came to take over the drug trade. I never consented to Brother Kong continuing his business in Songjiang. Kiki calmly rejected the proposal. Your territory is too chaotic, and there are too many influential figures on the ground. After Along's demise, the Yuan family has been investigating his supply channels. I prefer to avoid unnecessary risks. Moreover, with Brother Kong gone, there is no one to oversee the operations in Songjiang. That is your concern, Kiki succinctly stated. Deliver Li Tong to me, and I will have your friend released. This matter will be concluded. Sighing, Qin Yu pointed at Kiki. You still do not grasp my intent, do you? What do you mean? Kiki queried. If you abandon the Songjiang trade, Li Tong will not accompany you today. Then you would relinquish your friend? Kiki inquired with a cold smirk. Kiki paused. Why did Brother Kong die? Do you think I am unaware? Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on Kiki, and he added with determination, the Li family also seeks to engage in the drug trade, creating conflict between you. Am I correct? Kiki remained silent. Should you withdraw from the Songjiang market, it will be seized by the Li family, Qin Yu reiterated. What I require now is your commitment. Will you grant us the drugs? If not, I will leave with Li Tong immediately. Do you not consider the fate of your friend? Kiki pondered, tilting her head as she regarded Qin Yu. Are you not concerned that I might change my mind once I have Li Tong? Kiki inquired. Do you take me for a fool? If your goods do not reach Songjiang, do you believe I would hand Li Tong over to you? Kiki raised her hands, balancing on her toes. You possess more wit than Along. Very well, you have persuaded me, Kiki declared, extending her delicate finger to Qin Yu's chest. However, my agreement is not rooted in fear of the Li family taking our market. Qin Yu was taken aback. I value both of you, which is why I can reclaim Li Tong, Kiki smiled. Collaboration also hinges on trust. You shall not misjudge my character. Qin Yu realized that Kiki had likely contemplated agreeing to his proposal even before arriving. This woman's thoughts were intricate, and she was testing her own capability to manage the situation effectively. As their gazes locked, Kiki suddenly smiled. Your earlier words were somewhat hurtful. What do you mean? Qin Yu asked, bewildered. Here. Kiki retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to Qin Yu. Surprised, Qin Yu took the phone and discovered that a call was in progress. The call is connected. Speak up, Kiki urged. Frowning, Qin Yu answered the call. Hello? Hello. You son of a gun. You've let me down, Qin Yu. You always chant brotherhood, yet behind my back, you trade lives as if they are mere commodities. One death is better than three. Damn, why not just perish yourself? Lao Mao raged, his words laced with fury. I have finally grasped the truth. In this world, choose your allies wisely. Qin Yu, exasperated, stepped aside, covering the receiver. Are you out of your mind? Wasn't he that a negotiation? I had to intimidate her. You know nothing. I'm heartbroken. I'm not the easy type to appease. Just leave me be, Lao Mao said bitterly before hanging up. What an absolute fool. Qin Yu rolled his eyes in frustration. Beside the vehicle, Kiki opened the car door and peered inside. Oh, young Master Li, you are awake? Li Tong looked up at Kiki, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 66. The wolfish nature. 2 days later, in a lodging house approximately 80 kilometers from Jiazhou. Qin Yu quietly inquired of the proprietor, "How is my friend's injury? Can you locate him?" "Money is not an issue." The proprietor replied delicately, "I can find him. But these people are rather tight-lipped. I fear that once I summon them, it may cause you trouble." "Very well, I shall send someone to Jiangzhou to fetch him." Qin Yu responded, to which the proprietor nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu discreetly produced cash and handed it to the proprietor, saying, "Thank you." "Not at all." The proprietor replied, pocketing the money without pretense before turning to leave. "I will bring you food shortly." Such lodging houses are commonly found in areas with relatively good security, primarily serving those who are transient. However, the internal environment is generally subpar, and the food options depend on what the proprietor has on hand, with little variety available. Fortunately, prices are affordable, and most proprietors possess a keen awareness of their surroundings and maintain discretion. "You needn't worry. I am handling the matter," Qin Yu reassured softly. "Focus on your recovery. I sense it as well, but I wish to collaborate, especially now that we have Li Tong." Qin Yu consoled again. "I can easily get in touch with Old Cat. There is no need for concern." "That's good to hear," Qi Lin nodded. "Just bear with it a little longer." "I have already informed the proprietor to fetch medicine," Qin Yu said with a grin. "If your fever doesn't break, I will have to call Kiki to bring a reliable doctor." "I can endure," Qi Lin coughed lightly, his gaze fixed on Qin Yu, his expression somewhat hesitant. Qin Yu, adept at reading emotions, picked up an e-cigarette and asked with a smile, "Do you have something to say?" Qi Lin scratched his head. "All right, I will speak then." "Hurry up," Qin Yu urged. Qi Lin was taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you planning to let the Ma family escape?" Surprised that Qin Yu had already considered this possibility, Qi Lin nodded unconsciously. "You are correct." After a few moments of silence, Qi Lin pressed on, "Shall you?" "I want to give it a try." Qin Yu turned to him, gently advising, "I want you to think carefully. Your brother, Along's fate, is still fresh in our minds. This task is fraught with danger. If the Yuan family learns that the drug line has been re-established, they may seek a breakthrough through intermediaries. Even if the Yuan family remains inactive for now, you have seen how tragically Kong Gu met his end. This industry is lucrative and fiercely competitive. Old Cat and I are hesitant to involve you." Qin Yu's words momentarily stunned him. "If you let me handle it, I will perform better than anyone else," Qi Lin insisted. "I have already hit rock bottom. Without any ambitions, I will never rise again." "Have you thought this through?" "I have," Qi Lin affirmed resolutely. "Very well, then you shall take charge of this matter." Qin Yu deliberated for a long while before stating, "From now on, Old Cat and I will handle official channels, while you manage matters on the ground. We three brothers will be tightly bound and engage in some impactful endeavors." "Agreed," Qi Lin replied with a smile. Qin Yu set down the e-cigarette, rising to retrieve his phone. "I need to call Old Ma." "Are you going to ask for a bill of goods?" Qi Lin was momentarily perplexed. "What do you mean by borrowing money?" "Kiki will absolutely not provide you goods for free. To obtain the first batch, we must pay for the goods." Qin Yu spread his hands, questioning. "But who has money now? Who can afford the payment?" Hearing this, Qi Lin felt even more bewildered. "The payment should definitely come from Old Ma, and I believe you would be willing to front the cost. If not, we can directly call Li Si. He should be able to resolve this issue without us needing to borrow." "No," Qin Yu shook his head. "This money cannot come from Old Ma or from Li Si." Qi Lin pondered this for a moment. "We have Kiki, we have suppliers." "Exactly," Qin Yu quickly affirmed. "The suppliers are the absolute cohesion that connects everyone. And now that they are in our hands, we must seize this opportunity to restructure the pharmaceutical business around us. Therefore, we cannot let Old Li pay this money. Nor should we discuss everything with the Ma family. You must understand, they are the subordinates. They will need to rely on us for their sustenance in the future." Upon hearing this, Qi Lin squinted thoughtfully at Qin Yu, raising his thumb in approval. "No wonder Old Cat, such a proud individual, is willing to listen to you. Even Li Si is inclined to support you. You indeed possess qualities that we lack." "What qualities?" Qin Yu asked playfully. "That wolfish nature that reddens one's eyes upon sensing opportunity," Qi Lin remarked astutely after a moment's contemplation. "Hee," Qin Yu replied with a seemingly innocent smile, then proceeded to dial Old Ma's number. Moments later, A voice echoed through the line. Hello? Uncle Ma. Please prepare a bill of goods detailing the required medications and previous purchase prices. I have a need for it. Understood, Old Ma replied with brightened eyes. Also, lend me 150,000. I have a use for it. Qin Yu stated with resolute certainty, I will repay this amount gradually. Old Ma frowned upon hearing this. Is it absolutely necessary to borrow this much? I have. Think of something. I need it urgently, Qin Yu insisted. All right, Old Ma conceded. After concluding the call, Old Ma set down his phone and immediately shouted to those nearby, bring out the previous purchase orders. I need to review them again. Also, gather 150,000 quickly. Do we really need that much money? A middle-aged man asked with a frown. Make it happen, Old Ma asserted with determination. Qin Yu has set things in motion. The drug line will soon be established. Yuan Ku has already left us with no room to survive. If we do not take a risk this time, we may never have another chance. Chapter 67. A few words to settle the land. Another day passed. The funds from the Ma family had circulated through two hands, ultimately landing in Coco's account. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Qi Lin awaited the delivery of goods to Songyang, as both parties had agreed that the initial shipment would be handled by Coco's team. Around 10 in the morning, Qin Yu dialed Chief Li's number. Hello, Director. Has everything been finalized? Chief Li inquired with a steady tone. Yes. The supplier's goods are en route and should arrive in Songjiang within 3 to 4 days at the latest, Qin Yu responded with a smile, nodding. I've already informed Zhu Wei. Once the goods arrive, they will briefly take over for the Ma family. Is it a bit risky to have Zhu Wei handle such a large shipment? Chief Li questioned with concern. He won't falter. He's a member of our team. Qin Yu replied with unwavering confidence. He saved me last time when they attempted to set me up. All right, then. You carry on, Director. From now on, just call me Li Gu, Chief Li said before abruptly hanging up. Pondering over the call, Qin Yu shook his head with a chuckle. Oh, having an old cat like him as a foolish nephew makes my path more arduous. It's quite a burden. What is going on? Qi Lin asked, looking up. Nothing much. Old Li wants me to call him brother now. Hey, why don't you ask him if he needs any more brothers? Qi Lin laughed heartily. Sure, the secretary nodded. Later, around 4 in the afternoon, Chief Li arrived at Fongbei City in the Special Administrative Region via light rail, then took a car to a cadre compound in the city. Seated at an elegantly designed tea table on the second floor, he savored a strong cup of tea and said with a smile, Teacher, I've been longing for the tea here while in Songjiang. Indeed, it has been accomplished, the teacher replied, raising his gaze to meet Li's. In recent years, the academic faction has been rising in various departments, and some officials are consolidating their positions by aligning with local enterprises. As a result, us old-timers in the government have had to tread carefully. The fluctuations also reflect the sentiments within people's hearts. If one lacks ambition, how can they expect the tides to shift? Chief Li mused, regarding pharmaceuticals, I seek not profit, but space and balance. Understood, the teacher nodded. Pursue your endeavors. I will speak to the higher-ups when necessary. Visit Fongbei more often. As I grow older, there will come a time when my words carry less weight. If you wish to accomplish something, you must mature swiftly. In the realm of pharmaceutical interests, there are many to satisfy, the teacher cautioned again. Money matters have always been complex. I will pave the way for you, but you must choose whom to draw close to and how to distribute your resources wisely. Understood. Now, let us enjoy our tea, the elder concluded, shifting the topic. Later that evening, as darkness enveloped the sky, Qin Yu sat eating a dry steamed bun while frowning at Qi Lin. Are you feeling any better? A bit, Qi Lin replied, still battling a low fever. His lips cracked, and his complexion pale, frequently coughing. Curse it, the new medicine isn't proving effective, Qin Yu said, putting down the bun. I'll go find the boss and ask him to recommend a doctor. I'll handle it myself. No need, Qi Lin waved his hand. Li Tong has been in our custody for several days now, and we don't know what is happening in Jiangzhou. It could be dangerous if you go. If I don't go, you'll burn to death, Qin Yu countered, grabbing his coat. A high fever can lead to severe complications. I must see a doctor. I said there's no need. Trust me on this. Qi Lin, fearing for Qin Yu's safety, persisted. Let us wait 3 or 4 more days. When the goods arrive in Songjiang, we can inform Coco of our location. They'll bring a doctor when they come for Li Tong. We cannot wait any longer. Qin Yu asserted, preparing to leave. I've told you it's unnecessary. Heed my words. The two began to argue over the matter of the doctor. Boss, what is going on? A voice from outside the lodging house interrupted. Who is that? Qi Lin asked from the bed. Qin Yu furrowed his brow and retrieved his gun. Disengaging the safety. Open the door. A clear female voice called from outside. Startled, Qin Yu opened the door, revealing Coco, clad in a black trench coat and knee-high boots. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding a captivating allure. What brings you here? Qin Yu asked, surprised. Just found out where you were staying, Coco replied. Surveying the room. Qin Yu's heart raced at the thought of what might have happened had the ones inquiring about their whereabouts been from the Zhang family. Where's my brother? Qi Lin suddenly asked, looking at Coco. Curse it. I came to Jiangzhou fired up for action, only to be confined by a woman. Old Cat stepped inside, his expression filled with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a hurt arm, Qi Lin reassured him. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, carrying a suitcase. Are you here to retrieve Li Tong? Qin Yu inquired of Coco. Yes, she nodded. With a playful smile, Coco added. The goods have already arrived in Jiangzhou. Impossible. The money just reached your hands today, Qin Yu replied in disbelief. His mind racing as he contemplated the depth of this young woman's cunning. At 9 o'clock, you will have someone ready to receive the goods. Coco extended her palm, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Here's to a successful collaboration. Chapter 68, The Formation of the Team and the Emergence of the Core after the doctor cleaned Qi Lin's wound anew and administered intravenous medication for 3 consecutive days. He turned and remarked, Young man, you possess a strong resistance. As long as you keep warm and avoid catching a cold again, you shall be fine. Coco nodded in response. Thank you, Dr. Songjing. You're welcome, the doctor replied with a smile, lifting his bag and proceeding outside. Coco glanced at her watch and cheerfully said to Qin Yu, I will stay here tonight. In an hour and a half, come to my room, and I will treat you all to something good. All right, Qin Yu nodded. After calling her companions, Coco stepped out of the room. Qin Yu closed the door behind him and playfully kicked the old cat's rear, asking, So, how's it going? Suffering over there? The old cat retorted silently. You have such a carefree attitude wherever you go. Shun Ti? If I act too humble, Coco might genuinely think old Kong has us under his thumb. Although the old cat appeared fierce, he remained composed in critical situations, a trait shaped by his advantageous upbringing that subtly influenced his demeanor, making him less intimidated by challenges. Brother, I've heard about everything, the old cat said, sitting beside Qi Lin, his tone unexpectedly filled with admiration. Without you, and the foolish you, I could have really gotten into trouble with Jiangzhou. Not to mention, your efforts this time have indeed been commendable. Qi Lin smiled. Everyone has their role to play. By the way, Qin Yu interjected suddenly. I plan to have Qi Lin act as the intermediary, responsible for coordinating the medication and distributing the profits. The old cat paused. That task is quite challenging and perilous. Habitually, he turned to Qin Yu. Do you think that's feasible? Yes, I concur, Qin Yu affirmed with a nod. Then it's settled. The old cat acknowledged. In a critical moment in Songjiang, it was Qin Yu who discreetly contacted the Ma family, protecting Qi Lin during a crucial time. After a tumultuous journey to Jiangzhou, it was also Qin Yu who devised a plan, enabling Qi Lin to kick away the unjust blame that had fallen upon him. Now, with the situation regarding the medication taking a decisive turn, it was again Qin Yu who formulated a strategy that allowed everyone to navigate their connections favorably. Thus, both the old cat and Qi Lin unconsciously began to regard Qin Yu as their anchor. This unintentional shift proved beneficial, for when brothers work together, they cannot deliberate endlessly. A decisive leader is essential. The old cat's somewhat reckless and idealistic nature often led to impulsive decisions, and as for Qi Lin, he possessed courage but lacked experience, especially in dealing with the nefarious figures from the planning district. Therefore, both understood that only Qin Yu, with his years of survival experience and decisive vision, was suited to take the lead. As Qi Lin lay on the bed receiving his 4 drip, he pondered for a moment before asking, Xiao Yu, how do you plan to negotiate with Coco? Will the price remain as it was before? No, Qin Yu replied, shaking his head. We are not like your elder brother. He was focused on his own sustenance, but this time we need to share the profits with many. If the cost of the medication is too high, the profits will be minimal, making it difficult to satisfy all parties involved. The old cat, with his coarse demeanor, interjected, Old Li is already in Fengbei. He may demand 50% of the profits. That much. Qi Lin frowned. Old Li isn't focused on making money. He aims to suppress the Yuan family while creating some space for himself, the old cat explained softly. That 50% primarily goes to the higher-ups. He won't keep much for himself. Still, that seems excessive, Qi Lin remarked, turning to Qin Yu. The Ma family will also want to share. Indeed, Qi Lin nodded. The three brothers continued their conversation as they kept an eye on the time. An hour and a half later, Qi Lin removed the 4-needle and followed Qin Yu and the old cat to the diagonally opposite room. Inside Coco's room, a savory aroma filled the air. A rusted copper pot simmered with boiling broth on the table, while several plates of frozen lamb, sliced into delicate red and white rolls, tantalized the appetite in a way that was inexplicably appealing in this era. I brought the lamb and vegetables. The soup was prepared by the boss, Coco said, dressed in a loose, high-neck sweater, waving her hand invitingly. Come, sit down and eat with me. I want to be polite then, the old cat declared, unable to resist, as he stepped forward to toss a hefty portion of meat into the pot. The last time I had hot pot was 2 or 3 years ago. We, who dine on official rations, are not as free as you folks from the planning district. Coco chuckled and turned to the old cat, with Old Li in that position, casually waving his hand. Do you still lack for hot pot? Instantly, the old cat put on a facade. Sister, you don't understand. I am a strong-willed person. Even though I am related to Old Li, my dignity does not allow me to rely on him. Just shut up and eat, Qin Yu said, nearly exasperated. What's wrong with stating the truth? The old cat retorted, casting a sidelong glance. That's quite a bit of nonsense. Qin Yu mumbled in agreement. Come, let us all sit down, Coco graciously urged. The group settled around the round table, while Coco's driver and others refrained from joining, opting to dine separately in the adjacent room. After pouring drinks for the three, Coco raised her glass and confidently proclaimed, First, let us toast to a successful collaboration in the future. Second, your capture of Li Tong avenges Brother Kong. Third, as long as you do business with me. It's about making money, so I must thank you all. I shall drink 3 cups in honor. The old cat, gazing at the spirited Coco, slyly remarked. This girl has quite a tolerance for alcohol. It's a shame she is not serving at the Buckingham Palace. To be quiet, Qin Yu retorted, playfully swatting at the old cat's head. Chapter 69. The young lady's name is Eugenian at the dining table. Kiki commenced the evening by consuming nearly 5 taels of baijiu, yet the young lady remained unfazed, her composure unshaken. Observing her resilience, Qin Yu felt compelled to match her spirit. Thus he and the old cat downed 3 cups in camaraderie. Meanwhile, Qi Lin, unable to partake due to an injury, could only sit silently on the sidelines. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, a sense of intoxication began to envelop the group. It was then that Qin Yu, with a smile, inquired, Kiki, what is your full name? Qin Yu paused, taken aback. That sounds somewhat like a boy's name. It was indeed melodious, yet it felt somewhat misplaced for a girl. The old cat chimed in with a critique. Excessive brilliance can be detrimental. You know nothing. Kiki rolled her eyes. In ancient times, Jin was used to describe beautiful jade. Bestowing it upon a name lends a sense of grandeur and simplicity, rich in meaning. You don't possess much culture. Don't follow his lead, Qi Lin interjected. It appears that this one is quite illiterate, Kiki remarked with a nod. I actually think the name suits you well, Qin Yu observed, tilting his head at Kiki. You are more formidable than many men. Not at all, Kiki shook her head. I merely follow in my father's footsteps. Does your family lack men? The old cat inquired. Indeed, Kiki replied, delicately picking up some lamb. But the men cannot compare to me. The trio was momentarily taken aback, and Kiki playfully added, just kidding. My 2 older brothers are responsible for other matters, hehe. Suddenly, Qin Yu asked, may I visit the pharmaceutical production workshop? Kiki immediately shook her head. Of course not. Why not? Your client status is insufficient, and I do not fully trust you. How could I possibly allow you to enter the workshop? Kiki decisively refused. Then how can I ascertain the quality of the pharmaceuticals? Qin Yu pressed. Goodness, you seem quite robust and reliable, yet your approach is rather cunning, Kiki inquired with wide eyes. Are you facing financial difficulties? Are you concerned about stockpiling goods and not being able to handle the burden, hence seeking an excuse to inspect the workshop? After a moment of silence, Qin Yu shamelessly replied, I just believe that it would ensure everyone's peace of mind. Kiki paused with her chopsticks and responded. A down payment of at least 50% is required before I can release the goods to you. Let us discuss this further, Qin Yu insisted, hoping to persuade her. Do not overreach. My terms are already quite generous, Kiki interrupted swiftly. Seeing that negotiations were at an impasse, Qin Yu conceded. Well then, how about you lower the purchase price a bit? You know that Songjiang has the Yuan family, and there may soon be the Li family. Without a competitive price, it will be challenging for me to compete. Absolutely not. The prices will remain as previously agreed. They are already quite low, Kiki reiterated her refusal. Furrowing his brows, Qin Yu quietly urged again, Times have changed. When a long-supplied old Mao, there were far fewer competitors, and the atmosphere was not so contentious. Think about it. If you cannot protect the Songjong market, it will not only result in no profits, but will also enable the other two families to thrive. Qi looked at Qin Yu. You truly are quite cunning. If you lower your prices, we are sincerely interested in collaborating, the old cat chimed in. To be frank, in this line of work, every relationship must be meticulously maintained, and what little profit we gain is negligible. How you distribute the benefits is of no concern to me. Qi replied, turning away. My goods are already quite reasonably priced. If I were to grant further concessions, how would we survive? Surely you do not wish to witness the Yuan and Li families encroaching upon your market. Qin Yu produced an electronic cigarette. We should establish initial channels and gather clientele. A modest sacrifice in profits is a sound strategy. Qi observed the two of them, her expression a blend of amusement and contemplation, yet she remained silent. Do not attempt to seduce me. We are discussing serious matters here, so refrain from your flirtations, the old cat quipped. Haha, Qi chuckled. The mere fact that we are seated here discussing indicates that you have accepted my pricing, correct? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Let us not use the market as a bargaining chip. We all understand that the Yu family must indeed compete with the other two parties, and it is merely a matter of seizing market share. However, your situation differs. You rely on this venture for survival, do you not? Qi probed again. Qin Yu looked at her, suddenly feeling a slight headache. This young lady was indeed sharper than he had anticipated. Let us simply enjoy our meal with the intention of reaching a satisfactory conclusion. I will not engage in platitudes. This is the price. You may take it or leave it, but do not expect me to be overly accommodating. After a moment of reflection, Qi succinctly stated, let us each take a step back. I will offer a 10% reduction on the pharmaceutical price, but only if your monthly order meets a minimum of 200,000 yuan. Should it fall short by even a single cent, the previous price will apply. Upon hearing this, the old cat exclaimed excitedly, you truly excel in the art of negotiation. 200,000 worth of goods per month? You are asking us to directly compete with the other two families for market share. It is you who stated that I should offer you a discount to secure the market. If not, what reason do I have to provide you with a better price? Qi questioned with a smile. The old cat fell silent for a moment, then raised his thumb in admiration. If you were a man, the Li family would have been obliterated by now. Qi, hearing this, raised her cup of warm wine and declared boldly, the downfall of the Li family is merely a matter of time. As Qin Yu observed Qi, he felt not only admiration, but also a newfound sense of confidence regarding their future collaboration. Initially, he had believed that despite her shrewdness, she was still a woman and, in this business realm and this era, would inherently lag behind the seasoned men. However, through their interactions, he quickly realized that this woman, often appearing as a youthful girl, was spirited and playful, capable of engaging in light-hearted banter over drinks like a friend. Yet, when it came to business and matters of profit, she was unwavering and astute. Her thoughts were clear, her speech concise, and she often cut through the male bluster with her directness. The old cat immediately raised his hand. I have no limits. I am at your service. Just tell me what you wish to pursue. Chapter 70. A night of drinking. Qi stared at the two in disbelief. Can you both just leave? Heh, if you have something to say, go ahead. Qin Yu flashed a grin. Do I still need to pay? Qi widened her watery eyes and asked. Qin Yu was taken aback. Your father is a big shot. Don't you pay for cosmetics? Looking at him in silence, Qin Yu added, you're a boss too. Isn't this a bit much? Regardless of my status, I'm still a woman, and women are always frugal. You'll understand in time, Qi replied. Just don't get too extravagant. I can't afford it if it's too pricey, Qin Yu remarked, hastily leaving as he feared she might make further demands. Once they left, Qi retrieved a bed sheet from her luggage and laid it on the cold bed before plopping down. After a few moments, she called her father. Hello, Dad. How's everything going? A gentle voice responded, everything is settled. For the second shipment, they've given in advance. Qin Yu negotiated a 10% discount, but it's contingent on them placing orders of 200,000 each month. No, I'm staying here tonight, Qi shook her head. All right, I'll urge him. I'll freshen up and head to bed. Yes, rest early. Take care of yourself, and don't overexert yourself. Her father expressed concern for his daughter. In the adjacent room, old cat sat on a chair, reeking of alcohol, and asked, how do you expect to sleep on this 2-meter bed? I'm not used to being cramped. Taking a drag from his e-cigarette, Qin Yu carelessly stripped off his clothes, flopped onto the bed, and cursed. You're such a show-off. It's not like you have to share a bed with me. Forget it. I'll find somewhere else to sleep, old cat stated. Fueled by alcohol. Where are you going? Qi Lin inquired, curious. Didn't you notice? Kiki's a bit tipsy, and she's feeling lonely. I'm going to get her some drinks and cheer her up, old cat said, unable to contain his excitement. Cut it out. Don't be a nuisance. Qin Yu retorted from the bed. Besides, didn't you say you like Lin Yinlei? Who doesn't like her? Qi Lin commented with a sigh. Go ahead and sleep. Old cat said, leaving with a swish of his pants. Lying on the bed, Qi Lin frowned and asked, do you think that fool will annoy Kiki? Old cat knows his limits. It'll be fine. Qin Yu replied, flipping over and placing his hand on Qi Lin's abdomen. Brother, can you shift over a bit? I'm feeling cold. What do you mean by that? Qi Lin was taken aback. There's a saying about not getting involved through the back door. Have you heard? Get away from me. Qi Lin pushed Qin Yu away, exasperated. Half an hour later, the lights in the dormitory were dim, and most people were asleep. Old cat knocked lightly on Kiki's door. Are you asleep? After a moment, Kiki, with a pink towel wrapped around her head and dressed in thick pajamas, opened the door and looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? I still haven't finished drinking, and I think our collaboration might have some flaws. Old cat replied, sizing up Kiki. How about we talk some more? Kiki paused, glanced at old cat's face, and suddenly smiled. All right, come in. Old cat's heart raced at her invitation, and he stepped inside, pushing the door shut behind him. Sister, from the first time I saw you, I felt you were more generous than most men and incredibly business savvy. Sit down. I'll go to the bathroom and grab some things. Kiki welcomed him in and promptly closed the door. All right, go ahead, old cat nodded eagerly. Upon hearing her words, old cat was momentarily stunned, his heart racing. Why are you looking at me? Are you going to wash up? Kiki asked playfully. Is this appropriate? Old cat stood up, swiftly removing his outer jacket. What is so impressive about me? He pondered aloud. You were quite composed when you were with me, Kiki gently commented. Over the years, I've done business with many, but few are like you. Old cat felt a surge of passion, removed his sweater, and dashed into the bathroom without a shower head. Sister, wait a moment. I'll tell you about my past. Kiki pursed her lips, settled onto the worn-out sofa, and began reading. After 20 minutes, when Kiki heard the water had stopped, she calmly called out from the sofa. Old cat, use that big towel hanging on the rope. Don't take your clothes out. They're filthy. Old cat, upon hearing this, grabbed the towel from the rope and sighed. What an opportunity. If I don't seize it, it would be a disgrace to my name, Li Fugaway. A few minutes later, old cat emerged wrapped in the towel, with a jacket draped over his shoulders, only to find Kiki fiddling with something at the door. What's wrong? He asked, feeling the heat rising in his head. I don't know. The door suddenly one T-lock, and it opens with the wind, Kiki replied. Let me help you, he offered. No, you stand outside and hold it while I adjust the lock, Kiki instructed. Just hold it steady. All right, old cat complied. Rushing outside to brace the door, Kiki twisted the lock a couple of times, smiling. It should be fine now. Step back. I'll see if I can close it tightly. It's too cold. The latch must have frozen. It's all right. Go ahead. I'll give it a tug. Old cat said, grinning. As she pulled the iron door closed, Kiki shot him a smile. Old cat eagerly grasped the doorknob and yanked it outward, exclaiming. It's secure now. It won't open. Silence followed from within. The cold wind made old cat shiver, and he laughed. Open the door. It's freezing out here. Let me in. Old cat paused, knocking on the door. Let me in. Inside, Kiki buried herself in the bed, laughing uncontrollably. You're not respecting me. I want you to cool off. What? Old cat gaped, allowing the cold wind to seep in as he shouted. It's windy out here. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Kiki chuckled again and turned off the lights, ignoring him. Damn it. The most venomous heart belongs to a woman. Old cat gritted his teeth. Glancing around, a sudden gust of cold wind made him shiver uncontrollably, and he instinctively hugged his shoulders. However, as he moved, the towel wrapped around his waist slipped off with a loud thud. The chilly breeze left old cat pale, and he quickly bent down to retrieve the towel. Creak. The small door swung open. The dormitory owner, holding a flashlight, had just finished his inspection and turned to see old cat in his revealing state, frozen in shock. Old cat was equally stunned. After a moment of silence, the owner, perplexed, asked, What kind of practice are you doing, brother? Don't make a fuss. Do you have any clothes? Old cat inquired, clutching the towel. The owner glanced down at him and blurted out, Wow, what a scene. The old cat was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly blushed. Are you even serious? Chapter 71. The journey home the next morning, within the lodging courtyard. Qin Yu was enjoying breakfast while casting a sidelong glance at the old cat. Where did you sleep last night? He inquired. Where could I possibly sleep? I spent the night in the front hall dealing with the boss, the old cat retorted through gritted teeth. This woman is truly ruthless. If you don't handle business properly, why must you strip me of my dignity? You really ought to be taught a lesson, Qin Yu laughed heartily. Even with a mere thought, one could realize who she is. She is the daughter of a supplier's boss, and quite clever at that. How could she possibly engage in anything trivial with you? Is that realistic? Who would have thought it would end up being a tale of worms and cold winds? Qi Lin interjected. How outrageous. Can we even eat this meal? The old cat exclaimed, growing agitated. Ha. Qi Lin and Qin Yu laughed uncontrollably, both giving the old cat a thumbs up and a gesture of respect. As the three of them finished breakfast, Kiki entered with a bright smile. Upon seeing her, the old cat ground his teeth. Oh, you're quite early, aren't you? No point in conversing. I'll step outside for a smoke. He stood up to leave. Kiki chuckled. I had the boss wash your clothes, and I paid for it. The old cat was momentarily taken aback. Well, at least you show some humanity. Kiki then turned serious, extending her hand to Qin Yu. The reason for offering you such a low price is to capture some market share. I hope you take this matter seriously, so that everyone can reap good rewards. Absolutely, Qin Yu replied. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I wish you a smooth journey. All right, Kiki said, waving as she approached the door. Suddenly, she slapped her pristine forehead, exclaiming, How could I forget the main matter? Hanako-san, come over here. After calling twice, a robust man approached from a distance, carrying something in his hands. Qi Lin gazed at Kiki in surprise. What is this? I am saddened by the news of a long-s incident in Songjiang. Although I did not know him well, he helped us significantly and never betrayed us in dire times. I am grateful to him, Kiki stated politely and formally. Qi Lin was taken aback for a moment, deeply moved. My brother has been out in the world for years, always telling me about the friends he has made. After his incident, you are the only one who remembered him and considered his family. Thank you. You're welcome. Kiki handed the items to Qi Lin, smiling as she nodded. All right. We should be on our way. Let me see you off, he replied. A short while later, Qin Yu, the old cat, and Qi Lin bid farewell to Keek's team on the road. This girl is truly remarkable, the old cat commented, hands behind his back. She's both scholarly and martial. And she pays attention to detail. Who would have thought she would bring something for Qi Lin in memory of a long? Indeed, Qin Yu concurred. You didn't see it? Qi Lin remarked to the old cat, lowering his voice. Li Tong seemed pretty tough, right? But do you know what his expression was when he saw Kiki in the car? What expression? It was as if he had encountered a death sentence. Qi Lin replied without hesitation. There was a hint of fear in his eyes that he couldn't conceal, regardless of the clarity of the situation at this moment. Our relationship with her is harmonious, Qin Yu said with a smile, patting the old cat's shoulder. Wouldn't you agree, brother? I don't think our rapport is quite so harmonious. The old cat retorted. In the afternoon, the trio worked tirelessly to secure the drug line in Jiangzhou, finally establishing a solid foundation in Songjiang. That night, within an office building of the Yu family in Jiangzhou, Kiki was sipping her homemade lemon tea, seated on a sofa, as she gazed at Li Tong. Have you considered the consequences of your actions against me? Li Tong feigned calmness, smirking as he replied, You wouldn't dare touch me. If you tear the facade now, it won't fare well for you either. Such confidence, Kiki set her teacup down and inquired. As for this matter, I concede. I shall say nothing and do nothing. Simply waiting for my family to negotiate with you, Li Tong thought to himself, well aware that his father and uncle were already in contact with the Yu family. You are quite arrogant, Kiki remarked with a smile. You killed Brother Kong and have not even uttered a word of apology? Kiki rose, hands clasped behind her back, and looked at Li Tong. Are you genuinely unafraid of me, or merely pretending to be calm? Li Tong clenched his fists. I am no street thug. I have the Li family backing me. Oh, Kiki nodded, then suddenly turned and called, Hanako-san. The door opened, and a burly man in a black t-shirt bent down. Addressing her, Boss, teach the young master of the Li family how to speak to me, Kiki commanded before turning to leave. Hanako-san drew his gun, expressionless as he aimed it at Li Tong's knees. Kiki, if you continue this way, the two families will soon be at odds. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as Li Tong's kneecaps were shattered by the bullets. Ah! Li Tong cried out in pain, leaning backward and knocking over a chair. Kiki turned, hands behind her back, and spat at Li Tong. You're merely a side branch of the Li family. Why do you pretend to be tough? Is it worth it for the Li family to sever ties with us over you? Hanako-san, drag him to Brother Kang's wake and let him kneel there with the bullets lodged in his bones for the night. Understood, Hanako-san nodded. An hour later, The eldest brother of the Yu family called, his tone slightly reproachful. Kiki, what are you doing with Li Tong? We finalized our terms here. Chapter 72. A daily act of kindness. In the early hours of the morning, around 3 o'clock, on a deserted road, the old cat awoke from his slumber, bleary-eyed, and glanced outside the vehicle. Where are we? He inquired. Pull over ahead. I need to relieve myself and grab a bite to eat. Then you can rest while I drive, he added, rubbing his face. All right, Qin Yu responded, and after driving for nearly 2 kilometers, he brought the car to a stop in an open area. The old cat reached for the provisions in the back, draped a thick military coat over the sleeping Qi Lin, and began to eat. Do you have any decency? I'm trying to eat here, Qin Yu retorted. I'll take care of my business. You take care of yours. It won't interfere. With a chuckle, Qin Yu grabbed some tissues and headed into the nearby field, squatting down in a spot he deemed favorable. Inside the vehicle, the old cat accompanied his smoked meat with a steamed bun and washed it down with 2 bottles of water. He then exited the car, unfastened his belt, and relieved himself. In the field, Qin Yu shouted, Hey, I'm not done yet. Have you finished already? You eat faster than a pig. Wrap it up. Otherwise, I'll drive off without you, the old cat barked, fastening his belt as he sat in the driver's seat, warming up the engine. As Qin Yu trudged through the snow, he suddenly stumbled over something. What is this? He wondered. Though the night was dark, the faint moonlight illuminated the ground. He kicked the object lightly and bent down, only to behold a pale face staring back at him. Good heavens! Qin Yu, though bold, was momentarily taken aback. He took a step back and scrutinized the figure, realizing it was a boy, approximately 15 or 16 years old, lying in the snow. Clad in thick clothing, his eyes were tightly shut, and his hair was frosted over, resembling a super scion. In this desolate area, such occurrences were not uncommon. Each year, many individuals, lost and hopeless, succumbed to the frigid weather. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu turned to leave. Help me, please. I beg you. The boy's faint voice called out. Qin Yu stood still, contemplating for a long moment before asking, How long have you been lying here? Help me, please. The boy repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Who knows what your intentions are? Besides, you're in dire straits. You'll only cause trouble for everyone, Qin Yu muttered dismissively, turning to walk away. The boy's weak pleas continued, but as Qin Yu walked further, his voice faded into the distance. In the car, the old cat spotted Qin Yu approaching and scoffed. What took you so long? As he heard the remark, Qin Yu frowned, his playful demeanor vanishing. What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? The old cat asked, sensing something amiss. But circumstances had changed. Qin Yu's life had seen some improvement, while that child was still alive, still able to speak. If he chose to ignore the boy, that fragile life would surely perish in the icy wilderness. Contemplative thoughts swirled in Qin Yu's mind, and he couldn't help but recall his own childhood, filled with loneliness and despair. The resemblance was striking: a thick cotton coat, worn-out boots, an endless expanse of snow, and a child left unattended. Closing his eyes, he remained silent for several seconds before suddenly commanding, reversing. What for? The old cat was taken aback. Just do it, Qin Yu urged. Minutes later, the car was parked once again in the open space. Qin Yu leapt from the trunk, a military coat in hand, and rushed into the snow, wrapping the boy in his embrace. The old cat stood by the roadside, astonished. Where did you find him? Encountered him while taking a leak, Qin Yu panted. He is still breathing. Good grief, how old is he? Is he even an adult yet? The old cat remarked, glancing at the boy's purple face. Cradling the child, Qin Yu instructed, hurry and fetch the lantern from the car, light it and place it in the open. All right. The old cat, ever eager to help, dashed to the vehicle and retrieved the lantern from the trunk. Once Qin Yu placed the boy on the ground, he turned to ask, Is there any alcohol in the car? Take off his clothes, but be gentle. His body is frozen stiff, and sudden movements could injure him, Qin Yu cautioned, surveying the surroundings. What kind of weather is this for stripping someone? The old cat protested, but he carefully lit the lantern and began to remove the boy's clothing. Qin Yu gathered snow and, with all his strength, began to rub it over the boy's back and chest. At first, the snow clung stubbornly to the boy's skin, refusing to melt, but after several minutes of vigorous rubbing, water began to trickle from his hands. After half an hour of relentless effort, Qin Yu was drenched in sweat. He pushed on the boy's chest and called out, Can you hear me? Open your eyes if you can. After several desperate attempts, the boy murmured, Help me. A glimmer of hope emerged. Qi Lin, just having stepped out of the car, called out from the side. Qin Yu exhaled in relief. Whether he survives now depends on him. After the three brothers rescued the child, they swiftly continued their journey to Songjiang. In the backseat, the boy, having lain there for 2 days, gradually regained color in his face, beginning to ask, "Is there anything to eat? Give me something." Chapter 73. From covert to overt conflict. Upon returning to Songjiang, Qin Yu removed the foul-smelling clothes from the child and tossed them at the entrance. He then bent down to splash his face with cold water. "What are you planning to do with the child? Are you going to let him stay with you?" Old Cat inquired casually. "That might work. After all, the child was found. You should help think of a solution," Qin Yu replied, nodding in agreement. "All right, let's go." After a brief discussion, the two locked the door and departed from Courtyard 88. In the afternoon, within the office of the chief inspector, Li Si regarded Qin Yu with satisfaction and beckoned him to sit. "I have concluded discussions regarding the situation in Fongbei," he stated, tossing a cigarette to Qin Yu. "However, you must convey to the Ma family to proceed discreetly. The higher-ups suggest we hold the goods and assess the profits first, rather than diving headfirst into complications." "I understand." Qin Yu nodded, then quietly inquired, "Since the drug line has been re-established, do you think we can start working on the case of Ma Lao? "Good. I have it in mind," Li Si affirmed, and Qin Yu nodded in response. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Yu accepted the documents handed to him by Li Si. After a cursory glance, he grinned and exclaimed, "Wow, thank you, Chief. The promotion to second-level officer has come through so swiftly." Qin Yu recognized that his smooth ascent was not merely due to Old Cat's influence or Li Si's appreciation, but rather the result of his and Qi Lin's relentless efforts in Jiazhou. It was at this moment that he felt a genuine sense of connection and backing. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Qin Yu expressed earnestly. Rising, he affirmed, "Understood. Keep up the good work. Your path is widening," Li Si remarked, a cheerful demeanor gracing his face as he took a drag from his cigarette. "Ha, will do," Qin Yu replied with a grin before turning to leave. Half an hour later, in the dormitory of Group 3. Sitting on the bed, Qin Yu perused the case file of Ma Lao while speaking on the phone. "Yes, Li Si has already briefed me. Just follow my guidance and have the men handle everything. Ma Lao shouldn't make any rash statements. The prosecution is not your concern. Li Si will take care of that. Yes, the Min is charged with illegal possession. He won't face death, but he should prepare for approximately 15 years of imprisonment. No, you don't need to have the lawyer contact me. Just have him meet the Min directly. All right, go ahead and take care of it." As he hung up, Guanqi stormed in, her face darkened. "Why is that fool Lao Sen acting like he's lost his mother? I really want to scrub his mouth with a steel wool ball." The handover of duties was supposed to be Qin Yu's responsibility, but he was reluctant to engage with Yuan Ku and the others. Hence he sent Guanqi to handle it. However, unexpectedly, she encountered issues with them as well. What does it matter if he submits materials to the office? What can he achieve? Qin Yu muttered, irritated. His understanding of the rules governing this realm was still superficial. This person's perspective is limited to the trivial matters within the office, he berated, growing frustrated. Ignore him. If he wants to stir trouble, let him. No, team leader. Guanqi quickly interjected. The usage of ammunition must ultimately be reported to the police department, as it pertains to whether officers might conceal important equipment or weapons. If Lao San decides to create trouble for us by misrepresenting the records, it could result in disciplinary action for you. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu retorted. He is truly exasperating. Sai, let us go check on him. Lao San lounged with his legs crossed, engrossed in an online broadcast. Qin Yu approached with patience, gently tapping his shoulder. Third brother, are you busy? He teased. I am leagues behind you. With a smile, Qin Yu cut to the chase, asking, when do you think we can finalize the handover? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu leaned closer to Lao San, whispering, Third brother, those 2 grenades are still untouched. I've hidden them because someone keeps trying to target me. I need to keep some firepower for protection. Would you like one? I can find an opportunity to pass one to you. Lao San's face darkened at the suggestion, and he slowly rose. Are you trying to scare me again? Haha. Qin Yu chuckled. So, how bold are you, truly? Chapter 74. I do not wish to grow up. The third brother fixed his gaze on Qin Yu, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, when you first arrived, you were nothing but a novice, and now you've ascended to the position of team leader. Do you think I would be intimidated by your reckless bravado? Even with the police department's special approval allowing you to act without fear of repercussions, I doubt you possess the audacity to follow through. Upon hearing this, the third brother's heart sank, realizing that Qin Yu was alluding to Qi Lin. Even team leader Yuan has not uttered a word, so what pretense are you putting on? Our team was reassigned to Squad 4 by Li Si's command. You think you can hinder me? In truth, You're merely drawing Li Si's ire. Qin Yu, with a disdainful glare, retorted, Brother San, when do you plan to mature? The third brother, incensed by this remark, exploded. What the hell? Are you getting a bit too cocky? With that, he charged toward Guanqi with a clenched fist aimed at his head. Don't hit him. Don't resort to violence, Brother San. Qin Yu anticipated the third brother's loss of control and stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around his shoulder while his right fist was poised, declaring, Brother San, let us exchange a few words without resorting to blows, for if you strike, it will escalate into a serious matter. Previously, the third brother had held Guanqi in contempt, but now, incensed by his taunts, he unleashed 2 punches. Thud. Guanqi dodged, feigning a blow to the face, and fell onto his back, immediately shouting, Why are you hitting me? What gives you the right? I will file a report with the police department. I will submit materials to the supervisory bureau. I will sue you. Come on, get up. I'll accept my punishment. The third brother was furious, raising his foot to kick Guanqi. Qin Yu, still holding the third brother, struck his chest with 3 or 4 quick punches. Members of other teams, responding to the third brother's call, descended upon Qin Yu in a tumultuous flurry. At that moment, there were at least 7 or 8 opponents, while only Guanqi stood beside Qin Yu. Yet, neither of them were to be trifled with. They harbored dark thoughts and were prepared not to retaliate. Guanqi lay on the ground, still shouting, Brother San, if you don't finish me off today, I will frame you. I'll make you regret that. The third brother, gritting his yellowed teeth, seized a bench, ready to bring it down. Just then, Yuanke happened to walk in through the front door, glaring with wide eyes, and shouted, What on earth is going on? Have you all lost your minds? His furious roar brought immediate silence to the room. The third brother, panting, glanced at Yuanke. Team leader Yuan, don't interfere today. I would rather strip down than let this go. Upon hearing this, Yuanke felt a headache coming on and scolded with a dark expression, Shut your mouth and put the bench down. The third brother, hearing the command, calmed down slightly, holding back for a moment before tossing the bench aside. Yuanke frowned, scanning the room before stepping up to Qin Yu and inquiring, So, you consider yourself a big shot now? Do you feel unburdened enough to throw punches wherever you please? With a smile, Qin Yu replied, Team leader Yuan, I'm just a humble fellow. How could I be so presumptuous? Today, Li Si issued an order for us to assist Squad 4. I asked Guanqi to come for the handover, but Brother San insisted on confronting me over equipment discrepancies from a previous case at the butcher shop. And he lost his temper. You see, we have surveillance in this room. If you doubt me, we can review the footage. Yuanke's expression darkened further upon hearing this. Shao Qi, go to the monitoring room and have the clerk pull up the recordings. Forget it. Yuanke immediately waved his hand, turning to the third brother with an expressionless face. Hurry up and facilitate the handover. They used thunder in that case, which indeed doesn't team match. The third brother still wanted to argue. Do as I say. Figure it out yourself if it doesn't team match. Yuanke shouted, glaring at him. The third brother bit his lip and fell silent. Yuanke turned to Qin Yu, smiling as he asked, Team leader Qin, do you have any further instructions? I can arrange it. No, nothing at all. Qin Yu quickly waved his hand. Oh, well, if you have any requests in the future, just give me a heads up. Yuanke said, hands behind his back, you are currently favored by Director Li, and the entire police department revolves around you. Yuanke looked at Qin Yu, still smiling. Team leader Qin, I wish you a smooth journey within the police department. It's not that I'm oblivious. But Guanqi is now speaking to me in a sarcastic tone. The third brother argued back. What has he said that is sarcastic? Hearing this, the third brother felt humiliated, his face reddening as he glanced at the officers nearby, his frustration boiling over. Yuanke, looking up at the third brother, suddenly shouted. Director Li has made it clear that he supports Qin Yu. Why are you obstructing him over such trivial matters? Do you think you can stop team leader Qin? Or are you attempting to infuriate Director Li, wearing the title of deputy team leader and acting foolishly? This is an office. We engage in strategic maneuvering, not a brawl in the streets. The third brother, berated, found himself unable to retaliate. Without a firm grip on the situation, he should refrain from making a fuss over trivial matters, as it only served to make him appear foolish. Yuanke frowned, looking at the third brother. Director Li has chosen his side, and it is not ours. Thus, you cannot act as you did before, doing as you please within the police department. Otherwise, if you give them any leverage against you, you may find yourself in serious trouble. The third brother, older than Yuanke, remained silent after the scolding. I understand. Good. The third brother nodded. Evening fell. Chapter 75. Codename 3088 Qin Yu gazed at the two with a peculiar expression and inquired, "Oh dear, how have you two become friends?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned to see a child seated on the bed, slurping noodles. "Really, don't you think that's a bit uncouth? Don't you understand the principle that a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow? Why steal from your neighbor?" The boy, dark-skinned with long hair and a dirty face, looked up at Qin Yu and protested, "I didn't steal, I borrowed. I was hungry and couldn't find anyone. So I went to a familiar place to grab something to eat. Is breaking into someone else's house without a word considered borrowing?" Qin Yu ruffled the child's hair and warned, "Keep this up, and I might just throw you in. I'm borrowing, and I plan to return it tomorrow," the boy declared, devouring his meal with a streetwise bravado. "We're all children of the rivers and lakes. Even a spit is worth a nail. I'm not taking advantage of her. I'll definitely return it." Qin Yu was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know about being a child of the rivers and lakes?" "Ha, this little brother is quite amusing," Lin Yanlei remarked with a squint and a smile. "Hey, brother, what will you use to repay me for the noodles tomorrow? Each has their own path. I'll repay you, so why all the unnecessary chatter?" The boy rolled his eyes. Qin Yu, overhearing, also rolled his eyes and turned to Lin Yanlei. "He's a stray I picked up from the planning district. Likely no one cares for him. He has grown wild, like a wild donkey, which is to be expected. You have a kind heart." Lin Yanlei gazed at Qin Yu in surprise. Who could have known I would encounter him? Qin Yu deftly shifted the conversation. "Have you eaten? Did you buy gloves?" "Just keep the gloves. Consider it a gift," Qin Yu grinned, revealing his request. "What is it you need?" Lin Yanlei asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Oh, are you buying something for your sweetheart? That old cat lady? Get lost. You have a girlfriend now?" Lin Yanlei pressed further. "No, just a regular friend." Qin Yu stood by the cabinet, his thoughts muddled, suddenly asking, "Why do you ask? Are you jealous?" Lin Yanlei's face flushed instantly. "Are you crazy? Jealous of you? Dream on." With that, she turned to leave. As Qin Yu admired Lin Yanlei's graceful figure, he called out, "Is he eating? Should I come to your room for a chat?" "Look at you being all flirtatious," the boy commented, blinking innocently from his perch on the bed. Qin Yu turned and pulled out a cigarette, asking, "What's your name?" "I'm Wang Henan. Some friends on the street call me Big Tooth," the boy replied. His forehead slick with sweat as he sipped his noodle broth. Setting down his bowl, Wang Henan looked earnestly at Qin Yu, his expression serious, yet feigning maturity. "You saved my life. From now on, we are brothers. I'll do whatever you ask." Upon hearing this, Wang Henan suddenly frowned. Damn it. How can a child of the rivers and lakes do women's work? Qin Yu was taken aback. "What's the matter? Do you expect me to serve you? Hurry up and wash the dishes. Who are you calling little master?" Wang Henan retorted defiantly. Qin Yu smacked his palm. "Get moving." An hour later, as the lights dimmed across the city, Qin Yu bathed Big Tooth in a wooden tub and used his razor to trim his hair. After a hearty meal, Big Tooth felt sleepy, sitting quietly in the chair. "How old are you?" Qin Yu asked. 18. Cut the nonsense. Tell the truth. "I'm actually 15, he confessed. "Then how did you end up sleeping in a snow shelter?" Qin Yu inquired while cleaning the razor. "I ran away from the hillside. I ran out of food. And it was cold. I was so tired that I fell asleep in the snow shelter." Big Tooth's body was covered in frostbite, and the warmth of the room intensified the itch, causing him to scratch his skin raw. He appeared pitiful, limping slightly as he walked. "Why go to the hillside?" "My older brother took me." He paused momentarily, maintaining composure as he recounted. "We were looking for scarce ingredients and trying to catch live animals." "Are there still live animals up there?" Qin Yu asked. "There are, but you have to venture deep," he replied flatly. "Last month, we went to the heart of the mountain. The snow pit was several meters deep. The trafficker was behind us with a gun, forcing us to go in and gather ginseng. Everyone was scared. 3 people were shot when they hesitated, including my brother." Qin Yu was struck silent by this revelation. "I'm still young and can't take revenge yet, but one day, I will bury that trafficker's head in the very snow pit where my brother died." Wang Henan recounted in a hushed tone, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Qin Yu frowned as he continued to shave his head under the dim light. "My brother is dead. Every time I sleep in the shelter, I remember him." Wang Henan lowered his gaze slightly. "I'm afraid I'll always think of him. So I ran away that night and then met you." "What about your parents?" Qin Yu asked, his voice trembling. "They were lost during the chaos before the establishment of the 9th District. They probably died long ago." Wang Henan paused, then added, "It seems we share a bond." "Are you seeking revenge?" Qin Yu feigned casualness. "The one who killed my only family, I will definitely make him pay," Wang Henan declared without hesitation. "Then live well." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Under the dim light, Wang Hunan's unkempt hair fell to the ground, and in no time, he was bald. It was then that Qin Yu noticed the 4 tattooed numbers on his neck, 3088. What does this mean? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt an inexplicable sting in his eyes, and memories of his past flooded his mind. He reached out and ruffled Wang Hunan's head, scolding, "You little rascal. Your words are rather cutting, you know." Chapter 76. The eccentric Ma Lao heir. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Within this seemingly tranquil environment, Ma Lao heir was finally released from prison. Ma Lao too had engaged a lawyer and, following the discreet methods taught by Qin Yu, subtly hinted to Demin to take the blame. Demin, valuing their friendship, did not hesitate to assume full responsibility for the core aspects of the case. Consequently, Ma Lao heir, understanding the unspoken agreement and leveraging various connections, managed to extricate himself from the situation. Ultimately, he was sentenced to 3 months of external supervision for aiding in the concealment of illicit drugs, required to report to the police periodically, and pay a fine of 10,000. While Ma Lao heir emerged from confinement, Demin faced a grim fate, being thrown into a high-security prison, enduring the torment of awaiting a sentence of at least 15 years. Thus, Qin Yu did not perceive Ma Lao heir as an utterly wicked individual. Rather, he found his high-profile approach to matters somewhat off-putting, making him less than easy to engage with. However, to Qin Yu's surprise, the day after Ma Lao heir's release, he personally called to invite him out for a meal and a gathering. Prior to this, Qin Yu had not intended to cultivate a deeper relationship, wary of potential awkwardness due to their previous encounters. Yet, feeling obliged to accept Ma Lao heir's invitation, Qin Yu decided to bring along Lao Mao, Zhu Wei, and Guanqi, hoping to foster familiarity within their small circle for smoother dealings in the future. On Friday evening, shortly after 7, they convened at a well-known Chinese restaurant in the Black Street district. However, during the meal, both parties exhibited a degree of reticence, as most present, aside from Lao Mao and the 2 companions, had previously clashed with Ma Lao heir. While the atmosphere was not overtly awkward, the interactions remained superficial and polite. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Ma Lao heir, slightly intoxicated, insisted on taking Qin Yu and the others to Tuzha Street for some fun. Feeling reluctant to refuse, they exited the restaurant, only for Ma Lao heir to unleash an unexpectedly boisterous display of drunken revelry at the entrance. The incident arose as Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and Ma Lao heir were idly chatting while waiting for Guanqi to bring the car. A disheveled old man was embroiled in a dispute with a restaurant worker. To the left of the steps, a young man, dressed in an apron, was shoveling snow accumulated on the staircase, while the scruffy old man protested, "Why won't you let me in to order some food?" The young man retorted, "You come here every day just to buy 50-cent buns. Who do you think will serve you?" The elderly man, over 60, turned red with embarrassment as the young man continued to scold him, prompting him to turn away in frustration. "Is it necessary to kick up a fuss? Can't you just speak plainly?" The old man trembled with indignation. "Just because I'm in your way doesn't mean I should be treated like this. I have the right to live too. You think I'm talking too much? I told you to leave, can you understand that?" The young worker glared. The old man, biting his lip, sighed and bent down to pick up his ragged bag, brushing off the snow. At that moment, Ma Lao heir, engaged in conversation with Qin Yu, suddenly turned and slapped the young worker on the head. "What is wrong with you? Haven't your parents taught you how to speak to the elderly?" Caught off guard, the young worker stammered, "What is your problem? I've been listening to you for ages, and you haven't said anything sensible." Ma Lao heir seized him by the collar. "Isn't it just a matter of courtesy? You think you're so important just because you serve tea and water? Tell me, how are you superior to others? That old man comes here every day to buy 50-cent buns, and he is filthy, tracking snow everywhere. I'm just trying to keep the place clean for everyone." The young man's anger flared. Ma Lao heir, infuriated, delivered 2 swift slaps. "Apologize. Apologize." The young worker, intimidated and on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Brother, I just said a few words to him. I said apologize." Ma Lao heir shouted at the old man, "Thank you. But I want to be buying buns today," the old man called out with a smile. Ma Lao heir raised an eyebrow. "What is this? I've just defended you. And you don't even show me some gratitude? Thank you for the sentiment, but I can't afford to eat here every day." The old man continued to smile. "My grandson had his stomach cut open and can't eat anything too hard. They make good noodles here, so I wanted to buy some soft buns for him." After a moment's consideration, Ma Lao heir reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of cash. "Today, I want to treat you to a meal, but I'll treat your grandson to a year's worth of buns." The old man was taken aback, as were Qin Yu, Lao Mao, and the others. Ma Lao counted out 500 yuan in cash and handed it to the young worker. From now on, at this time each day, you prepare buns for this gentleman. If I find out you failed to do so, I'll make you shovel all the snow on Tuzha Street. Understood. The young worker nodded. Just then, Guanxi and the others arrived with the car, and Ma Lao waved goodbye to the old man. The old man, momentarily stunned. Bow deeply, I thank you, young man. Don't mention it. I'm young, and money comes easily, Ma Lao replied, dismissing the conversation as he climbed into the car. Lao Mao observed the entire exchange and shook his head. This kid is remarkably generous, giving away 500 yuan without a second thought. He is a person worth befriending, Qin Yu remarked with a smile. On the way to Tuzha Street, Qin Yu jokingly asked Ma Lao that old man clearly needs money. If you wanted to do a good deed, why not just give him the cash directly? Ma Lao, reeking of alcohol, pondered for a moment before delivering a classic line. I can afford to treat his grandson to buns for a year. But I can't save him. That's a different matter altogether. You are indeed an intriguing individual, Qin Yu said, contemplating Ma Lao's words with a newfound understanding. Meanwhile, at a mid-range entertainment venue on Tuzha Street, a few of Yuan Hua's subordinates were reveling in merriment. Chapter 77. In the chaotic times. Only this carefree spirit is lacking in the three-story private room of the Wanshi Entertainment Club on Dirt Street. A row of elegant women stood gracefully. Ma Lao, taking a drag from his cigarette, turned to Qin Yu and said, Come, you choose first today. If you're not satisfied with one, we can order 2 or 3. I'll cover all the expenses. I want that one. Yes, the one gazing at me with such affection. Without hesitation, Old Cat waved his hand and called out, Come. Over here. Good evening. Appa, a strikingly attractive girl approached with a smile, greeting Old Cat in Korean. After Old Cat made his selection, Qin Yu and the other two also chose their companions and settled them beside themselves. Ma Lao then summoned the service staff to bring drinks and personally sang a song to liven up the atmosphere, setting aside the trivial chatter. Once the alcohol had drawn everyone closer in this environment, Ma Lao sat beside Qin Yu, raised his glass, and said, Xiao Yu, I, Ma Lao, am not the type to be overly sentimental. Although we have had our disagreements in the past, we were merely on opposing sides. I have my reasons for not dropping the case, and you have your reasons for giving me a beating every now and then. But from today onwards, we will be eating from the same pot, so let's turn the page on the past. Whoever brings it up again is a little fool. How does that sound? All right. Let's turn the page, Qin Yu replied, not wasting words, as he raised his glass and downed it in one go. Ma Lao spat slightly and wiped his mouth. Addressing Qin Yu, my uncle is getting on in years. He won't be able to manage affairs for much longer. From now on, I may need to take charge of business matters. Xiao Yu, I'm straightforward. In our future dealings, feel free to speak your mind. If I disagree, I will tell you why. Let's avoid guessing games. They serve no purpose. Ma Lao nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Lao immediately waved his hand. Oh, we've been in the drug business for a while now. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. To be honest, Qin Yu said as he pulled out an electronic cigarette and continued softly, the supplier has given me a strict target. If we want the drugs at a lower cost, we need to achieve a minimum sales volume of 250,000 each month. Do you understand what that means? Exactly, Qin Yu nodded. The supplier wants to see if we can truly collaborate. Think about it. If they produce drugs privately, they are a thorn in the side of several pharmaceutical companies. If our partner lacks capability, the supplier would rather forego the business than take a risk. I understand your point, Ma Lao nodded. We must prioritize stability in the early stages. Qin Yu poured himself another drink. Once our relationship with the supplier is solidified, we will naturally stand tall. Come, let's toast. Feeling that he had said enough, Qin Yu took the initiative to raise his glass. The two exchanged smiles and drank heartily once more. Once the serious matters were concluded, Ma Lao called out to a burly man with a resolute demeanor and a scar on his left eyelid. Zishu, come here. I want to introduce you properly. The man, who had been chatting with Old Cat and others, approached with his drink in hand. This is Lu Zishu, who has been with my family for almost 10 years. You could say he has watched me grow up. Ma Lao introduced with a smile. He had something to attend to earlier, so he couldn't join us for dinner. You two should get acquainted. I'm Qin Yu. Hello. Hello, Lu Zishu smiled. His voice steady. I was tied up with something earlier. I look forward to your guidance, Qin Zhu. No need for formality. Just call me Xiao Yu. Qin Yu replied with a grin. Although Lu Zishu bore a prominent scar that made him appear fierce, His voice was deep and solid, devoid of any airs of a seasoned figure, exuding a sense of steadiness. After they had introduced themselves, Ma Lao explained to Qin Yu, "My father, Ma Lao, intends to delegate authority to me but is worried I might not handle it well, so he has asked Zishu to work alongside me, providing some guidance. Hence, I often discuss matters with him." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a sense of reassurance. Having an experienced individual nearby could help keep Ma Lao in check. Otherwise, you might end up in a brawl with the waitstaff over a meal. That would be quite worrisome. Laughter erupted among the group. Qin Yu helplessly tugged at Ma Lao. "All right, that's enough. You've already spent quite a bit today." Ma Lao waved his hand dismissively. "What is earning money for if not to spend it? To put it bluntly, if this incident hadn't involved you and Ming Ge, who is diligent in his work and willing to shoulder the burden for me, I would have been in dire straits. What good is money if one's life is at stake?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. "I have 100 in my pocket today. I'll spend it all. If I die tomorrow, I won't feel regret," Ma Lao declared with carefree abandon. "Ladies, let's liven things up. Treat my friend well, and I'll sprinkle 2,000 on the table later." "Yay, Appa awesome." The girls cheered, filling the room with excitement. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Yu watched Ma Lao with a smile, secretly marveling at him. Some people claim they are indifferent to wealth, which may be a facade or simply a lack of riches. However, few can truly embody such carefree spirit. Ma Lao is undoubtedly one of them. This man may lack refinement, and his conversations are rife with a crude, rugged charm. While one could critique his numerous flaws, it is this authenticity that commands respect. Living life with such ease is no small feat, regardless of whether one hails from a peaceful era or the current chaotic times. Yet, Old Cat seemed to have found his kindred spirit in Ma Lao, as if they were destined to meet, feeling an instant connection. "Thank you for the generous hospitality," Old Cat remarked. "Please provide me with a verbal report on how the girl performs tomorrow." "Sure thing." After exchanging pleasantries, Old Cat was assisted by the girl as they departed. 15 minutes later, as Ma Lao, Lu Zishu, and others settled the bill and were about to leave the entertainment venue, they suddenly heard one of Yuan Hua's associates calling out from within the music bar, "Dong Ge. I bid 500. Chapter 78. Intoxicated or intentional? Who is performing today?" Ma Lao swayed towards a nearby companion. "The enchantress, the one from Thailand," his friend replied. "Right." Ma Lao responded. "He can do his thing, and I can do mine. Is there really a problem with that? This place is small. I can't just avoid them every time I see them." Lu Zishu fell silent. "Let us go in and take a look," Ma Lao called out, leading the group into the music bar. On the stage of the music bar, a strikingly tall and alluring young woman was performing a rather suggestive act. Her style distinctly Thai and quite bold. As her performance concluded, the spotlight shifted to the entrance where Ma Lao, flashing a grin, sat down at a nearby unoccupied table. Waving at the enchantress, the owner at the entrance called out a bid of 1,000. The host boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity is fleeting. The enchantress will be performing in Phone Bay next week. It will be difficult to book her again. Wealthy patrons, indulge in the moment. Who will raise the bid?" This auction-style atmosphere during the late-night snack was merely a ploy to enliven the mood. Most patrons participated for the amusement of it. Many did not genuinely seek to engage with the performers, and even if a performer were to go out for a meal or a drink, it did not guarantee a night spent together. Furthermore, as the enchantress was an individual of high value, the bidding was largely a playful endeavor, fueled by a few drinks. However, when Ma Lao appeared, the atmosphere shifted inexplicably. Yang Dong, a longtime associate of Yuan Hua, though not partaking in the ground-level competition, possessed 2 officially registered companies and wielded considerable influence over Yuan's enterprises, thus looking down on Ma's group of grassroots individuals. On the couch, Yang Dong adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. Curiosity piqued as he asked a friend, "Has that kid come out?" "Yes, I heard he was helped by Officer Li," his friend nodded. "Huh. He is lucky to be alive, and doesn't he even know his own surname?" Yang Dong chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Xiaolu, why don't you engage him a bit?" The young man in front immediately raised his hand, calling out, 1,000. 2,000. Ma Lao's eyes remained unblinking. 2,005. 3,000. In less than 5 seconds, the bidding escalated to 3,000, a figure that had long surpassed the playful intent. The patrons understood that both parties were now serious, shedding any pretense of amusement. At the entrance, Lu Zishu frowned and cautioned Ma Lao, "That's enough? Is 3,000 really worth it for a woman?" "It's not about the money," Ma Lao replied. Crossing his legs, his gaze fixed on Yongdong as he smiled and called out, "Hey, do you have any more bullets in your pocket? If not, I'll have her come over for a drink." "Stop bidding," Yongdong said darkly. "Let him play his game." 3,000. Any offer above 3,000? The host inquired. "Let us invite the enchantress to toast the owner at the entrance." The host called out. Lu Zishu was taken aback and remarked, "You have no money, so why bid?" "Do you?" Ma Laosi impatiently asked. "I do," Lu Zishu nodded. Upon hearing this, Ma Laosi pointed at Yongdong and shouted to the host, "I want tea drink." "Let the lady go to their table. The big guy has been shouting for a while. He must be a bit thirsty, haha." Instantly, the room fell silent. Even the seasoned host was at a loss for words. Yongdong sat on the couch, his expression darkening as he remained silent. Suddenly, a burly man leaped from the couch, grabbing a bottle from the table and hurling it towards Ma Laosi. Bang! The bottle shattered upon impact with the table, and an inevitable conflict erupted. 7 or 8 of them charged forward, raining blows upon Ma Laosi and his companions. Yongdong, standing before the couch, shouted several times in an attempt to intervene, but to no avail. At the entrance, a slightly inebriated Ma Laosi, although fierce, found himself at a disadvantage due to the smaller number of his group and the staff siding with Yongdong. Soon, he was cornered against the wall by 3 or 4 individuals who began to pummel him. Lu Zishu struggled against 3 of Yongdong's subordinates, while he held his ground. He was nonetheless detained. The chaotic melee continued for about 7 or 8 minutes, culminating in Ma Laosi receiving a thorough beating. The manager of the entertainment venue hurriedly intervened. Pulling the assailants apart and addressing Ma Laosi, "What are you doing? We know each other. Causing trouble here only embarrasses me." Wiping the blood from his nose, Ma Laosi laughed nonchalantly. "It's fine. It's fine. It's got nothing to do with you. Damn it. Getting beaten is just what I need to sober up. Do you have a car? Should we take you to the hospital?" The manager inquired. "No need. It's just a scratch," Ma Laosi chuckled, wiping the blood from his hand, appearing intoxicated yet remarkably composed as he said to the manager, "I apologize for the trouble. I'm all right. It's just that the boss might be displeased. Go on and clean up." No, I'll leave." Ma Laosi waved his hand and exited the venue first. Sigh. "When will you learn to avoid trouble?" Lu Zishu lamented. Inside the music bar, Yongdong tilted his head and asked, "What happened?" Chapter 79. Recklessness. Yongdong had initially contemplated leaving. Yet upon hearing the manager's words, he found himself in a rather awkward position. "Oh, are you really trying to chase me away?" Yongdong silently cursed the manager for his meddling, but he also recognized that Ma Laonia was a reckless character, and it wasn't worth engaging in a battle of wits with such a dangerous individual. He felt trapped in that moment. If he left, it would seem like he was intimidated by Ma Laonia, and if he stayed, he feared potential trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Yongdong smiled and replied, "It's all good. If he doesn't show up today, then I won't leave either. Why engage in a power struggle with him? Just pour some more drinks, and let's continue our revelry." A nonchalant smile adorned Yongdong's face. The manager sighed and stood up. Once the manager had departed, Yongdong immediately instructed a nearby friend, "Call home and have a couple of people come over. Just say there's an issue at the company." After the drug line was restored, Uncle Lu usually resided not far from Tuzha Street, and so it took less than 10 minutes for Ma Laonia to deliver him home. "All right," Ma Laonia nodded. "I'm off then. Take care, brother." Lu reminded him a few things before turning to leave. "To the warehouse," Ma Laonia said, rubbing the scabs on his face, remarkably composed. "What's the rush?" Yongdong asked in front of the manager. "All right, if there's something to attend to, then hurry along," the manager concurred. Taking advantage of the opportunity he had created for himself, Yongdong smoothly exited the scene, leading his companions towards the entrance of the entertainment city. Outside, the tires screeched as they rolled over the snow, halting by the roadside. Ma Laonia stepped out with the 2 brothers he had just thrashed, wrapping themselves in their coats. At that moment, Yongdong and his group were exiting the entertainment city, and they collided face to face. "Are you leaving?" Ma Laonia questioned, his face still stained with blood and reeking of alcohol. Yongdong was taken aback. "What the hell do you want?" "I want to deal with you." Ma Laonia pulled out a gun and strode up the steps. The manager rushed out upon hearing the commotion, immediately frowning as he pleaded, "Old Nyo, can't you see this has gone on long enough? Can you give me some face and stop this?" Ma Laonia tilted his head to look at him. "You didn't give me face when I was being beaten, did you?" The manager was left speechless. "Do you think the street belongs to you?" Ma Laonia shoved the manager aside. "Stop talking nonsense. It has nothing to do with you, so back off." He raised the gun, pointing it at Yongdong's head. "What's the count?" 123 or 456? Faced with the seemingly intoxicated and irrational Ma Laonyo, Yongdong was rendered momentarily speechless. Let me give you a number. Ma Laonyo gritted his teeth, pressing the gun against Yongdong's forehead, enunciating each word. 123. Either you kneel and bow 3 times to me, or I will put a bullet in you. You're full of it. Yongdong retorted disdainfully. Do you really think there is no one who can handle you? To the left, Yongdong's friend reached for Ma Laonyo's arm. In response, Ma Laonyo swiftly turned the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot rang out, the bullet piercing through Yongdong's friend's palm, blood gushing forth. The crowd on the steps fell silent. Yongdong was stunned. Do you think I'm drunk? Ma Laonyo slapped Yongdong's cheek. Damn it. I'm using this gun and bullet to converse with you. Do you understand? Yongdong's face flushed with anger, cursing his misfortune for encountering such a reckless outlaw. Yongdong, I have no other demands today. I simply ask if you can kneel and bow 3 times to me. Ma Laonyo pointed at the ground, suddenly shouting. 1. Yongdong clenched his fists, fixing his gaze on Ma Laonyo, remaining silent. 2. Ma Laonyo's chest heaved, his finger resting on the trigger. Yongdong's expression fluctuated. Glancing at the people nearby, he whispered to Ma Laonyo. Ma Laonyo, this territory is quite small. Can you leave yourself a way out? What do you mean by a way out? Today I have a gun in hand. And if I don't take you down, will you hit me tomorrow? Is that what you call an opportunity? Ma Laonyo bellowed, his voice booming. Can you kneel? Yongdong's head buzzed from the shout, and he stole another glance at the expressions of those around him. All right, stand straight, and I'll shoot 3 times to send you off. Ma Laonyo. Seeing him truly about to lose it, Yongdong instinctively raised his hand to deflect the gun's muzzle. Fine. Fine, I yield to you. Ma Laonyo, hearing this, tilted his head back a step, smiling at Yongdong. See the south? Kneel over there. Ma Laonyo pointed to the left. Haha. All right, Yongdong chuckled, pushing Ma Laonyo aside and knelt down with a thud, his back straight, loudly proclaiming, Second brother, do you find my posture satisfactory? Haha. Ma Laonyo laughed, ruffling Yongdong's hair. Bow. Yongdong bent forward, touching the ground 3 times. Damn, this pose is quite a ruse, but I'm satisfied. Yongdong, you've got an eye for people, haha. Ma Laonyo patted Yongdong's head twice before turning to descend the steps, shouting, Let us go. As his words fell, the 2 brothers who had come with him slipped their right hands into their coats and retreated from the entrance. A few minutes later, inside the car, the driver, still shaken, turned to the drowsy Ma Laonyo and asked, You acted too recklessly. After all, Yongdong is someone who can stand his ground here. Did you think about what would happen if he hadn't knelt today? If you have to consider something 3 times, then you're hesitating, Ma Laonyo replied nonchalantly. Why overthink it? Just act boldly. If he doesn't kneel, I'll shoot him. The gun is in my hand. What am I afraid of?